The demon god specialized in overwhelming brute force, yet one such powerful demon god, Qi Kuang, ended up being completely overwhelmed by Yushang. Yushang's solid build and explosive power startled many in the audience, especially when he hoisted Qi Kuang up with both his arms. What was more surprising was that he was at the pinnacle of Arcana plane. While he was simply one step away from developing comprehension of noble plane of martial arts, it remained a fact that his level was lower than Qi Kuang's. It was anyone's guess how far his strength would grow if he was to be a grade 8 or 7 noble. The hearts of those who emerged from the Dawn Road raced. Many recalled that startling scene right outside Jinxiao City, and that was before he had achieved demonization. Once he was fully demonized, he would turn into a true demonic figure. It was no surprise then that he was able to kill Ning Huang. Many truly came to believe that Ning Huang had actually perished in Yushang's hands. As the battles raged on, the earth-shaking shock that Yushang brought about did not last for long. Every battle that followed was earth-shattering in each of their own right. All who fought were genius-level figures. The Golden Great Ape, Yuan Zhan, whom Yifutian's party came to be familiar with, was just as violent in his fight as Yushang had been, overpowering his opponent with sheer brute strength and little else. When the round of battles finished, there were only 40 silhouettes left on the vast battlefield. The elders of the Holy Ji Palace permitted them to rest to prepare themselves for the next round of battles that were to come. Many outside the battlefield scanned the place, and they were hard-pressed to find anyone that was remotely considered weak. All who were left were considered geniuses. Even Yifutian and Yushang, whom many did not expect to have gotten this far, managed to prove themselves. Yifutian defeated Bing Yi and Yushang beat down Qi Kuang with his godlike strength. They were simply considered comparatively weak to those top-class candidates. Of all those who walked the 9 holy roads, only 40 remained, with candidates emerging from Dawn Road and Barren Road being the most numerous. The most prominent of those emerging from the Barren Road were the mighty ones from Zhongzhou City. Due to the Barren Road being one of the top 3 most arduous roads of all 9, what was seen then was simply within everyone's expectations. However, what happened with the Dawn Road was something else altogether. Due to the emergence of dark horses such as Yifutian, Yushang, and Yi Shaoshi, those who were left from the Dawn Road turned out to be more numerous than those from the Barren Road. Other than Yifutian's party, there were also Nan Hao from the Nantian House, Yan Jiu from the Sword Saint Villa, and Xiao Junyi, heir of the Dark Sage. Many had gotten into frenzied discussions as to who would be able to make it into the top 20 after the upcoming round of battles. The ones from Dawn Road were truly surprising. There are more of them than ones from any one of the top 3 toughest roads. Indeed, Yifutian's party ended up taking 3 places in the top 40. There is also Yuan Zhan from Mount Taixing. But if we are talking about top-tier combatants, the ones from Dawn Road are still nowhere close. The ones in the top 3 will probably still be the ones who will dominate the scene. There are Huang Zhouge, Su Ke, and the others from Barren Road, and then Bai Zhe, the top-class genius from White Cloud City. As for Nether Road, there are Zhuge Xing, Qi Meng, and the others. These are truly top-class combatants indeed. But Xiao Junyi from Dawn Road is an unpredictable one. Yan Jiu, Nan Hao, and Yuan Zhan are also very powerful. This year's combatants are truly something. Yang Jian from State Road, descendants of Zhong Clan, and Xie Ji from the Sacred Fire sect from Separation Road, and descendants of Vermilion Bird Street from Travel Road. The ones from Frost Road and Decay Road are definitely the most mysterious. The guy who called himself Huang from Frost Road, the heir of the Undying Old Man, and then the mysterious Ancient Shaman clan from the Decay Road, all feel dangerous. Many shared the same sentiment. Everyone who managed to make it to the top 40 was terrifying in their own right. The next round of battles would definitely turn into a clash of titans. With things being so intense at this stage, it was anyone's guess as to what would become of the battles during the top 20 and the top 10 stages. Even the question of who would be able to make the cut to reach such stages remained a mystery. Many had the opinion that one or more from Yifutian's party, namely Yifutian, Hua Jieyu, and Yushang would have been eliminated in that round of battles. It was not that they were not powerful, but that the ones they were about to face were all grade 7 or even grade 6 nobles. No matter how much of a genius those people were, There was simply no chance for them to come out on top. Those who remained on the battlefield were, after all, incredibly powerful figures themselves. For instance, Hua Jieyu had lost at the hands of Yan Zhou before, and it would have been anyone's guess as to how she would have been able to make it through that round. Everyone was a top-notch genius at that point, and no one dared to pick fights without some measure of deliberation. Opponents were to be chosen wisely, as there was hardly anyone who dared underestimate anyone still standing. Yifutian closed his eyes to train in the battlefield, and spiritual qi was seen swirling around him. It was something startling to many in the audience. He is actually training at a time like this. Is there any use now? The fact that his plane is inferior to many will remain unchanged. It looks like Yifutian knows the situation he is in well and is feeling the clinch. Many on the battlefield shifted their gaze onto him. Other than him, Yushang and Hua Jieyu were the ones getting the most attention. It became apparent that they were indeed incredible combatants, and while they suffered disadvantages, they still stood a chance. The same could not be said for many who seemed to have a better chance. The break ended quickly. The elder on the sky stairwell announced for the battles to continue. Two figures leaped into the battlefield almost at the same time, almost at the very second the round commenced. Yun Su and Zhongli. The eyes of many sparkled. The clash of the titans was about to begin. White Cloud City was one of the few main cities in the Barren State, and one that was renowned throughout the entire state. There were two clans in control of the city in the early days of the city, the Bai clan and the Yun clan. As Bai clan came to overpower the Yun clan in the latter days, the city lord of White Cloud City was descended from the Bai clan. However, the Yun clan had never truly fallen on hard times, and the clan remained one of the top forces in the region. But then again, the city lord of White Cloud City himself was ranked 4th in the Barren Sky ranking, and Bai Luli was ranked 10th. Regardless of how powerful the Yun clan could be, they were unable to surpass their current stature as retainers helping the Bai clan rule the city. Yun Su hailed from the Yun clan from White Cloud City and trained alongside Bai Zhe. His combat prowess as a grade 7 noble was formidable. Zhong Li emerged from Separation Road as a member of Zhong clan, a great clan renowned on the Separation Road. The clan shared an amicable relationship with Alchemy City. The clan leader of the Zhong clan was a mighty one who was ranked in the Barren Sky ranking. Zhong Li was also a genius. Many speculated that he was probably the most powerful out of all who emerged from Separation Road, and his prowess was thought to be superior to Xieji's from the Sacred Fire sect. Cultivators who walked the Separation Road were no stranger to Zhong Li's prowess as a genius, and there was no one who dared challenge him. The clashing of both men was bound to be an intense one. As expected, both men did not let their audience down. Their battle turned out to be an earth-shaking one indeed. Yifutian stopped training and turned his eyes to the battlefield. Golden, great cauldrons were seen in the air on top of the battlefield, and each looked to contain immense power, bringing intense pressure to bear on anything they could target. What was more terrifying was that the golden cauldron at the center was carved with matrix patterns, as if it was a great matrix out to crush anything beneath it. The golden cauldron at the center was Zhong Li's Dharma spirit. Inscribing matrix patterns on one's life spirit was akin to bolstering a god which was already powerful, making it something seemingly capable of killing other gods. Yun Su from White Cloud City was immensely powerful, yet he was utterly cornered and was only able to keep defending himself until the inevitable came. Many turned their eyes at Bai Zhe, who was also from White Cloud City. Nothing was able to be made out of his calm expressions. Despite Yun Su's defeat, he was accepted into the core island of the Holy Ji Palace to train. Zhong Li was probably the strongest one from Separation Road. Then, Yifutian said to himself, he was able to feel that Zhong Li was indeed more powerful than Xieji from the Sacred Fire sect. Two figures walked out at the same time again in the second battle. Both wanted to pick their opponents, yet both ended up clashing with each other. They were Qi Meng of the Demon Gods and the young man from the Immortal Village, the one who killed Du Ao. The mysterious young man fought a very fierce battle with Qi Meng before being defeated. Many in the audience were impressed at how each and every remaining combatant turned out to be mighty figures, and the elimination of each of the defeated one felt regretful to many. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. He had indeed felt the pressure on him, and he was wondering when will be the best time for Jieyu, Yushang, and the others to fight their respective battles. The battlefield at the moment was simply too dangerous, and everyone who they were about to fight seemed like insurmountable obstacles. Top-notch genius figure from Taishan Mountain clashed with the mysterious Huang from Frost Road in the third battle. The outcome of the extremely violent battle was a surprising one, with Huang being the victor, and all of the mighty ones from Taishan Mountain were eliminated by then. Hua Jieyu made her move in the fourth battle, and she clashed with someone she had fought before, Yanjiu. Hua Jieyu did not give up easily in that battle and only lost after fighting fiercely. She ended her journey at the top 40 stage splendidly. The most beautiful girl right from the beginning on the battlefield had finally made her exit. Do you wish to train under my wing? Hua Jieyu, will you become my student? Several great figures from the Holy Ji Palace extended their invitations to her, and some were of a caliber equal to Sage Daozong. Yet, Hua Jieyu simply bowed lightly to everyone in the Holy Ji Palace and looked at Yi Futian with a smile before continuing. I will go where he goes. I ask for your forgiveness in making such a decision. The great figures all wore funny looks on their face, before grinning while shaking their heads. She is one hell of a girl indeed, and Yi Futian became the target of many eyes speaking of envy and jealousy. However, given that Hua Jieyu was not able to advance any further, many thought it was that Yi Futian would get eliminated as well. Huang Zhouge made the first move in the fifth battle and ended up running over his opponent. Su Kei fought the sixth battle and managed to overpower his opponent. The seventh, eighth, and subsequent continued. Every single battle was one that shook the hearts of the audience, and every victor proved their worthiness for being in the top 20. Half of the battles took place in the blink of an eye. 10 made it to the top 20 after 10 battles were fought. Xie from the Sacred Fire sect walked out to take the 11th battle, and there were no other genius figures who walked out at the same time. It was one of the rare chances to pick one's opponent. Despite his strength, he was by no means capable of simply beating any opponent who he fought. However, things might have proven different for him given that he had obtained the initiative. Xieji's eyes turned to Yi Futian, and it proved to be a good chance for him to settle the scores. So Xieji managed to take the opportunity. Looks like Xieji stands a good chance of being in the top 20. Many in the audience said to themselves. But given that Yi Futian had defeated Bing Yi before, it was no easy feat for Xieji to use Yi Futian as a stepping stone. It would require Xieji to give it his all. Yi Futian took his steps, and dazzling golden wings appeared as he did. The wings flapped as he became encased in wind spells. Yi Futian's body took to the air and gained speed. He is trying to go straight into battle like that? An incredibly destructive dark lotus appeared behind Xieji's back, and the temperature of the battlefield rose all suddenly, turning the place into a scorching hell. Xieji extended both of his arms and raised them high in the air. The dark lotuses came to spread throughout the vast battlefield like an endless torrent. Flames of rage howled, seemingly going to burn everything to the ground. Terrifying dark fire will burst into Yi Futian's mind at the same time. That is the ultimate flame spell of the Sacred Fire sect, the world-burning lotus. The hearts of many raced. It was one of the most powerful flame spells of the Sacred Fire sect, one which placed an enormous, terrifying toll on one's spiritual energy and chi. It was a spell capable of igniting anything within its vicinity. It was said that the holy forerunner of the sect burned a city down with that spell alone. Xieji went casting world-burning lotus right off the bat. Was he trying to kill Yi Futian from the very beginning? Phantasmal flames burned throughout the entire battlefield. Even those who were near the edge of the battlefield were able to feel the intense heat, and it was anyone's guess what things were like for Yi Futian, who was surrounded by countless fiery lotuses like that. Xieji went for the kill right from the start. Yi Futian's wings were dazzling. It was as if the shadow of a rock had appeared. He blazed at Xieji like a bolt of lightning. However, one fiery dark lotus after another came at him, each packing incredible destructive potential. Yi Futian picked up speed and drew a beautiful arc, like mirages blitzing forward. However, the number of lotuses grew in response, and a terrifying dark fire blazed. Countless lotuses blocked his way. Yifutian tried to cast freezing spells and brought about freezing aura in an attempt to snuff out the fires of the lotuses. Yet all he heard were sizzling noises. His freezing spells evaporated almost instantly by the flames. Xieji is marking his own turf by exerting his own spirit and will onto the place, and he cast that incredibly terrifying world-burning lotus. Yifutian's plane has been weak all along, and none of his water elemental spells could have worked. This was the opinion many people watching held. A fearsome meteorite storm appeared around Yifutian, cloaking him in terrifying starlight as he continued moving forward. The meteorite storm clashed hard with the dark lotuses. He had intended to use such measures as a defense and carve his way in. However, the dark lotuses latched onto the meteorite storm and went on to eat at the rocks. The meteorites burned soon and the fire spread, threatening to burn Yifutian's starry world to dust. Countless dark lotuses turned into enormous petals, blocking Yifutian's way forward completely. It happened with all the other directions as countless more gathered around, turning into petals to do the same. A huge lotus platform appeared beneath Yifutian. Xieji's life spirit was unleashed, melding with the platform of the lotus. The vast battlefield turned into one giant world-burning lotus, with an explicit purpose to cook Yifutian inside. Many of the people in the audience's faces changed. Chen Yuan, Gu Yunqi, Li Qingyi, and many others watched the scene in awe. The move was simply too powerful, and it was simply terrifying when the geniuses actually went all out against anyone they fought. Yifutian stood inside the huge dark lotus. The entire world was filled with flames, eating their way at him. None of his spells would have been able to do much to save him from the fires. His deep, starlit eyes looked forward as his wings flapped about. He kept his sights to the front within the world of lotus, thinking what would happen to him if he simply barged his way out. Xieji proved to be more vicious than Bing Yi. Xieji used his most powerful spell right off the bat without giving Yifutian any chance. However, the cost of doing so was immense, as it would affect Xieji's performance in latter battles. Xieji would need a lot of rest later, and perhaps he had simply intended to use the stage to prove himself and never had any intentions of staying till the very end. He might have wanted nothing more than to show his prowess to the world. Yifutian activated freedom meditation, wanting to see how powerful the world-burning lotus could get. He saw the lotus being manifestations of the fire spiritual qi congealing. He was even able to feel Xieji's lotus life spirit and that it melded with that particular lotus he was caged in. He felt he was able to see Xieji's silhouette inside the spell itself. The power of nobles lied with the ability to have one spirit and will resonate with the heaven and earth around, giving birth to even more powerful spells instead of controlling spiritual qi with one spiritual energy, and using such manifestations as spells. The cost in Xieji's spiritual energy would be proportionate to the powerful spell he cast, which was an enormous one. A sun appeared behind Yifutian, and he was bathed in fearsome flames in an instant. A terrifying fire imprint blossomed in the middle of his brow, dazzling like divine light. Fire spiritual qi gathered maniacally, and even the phantasmal flame that was created specifically to kill him melded with his surroundings. A divine tree appeared within the sun, shining with jade-like brilliance, like undying fires. Yifutian's body turned into a divine sun furnace, embodying flames that could have burned down anything in existence. The flames of the world-burning lotus crept up on him, yet the incessant fires were simply absorbed by the divine sun furnace. Yifutian's body turned into an incredibly voracious instrument, out to devour everything around it. Yifutian activated the sun scripture and was surrounded by brilliant lights. He felt he was a body of flesh and blood. He felt himself becoming one with the sun, turning into a divine furnace. His spiritual will fused into the furnace, and he felt like he was able to see even more spiritual qi, which enabled him to devour even more fire spiritual qi. A mystical brilliance of fire was born within the dark world of lotuses, shooting at the heavens. A crisp sound was heard in Yifutian's mind, like he broke something. Even more violent flames burst forth at the very next moment. Spiritual qi practically gushed at him, as if he were to steal every bit of the fire spiritual chi from his opponent. So, I have made a breakthrough, Yifutian smirked. His spiritual energy had long reached a critical point, and it was no surprise that he was able to break into the noble plane. Since he had broken into the noble plane, he felt it was time for him to see how far the sun scripture, boosted by holy will, would have worked at devouring flames. The flames of the world-burning lotus came down upon him, threatening to devour Yifutian's entire being through and through. However, some totally different form of fire powers seemed to have surrounded Yifutian, and his body felt like the divine sun furnace itself, neutralizing any fire powers that invaded, even the flames of an attacking spell. What is happening? Xiaji was using spells to burn Yifutian to death, and it was only natural for him to be aware of things happening to his spell. He was startled to find that formidable fiery powers covered Yifutian. Fires that were capable of neutralizing all types of fires eating at him. Xiaji's spell was unable to move against Yifutian any further. Die! Xiaji's mind went cold as the lotus platform that was formed by his life spirit gave birth to even more terrifying lotuses, sending them out to devour Yifutian. The rock behind Yifutian, who was practically encased in fire, flapped its wings hard, and then blitzed into Xiaji's fires. Yifutian's body devoured everything in its path like a divine furnace, making little of Xiaji's fires capable of eating Yifutian's body. Boom! Fires raged up front, and Xiaji saw a fiery silhouette bathed in divine light appear, coming for him at a blinding speed. His face turned pale. He had paid a huge toll in spiritual energy to cast the spell. A spell that was not only incapable of killing Yifutian, but had actually allowed Yifutian to come at him with impunity. Furthermore, Yifutian actually managed to break through into the noble plane while fighting. Xiaji recalled his dark lotus life spirit in an instant, and his body seemed to be clad in flames as well. He pointed his finger forward, and terrifying light of his dark flames burst forth. However, given how not even the world-burning lotus was able to harm Yifutian, a common trick like what Xiaji had just pulled proved useless. The terrifying silhouette blitzed through the air and made it to him soon. Xiaji made a snap decision to gather an incredibly huge dark flame palm. Yifutian's body descended upon him at almost the same time, lashing out with a palm of the sun seemingly capable of melting everything. The flames of different nature clashed with a loud boom. Xiaji's body was thrown far away and fell to the ground. One of his arms was completely charred beyond recognition, and all meridians within shattered. Yifutian's attack was infused with not only the terrifying power of the fire, but also his strength as a powerful martial artist. Xiaji stood no chance fighting up close and personal with Yifutian. The fearsome fiery lotuses disappeared in the battlefield. Only Xiaji, who was writhing in pain, was on the ground, and Yifutian remained levitating in the air. Noble plane. Many felt the aura around Yifutian. A multiple-element mandate sorcerer practicing both martial arts and sorcery, and both sorcery and martial arts had broken into noble plane. Xiaji's spell forced him to make a breakthrough, and the tables turned against Xiaji in an instant. Yifutian made it into top 20 after the battle as a grade 9 noble. No one would have expected Yifutian to be able to make it into top 20. Even if he were eliminated fighting for a spot in the top 20, he would have been able to earn a place in the core island of the Holy Ji Palace. There was little left to the imagination in this regard after the battle. Mighty ones from the Sacred Fire sect were all eliminated after that battle. Yifutian's wings shone as he made it back to his original spot. There were mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace extending their invitation to Xiaji, but he refused them all, perhaps due to his dissatisfaction at those who invited him. The battles continued, and the remaining ones continued to try to take the initiative to pick their own opponents. Every single battle was a clash of the titans, and every single battle turned out extremely intense. Both Yuan Zhan and Yi Xiaoshi fought incredibly formidable opponents but were able to beat their extremely powerful combat prowess. Many people speculated that both Yuan Zhan and Yi Xiaoshi were both vying for a spot in the top 10. As the subsequent battles kept producing combatants emerging simultaneously, there was no opportunity for anyone to pick Yushang as their opponent until they were only 2 left on the battlefield. Yushang and a fearsome figure from the state road, Do Kuei, an heir of a fearsome tribe at the western regions of Barren State. Do Kuei had a stout build, which did not look all that different from Yushang's. He had tan skin and took a golden form in battle. All one was able to see was that he proved to be a terrifying opponent. Many watching them walk out to battle felt that there was little left to speculate about. Do Kuei would become one of the top 20. While Yushang packed explosive power and was a born warrior, Do Kuei would probably prove stronger in every way. Only those who emerged from Dawn Road hoped that Yushang would win the fight. You are born with invincible might and specialized wielding metal-type powers, but your level is too different from mine. It's best that you just surrender. It is a pity, if only your plane was higher than it is now. Do Kuei shook his head. The very reason he had come to the Holy Ji Palace was to experience the combat prowess of the myriad of formidable figures present. He saw great potential in Yushang and thought his upcoming opponent would have been a very good match if only he was stronger. It was a pity that Yushang's level was too low, and Do Kuei deemed it rather pointless to fight him. Yushang kept his eyes locked in Do Kuei's direction and said nothing. He unleashed his wild aura and dark golden armor appeared, boiling with demonic might. Boom! Yushang ran in Do Kuei's direction with a heavy first step. He did not choose to use wings but instead chose to fight on solid ground. The battlefield rumbled as if an earthquake had just taken place. Do Kuei's body exploded with a dazzling golden light, encasing his body. The holy, pure golden brilliance was a blinding one. He took a golden form in an instant and even his arms were seemingly made of pure gold. He sidestepped as he saw Yushang coming at him, then punched. The air shook. Do Kuei's fist seemed to have conjured some mystical imprint, clashing hard with the demonic fist that Yushang lashed out. Boom! A golden brilliance blew up on impact, and many witnessed Yushang's muscular body being thrown far away, falling to the ground with a loud thump. That body, which was built like a god of war, was unable to withstand Do Kuei's explosive power. All of the spots for top 20 were taken in a rather premature manner. The difference in plane proved to be too great still. Yushang had made it this far relying on his incredible brute force, and that itself had been an exceptional feat. His opponent, Do Kuei, was one who had similarly explosive power, yet Do Kuei's plane was far higher than Yushang's. It was only natural that Yushang was no match for him. Do Kuei's battle would have been incredibly intense. However, this was only if his opponent were Yuan Zhan instead. Yushang. Yifutian turned his eyes to his friend. Yushang slowly stood up, and his immensely stout figure stood as upright as it had always been. Many people had funny looks on their faces. That is sure one body of the devil. This one can really take a beating. That incredibly explosive punch of Do Kuei seemed to do little to harm him. Demonic powers of dark gold colors encased his body, and the shadow of a devil was seen behind him. He unleashed a powerful martial will, which felt a terrifying formless demonic current out to overpower everything around it. Boom! He stepped onto the ground and the battlefield shook. Yushang stepped forward, and the rumbling noise reverberated in the ears of the audience, like a humanoid beast of war charging into battle. Do Kuei's expression was cold. His arms unleashed dazzling golden lights with a slight tremble, and ancient Madra appeared on his arms. Rounds and rounds of golden screens radiated outwards like waves, speaking volumes of the domineering power packed within. Boom! Yushang's feet stomped hard on the ground and took to the air. A dark golden devil halberd materialized on his hands, and he brought the weapon down hard on his opponent below. The scene shook the hearts of many in the audience, for it looked as if a devil itself had taken the devil halberd in its hand to crush everything beneath it, making a very loud statement of its dominance. Do Kuei blasted forth with both his arms. The rounds of golden screens turned into countless fists tearing at the space before them, clashing directly with the devil halberd. The conjured halberd quickly shattered with loud cracks as it made contact with the fists. The domineering golden fists went straight for Yushang's arms. Yushang was thrown into the air with a loud boom before dropping onto the ground. Boom! A loud noise was soon produced. Yushang's feet were planted at the edge of the battlefield as his arms trembled and his aura rushed. Howls of his demonic might were heard, and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. It was evident that he was injured. He stood up once again. The demonic might swirling about his body did not weaken. It became more violent instead. He is still standing after that? Many were rendered speechless, and they were wondering if that fighter of an inferior level before their eyes truly had a body of flesh and blood. Do Kuei's domineering strength was such that even those merely witnessing the fight were able to feel the tremors inside them. Boom! Yusheng made his way forward again, startling many in the audience. This guy is one hell of a lunatic. Do you have a death wish or something? Golden, cold glimmer appeared in Do Kuei's eyes as he burst incredibly fearsome martial will about him. Golden ring-shaped storms seemed to have whipped up around him, spinning maniacally. His body was seen glittering with terrifying golden lights as if madras burned on his body. Boom! Do Kuei no longer simply stood on the ground this time and had finally taken his step forward. The shoes he wore soon turned to dust as soon as he walked. The golden lights exploded under him as if every inch of his body was bursting with sheer, immeasurable force. It was apparent that Do Kuei had had enough of Yusheng's repeated provocations. When the two bodies clashed again, many turned their eyes away. Yusheng did not stand any chance against such violent brute force, and he would end up looking very ugly. A loud boom that shot up to the heavens was heard as the fists of those two men met. Ripples of golden lights tore right through Yusheng's arm. The horrifying madras penetrated through their target, and the place seemed to drown in golden radiance, blinding the audience. They saw the golden lights shoot out from Yusheng's back as if the golden lights went right through his entire being. Yusheng! Yifutian was shocked to his core. What the hell is he doing? If Yusheng had found his opponent to be superior, he could have simply surrendered. If he did not wish to surrender, he could have used demonized powers to fight. Just what was he trying to prove by taking Do Kuei's explosive attacks head-on? I'll grant you death if you so wish. Do Kuei's expression was as cold as ice. He retracted his arms before lashing them out again. The ripples of golden light from his fists tore right through Yusheng's body with a force out to wreck everything, bending his body and sending him flying before, dropping him to the ground in a limp state. Yifutian was not the only one feeling concerned. Zhuge Mingyue, Yi Wuchen, and the others were all shocked to their core. Does he have no care for his own life anymore? Boom! Yusheng's body dropped to the ground yet again. The domineering aura about Do Kuei was dispersed and he walked towards Yusheng. Would this guy rather fight to the death instead of admitting defeat? We are not fighting a life-and-death battle here. Is all this really necessary? It'd be a pity if such a formidable warrior were to just perish right here. Yusheng was still clad in demonic might. There was blood on the corner of his mouth. Yet the pain he endured still proved tolerable. His father once said that demonic powers were not something meant to exist in this world. The practice of demonic arts was something that went against the heavens' decree. The demonic methods that Yusheng practiced were incredibly domineering, and the pain he had to endure was no less than what he had just suffered. The noble plane was an incredibly critical stage to his cultivation of the demonic methods. He had been unable to break through the barriers of his body, to forge the path linking his demonic powers to the heavens and the earth. With that, the only way there was to achieve such a breakthrough, a wall breaking, was through the use of external force. He closed his eyes and let his demonic art powers course through him. A terrifying force of demonic power ran amok in his body. Crisp, booming noises were heard. The body, which had been continuously blasted by the golden lights, seemed to have broken apart. More parts of his body produced more crisp noises, as if they were being penetrated. The signs of wall breaking told in the annals regarding demonic arts. Dark golden demonic rays burst from his body shortly after. Many saw spiritual chi gather maniacally around him. Regardless if it was the pure elemental spiritual chi used by sorcerers or the mixed, raw ones used by martial artists, it all gushed into his body like a torrent, like long bodies of dark dragons being devoured by Yusheng's very body. The surprising change attracted the attention of countless in the audience. Even Do Kuei stopped to observe the changes to Yusheng's body. What is happening? Great figures in the Holy Ji Palace looked concerned. Is that demonic arts devouring spiritual chi of the world? Such demonstration of demonic methods was the result of none other than incredibly high-level and ferocious demonic arts. The most powerful of practitioners of demonic arts were centered at the devil world, but there were still many such practitioners scattered throughout the world itself, just like the race of demons themselves. While it was no surprise that Yushang happened to be a practitioner of demonic arts, he was an incredibly rare one for having reached such a levels, and was thought to be one in a million. Wretched devil? Elder Ning uttered coldly at the scene. He now came to believe that Ning Huang was indeed killed by Yushang. The demonic methods Yushang was practicing were simply too domineering. Practitioners of demonic arts are known to be cruel and bloodthirsty, and the young man before us went on a killing spree on the holy road before. If he is left to grow further, millions will die. I suggest that we uproot the cause of such misfortune right here, as it seems that we, the Holy Ji Palace, have been given an opportunity to do so. Elder Ning said to the great figures of the Holy Ji Palace telepathically. Many turned their eyes at Elder Ning. Someone said, "The rules were set by none other than we at the Holy Ji Palace. We will be left with nothing to say for ourselves if we were to kill a cultivator who walked the holy roads. Even if we were to leave him be, we shall not accept him into the Holy Ji Palace for further training, in order to prevent him from becoming a bringer of calamity in the future." Elder Ning added. "We will see," someone said. Their interactions were not known by anyone else, and as such, the eyes of the audience remained on Yushang. Yushang, who was devouring worldly spiritual chi maniacally, stood up slowly. Terrifying powers washed over his body. The key to the practice of the demonic methods lied within breaking through one's physical limitations continuously, breaking all that was shackling them and going against the very laws of nature. Boom! Incredibly violent demonic aura was unleashed, and demonic might engulfed the entire battlefield. Everyone was able to tell that Yushang's aura had changed. His aura had become that of a noble's. He had been using the opportunity to break through into higher planes and become a noble. This guy is a tough one. He had been using Do Kuei's power as a crucible of sorts then? Some in the audience speculated. However, Yushang, who had achieved his breakthrough, remained a grade 9 noble. Will he be able to withstand Do Kuei, a grade 7 noble? Thank you. Yushang turned his eyes at Do Kuei, filled with utterly domineering demonic might. No need for thanks. The battle will probably be more interesting because of what you just did. I hope your new breakthrough will not be a disappointing one. Do Kuei grinned and turned. Golden rays encased his body, and Do symbol mudras turned into rings of light screens as they spread out. You will have the fight you want. Yushang's voice was cold as dark golden demonic might swirled about his body, draping a layer of glimmer over his surroundings. He turned in something like an embodiment of the demonic arts, clenched his fist, and charged towards Do Kuei. Do Kuei moved as well. Many saw the two rush at each other. A pure golden screen of light clashed with the dark golden glimmer of the demonic arts, resulting in blinding lights in the place. Their fists met each other. There was no more trickery, just pure clashing of physical bodies. Boom! Ripples of glimmer spread throughout the place as Do Kuei's body was thrown behind. His feet scraped on the ground, making piercing grinding noises. Both his legs were encased in golden light. Yushang stood tall at where he was, making many shudder. Yushang, who had just achieved a breakthrough, was able to throw Do Kuei with sheer power alone. Many turned their eyes at Do Kuei. The man lifted his head, and a grin was seen on his face. Now this is interesting. He unleashed even higher levels of golden lights as soon as he finished musing to himself. Golden mudras spun around his body, tearing everything in its way. His shirt was torn to shreds right there and then, showing off pure golden skin beneath. His life spirit was unleashed behind, a large golden ancient symbol, Do. The light of the Do symbol seeped into his body, enabling the symbol to appear in every part of his body. The intensity of the golden lights about him made him look like a god of war himself. Boom! Terrifying golden lights scattered about, spreading to cover the entire battlefield. It was the martial will of the Do, out to flood everything in its wake. even Yushang. Yet, at the same time, Yushang's surroundings were encased in dark golden demonic light. Immeasurably terrifying demonic will burst. The glimmer of the demonic arts spread out maniacally, as if the world itself resonated with the powers Yushang had unleashed. Yushang's demonic will blended with Do Kuei's battle will of the Do. The scene seemed like Do Kuei, the god of war, was facing off with a devil. The shadow of the devil seemed to bear down on Do Kuei's will with incredible pressure, imploring him to submit to the supreme martial will. Domineering indeed, Do Kuei said to himself as he walked. Infinite golden light encased his body, making his body looking like a rainbow out to pierce everything as he charged at Yushang. Yushang stomped on the ground and everyone outside the battlefield felt the ground shake. It was like a devil standing tall. Yushang responded with overpowering fist attacks when Do Kuei came bringing his might to bear. Infinite demonic might congealed around Yushang's fist. The Do symbol appeared on Do Kuei's fist as the fists of both men clashed. Yushang's fist was filled with nothing but sheer brute force. The practice of demonic arts implored its practitioners to never back down. Dark golden demonic fist pounded the enormous Do symbol. The clash seemed to have brought 4,000s of fist will on Yushang's fist, cracking the enormous Do symbol. A blinding light shone and the Do symbol shattered. Do Kuei's body was sent flying right outside the battlefield, throwing him hard on the ground. Formless storms whipped about the battlefield. The eyes of countless people stared at the scene, startled. This is all just too powerful. While there were not many flashy moments with the fight, it was nonetheless one that was considered a clash between titans. The impacts were impressive, and every clash brought about a shock that sent hearts racing, as if the spectator's blood was being set on fire. The powerful Do Kuei was defeated. Yushang, who had just achieved a breakthrough, became the last candidate to make it into top 20. The glimmer on the battlefield was soon gone. Do Kuei coughed up blood as he slowly stood up. He turned his eyes at Yushang. His eyes were not those of a dejected loser. He looked calm instead. Being able to fight a battle like that, I consider this trip on the holy road worthwhile, Do Kuei said and then walked towards the crowd. So you will not be entering the Holy Ji Palace? An elder at the sky stairwell asked. I'm here only to experience what the best of the barren state had to offer. Sorry to have been a bother to you all. Do Kuei bowed and left. He remained dashing, even in defeat. In the battlefield, there were only 20 people remaining and they were all catching their breath. Battles at this level would definitely cause them to be worn out, so the Holy Ji Palace gave them time to rest after each round of battles. Now, among the top 20 in the battlefield, there were 7 people from the Dawn Road: Yi Futian, Yushang, Yi Shaoshi, Yuan Zhan, Xiao Junyi, Yan Jiu, and Nan Hao. This caused the crowd to be amazed. Even if the Dawn Road lacked elite geniuses, it was astounding for 7 people to be able to make it into the top 20. Those that were still remaining all had elite battle abilities. For instance, Do Kuei, who had just been eliminated, was extremely strong. Also eliminated were Yun Su from the White Cloud City, Xia Ho from the Xia clan, Xie Ji from the Sacred Fire sect. Many elite figures had already been eliminated, so being able to step into the top 20 was by no means coincidence. They had all fought their way in with their strength. Apart from the 7 people from the Dawn Road, the Zhongzhou city's barren road had the most people. The sovereign families Huang Jioga, Su Kei from the Tingxue house, Shimin Yen from the Shimin clan, and Zi Yen from the Thunder Courtyard. In the other 7 holy roads, the Nether Road had 2 people, Qi Meng from the Demon God clan and Zhuge Xing from the Zhuge clan. The Decay Road had 2 people, the disciple of the Undying Old Man, the girl who called herself Phoenix, and the successor of the ancient Shaman clan, Gui Chan. The other holy roads all had 1 person each, namely Bai Zhe from the White Cloud City, Li Xing from the Vermilion Bird sect, Yang Jian from the Yang clan, and a mysterious expert from the Frost Road, Huang. At a glance, there was not a weakling to be seen, and even the crowd could not predict who was going to be eliminated next. Previously, the 2 who had been shortlisted for elimination, Yi Futian and Yushang, had defeated Xie Ji and Do Kuei. Who would dare to say that they would be eliminated next? Unless they were to be matched up against the strongest people. Everyone was debating about who would enter the top 10. Bai Zhe, Huang Zhuge, Zhuge Xing, Su Ke, and Qi Meng should be able to continue. Apart from that, Zi Yan from the Thunder Courtyard and Li Xing from the Vermilion Bird sect were grade 6 nobles and had a high chance of proceeding to the next round. Besides that, they were unable to guess who it would be, but they knew that it was unrealistic to make their conjecture purely based on their cultivation level. The circumstances would change based on who was battling, as their battling styles all differed. In a nutshell, any battle that happened next was highly anticipated. In the battlefield, the 20 people were exceptionally quiet, like they had all fallen asleep. Evidently, they were all under immense pressure. If they won another match, they would be in the top 10. In another direction outside the battlefield, Chen Yuan and Mu Chuan were watching, the Starry School's disciples behind them. Mu Chuan, it's already the top 20. Moreover, he only broke through and became a noble plain cultivator not long ago. Do you know what that means? Chen Yuan asked with a solemn expression. This time, Mu Chuan was exceptionally calm and did not rebuke Chen Yuan. The successor that Chen Yuan had picked had reached here merely as a grade 9 noble. How far could he go if he was a grade 7 noble? Chen Yuan had claimed that as the son, he would have to dominate his generation. Did that include the entire barren state? Not just Yi Futian, but Yu Shang and even Yi Wuqian, who had been eliminated, were all extremely strong. This was an awe-inspiring trio. In time, when they all grew, how far could they go? It was unimaginable. Behind them, Gu Yunxi, Long Mu, Qin Yin, Li Qingyi and the rest were all shocked by Yi Futian and Yu Shang. They felt as though they could never catch up to the two of them and their brilliance. Many people in the Dawn Road felt proud of Yi Futian and Yu Shang. It looked like Ning Huang's death in Jinshao City hadn't been by chance. If he could live to see the sight now, he would probably not have forced Yi Futian's hand in the Holy Road. Hua Jieyu watched the battlefield quietly. She had more confidence in Yi Futian than anyone else. From way back when they knew each other in the Qingzhou Academy to the Nanda Nation and the Eastern Barren Territory, there was no one who did not know Yi Futian's name. The barren state would be no different. The wind billowed and rustled across the battlefield desolately. On the sky stairwell, the elder opened his mouth and declared, "Let the battles continue." As his voice landed, it became exceptionally quiet outside the battlefield and the silence permeated the air. Everyone was controlling themselves, their gazes all focused on the battlefield and anticipating the battles for the top 10. In the battlefield, many people started to look at others, observing their every move. Now, each of them would have to consider who they wanted to pick as an opponent. As the wind rushed past, two figures moved at the same time and descended on the battlefield like flashes of lightning. So fast. The two combatants for the first battle have already appeared, the crowd thought as they focused their gaze on the battlefield. It was the genius of the Shimen clan, Shimen Yan. The Shimen clan had great expectations for him. Today, many of his elders had personally come to watch the battles. Shimen Yan was indeed strong and he had proven himself in his previous battles. However, his expression now was especially grim as he stared down the opponent who had stepped into the battlefield with him. Anyone would be nervous when facing him. It was a young and handsome man, distinguished and elegant. He resembled his brother a little and there were rumors that his potential was not inferior to his brother. He would likely be an influential figure on the Barren Sky ranking in the future. He was only a grade 8 noble, the lowest apart from Yi Futian and Yu Shang in the battlefield. That was because he was younger than most of them. He was Bai Zhe from the White Cloud City. Nobody had expected him to be the first to step out. The contestant that had been reputed to have the ability to enter the top 3 was the first to appear in the battle platform. Unlike Shimen Yan's serious expression, Bai Zhe was very relaxed and did not show many emotions. It was like he was doing an insignificant thing. He did not care who his opponent was because no matter who it was, there would only be one outcome. Shimen Yan was no different. The wind on the battlefield started to get more and more vigorous and it started to pick up around Shimen Yan's body. At the same time, brilliant silver rays appeared in the air and transformed into flying daggers. The flying daggers made shrill roaring sounds and a terrifying broadsword will was infused in them. What was even more horrifying was that the flying daggers had become part of the storm while the storm was rampaging and revolving, as if the silver storm could destroy the entire battlefield on Shimin Yan's whim. Bladestorm. The crowd felt the destructive might and was stunned. However, within the terrifying storm, Bai Zhe stood there calmly. The wind billowed at his shirt and made crackling sounds, and his shirt was in shreds under the sharp broadsword will. But Bai Zhe's expression did not change. It was like he did not feel anything. At that moment, Bai Zhe's eyes became exceptionally demonic and turned gray. In the next second, a formidable spiritual will surrounded the entire area and rushed into Shimin Yan's brain. Shimin Yan felt like his entire world had turned gray, and an immense pressure was crushing down on him. His cultivation level was higher than Bai Zhe's, so his spiritual energy should have been stronger. However, he was being suppressed by his opponent's spiritual energy because Bai Zhe's spiritual energy was different from others. This was Shimin Yan's first time battling with an expert from the White Cloud City. In an instant, he understood how scary it was. The White Cloud City's strongest legacy, the Eye of Devastation. A spirit elementalist. Yi Fuqian watched the two of them battle and understood that an eye spell expert's foundation was a spirit elementalist. Spirit elementalists specialized in different abilities and were the most mysterious and tricky sorcerers to deal with, especially those that specialized in special abilities. They were often ridiculously strong. Yi Fuqian had long heard of the White Cloud City, especially his third brother's defeat at the hands of the young city lord Bai Luli. He was observing Bai Zhe's battle, and Bai Zhe had not used such a dominant eye spell in his previous battles. Using his freedom meditation, he saw a gray world. That was the noble zone that was created by the spiritual energy of the eye spell that had suppressed Shimin Yan. Die! Shimin Yan roared, as he tried to control his spiritual energy and stabilize it. As he reached his limit, the storm fired countless blades at Bai Zhe. However, spirit elementalists had always been able to counter sorcerers. Shimin Yan's offensive abilities appeared to have been weakened drastically as an invisible gray hand appeared from the horrifying gray world and crushed down upon the storm. Immediately, the storm became chaotic and the daggers flew around uncontrollably. Corporeal spiritual energy. Yi Fuqian was astounded as he exerted his freedom meditation. He could feel everything that was happening. The blade storm was revolving rapidly, but none of the attacks were able to reach Bai Zhe. Although they scraped past him, he stood in the eye of the storm calmly and did not move. "You're still a long way away," Bai Zhe casually said. The flying daggers that Shimin Yan had materialized flew backward and pierced Shimin Yan. In an instant, Shimin Yan's body flew backward and he fell on the ground, drenched in his blood. The horrific spiritual will suppression disappeared and Shimin Yan looked like he was at a loss. He had fought his way into the top 20, but he was still unable to withstand a single blow. Countless gazes froze. They had expected the outcome of the battle and knew that Bai Zhe was the definite winner, but they had not expected him to obtain victory in such a dominating fashion. Shimin Yan, who had fought his way into the top 20, was not even worthy of being his opponent. This caused many people to think of the glorious figures of the White Cloud City. The White Cloud Lord, 4th on the Barren Sky ranking, and Bai Luli, 10th on the Barren Sky ranking. This was a frightening clan that was making its way to the apex of the barren state. In the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, Bai Luli watched the battle calmly. He knew Bai Zhe's strength, so it no surprise for him to defeat Shimin Yan. In the battlefield, there were only one or two people who had the right to be Bai Zhe's opponent. The first battle's result truly shocked everyone. But when the two for the second battle walked out, everyone forgot about those thoughts. They refocused on the battlefield. As expected, everyone who stepped out today was able to shake their hearts. It was Su Ke of the Tingxue house against Nan Hao of the Nantian house. The heir of the Tingxue house's fatal sword god would battle with the descendant of the Nantian house's silver spear. This kind of battle was practically impossible to see in everyday life. However, every round on this stage was at this level. How could the audience not be shaken? This was probably the attraction of the Holy Ji Palace's triennial test. Su Ke's expression was lazy, as if he didn't care at all. But as the heir of the fatal sword god, His focus was indisputable. If one was fooled by his appearance, the consequences would be ugly. Thus, the moment Nanhao stepped onto the battleground, he trained his eyes on Su Quebec. He was like a silver spear going directly forward. On the battlefield, murderous intent bloomed instantly. Murderous sword will transformed into a windstorm of murderous aura. It fluttered Nanhao's clothing. He stood there and felt the extremely murderous sword will ravage above him. He reached out and a dazzling silver spear appeared in Nanhao's hand. He released his life spirit and a horrible spear that pierced the sky appeared. This spear shone brilliantly and floated upward. Countless spear shadows appeared, pointed towards Su Quebec faced with an opponent like Su K. Even someone like Nanhao didn't dare to go easy. Everyone in the barren state knew how dangerous the fatal sword god was. All the murderous intent transformed into sword spiritual chi. Whistling, it rushed towards Nanhao. The silver spear behind Nanhao shook and countless spear images exploded. Beams of silver light shot out, going straight towards Su Quebec. Every beam of silver light seemed to be a true spear. Their sharpness couldn't be stopped. The air popped scarily, ripping apart the murderous sword spiritual chi. Charging towards Su Quebec, Su K moved. He transformed into a blurry shadow as countless deadly spiritual chi gathered on his sword. A beam of sword light flew out and some silver light in the sky split apart. It had been cut apart. However, before everyone could see clearly, a sword came from another direction to continue cutting apart the silver light. Under everyone's shocked scrutiny, the endless silver light seemed to be ripped apart at once. No one knew how many fast Suke's swords had been or how many swords he'd used. They only saw that sword essence appear behind Nanhao now. That was the sword of the fatal sword god. It split the sky with one strike. No one could describe how magnificent it was. Yifutian also stared at the sword. Most people thought that Suke had used many swords, but he saw clearly that Suke had only used one. This sword had been used flowingly like water, moving according to his body and landing directly before Nanhao. Yifutian thought about how he would block that kind of attack. Silver light flashed past Nanhao's eyes. He stabbed his spear out without any hesitation. Ding! With a crisp sound, the shocking sword shadow finally stopped. Everyone saw that the sword had reached Nanhao's throat, but the spear had stopped it. The spear's tip hit the sword's tip. It wasn't even a millimeter off. Everyone looked at Nanhao's silver eyes. It was rumored that the Nantian house trained the eye before learning the spear. One needed extremely strong observation skills. Their spear skills had to be faster, crueler, and more accurate to be cultivated to the extreme. The moment the sword and spear clashed, horrible fatal sword spiritual chi flared crazily. There was also a terribly sharp spear aura. They formed two formless light shields in the middle. But just then, Nanhao's life spirit shone brilliantly. He stepped forward and his spear continued forward. A gust of world-ending sharpness burst from the spear. There was a piercing sound. Everyone saw the spear's tip flash blindingly. The sword was crumbling. The god-killing spear technique could destroy everything. The moment the sword began collapsing, wind blew past. The spear seemed to stab directly into Suke's throat. His body shattered and scattered with the wind. It was only an afterimage. The sense of danger seized Nanhao. His eyes shone with silver light. Without hesitation, he swept his spear horizontally. On the side, Suke rematerialized. He wasn't holding his sword anymore, but he seemed to be gripping beams of murderous sword will. Suke's sword was used to kill. He never used techniques that would just clash with the other's weapon. A horrible sword windstorm rose up around Nanhao. It even created a murderous tornado that wrapped around him. Everyone saw Nanhao stab his spear forward. Each thrust was shocking powerful and fast. But the observers from the Nantian house grew even more serious. Nanhao's techniques now were growing faster and harsher. This meant that he was under even stronger defensive pressure. Replacing defense with offense, Nanhao was still in a dangerous environment. Yifutian stared at this battle. He discovered that Suke was using the sword will and spell techniques around him. He rarely used his sword, but it was extremely dangerous whenever he did. As if his every strike could kill, it really made one produce cold sweat. So even though he didn't use his sword much, Nanhao was still forced to attack wildly in this dangerous high-pressure state. So this is the fatal sword god. Yifutian thought. Su Kei's sword was completely different from Yan Jiu and Yi Wuqian. It didn't seem as mighty or domineering as Nanhao's spear. However, Su Kei felt more dangerous than Yan Jiu to Yifutian. In this kind of battle, Nanhao will lose with the slightest misstep, unless he can defeat Su Kei, many people thought. The battle lasted for a long time. No one knew how many times Nanhao had thrust his spear. But in the end, when all the dust settled, Su Kei was beside him and a drop of blood fell from Nanhao's throat. There was a streak of blood. If Su Kei had pushed his sword in a bit deeper, Nanhao would have died on the spot. "I've learned much," Nanhao said. This battle had been suffocating for him. He was always fighting while being repressed and couldn't fight freely at all. However, he'd also learned a lot. He had to think about how to improve his spear techniques when he went back. Then he wouldn't be so passive while fighting against people like Su Quebec. Su Kei won this round. His sword, patience, and grasp on timing were all shocking. The fatal sword god of the Tingxue house was 9th on the Baron Sky ranking and was first of the top for swordsmen. Now, people had an idea why. His sword might not be as strong as Yan Wuji's, but his danger was unmatchable. Many people imagined what a battle between Su Kei and Yan Jiu would be like. If Yan Jiu could fight into the top 10 this round, they might be able to see a fight between the heirs of the Baron State's top 2 swordsmen. The battle continued. The third fight was between Yuanzhan and Zhongli. As before, they were both strong. Yuanzhan was physically huge with a burly body. This giant body seemed to be made of gold. His every step shook the battlefield, making people feel pressured. He wasn't the strongest here, but he definitely gave off the biggest pressure. However, Zhongli's eyes didn't change. He was the strongest cultivator from the separation road. He was frighteningly calm. Boom! Dazzling golden light flared outward. Rings of golden light appeared around Zhongli. He was also best at the domineering gold elemental power. The light curtain around him seemed to be covered in ancient characters. He activated his life spirit, a huge golden tripod. It spun in the air and more golden runes flowed out. There seemed to be walls of golden runes around him. Thud! Yuanzhan stepped out. The ground shook when this golden body walked. He lifted a palm and slapped this giant golden ape hand down towards the wall of runes. The sound of metal clashing spread out. The wall of runes shook and countless runes flashed. However, the wall wasn't shattered. Such strong defense, everyone thought. Yuanzhan was the beastly golden ape. He had explosive power. Probably only Qi Meng could rival his strength. Zhongli obviously had to defend himself. Roar! The roar spread through the sky. Yuanzhan's body seemed to enlarge. The huge golden palm continued hitting down. Following the continuous booms, the wall of runes started cracking. However, Zhongli's eyes were still sharp. He stared at Yuanzhan. "Is that the extent of your power?" As soon as he spoke, a sound came from the tripod. His life spirit tripod shone with the blinding light of the runes. It instantly protected Zhongli. When Yuanzhan's next palm arrived, the tripod's sound shook the world. The horrible light of runes swept outward. It crashed against Yuanzhan's body, driving the huge body back. Zhongli stepped forward. All the golden spiritual qi in the world gathered towards him. The gold curtain of light flashed. He sped up abruptly and punched at Yuanzhan. The other wasn't intimidated naturally and engaged him. The image of a huge golden tripod appeared above Zhongli's fist. Gold wind ravaged, actually forcing Yuanzhan back with this terrible punch. The true qi of the 9 tripods. Everyone stared at Zhongli. This was a technique of martial arts that was unique to the Zhong family. It fit perfectly with the life spirit of the Zhong family's heir. Yuanzhan stopped. He stretched out a hand and a golden staff appeared in his grip. Shaking his arm, he stepped out. A horrible golden windstorm gathered around his staff, creating a very domineering aura. Was this the 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques of the ape clan? Zhongli didn't retreat at all. He activated the true chi of the 9 tripods to the extreme. Rings of golden light curtains swept out. He walked in the air and brought his hand down. The huge tripod pressed down immediately. But Yuan Zhan's golden staff crashed down angrily, shattering the tripod. Zhong Li's expression didn't change. Even more terrifying martial arts true chi was born. His life spirit flashed with endless light. He punched forward continuously. Every fist contained the image of tripods. Countless tripods pressed down from the sky. Yuan Zhan twirled his staff. The 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques destroyed everything, pulverizing the incoming tripods. He walked forward while attacking, charging towards Zhong Li. The tripods kept shattering. The walls of golden runes shattered too. Seeing that the opponent was approaching, Zhong Li huffed. His life spirit flew out. Instantly, 9 true tripods appeared above Yuan Zhan's head. Ancient runes seemed to be carved on the bottoms. They surrounded Yuan Zhan's large body. Yuan Zhan's staff continued twirling, but Zhong Li didn't stop while attacking with his life spirit. Thousands of tripods shot toward Yuan Zhan at once. Yuan Zhan was trapped, so he could only defend himself wildly. Can Yuan Zhan defend himself? Everyone thought. Zhong Li had cultivated his 9 tripods to such a terrifying extent. Yuan Zhan was from the Golden Ape clan and was naturally stronger. Zhong Li could only attack wildly. If he lost this round, Yuan Zhan could still defeat Zhong Li with his strength. But if Yuan Zhan couldn't defend himself, he would lose. Golden light in the sky slashed down. Every tripod contained immense power. At that time, Yuan Zhan stomped down. Huge power fell on his body, making the golden light flash even more brightly. The staff shadows that filled the sky condensed into one staff that split downward. Clang! The life spirit tripod clanged and actually flew out. The many tripod images before him crumbled too. With the horrible tide of chi, Zhong Li's attacks fell apart. Boom! With the huge sound, Yuan Zhan stepped forward again. His might even stronger, he attacked a second time. Clang! The life spirit was driven back. Blood spurted from Zhong Li's mouth. The wall of runes was pulverized and the powerful might kept him from standing steadily. But Yuan Zhan kept walking forward. His might was still growing stronger. He was unshakable like a golden ape god that had descended into the world. Such aggressive staff techniques. Everyone's hearts trembled. Yuan Zhan had actually fought back instead of defending himself. This isn't the 81 heavenly staff techniques. The big figures in the Holy Ji Palace were impressed. This seemed to be a stronger version of the 81 heavenly staff techniques. When the third strike flew out, Zhong Li used all his energy to maintain the true chi of the 9 tripods. But there was no suspense. He flew out and fell in the distance. It looks like Yi Futian's staff techniques. For those who'd seen Yi Futian fight, their eyes flashed. Many people in the Dawn Road and Divine Sky City had seen this staff technique before. How come Yuan Zhan knew it too? In fact, this suited Yuan Zhan more as if it belonged to him. Had Yi Futian and Yuan Zhan become friends because of this? When the ape clan of Mount Taixing saw Yuan Zhan use the 9 heavenly attacks, their huge eyes shone with gold light. He was so powerful. Yuan Zhan's father's heart trembled. This must be the staff technique that the ape emperor had created. Yuan Zhan had taken one of the top 10 spots. After Yuan Zhan defeated Zhong Li, Xiao Junyi stepped onto the battlefield. No one else stepped out, so he received the rare chance to pick his own opponent. He chose Gui Chun of the ancient shaman clan. He'd come from the withered road. Gui Chun was very thin and pretty handsome. However, he gave off a cold and eerie feeling. He seemed very interested in Phoenix, who'd also come from the withered road. His eyes were always on Phoenix. When he stepped onto the battlefield, his eyes grew even colder as he stared at Xiao Junyi. The people who got to choose their opponents would naturally choose the weakest one. Did Xiao Junyi think he was the weakest on the battlefield? Many people were confused as to why Xiao Junyi had chosen Gui Chun. This eerie guy with mysterious power felt dangerous. He couldn't be the weakest. You will die tragically. Gui Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk. Xiao Junyi was calm when he heard this. The moment he stepped onto the battlefield, His handsome features seemed to be as calm as still water. It was as if nothing could move him. He was calm to the extreme, making others feel that he was cold and emotionless. Those from the Dawn Road obviously knew how dangerous Xiao Junyi was. He wasn't just cold, he was cold-blooded. However, one couldn't see that from his handsome features. Ignoring Gue Chen's words, Xiao Junyi produced a bamboo flute. He put it to his lips and began playing. His clothing danced in the wind. With his handsome features and figure, he was like a gentleman. Strands of formless spiritual power seeped into Gue Chen's mind along with the music. They transformed into strands of deathly black air currents that corroded Gue Chen's spiritual energy. Gue Chen's face darkened, making his face seem even eerier. His opponent seemed skilled in dark energy, just like him. Green flames appeared in his spiritual energy. Like will-o-wisps, they seeped into the dark air currents, making the dark air currents jump around. At the same time, there were rustles. Vines curled towards Xiao Junyi. They weren't green and had a strange color. There seemed to be thorns on the vines, making them look like poisonous snakes. They loomed over Xiao Junyi, about to bury him in them. What kind of wood elemental power is this? The ancient shaman clan specializes in evil elemental power. This isn't pure wood elemental power. If the opponent is tangled in it, he'll probably lose his combat ability instantly. Everyone focused on the battlefield. The vines had transformed into cobras that covered the sky, blocking Xiao Junyi's exits. However, he seemed to not feel anything at all. He continued to play his flute. Shreds of black air currents flowed around him, covering his body like a black fog. When the cobra-like vines curled towards him, they instantly turned black. They wilted and turned to dust. Such powerful spiritual chi of death. He must have a lot of blood on his hands to cultivate it to this level. The big figures from the Holy Ji Palace looked at Xiao Junyi. Very few people cultivated the spiritual chi of death. Those who did were known as necromancers. They weren't accepted by the mainstream cultivation world because one must deal with dead people to cultivate it. There was a very terrifying necromancer in the barren state. Many people didn't dare to anger him, the dark sage. Gue Chen furrowed his brows. His cultivation power was just as evil. But Xiao Junyi's spiritual power of death had repressed it. Even though Gue Chen's power was evil, it still contained vitality. Xiao Junyi's could kill everything. Boom! Fire burst forth. The vines that continued towards Xiao Junyi were set on fire. Wood and fire elemental power could never exist in harmony. Wood must burn in the face of fire. However, Gue Chen put fire elemental power on his wood elemental spell, instantly creating will-o-wisps in the sky. Colorful air currents flowed out towards Xiao Junyi. Xiao Junyi continued playing his flute. The black air currents beside him grew stronger. It was like various black snakes dancing and wrapping around him. When the endless black currents flowed, all the spiritual chi in the world seemed to turn into spiritual chi of death. The fire arrived and extinguished. No spiritual chi existed with the death chi, so the spells would obviously extinguish. Xiao Junyi started walking. He stepped forward while playing his flute. The spiritual chi of death continued flowing crazily around him. All spells in its path died away. He walked out of the territory of spells and towards Gue Chen. He walked lightly and slowly as if he was just strolling. However, the observers all felt chills go down their spines. The dark air currents transformed into black cobras and then into black dragons. They galloped across the sky, covering the sun. The song was like an orchestra of death. Gue Chen was completely restrained. Behind him, a terrifying black shadow appeared, along with a huge image. Evil currents flowed through, transforming into a huge and frightening print. It was like a rune of the ancient shaman sect. It's the curse of the ancient shaman sect. Light flashed past the eyes of the strong cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace. The image grew bigger and bigger. Destructive power flowed into it. Gue Chen waved his hand and the curse flew towards Xiao Junyi. The black dragon around Xiao Junyi roared. Endless dark currents passed through the curse, darkening it as well. The next moment, it dissipated to nothing. Gue Chen's face turned white instantly. Shreds of black appeared under his pallor. It felt as if his entire body was taken over by the spiritual qi of death. His vitality was weakening. "I surrender," Guichun uttered with difficulty. If he didn't surrender, he would die. Xiao Junyi would really kill him. Such a terrifying guy. Many hearts trembled. Xiao Junyi's abilities displayed in this battle were truly frightening. Yi Futian felt that Xiao Junyi had become stronger since the Holy Road. This must have had something to do with his killing on the Holy Road. Too many people had died in his hands and were turned into dead spirits. "Are you the heir of the Dark Sage?" someone from the Holy Ji Palace asked. "Yes," Xiao Junyi replied, bowing. Without displaying his abilities, he was polite like a gentleman. "I heard you killed many people on the Holy Road." The voice was cold. "Murderous abilities are devoid of humanity, and yet you cultivate this. Do you know your sin?" Xiao Junyi looked up at the strong cultivator of the Holy Ji Palace. He still had no emotions. "If you believe that I have sinned, then does the Holy Ji Palace know about its own sins? How dare you?" The strong cultivation roared. Xiao Junyi wasn't intimidated at all. He continued looking up at the other and said smoothly, "I traveled the Holy Road and did everything according to the rules of the Holy Ji Palace. You opened the Holy Road, allowing strong cultivators from all over the barren state to come and steal the Hoi badges and relics. There was endless fighting. Who here on this battlefield can say that they have no blood on their hands? Do you think that killing 100 people is a sin, but killing 10 people isn't? If I have sinned, then what about the Holy Ji Palace who set this rule?" The strong cultivator stared coldly at Xiao Junyi, unable to refute his words. "Continue," another strong cultivator said. The elder on the stairs nodded. "You two go back. The battle continues." Xiao Junyi was right. Everything followed the rules. If Xiao Junyi was a sinner, then what about the Holy Ji Palace who had set the rules? It was like slapping one's own face. Clearly, Guichun hadn't been chosen. It wasn't because he wasn't strong enough. The Holy Ji Palace just didn't want him as a disciple. Xiao Junyi turned and left the battlefield calmly. He knew that the Holy Ji Palace couldn't do anything to him. They were a group of fake people. The figures came out at almost the same time. Many people froze. Their eyes fell upon the youth in elegant clothing, Huang Zhouge of the sovereign family. Then they looked to the person standing before them, wondering who this unlucky fatty was. He actually ran into Huang Zhouge. Xiaoshi was also annoyed. His opponent was quite strong. Huang Zhouge was probably the strongest of this batch. Many saw him as one of the top 3. The Emperor Vine's life spirit bloomed. A huge emperor-like tree appeared. Endless golden vines spread out, covering the sky and growing crazily. Rustles sounded. The frightening golden vines dropped down, shooting towards Huang Zhouge like bolts of lightning. Sovereign spiritual qi emerged from Huang Zhouge. It seemed as if he was covered in royal armor. Various sovereign swords appeared. Huang Zhouge pointed in the air and the swords burst forward. They easily cut apart the golden vines. However, they regrew as soon as they were cut apart. More and more vines appeared, locking Huang Zhouge's body. More vines shot forward like endless golden spears that wanted to bury Huang Zhouge here. The sovereign swords cut frantically, but chopping the vines seemed to make them grow faster. They grew like weeds. Huang Zhouge roared and the swords shot forward. However, the golden vines formed a wall of trees. The sovereign swords buried into it but disappeared. Xiaoshi couldn't even be seen. The wildly growing vines absorbed so much spiritual qi and filled the battlefield. Some vines wrapped around Huang Zhouge's legs. The thorns tried to pierce him but couldn't get through the royal armor, so they just wrapped around his body, burying him. Boom! With a loud sound, the vines exploded. Huang Zhouge's body shone brilliantly like the descendant of a true god. A shadow appeared behind him. It was like a god descending from heaven. This figure emanated with such terrifying pressure. At the same time, a sword appeared. It seemed to be undefeatable. Huang Zhouge wasn't only a swordsman. He had a sword as a life spirit, but instead of one, he had 3 life spirits. The The sovereign family who'd always called themselves the descendants of Runhuang had 3 life spirits: the Runhuang body, Runhuang sword, and Runhuang bao. Huang Zhouge was buried by the emperor's vine attack, and he was infuriated, causing him to release his life spirit. A commanding sovereign aura circulated around Huang Zhouge. He held the Runhuang sword in his hand and swung it with both hands. The Runhuang sword spewed out terrifying flames, shattering the oncoming vines. Go! Huang Zhouge's palm struck the Runhuang sword, and in an instant, the Runhuang sword transformed into a ray of light that slashed forward, crushing the countless golden vines in its path. Wherever the Runhuang sword passed by, it would reduce to nothingness. The destructive power even caused the vines to be unable to regenerate. Xianxia naturally felt the killing intent from the Runhuang sword rushing straight towards him. His fat body bounced away, and the Runhuang sword glided past and struck the ancient tree, slicing it in half and destroying it. However, the ancient tree regenerated at a rapid speed. The wood element's ability was strong regenerative ability that could not be eradicated. The Runhuang sword transformed into a flash of lightning and continued to rush towards Xianxia. The life spirit could connect with Huang Zhouge's thoughts, so even after it had left his body, it could continue attacking. Xianxia raised his arm and fought back. In an instant, the golden vines that had shot forth from his hand formed a sturdy barrier, entangling the Runhuang sword. Although the vines were continually shredded, they diminished the forward force of the Runhuang sword, causing it to come to a stop and howl on the spot. However, Xianxia felt another dangerous aura, like he had been locked on. As his thoughts gushed, he saw the Runhuang bao appear among the vines below. Huang Zhouge pulled the bao open, and 9 arrows flew through the air at the same time, piercing through the countless vines. The 9 killing arrows flew in a straight arc towards him. "I!" Xianxia wanted to shout profanities, but he had no time to think. His vines dragged his body back, and his round body bounced. The arrows flew towards him, and Xiaoxia's body rolled around in the air. Before he was out of danger, another threatening aura descended yet again, and in the next moment, there was a dazzling light headed straight for him. "I give up." Xiaoxia's speed increased, and he escaped rapidly. The arrows fired through where he had just been. If he had been just a second slower, he would have been shot down from the air. The vines in the area disappeared, and where Huang Zhouge stood, the 3 life spirits floated there, shining brilliantly. What strong life spirits! The crowd observed Huang Zhouge's 3 life spirits and were stunned. The name Runhuang was merely given by the sovereign family, and their cultivation techniques were all named after the emperor. Many people felt that the clan was overly arrogant and dared to refer to themselves as the descendants of Runhuang. But they had to agree that the sovereign family's experts were indeed strong. That's being too much of a bully. Xianxia was dejected as he landed on the ground. The bastard actually had 3 life spirits. As he saw how arrogant Huang Zhouge was, he really wanted to beat him up. "Xianxia, are you willing to enter my department to cultivate?" At that moment, there were multiple people who opened their mouths to invite Xianxia. Xianxia raised his head in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, then scratched his head, smiled humbly and asked, "Can I discuss it with my second sister first and come to a decision later?" The Holy Ji Palace's experts looked towards Zhuge Mingyue, then smiled and nodded. This little fellow was really sly. "The 2 of you step down," the expert on the sky stairwell said, and Huang Zhouge and Xianxia stepped out of the battlefield. Next, there were only 10 people remaining and 5 slots for the top 10. In the 6th battle, Zhuge Xing and Ziyan from the Thunder Courtyard stepped out. The both of them cultivated in the Thunder element. As the Zhuge clan and the Zhongzhou city's Thunder Courtyard were clans that specialized in using thunder, it would naturally be a violent match. The match would end in Zhuge Xing's victory over the grade 6 noble Ziyan, with his outburst of horrifying combat ability. Although Ziyan was the genius of the Thunder Courtyard, his potential was not the highest among his peers. He was only able to fight his way into the top 20 because of his strength, but that was only because of his cultivation level advantage. When he stepped into the Holy Road, he was already at the pinnacle of a grade 7 noble, then broken through his cultivation level again in the Holy Road, so it was only normal for him to lose to Zhuge Xing. In the seventh battle, the mysterious expert from the Frost Road, Huang, also defeated Yang Jian, causing many people to be surprised. Huang had also exhibited dominant strength in the battle. In the eighth battle, the beautiful phoenix from the immortal village defeated the grade 6 noble Li Xing, fighting into the top 10 as a dark horse. The undying old man's successor phoenix was the most beautiful lady in the immortal village. She had outstanding potential and ravishing beauty. Her life spirit was the divine bird, the phoenix. It was an undying bird coated in flames, had strong regenerative ability, and excelled in the wood element's life ability. In the battle, there were many influential figures in the Holy Ji Palace who were attracted by her abilities and wanted to take her in under their department. After the battle, there were only 4 people left in the battlefield: Yi Futian, Yu Shang, Qi Meng, and Yan Jiu. This made many people curious. Although Yi Futian and Yu Shang had exhibited amazing potential and battle ability, why were they this composed? They had not taken the initiative to challenge someone and were still on the battlefield. Now, unless the two of them were to challenge each other, their opponents would be Yan Jiu from the Sword Saint Villa and the Demon God clan's Qi Meng. However they looked at it, it was hard for them to win. At that moment, the 4 of them did not move. Now that it had come down to the 4 of them, they were in no hurry. Yan Jiu and Qi Meng were also not in a hurry. They knew that Yi Futian would not battle with Yu Shang, so it was up to them to select an opponent each. Who do you want to pick? Yan Jiu looked towards Qi Meng and asked. The rules did not prohibit them from conversing. I choose him. Qi Meng looked at Yu Shang. Yu Shang had previously defeated Qi Kuang. I had the same thought too. Yan Jiu smiled and said, since that's the case, I'll go first. After saying that, he stepped out into the battle arena, but his gaze was on Yi Futian. He was waiting for Yi Futian to walk out himself. He had finally found a chance to battle with Yi Futian. Get the fuck out here, Yan Jiu said nonchalantly and officially challenged Yi Futian. Yi Futian stepped forward and into the battle arena. Your strength surprised me, but this is as far as you go. Yan Jiu looked at Yi Futian and said, this person that had dared to snatch his relic in the Holy Road really gave him a huge surprise, defeating Bing Yi Xieji and getting stronger as his opponents did. However, this battle would spell the end of Yi Futian's journey. As his voice landed, sword wills manifested in the air and moved in tandem with his arm, the sword qi circulating around his arm. Yi Futian could defeat Bing Yi and Xieji and could counter their spells, causing them to be unable to crush him while he attacked them at close range. However, he was different. He was a strong swordsman and did not have weaknesses like Bing Yi and Xieji did, so he would naturally not give Yi Futian any chance to get near him. He would use Yi Futian as his stepping stone to enter the top 10, and if he had the chance, he would not mind getting revenge for Yan Nan. After he had entered the top 10, he would challenge Su Kei to end off the fight between swordsmen. As far as I go? Yi Futian smiled indifferently. Feeling the enveloping sword will, starry light started to circulate around his body. The sage will assimilated into the starry light, transforming into an imposing starry veil, covering his body and resisting the oncoming sword wills. Following that, a brilliant golden light burst forth and a rock shadow appeared behind Yi Futian radiantly. Yi Futian's entire body appeared to be submerged in the rock's shadow. His body became like the rock's body, and his eyes had an arrogant golden glow in them. Boom! As the vicious winds blew, the rock wings let out a brilliant light and Yi Futian's body floated in the air, surrounded by a wind spell. There were flashes of lightning that fired past, and in that instant, he had already used multiple elemental abilities. Using his freedom meditation, he could see everything clearly at that moment and every sword will appeared to be in his perception. Yan Jiu specialized in the swords of light and darkness, so Yi Futian would naturally be careful. Countless gazes landed on Yi Futian. At that moment, the handsome teen was exceptionally dazzling. Sensing the sword will flowing in the air, Yi Futian looked at Yan Jiu and questioned him casually, "Are you even worthy?" As his voice landed, lightning appeared at Yi Futian's feet as he burst forward with his thundering illusion step, causing his body to disappear in an instant. The wind was rampaging in the battlefield, and the lower noble plane cultivators could not even see Yi Futian's body with their eyes. He was too fast. Had Yi Futian only shown the limit of his speed now? Yan Zhou's expression paled slightly, like he had felt something. His finger pressed down upon the air in front of him without hesitation, and the countless sword qi concentrated at the direction of his finger and slashed forward. In the next moment, he saw a flash of light descending and a palm crush down. The golden palm gave off a dominant feeling, and the sword qi were shattered in an instant without impeding the movement of the palm. Bang! With a huge sound, the palm landed, yet it appeared to have landed on a sword veil, causing it to be crushed to pieces. The overbearing palm similarly sent Yan Zhou flying all the way to the edge of the battlefield, the protective sword veil around his body decimated by the palm print. The sudden, unexpected scene caused many of the crowd to freeze. Did Yi Futian just knock Yan Zhou back with just one strike? His speed and the strength in his overbearing strike was too horrifying. Yi Futian had probably not even reached his limit when he had defeated Xie Ji. Yan Zhou's gaze also focused on him. He could feel a stinging sensation in his chest. Only he knew how much strength was concentrated in that palm. Raising his head, Yan Zhou stared at Yi Futian, and sword qi filled the skies in an instant. Behind him, 9 swords flew out at the same time, and the sword qi ravaged the heavens. Yan Zhou was infuriated. Angry, Yi Futian looked calmly at Yan Zhou and continued coolly, "The outcome will still be the same." Yan Zhou's eyes seemed to be filled with swords. In his eyes, there were only many blades of light. The outcome will still be the same? Of course, it would be the same. How was it possible for Yi Futian to defeat him? The flow of sword will seem to have slowed down, but the murderous aura only grew stronger. The 9 swords behind Yan Zhou clanked, and his body also turned into a sword. Unleashing a sword technique with his hands, he shouted coldly, "Attack! Right away!" The sword qi that had filled the sky poured towards Yi Futian. Even more terrifyingly, there was a dazzling sword among the endless sword qi. The sword looked like a beam of light and vanished from its original spot within a flash. It was precisely the sword of light. At the moment, Yi Futian was sensing his surrounding with his spiritual energy. Every single strand of sword qi was displayed clearly in his mind. Then, an extremely cold aura was released from his body. With his spiritual energy, he controlled the water elemental spiritual qi in the entire arena. Many water droplets appeared, after which they turned into fog and ice. It was awfully cold. Around Yi Futian, a region of light appeared, within which there was a moon. That was one of his life spirits. Saint's will had been fused into the life spirit, causing the surrounding to become even chillier. There were 3 beams of divine light contained in the Saint's will from the martial arts battlefield. They contained the stars, the sun, and the moon, which corresponded respectively to the element of earth, the flares of the sun, and the waters of the moon. From the chief of Bright Moon School, Yi Futian had obtained the shadow scripture. At the moment, all the swords in the sky seemed to be covered with frost. Most of the sword qi was frozen in midair directly, but some of them continued forward, albeit at a much slower speed. Suppressed by the powers of the moon, they were all covered with frost. Suddenly, Yi Futian started walking in the air and actually stepped towards the incoming sword of light before him. He activated the thundering illusion step, and his golden wings vibrated out of a sudden. Just like an actual rock, he made a brilliant arc in the sky and passed beside the sword of light. The extremely fast blade of light was, however, dodged by him easily. Could not even slow him down, not to mention killing him. The golden rock-like figure flew in the air and approached Yan Zhou at an astonishing speed. However, only coldness flashed across Yan Zhou's eyes as many swords of darkness struck out. Freeze! Yi Futian cast a spell directly with his spiritual energy. The ice elemental spell immediately engulfed the hidden sword qi. Without even looking at Yan Zhou's attack, he flapped his wings and soared upwards into the sky, after which he continued his advance towards his opponent. Everyone only felt that his action was extremely elegant. Only when the swords of darkness exploded behind Yi Futian, they realized that Yi Futian had made the beautiful arc in the sky to dodge the attack. Yan Zhou's face darkened. This was the first time someone in his generation managed to dodge his swords of light and darkness without much effort. Just then, coldness enveloped his body. It was so freezing that even his blood was stopping and his brain could not think properly. Swords of sealing! Xianxia shouted in anger. The 9 swords swept out one after another, charging towards Yifutian. They seemed to have formed a simple sword matrix which sealed off Yifutian's path. "Idiot!" someone said suddenly. In the next instant, the swords of sealing were all affected by the frost. A brilliant figure rotated in the air and traced out a perfect arc with extreme speed, passing through the gaps between the 9 swords. Then, the rock-like figure went over the 9 swords and almost reached Xianxia's position. The word idiot sounded so ironic. Xianxia's ranged attacks were actually totally useless against Yifutian. They were all rendered ineffective by Yifutian's ice elemental spells and swift movements. A sharp radiance shot out from Xianxia's eyes. Then he charged into the sky. The thousands of swords around him converged, turning into a single great sword. The sword was heavy and filled with power, as if it was going to crush the incoming Yifutian. Feeling the pressure from the huge sword, Yifutian moved his hands. Immediately, 2 storms appeared in the sky, one filled with metals and the other with stars. The 2 terrifying storms merged together, forming a 100-meter-long starry rod before Yifutian. The rod was covered with a frightening golden radiance which made it look even heavier. "Edgeless great sword!" Xianxia roared. Holding the hilt of the great sword, he pushed it towards Yifutian. Sword chi whizzed in the air as the enormous sword fell down, attempting to eliminate Yifutian, who was below. The huge wings of the rock behind Yifutian flashed. He held the starry rod up with one arm, his body filled with a violent power. In the sky, an astonishing starry radiance appeared, circling around the long rod. "Go!" Yifutian struck out the starry rod, which soon collided with the falling great sword. The endless sword while flowing around the great sword and the starry radiance circling around the rod collided wildly into each other, producing an ear-piercing sound. To make things grander, the huge sword struck downwards and collided with the sky-shattering rod. At once, an appalling storm was generated at the point of contact. The starry rod was penetrated slowly, sending out wild waves of starry light and golden radiance. At the same time, the terrifying sword was also broken into 2 and torn apart gradually. Both of them did not show any mercy. With a sharp look, Xianxia continued pushing the broken sword down, while Yifutian struck the rod upwards. The great sword and the starry rod created violent explosions and were crushed bit by bit. The entire region was filled with a catastrophic force. As the sword and the rod were destroyed, the gap between the 2 was also closed slowly. Air! Countless people stared at the scene, shocked. Yifutian was actually fighting head-on with Xianxia. He used aggression against Xianxia's aggression. It was too crazy. Moreover, the 2 forces in the arena were really horrifying. The 2 were about to collide with each other. The great sword was crushed and the starry rod was also broken. Then, the 2 appeared before each other in the destructive storm. Xianxia's look was still cold. Although Yifutian was strong, he had never thought that he would lose to Yifutian. He was from Sword Saint Villa and had come to the Holy Ji Palace so that the name of his clan would spread to every corner of the barren state. The swordsmen in Sword Saint Villa were the best. This was only the battle to enter the top 10. How could he lose? How could Yifutian stop his advance? An infinite amount of sword will circled around Xianxia's hand. His entire arm turned into a sword which penetrated across the storm and struck towards Yifutian. Opposite him, a brilliant golden radiance bloomed from Yifutian's body. It looked as if a golden rock was charging towards Xianxia, and also as though many stars were flying towards him. Yifutian punched forward directly. Golden light glittered as his body was covered with the image of the rock. In his fist, there seemed to be the howls of dragons, the roars of apes, and the radiance of stars. Yifutian had been cultivating his body-enhancing technique. He had also once rebuilt his meridians and bones with his life spirits. With such a powerful physical body, he would clearly not be afraid of fighting with Xianxia head-on. Bang! Following a loud bang, all the sword chi was crushed. The defense on Yi Futian's first was broken, but Yan Zhou's body was blown backward. Just when Yan Zhou was about to fly out of the arena, he roared and pressed his finger behind, stopping his momentum by force. He gave a muffled humph and some blood appeared at the corners of his mouth. In addition, his arm was also shaking gently and he even felt that his bones were about to break. Countless people were frozen, wildly astonished. If it was only a coincidence that Yi Futian had managed to repel Yan Zhou for the first time, then how about now? Yi Futian had injured Yan Zhou. Yi Futian had multiple life spirits and was talented in various elements. Was this dark horse going to continue and enter the top 10? Yan Zhou closed his eyes. Sword chi flew throughout his body. Then, the sword chi ascended into the air and all the swords gathered around him. The 9 swords converged into one, and many beams of light flashed in the sky. At this instant, Yan Zhou's body seemed to have been replaced only by swords. All the sword will in the arena flew towards Yan Zhou's body, causing an illusory sword to form outside his body. It was as if his entire body was enveloped in the sword. Endless celestial swords. Convergence. This was the strongest strike in the 9 swords of the Celestials. Although Yan Zhou was far from being able to unleash the full power of the attack, it was still terrifying enough. All the sword will around him seemed to have been drained. The power of the strike would be unimaginable. At the moment, the wings behind Yi Futian were flapping slowly. Suddenly, he ascended into the sky, sketching an elegant curve. Dancing in the air, he created many violent currents. An invisible force was formed in the sky which converged on Yi Futian's body. It included the powers of wind, the element of metal, and the might of stars. As time passed, the force grew in intensity. Gradually, an astounding storm appeared around Yi Futian. At the same time, another starry rod appeared in his hands. Bang! Yi Futian struck the rod towards the sky and space itself vibrated violently. Everyone's heart beat with the strike. Then, the rod continued dancing in the air, and Yi Futian's momentum seemed to be becoming stronger. Bang! Yi Futian struck out the rod again with much force. Many people could feel the power contained in the technique Yi Futian was using. Furthermore, his technique seemed to be similar to the one that Yuanzhan had been using. When Yi Futian used it, however, it seemed to be stronger and smoother. Clearly, Yi Futian had a better understanding of the technique. Suddenly, below Yi Futian, Yan Zhou opened his eyes and roared, "Strike!" The countless swords around him had converged into one. Yan Zhou moved with the sword, as if he was a sword himself. He flew across the sky like a bolt of lightning, or perhaps a meteor, charging towards Yi Futian. The rock-like figure was still ascending and dancing in the air. He reached an extreme height and the powers of natural gathered wildly around him. Then, following a flash of golden radiance, he dived downwards. A meteor-like rod appeared and a low rumble was produced. Even the heaven and the earth seemed to be shaking. Boom! A soft collision was produced as an eye-watering radiance erupted in the arena. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the arena started shaking violently. Everyone's heart also shook fiercely with the collision as they stared firmly at the scene before them. In the arena, Yan Zhou was lying on the ground. He was spitting out blood continuously, severely injured. Raising his head, he could see a figure standing proudly in the sky. The figure's white shirt danced with the wind and he was covered in a charming, illusory rock. Yi Futian had managed to severely injure Yan Zhou and was promoted to the top 10. The elimination of the Virgin of the mortal world left many feeling shocked, but she was nonetheless able to enter the core island of the Holy Ji Palace to further her training. However, it was her decision to refuse the offer of training under Sage Daozong. "Next battle," a voice said from the sky stairwell, followed by a silhouette walking out from the edge of the battlefield, drawing the attention of countless watching the battles. Her looks were incredibly stunning, like a goddess descending upon the center of the battlefield. "I will challenge Chu Shang of the mortal world." Her voice was calm, yet ripples could have been seen in the eyes of everyone around. Hua Jiu chose to challenge Chu Shang of the mortal world. Virgin Bing Yi had claimed that Yi Futian did not deserve to be left on the battlefield. and she herself had been defeated. Hua Jieyu seemed to now be taking her turn to challenge the only remaining disciple of the mortal world on the battlefield. Bing Yi, who had left the battlefield, felt herself shuddering as she looked at Hua Jieyu. The girl who just came to challenge Chu Shang looked stunning, and Bing Yi thought that would have been her, a figure drawing the eyes of everyone around. However, all she was able to do by then was just to watch the upcoming battle from the sides. My gosh! She has to do this? Yifutian gave a bitter grin as he saw Hua Jieyu walking out, and he felt as if he was being defended by a girl. That fox is trying to get revenge for me. Chu Shang responded and looked at Hua Jieyu. Her looks were quite impeccable, yet she looked like a flawless decoration of some sort standing in front of Hua Jieyu. Bing Yi had her challenge a member of Yifutian's party, and both she and Bing Yi had accomplished that. However, the outcome was nothing like what they had predicted. A seven-colored crown appeared as Hua Jieyu unleashed her life spirit, and the vast battlefield seemed to be permeated with a mystical aura, which was a manifestation of her spiritual qi aura field. Chu Shang felt as if the worldly spiritual qi around her was out of her control. Any attempt to build up a spell seemed to come with a risk of being interrupted and broken. A divine spiritual sorcerer was one who reigned supreme above all other sorcerers after all. As such, even if Hua Jieyu's plane was of a lower level and Chu Shang herself was no weakling, the fight would still end up with Hua Jieyu coming out as the winner. Chu Shang of the mortal world was eliminated. Due to being suppressed, she was unable to demonstrate all that she was capable of and thus was unable to capture the attention of any of the greater figures. With that, every mighty one from mortal world ended up leaving the stage. Chu Shang looked especially dejected as she left the stage. The mortal world had been one of the top forces to reign over the Eastern Barren territory, claiming the colleges to be lesser sects and showing off their superiority. She had not taken any from the colleges seriously, yet many of those who had studied in the colleges turned out to be bright shining stars themselves, and had grown powerful enough to kick both her and Bing Yi out of the game. Both Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu made it to the top 40 after their respective battles. The couple who many had not thought to stand a chance going any further than they did, advanced hand in hand instead. Furthermore, there were others from Yi Futian's party who remained. The chances of both Yuanzhan and Yi Xiaoshi making the cut were high. The battles continued, and yet another silhouette dressed in green walked out. He had an impeccably sculpted face and a lithe body, looking dashing and outstanding as he made his steps. His face was one that suggested that he was of no harm to anyone, yet everyone in the battlefield knew well of the threat he posed. The ones from the Xianxia house had often been widely regarded as the most dangerous of figures in the barren state. The swordsman dressed in green was named Su Ke, the heir to the master of Xianxia house, who ranked 9th in the barren sky ranking. Su Ke himself was thought to be one of the most powerful to have made it thus far. Many who stood in the battlefield felt worried about being picked by Su Ke to be his next opponent at the very second he walked out. No one, not even the genius-level figures, wanted to face Su Ke at such an early stage. Su Ke shifted his gaze to Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu before turning to look at Yi Wuchen and Yu Shang. His green shirt and jet-black hair billowed in the wind. He eventually locked his gaze at Yi Wuchen and said, "Since you are the one practicing the way of the sword, I will challenge you." Su Ke chose to take on Yi Wuchen. Yi Futian was stunned. The odds of the battle were obviously stacked against Wuchen, so much so that it seemed like Wuchen himself was already eliminated. Su Ke felt quiet yet dangerous to Yi Futian. Yi Futian was puzzled as to why Su Ke would pick Wuchen to be his opponent. Despite both men being swordsmen, it would have proven little with Su Ke defeating Yi Wuchen. However, Su Ke's opinion in this had been a simple one all along. The remaining numbers on the battlefield needed to be reduced further, and no matter who he ended up facing right then, it was all the same to him. However, he was not fond of gangs and groups. Yi Futian's party became the most numerous at that point, and that irritated Su Ke quite a bit. People of the Xianxia house often went about solo, and they shared the same sentiment for themselves and their opponents alike. None of them were fond of crowds. As Yi Futian's party was deemed too numerous at that point, he felt compelled to shave off their numbers for a bit. As for more specific reasons as to why he picked Yi Wuchen, It was because he thought it would have sufficed to have only 2 swordsmen remain on the battlefield. Himself and Yanzhou Han, no other swordsmen were needed around, including Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen wore a serious look on his face as he walked towards the battlefield. He knew the odds of the fight was stacked against him. However, he saw no other way out of it but to give it his all at that point. Suke drew his sword with one hand behind his back. The sword was an incredibly common weapon, and as such it did not count as relying on instruments and implements. His other unoccupied hand remained behind his back. While he said nothing, what he implied was obvious. Yi Wuchen was a one-armed swordsman, and as such, he intended to take on Yi Wuchen with only a single arm. "Make your move. You won't have another chance at it," Suke said plainly. Yi Wuchen took his steps and activated his sword aura. Sword flashes filled the air around him, and every conjured sword seemed to be an independent weapon, yet felt like a unit of a whole. Thousands of sword flashes whizzed past, going for their target together with Yi Wuchen's unsheathed blade. The place seemed to be filled with sharp blades. The clanging noises implied that every single sword contained posed a lethal threat like no other. As they went to kill Suke, Suke made his move in response. Instead of evading or building up a defense, he charged straight into the masses of conjured swords instead. Tingxue House's art of the sword specialized in attacks and was seen used for defense. Their swords were ones drawn only to kill. Suke charged without a care into the countless blades conjured specifically for the purpose of maiming him. No one else would have chosen to fight in such ways, yet Suke chose to do so. His wrist was seen flickering as he swung his sword about. No one was able to make clear of his movements, as he seemed to have delivered 100 slashes within a mere instant. His imposing sword aura cutting down the torrent of blades coming at him. Suke made his move forward as he continued to look like a suspended mirage of sorts. It was as if nothing else would have been able to touch him, so long as he had his sword in his hand. Impressively quick slashes and movements. Many people's hearts were shaking. Suke looked like some phantom shifting in and out of the flashes of blades threatened to skewer him. Whenever he ended up, imposing sword aura surged as he continued to close in on Yi Wuchen at a frightening pace. Fearsome sword flashes were emitted from the middle of Yi Wuchen's brow and blinding sword flashes were seen in his eyes. He locked his gaze at Suke, and an even sharper whirl of a higher pitch was heard as one blade after and another charged at Suke. Suke swung his sword about without any hint of hesitation. Yet that time, he found himself swinging at empty air, while swords made their ways for his head. Illusory swords. A thought flashed in Suke's mind as he considered the incoming ferocious blades. He moved his body sideways and drew a string of mirages in his wake. The swords broke the afterimages of his being, and Suke quickly emerged at the other side. More illusory swords went after Suke. He knew every sword's trail was phantasmal, and everyone was set up for the kill in one way or another. Suke's eyes took a rather peculiar look. He did not bother evading and instead burst with thousands of sword will. The sword in his hand was pointed forward in a simple thrust, the surrounding sword will carving the way out for its advancement, breaking off everything that stood in its way, be it real or illusory. The sword was meant for Yi Wuchen, and it moved like a bolt of lightning. He was overwhelming his opponent with the superiority provided by the difference in plane levels. Yi Wuchen's brow shone with bright, intense colors as his conjured sword will shot for the skies. A small silver sword was conjured, making intense ringing noises as it gathered massive amounts of sword aura between heaven and earth. When the small silver sword blasted with brightness, countless sword auras congealed as they rained down in a crazed manner, as if they would combine into a single concentrated sword will of unparalleled strength. A blinding flash burst forth, and the countless sword aura coalesced into one, taking the form of an extremely refined sword intended only for killing. The two sword flashes clashed and incredible sword aura burst right on the spot, tearing everything apart in its wake. The extremely refined sword will from the small silver sword burst right through the opponent's killing sword, and one flash was seen going right for Suke's brow. "You are a daring one." A ferocious sword flash appeared in Suke's eyes as a green sword flash burst from the center of his brow, shattering the incoming sword will. He then thrust out his hand and slapped his killing sword into his opponent's sword will. Yi Wuchen felt as if thousands of sword will with intense killing intent passed right through his body. The small silver sword flew right back into the center of his brow as his body was thrown back. The countless flashes of Sukei's killing swords remained in the air after a while, ringing. Sukei waved and dispelled his sword will. You are not bad. But if we were to meet on a true battlefield instead, you would be dead by now. Sukei spared a glance at Yi Wuchen, before turning around and walking away. Yi Wuchen did not doubt Sukei's words one bit. His plane was not even near being capable of drawing out Sukei's full power, and the difference between them had been apparent. Many eyes went on to look at Yi Wuchen, who was an excellent candidate. He was unfortunate enough to have had to face Sukei, who was one of the most powerful in the current battlefield. It was quite an achievement on his part for being able to stand his ground for a while despite his opponent being 2 planes higher. However, the difference between the two men's powers was not one that could have been covered by any other means available then, and it brought about the end of Yi Wuchen's journey. Yi Wuchen turned around and walked down. Despite being defeated, he hardly felt much inside. He knew it had been adequate doing his best, and that there was nothing much he could have asked for. He had come a long way since the beginning of his journey in the Kangyi Kingdom, and what he achieved had exceeded his expectations. Emperor Yi had not been very far from what Yi Wuchen was then. However, Yi Wuchen was by no means satisfied with where he was, and he vowed to continue seeking his own path in swordsmanship. Yi Wuchen, a voice said. Yi Wuchen halted his steps and turned to look at the Holy Ji Palace. Do you wish to train under my wing? The figure asked, shaking the hearts of many present. The sword demon extended an offer to Yi Wuchen. I had a teacher, Yi Wuchen replied. All who teach are teachers. If you are willing, you may address me as your teacher. If you are reluctant, then I will not press the matter further, Sword Demon elaborated in response. Yi Wuchen turned to face the Sword Demon and bowed. It would be my honor to study under you. Yes. The Sword Demon nodded with a smile. Being capable of facing off Sukei, who was of grade 7 noble plane with only the powers provided by grade 9 noble plane, was seen to be an exceptional feat in itself. Yi Wuchen was able to hold his ground for a moment, despite the disadvantage, instead of shirking, and that spoke volume of his bearing on his path of swordsmanship. While he was defeated, his prowess was not bad. Yi Wuchen was, after all, capable of building a sword body, and possessed a pair of eyes as sharp as swords. Many looked at Yi Wuchen in envy. His defeat was far from a humiliating one, for no other reason that he was taken as a student of the Sword Demon. He was defeated, yet he achieved the dream countless swordsmen dreamed of. As of then, the Sword Demon had taken in 2 disciples. Yi Futian felt happy for Yi Wuchen. The Sword Demon had impressive bearing and was one of the top figures in the Holy Ji Palace, and was a mighty one ranked in the Barren Sky ranking. He served as the very symbol among swordsmen in the Barren State, and there was no better path of Wuchen to take than to study under one such prominent figure. The ones of the Sword Saint Villa did not look happy at all. While both Zue Chenchou and Yi Wuchen became students of the Sword Demon, Yan Nan of Sword Saint Villa was crippled instead. They had no one else but Yan Zhou left in the battlefield. On the sky stairwell, the elder from the Holy Ji Palace looked towards the remaining 10 people and said, After battling for 1 day and 1 night, the battling ends now. The rules for the battle for the top 10 will have some changes. So take 1 day to rest and we will commence the final battle tomorrow. Many people looked astonished. They were changing the rules? In the past, unless contestants who had made it to the next round were injured, they would not stop the battles. This time around, since none of the top 10 were injured, it would be sufficient for them to rest for a short period of time and there was no need to stop the battles. You're all dismissed. The 10 of you and those who didn't challenge anyone, come up here. The expert on the sky stairwell continued saying. Yi Futians looked in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, then turned around and looked for Hua Jieyu. Seeing Hua Jieyu in the crowd waving at him, Yi Futian walked over to her side. Is my performance acceptable? Yi Futian held Hua Jieyu's hand with an aura of smugness. Hua Jieyu smiled and nodded her head. Hey! Don't forget about what you promised me, Yifutian reminded, as though he had kept sleep on his mind all along. Did I promise you anything? Hua Jieyu tilted her head and looked at Yifutian. Why did she not remember anything? Let's go to second sister and ask her to be the judge, Yifutian said dispiritedly. Hua Jieyu glared at him. This fellow, how could he ask second sister to be the judge on this type of matter? Yushang, seventh brother, Yifutian shouted. Yushang and the rest all walked over and the group traveled in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace while the rest of the top 10 also made their way over. In the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, Zhuge Mingyue saw Yifutian walking over and asked softly, "How is he?" Zhuge Kenyang looked at the figure who was walking forward and said calmly, "Indeed, he's not bad." The performance of the cottage disciples had stunned him. It looked like the cottage's mysterious teacher was indeed an impressive person to be able to teach such a group of outstanding disciples. Yifutian walked to their side, looked at Zhuge Mingyue and asked, "Second sister, what's going on here?" Previously, his second sister had asked him to notice her hints, but it now seemed that there had been some changes. "Let's see what the Holy Ji Palace has to say about it. Let's go over together." Zhuge Mingyue walked forward, smiling. She placed her hand on Yifutian's head, caressing it and saying, "Little brother's performance is worthy of praise." Yifutian was a little dejected. Only his second sister could stroke his head like this. Many people looked over at them. Zhuge Mingyue and Yifutian appeared to have a very close relationship, to the extent that they could have such intimate interaction. Zhuge Xing was also there. He looked at Yifutian and Hua Jieyu, appearing peeved. He looked coldly at Yifutian. Yifutian's gaze also swept across Zhuge Xing. This fellow appeared to be very unhappy. "Jieyu?" Zhuge Xing looked towards Hua Jieyu and called out, seemingly doing it on purpose to provoke Yifutian. Yifutian frowned, a ruthless gleam appearing in his eyes. Similarly, Hua Jieyu frowned as well. She had previously told Zhuge Xing that she did not wish for him to appear in front of her. Now, Zhuge Xing was still addressing her in that way. It was evident that he was doing it on purpose. "You will be the next Yanjiu," Yifutian told Zhuge Xing silently. "I'm waiting," Zhuge Xing replied emotionlessly. In another direction, Bai Zai's gaze also looked towards them. His gaze stopped for a moment on Hua Jieyu. Then he bowed to Zhuge Kenyang and Zhuge Mingyue as a display of respect. Zhuge Kenyang returned the bow while Zhuge Mingyue did not show any signs of acknowledgement. Previously, Bai Luli had brought Bai Zai to look for her and Hua Jieyu, but she had rejected him. The two of them were not even acquainted with Hua Jieyu. Why would they look for her? The White Cloud City's descendants had the Eye of Devastation as their life spirit, and were all terrifying spirit elemental cultivators. They could use spiritual chi directly from the air, as well as invade other people's spiritual will. Many people even claimed that the White Cloud City had the Barren State's strongest spirit elemental cultivators. Hua Jieyu was a divine spiritual sorcerer and had a similar ability to the Eye of Devastation. The cultivators from the White Cloud City would naturally be very interested in Hua Jieyu as a divine spiritual sorcerer. Moreover, she had ravishing looks, so Bai Zai would naturally have his own intentions. The group of them came to a location, and the influential figures from the Holy Ji Palace were diagonally above them. Many people stood there, including the White Cloud City's young master Bai Luli. He stood there, casually chatting with other elders. Yifutian glanced at Bai Luli from a close distance. He was indeed a distinguished person with handsome looks, as well as an aura of refinement, although still a far cry from himself. Of course, Yifutian's gaze was not friendly. After all, this person was his third brother's love rival. Bai Luli appeared to have felt Yifutian's gaze and looked towards him, then smiled faintly and nodded at him. His smile gave people a pleasant feeling. "Mingyue, your little brother's potential is exceptional," Bai Luli said to Zhuge Mingyue, smiling. "He's still all right with my little brother's potential. He should probably be able to make it into the top 10 of the Barren Sky ranking in the future." Zhuge Mingyue smiled and replied. Bai Luli was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. He really could not handle Zhuge Mingyue. After all, he was 10th on the Barren Sky ranking. Uncle Daozong, Yifutian, and Hua Jieyu have exceptional potential, They will likely achieve much in the future. Why don't you take them in under your palace? Bai Luli looked towards Sage Daozong and said, smiling. Sage Daozong nodded slightly. He had previously invited Hua Jieyu, but she claimed that she would wait for Yi Futian to decide together. All of you have come to the Holy Ji Palace. Is there anyone who is willing to join my palace? If you are willing to enter my palace, I will pick you tomorrow, Sage Daozong said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian had a glint in his eye and felt odd. If there was an elder who was inviting him, he would naturally ask his second sister to pick for him. Although Bai Luli was expressing goodwill towards him, he was unwilling to accept it. With Bai Luli's relationship with his third brother, if he accepted it, wouldn't it be the same as accepting a favor from Bai Luli? How would he face his third brother in the future then? I will consider it seriously, Yi Futian bowed and said. Although he had his own thoughts, he did not want to directly reject an influential figure from the Holy Ji Palace. That would be inappropriate conduct. Sage Daozong is personally inviting you and you still want to consider? A cold voice said from the side. Sage Daozong looked at the person who was speaking and chided while smiling and shaking his head. Ning Xian, it's fine. His surname is Ning. Yi Futian looked at Ning Xian and understood why. You have all crossed the holy road to arrive here all the way in the top 10. It has not been easy for all of you. If there is anyone who wishes to enter a palace, or are you all here to train yourself? Sage Daozong looked at the crowd and asked casually. Of course, it's all right if you do not wish to say. We're just chatting casually here. Teacher has said that Sage Daozong has a wealth of knowledge and has numerous insights in cultivation. Thus he ordered me to come to the Holy Ji Palace and follow Sage Daozong in my cultivation. A voice sounded out and the crowd turned towards it. Their gazes landed on the beautiful lady from the immortal village. Her aura was subtle. Although her clothes were simple, she appeared to be beyond the mortal realm. If she dressed up, she would definitely be a captivating beauty. Is your teacher the undying old man? Sage Daozong asked. Yes. Phoenix nodded and replied. All right, you will follow me in my cultivation in the future. Sage Daozong smiled and said, preemptively taking Phoenix in under his palace. Thank you, Elder. Phoenix bowed and replied. The house master has claimed that my swordsmanship is not complete, and has asked me to learn from Elder Sword Demon. Will Elder Sword Demon grant my wish? Suke looked at the Sword Demon and asked. Yes. The Sword Demon nodded and Suke thanked him. You are the disciple of the Dark Sage? Someone looked at Xiao Junyi and asked. Yes. Xiao Junyi nodded and replied. Why have you crossed the holy road? To kill people and refine your technique? The person asked again. If Elder is unhappy about that, I can leave and not participate in the remaining battles, Xiao Junyi replied. The Holy Ji Palace will not undermine its rules, Sage Daozong said, and Xiao Junyi did not reply. What about you? Who is your master? Someone looked towards Yushang and asked. Many people looked towards Yushang. This fellow cultivated in overbearing demonic arts, and many people were curious towards his origin. Yushang did not say anything. He evidently did not want to say that his demonic teachings were from his father. Now that his cultivation level was getting stronger and he had a deeper understanding of his methods, he also wanted to know what kind of person his father was. The people from the Holy Ji Palace did not continue pursuing the matter. Bai Luli looked at Huang Zhouge and asked, smiling, the people from the sovereign family have never entered the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. Are they interested this time around? We have no interest in doing so, Huang Zhouge replied in a straightforward manner, then continued, I have come only to see what standard the Holy Ji Palace's disciples are at this time around. If you are willing, I can introduce you to a good master. Bai Luli smiled and said. Huang Zhouge glanced at him. As the descendant of the Zhongzhou city's sovereign family, he naturally understood Bai Luli's status in the Holy Ji Palace. His words had the intention to get on Huang Zhouge's good side. As long as he agreed, he might even be able to cultivate under that person's palace. However, even with Bai Luli's temptation, he did not say anything. He believed that the sovereign family's techniques were not inferior to any factions. Even the Holy Ji Palace was unable to produce anyone on the top 3 of the Barren Sky ranking, and it was not because of their techniques. He would naturally achieve that goal of his. All right, there will still be people watching the battles tomorrow. Make sure you give your best performance. Sage Daozong smiled and left. Many of the influential figures from the Holy Ji Palace followed suit. Yi Futian did not understand the purpose of this conversation, but Zhuge Canyang and Zhuge Mingyue did. It seemed that many influential figures from the Holy Ji Palace had already unified to form a certain will. After they had left, Xiao Junyi, Yuanzhan, Phoenix, and the others all turned around and walked downwards, but Bai Zhe walked to Zhuge Mingyue, bowed and said, "Previously I had asked my brother to bring me along to visit, but it was a pity that I was unable to meet second young mistress and Miss Jeyu. Now that I have met you both today, the two of you are indeed stunning." Zhuge Mingyue looked at Bai Zhe, not knowing what he wanted to say. Bai Zhe continued and said, "My brother is the cream of the crop in the barren state. Now that I have seen second young mistress splendor, I feel that the two of you indeed match." Zhuge Mingyue's eyes narrowed and many people looked towards them. Although the entire barren state knew about Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue, Bai Zhe was trying to bring it up. "Bai Zhe!" Bai Luli shouted at him. Bai Zhe did not move and continued looking at Zhuge Mingyue. Just like he had said, his brother Bai Luli was unparalleled. However, Zhuge Mingyue intentionally avoided him on purpose and made it look like his brother was wooing her, but failing at doing so. Regarding the matter, Bai Zhe was very unhappy. What right did Zhuge Mingyue have to do so? His brother could get any kind of woman he wanted if he just asked. Of course, as the son of the White Cloud City Lord, he would naturally hold back his words and appear refined and courteous. "The second young master of the White Cloud City, you better mind your own business." Zhuge Mingyue smirked at Bai Zhe, her tone unfriendly. Bai Zhe looked at Zhuge Mingyue and saluted, saying, "If Bai Zhe's words have made second young mistress unhappy, I beg your pardon. The previous time, I wanted to meet Miss Jeyu, but I was unable to do so. Only this time at the Holy Ji Palace was I able to meet her. Divine spiritual sorcerers are indeed the ultimate sorcerers. Although she was eliminated prematurely because of her cultivation level, the potential of a divine spiritual sorcerer will only get stronger with time. Why not let my brother introduce her to cultivate under the second palace lord?" Everyone looked troubled hearing Bai Zhe's words. There were obviously deep meanings behind his words after all. Even Zhuge Xing looked at Bai Zhe funny. So even someone like Bai Zhe has thoughts about Hua Jeyu. Only Holy Sage Pavilion had two pavilion lords, and one of the lords was the lord of the Holy Ji Palace itself, who had stopped getting involved with affairs of the place, leaving the other lord to practically run the place. The Holy Sage Pavilion, sitting high atop the Holy Ji Palace, reigned supreme over all in the Holy Ji Palace. Two of the top three in the Barren Sky ranking, specifically the one ranked first and third, were of the Holy Sage Pavilion, which in turn referred to the two pavilion lords. The two who reigned supreme over all cultivators in the barren state were none other than the two lords themselves. It was because of them that the Holy Ji Palace enjoyed extremely high status in all of the barren state, being called the sacred ground of the barren state. The influence of sacred grounds in barren state usually extended only to its surrounding region, even one as formidable as the ice temple at the southern regions of barren state. The Holy Ji Palace's influence, however, encompassed all of barren state instead. Bai Luli was a student of the Holy Sage Pavilion and he enjoyed supreme status in the Holy Ji Palace. Bai Zhe supposedly would have studied under the second pavilion lord as well. As such, Bai Zhe's intentions in having Bai Luli recommend Hua Jeyu to study under the second pavilion lord were all too obvious. If Hua Jeyu was to take one such favor, Bai Zhe would have stood a good chance at getting her to be his. Yi Futian knew of such maneuvers all too well, and he stared at Bai Zhe with cold eyes. Having made it this far on her own, there is no need for recommendations from others in Hua Jeyu's case. She would be able to make her own decisions. Your goodwill, while appreciated, is unnecessary. Zhuge Mingyue glared at Bai Zhe, with eyes as cold as Yi Futian's. Everyone knew that Yi Futian and Hua Jeyu were lovers, and Hua Jeyu stated clearly that she would follow wherever Yi Futian went. Yet, Bai Zhe stated in front of everyone that he intended to recommend a teacher to her, an action saying that he was completely ignoring Yi Futian's presence. Many thought the actions of the second son of White Cloud City to be unbearably arrogant. Despite being a peerless figure and had a measure of arrogance to him, Bai Luli knew prudence to a certain extent, nonetheless, and behaved amicably. Bai Zhe, however, was clearly a polar opposite. How about we ask what Ms. Hua herself to think about it? Bai Zhe paid no heed to Zhuge Mingyue's coldness at the matter. There were simply too many who revered or feared the Zhuge family, and many naturally showed the same measure of respect or fear towards Zhuge Mingyue. However, White Cloud City needed to show no such sentiments to anyone other than a select few in the Holy Ji Palace. His father, the city lord of White Cloud City, ranked 4th on the Barren Sky ranking, and his brother, Bai Luli, ranked 10th. Bai Zhe turned to look at Hua Jieyu as soon as he finished. Ms. Hua, my life spirit, the Eye of Devastation, works in ways similar to your practice as a divine spiritual sorcerer. If we were to train together, we would be able to encourage each other to improve, which would, in turn, benefit our respective practices. Furthermore, the second Pavilion Lord is a mighty one ranked 3rd in the Barren Sky ranking. It is an opportunity like no other for you to be able to study under him. Many turned their eyes at Hua Jieyu. Train together, encourage each other to improve. Words that sounded polite and appealing, but Hua Jieyu knew what those words truly meant. The appeal was even greater due to the fact that it would be the 3rd strongest figure in the ranking who would be tutoring them. If Hua Jieyu was still single, she would have said yes without a doubt, for few were able to resist such a compelling offer. However, due to Yi Futian's presence, Bai Zhe's words sounded overwhelmingly condescending, an attempt to take another guy's girlfriend right in front of him. Yet, the obscenely arrogant second son of White Cloud City did not seem to care for such matters, ignoring Yi Futian who stood right beside her. He cared not for Yi Futian's incredible talents, for Bai Zhe deemed Yi Futian to be just another face in the crowd. Crunch. A crisp noise was heard as Yushang took a step forward, seemingly fully ready to talk with his fists. Yushang, Yi Futian called, and Yushang halted his steps. Yet his eyes remained on Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe spared a glance at Yushang and smirked, returning his gaze to Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu took hold of Yi Futian's hand and looked at Bai Zhe, smiling slightly and said, "It is indeed a rare opportunity to be able to study under the second Pavilion Lord. But just how am I able to study with someone as ugly as you around?" She turned around and left with Yi Futian in tow. Yi Futian turned and smirked at Bai Zhe. "See you tomorrow." Bai Zhe was dumbfounded. Ugly? Bai Zhe looked funny seeing both of them leaving the scene. The world of cultivators called couples among their ranks to be path companions. The term referred to individuals who complemented each other in terms of abilities and thus were suitable partners for each other in training. Love was trivial in comparison. He was of the opinion that Hua Jieyu was a suitable path companion for him. However, women were creatures driven by emotions, and he believed she failed to comprehend the true meaning of the term. Yet he was hardly bothered. He simply reached out in an attempt to claim what he deemed to be a suitable path companion without hesitation. With Hua Jieyu not having such comprehension and readiness to do so, he saw it fit to not pursue the matter further. Women were aplenty, beauties who should have only existed in the heavens or even goddesses. One could get their hands on whoever they fancy if they proved powerful enough. So Yi Futian, see you tomorrow indeed. Maybe he just thinks too highly of himself after beating Yan Jiu. And Yan Jiu is hardly worth mentioning compared to someone like me. In the last battle fighting for a spot in top 10, Shimin Yan was unable to even withstand one look from Bai Zhe. The second son of White Cloud City indeed. Zhuge Mingyue quipped with a smile before leaving the scene as well. Bai Luli yelled at his brother, "Bai Zhe, you are going too far." Bai Zhe turned around and walked towards his brother, lowering his head for a bit. While he behaved in an exceedingly arrogant manner in front of others, Bai Zhe tried to behave himself in front of his brother. Bai Zhe's eyes, however, were unflinching, as if to say that he could do no wrong. My brother is a peerless genius in all of Barren State. Even someone like Zhuge Mingyue should have bowed before him. That was what drove him to behave as he did today, and it was like a thorn at his side. Many from the outside world were oblivious to it, but great figures knew well that his brother, Bai Luli, was more than just the young city lord of White Cloud City and a genius ranked 10th on the Barren Sky ranking. He was also one that earned unanimous praise from all the great figures in the Holy Ji Palace. Bai Zhe knew well what lied in his brother's future, number one in all of the Barren State. Zhuge Mingyue walked as Yi Futian's party left. Second sister, Yi Futian called. You know little of what is going on in the Holy Ji Palace. The palace lord, the figure who reigned supreme in all of Barren State, had disappeared for years, not getting himself involved in mundane affairs. Now things are managed by the second pavilion lord who is ranked 3rd in the Barren Sky ranking, while the second pavilion lord himself is Bai Luli's teacher. I never expected you to be able to come this far when you first embarked on your trip to the Holy Roads. That was quite a shock to your second sister, me. Zhuge Mingyue smiled and continued. As such, expectations towards you are no longer what they used to be. I intended for you to study under one of the sages here, but things are no longer what it was before. If things don't turn out in your favor, I'd advise you to not enter the Holy Ji Palace. Not enter? Yi Futian asked while looking puzzled. You have clashed with Bai Zhe, and enrolling into the palace wouldn't necessarily be a good thing for you anymore. You may not be clear of Bai Luli's status in the palace, but my old man told me that Bai Luli has had the higher-ups in the palace reach some kind of consensus, and that is making him the heir to the place, Zhuge Mingyue elaborated. The shock was clear in Yi Futian's eyes. So that mighty one who ranked 10th on Barren Sky ranking has earned approval from the rest of the Holy Ji Palace then? Well, given the talents of this little brother of mine, it's fine even if you didn't study here in the palace. You'll still take good care of me, right? Zhuge Mingyue smiled in a rather sly manner. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. He thought not all would have been lost even if he did not end up studying in the Holy Ji Palace. Their journey on the Holy Roads had let all of them grow considerably in many ways. We'll see what happens tomorrow. You might still stand a chance, Zhuge Mingyue added. I'll let you make the decisions, Yi Futian said with a smile. His second sister would not have wanted anything other than the best for him, and Yi Futian did not feel like dwelling on the matter. It was easier to simply have his second sister make the arrangements for him. Many turned to look at Zhuge Mingyue's party, and the news soon spread throughout the place that Yi Futian had a minor clash with Bai Zhe in the Holy Ji Palace and that Bai Zhe had thoughts about Hua Jieyu as well. Things turned out interestingly given the young city lord of White Cloud City showed interests in Hua Jieyu. The battle the next day had just gotten more interesting for everyone. Yi Futian had beaten Yan Zhou before and earned himself a place at the top 10. Yet the second son of White Cloud City was probably the most powerful among all who still remained in the battlefield. Yan Zhou paled in comparison, and Yi Futian the Dark Horse might have met his biggest challenge yet. Many discussed the strengths of the candidates in the top 10. Some claimed Bai Zhe to be the strongest while some others claimed Huang Zhuge to be the strongest instead. However, it was clear to everyone that Bai Zhe, Huang Zhuge, and Su Ke were the 3 strongest among the 10. It was difficult to gauge the strengths of the other 7, as while Zhuge Xing might have been just as strong, Yushang, Xiao Junyi and Yi Futian were nowhere near weak as well. The outcome was to be known on the battlefield the next day. A day's time flew by like an arrow, and the mighty ones were seen gathering early in the morning the next day. The top 10 candidates made their way onto the battlefield one after another. Many mighty ones gathered in the Holy Ji Palace's direction. Even some great figures who did not turn up the day before showed up. Battles of the top 10 candidates were something many would not have missed for anything. So even you, King Kong Sage, are showing up today, I see. Sage Daozong turned to look at a figure who seemed to be bathing in golden light. A figure well known and respected in the Holy Ji Palace. The figure was a mighty one ranked on the Barren Sky ranking, and he was also the second most formidable figure in the Battle Sage Palace. The Battle Sage Palace was known to be the place where the best warriors were made in the Holy Ji Palace, and every single person within was known to pack extraordinary combat prowess. The status of the Battle Sage Palace was merely below that of the Holy Sage Pavilion, and the Lord within was known to have the most formidable physical attributes among all in Barren State, being ranked 7th in the Barren Sky ranking. His combat capacity, however, was known to be peerless, so much so that even those of higher rankings hesitated to butt heads with such a being. If you, Lord Daozong, are interested enough to show up yourself, Is it peculiar that I'm interested? King Kong Sage asked. Sage Daozong was the lord of Daozong Palace. Sage Daozong smiled and turned his attention to the battlefield. The elder on the sky stairwell spoke. The battle today will be different from the ones fought prior. It is no longer done in a one-on-one manner. Whoever you think should be eliminated, you are free to challenge them. The loser will be eliminated. If you are of such prowess that no one dares challenge you, you are free to enter battle during the final round. The eyes of many sparkled. The rules had become more straightforward, and nothing was left to chance anymore. The battle of the top 10 commenced. 10 candidates stood in 10 directions on the vast battlefield. The rules of the game this time were that anyone deemed unqualified to stay was free to be challenged and eliminated. Any of the 10 candidates were given permission to freely take the stage, but someone was bound to be eliminated. Who would be first? Huang Zhouge scanned the scene while remaining standing where he was, tall and proud. Su Ke remained silent with both hands behind him. Bai Zhe simply closed his eyes, as if the upcoming fights had nothing to do with him, as no one was deemed daring enough to challenge him until the very end. He also thought most standing there unworthy for him do the dirty work himself. As such, he simply intended to let the other candidates fight among themselves until one man was left standing. Zhuge Xing also stood quietly in his place. All who stood where they were seemed to have very high opinions of themselves, and no one deemed themselves to be inferior to the others. As such, unlike prior battles, no one was in any hurry to make a move against anyone. Yifutian scanned the battlefield for a while and smirked. He made his move, being the first one to walk out, attracting the eyes of many. It seemed to many that Yifutian knew well of his predicament, that he stood no chance of coming out as the top of the 10 candidates left. As such, he chose to come up and challenge someone. Everyone watching was curious as to who Yifutian would pick to be his first opponent. The audience tracked where he turned his eyes, and the result was a startling one for many, so much so that the audience looked funny. Many thought he would have chosen to challenge Huang from Frost Road or Phoenix from Decay Road. Yet, the one he set his eyes on was none other than the only candidate left from the Zhuge family. Zhuge Xing returned Yifutian's gaze, a cold look on his face. He was the one to be challenged first, which meant that Yifutian deemed him to be the most unworthy among the 10 left on the battlefield. What are you looking at? Just get out here already. Seeing that Zhuge Xing had clearly not understood what he meant with his look, Yifutian had no choice but to open his mouth. Cold shimmers appeared in Zhuge Xing's eyes. He walked out with a tinge of purplish lightning sparkling in his eyes before replying, "You have guts." Guts. Yifutian looked puzzled. So Zhuge Xing thinks I'm challenging him because I have guts? He sure has a very high opinion of himself. You said quite a while ago that I don't belong on this battlefield. But as my luck would have it, I'm still here. Yifutian smiled and continued. Of the other 9 remaining, you are the trashiest, and so here I am and here you are. Crash. Threads of lightning sparks lit up as Zhuge Xing became infuriated. Yifutian might have seemed to be cracking a self-deprecating joke, but he was actually insulting Zhuge Xing. However, was Zhuge Xing really weak? Among the members of the Zhuge family in the noble plane, Zhuge Xing was definitely the most talented. Purplish lights crackled in the huge battlefield, seeming to be sparks drawn from the heavens. As the sparks and crackling noises went on, terrifying storms whipped up across the battlefield. The lightning had gotten so intense that even the skies took on a different hue, as if the battlefield had turned into a world made of lightning. Purplish streaks of lightning lashed out at Yifutian. While the attacks were shot down, sparks coursed through Yifutian's body nonetheless, which gradually turned into unbearable pressure permeating the battlefield. You will taste the true power of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Xing said. Crack, boom. Loud noises were heard across the field as multiple streaks of lightning lashed out from the heavens, shining light on the ground. A stout silhouette appeared behind Zhuge Xing as the streaks of devastating lightning continued to rain on the ground. The silhouette was tens of meters tall, a figure to be looked up upon like a god of thunder. That was a true Kuei, a beast of lightning and thunder. Its enormous body spoke of regal might. One war drum of lightning after another appeared before the enormous bull-like creature as the lightning storm turned increasingly intense. The image was a terrifying one, and it was the ability of Zhuge Xing's life spirit. The Kuei was the sacred beast of lightning and was known in the legends to be the stead of the god of thunder. The beast was described to possess the power to command lightning storms, and even its eyes were filled with the sheen of lightning. One look on its eyes was more than enough to tell the horrifyingly sizable magnitude of lightning housed within, as if one was being struck by lightning. Many shuddered at the devastating scene in the battlefield. Though Yi Futian was incredibly powerful, they were thinking that he probably had made the wrong choice in challenging Zhuge Xing. Zhuge Xing was nothing like Zhuge Ling or Zhuge Ping from before, as they were deemed to be completely different levels in terms of combat prowess. Zhuge Xing even had one more life spirit than both of them. "Take your time and taste it," Zhuge Xing yelled. The Kuei beat on the war drum of lightning as soon as he finished. Countless streaks of lightning strikes rained down on the battlefield in an instant, all lashing out at Yi Futian. What was more terrifying was the resulting noise, which seemed to be powerful enough to rupture Yi Futian's eardrums. Yi Futian felt powerful waves of lightning will directly assault his mind through his ears. Boom! Yi Futian shuddered for a bit and his ears rang. His feet jumped backward without him realizing it. The defenses around him that he had set up prior were all shattered by the lightning. Streaks coursed throughout his body, rendering him increasingly numb all over. One strike packed the power to assault both the body and the mind. Zhuge Xing's reputation as the proud son of the Zhuge family did not come from nothing. Many deemed him to be one of the top 5 candidates, powerful enough to fight for a spot in the top 3. The Kuei howled and the war drums of lightning were heard. Rumbling noises reverberated throughout the heavens and blinding lightning flashes filled the air. Yi Futian grunted as he felt his mind about to be shattered. His feet stuck to the ground and kept going back. The star-powered defenses that he had put up around him prior were easily shattered and were of no match to the sheer devastating power of lightning. "I don't see that I am wrong. Do you really think you're qualified enough to stay?" Zhuge Xing asked coldly. Lightning gathered madly in the sky right above his head, which seemed to be driven by a shadow of the Kuei. The Kuei gradually took a more tangible form and the lightning strikes encased Yi Futian, as if to lock him where he stood. A freakish lightning storm began to coalesce right above Yi Futian's head. It was the thunderbolt bombing spell. Horrifying lightning storms right above Yi Futian lashed out an incredibly devastating streak of lightning right on top of Yi Futian's head. The attack that seemed like a bolt of massive lightning brought from the heavens was the most powerful lightning spell that the Zhuge family had in their arsenal. It was capable of being used by someone with impeccable spiritual energy control and precise training. The incredibly demanding attack packed equally incredible damage potential. A loud boom was heard as the inescapable spell rained down directly on top of Yi Futian's starlight clad around him. Cracks appeared one after another, with even his body of stars shattering. His defenses were torn apart right there and then. The bolt of lightning hit him squarely from above. The spell rendered Yi Futian numb all over, and his knees bent in response. He was numbed almost to the point of paralysis, a testament of the lightning spell's power. Wah! Eyes were set on Yi Futian, and all who watched were wondering if he was able to withstand such power. They looked at Yi Futian, who was hanging his head low, and wondered if he was able to continue fighting. Zhuge Xing was indeed more terrifying than Yanzhou. More streaks of lightning continued to rain down on their target, without giving Yi Futian pause for even a breather. The attacks seemed to be determined to turn him to dust right where he stood. Boom! Yi Futian's body became surrounded by dazzling sacred light. The light of the stars melded with it and protected him. That layer of defense did not shatter from the lightning. "Was that all you got?" a voice said, and many saw Yi Futian raising his head and standing straight up once again. Many shuddered at the sight, as such a devastating attack seemingly failed to even injure him. Just how impossibly tough can a body of flesh and blood be? A world of stars began appearing in the world of lightning. The sun, the moon, and the stars all hung up high in the air. A dazzling beam of sunlight, gentle beam of moonlight, and the swirling dots of starlight made the place look like some kind of rare celestial phenomenon. Zhuge Xing looked slightly troubled. He actually came out unscathed from an attack like that? The rock appeared in a flash of dazzling golden light and went on to cling onto Yi Futian. The scene itself was something Yi Futian accomplished by casting talents of 4 different attributes. All of that coupled with the elemental prowess demonstrated in prior battles made it very clear to everyone that he was a full attribute mandate sorcerer. Streaks of lightning continued to rain on top of him, but Yi Futian vanished from where he stood with a flash. The bolts of lightning missed their target with a loud boom. Yi Futian's body was seen hovering in the air a moment later. His gaze locked onto Zhuge Xing. My turn. The celestial bodies fell as soon as he finished. Heaven and earth seemed to be swallowed by an inferno soon after. An incredibly huge furnace appeared around Zhuge Xing, one that seemed capable of cooking everything on earth in it. The intentions of the furnace were clear: kill Zhuge Xing where he stood. Zhuge Xing extended his palm and said coldly, "Chains of thunder god." Thousands of chains of lightning lashed about with full intentions of shattering the furnace around him. However, as the furnace itself was a construct made of fire, the lightning chains were unable to destroy it. The chains went on to coil around Yi Futian, pressing on the air around him, and went about tearing his defenses bit by bit. However, Yi Futian seemed unshaken in the slightest. As moonlight poured down, Zhuge Xing felt intense cold heading for him. Fires of intense yang and waters of intense yin worked against each other, catching Zhuge Xing in between, making him feel extremely miserable. What was worse was that both powers came to form the power of the furnace trapping him within. The product of yin and yang encased Zhuge Xing securely. Zhuge Xing looked tremendously troubled. He basked himself in lightning, conjuring a huge shadow of lightning for protection. Lightning bolts lashed out at the same time in attempts to destroy the furnace. However, given how the furnace was a construct of fires of intense yang and waters of intense yin, the power of lightning proved useless against it. Zhuge Xing flashed in an attempt to escape the space occupied by the furnace, but countless meteors fell around him in a crazed manner, blocking his way out. The kuei roared as if to shatter the space it occupied. The beast that commanded storms seemed to be one with Zhuge Xing, as he raised his fist to wreck everything around it. Lightning flashed about in the air and meteors continued falling about madly. An immensely long rod of stars lashed out in the midst of the mess. Yi Futian was seen descending from above, striking like he was about to break the heavens. Zhuge Xing responded by letting out an intense roar and sending the kuei to charge at him. "Get out of my way!" A loud voice boomed. The kuei trembled and Zhuge Xing's body was forced back into the furnace. His body continued to be covered by fire and ice, causing him extreme misery. The light of that life spirit in the sky shone on him. As both powers continued to grow in magnitude, his lightning defenses struggled to keep up. The powers of fire and ice seeped into his body, making Zhuge Xing feel the searing heat and chilling cold attacking his bones. He turned pale before uttering, "Cease fighting! Cease fighting! What is that supposed to mean?" Yi Futian looked at him with cold expressions as the heat and cold continued to assault Zhuge Xing. Chilling, cracking sounds were heard as Zhuge Xing's skin seemed like it was about to break into pieces. Zhuge Xing then yelled in rage, "I surrender!" The power of the furnace stayed the same, yet the light of the celestial entities behind Yi Futian gradually faded. The crazed environment gradually returned to its usual tranquil state. Zhuge Xing lifted his head to look at Yi Futian. His eyes spoke of immense embarrassment. He had lost the battle. Yi Futian remained in the air, looking down on Zhuge Xing. He seemed to be wearing a smirk on his face, and his expression was more arrogant than ever. "You admit defeat?" There was a clear, sarcastic smirk on his face. "I thought you were all pompous and full of yourself, and now you admit defeat fighting a grade 9 noble? Zhuge Xing, is that all you've got?" Zhuge Xing clenched his fists and sparks crackled around him. He was enraged and felt immense humiliation, but the fact was he lost. Countless eyes were on him, and he had never felt so embarrassed in his life. Yi Futian was humiliating him in front of everyone. Yi Futian turned around and walked back to his own spot, saying to Zhuge Xing, I think it's better that you change your name to Zhuge Buxing. That should suit you better. Crack. That flash of lightning dimmed immediately. Yi Futian had to humiliate him further before leaving the scene. The name Yi Futian had just given him would probably make him a laughingstock for the rest of his life. When people would recall the battle of this day, the jarring nickname would definitely come to mind. Many looked at Zhuge Xing before turning their eyes to Yi Futian. Nothing seemed to be able to stop the dark horse's advance, and it was a dark horse that was able to overwhelm the likes of Zhuge Xing. Many expected him, at that point, to continue baffling the crowd until the very end. It was almost a fact by then that Yi Futian had indeed grown stronger every time he fought someone stronger. The power of his life spirits continued to grow, as if he had been going easy in all his prior battles and never gave his all. What was demonstrated right there and then astonished everyone present. Zhuge Xing, wait at the side for the moment. The selection of the top 10 is somewhat different from before. The elder on the sky stairwell said. No great figures from the Holy Ji Palace extended an invitation to Zhuge Xing. He nodded and dragged himself to the side, staying back on the battlefield. Many wore funny looks on their faces. Is it the big shots in the palace will only select their disciples when clear victors and losers are determined at the very end? Bai Zhe opened his eyes slowly and shot a glance at Yi Futian. Seems like the guy has something. Let's see how far he can go before I crush him once and for all. Another figure was seen walking out onto the battlefield, catching the attention of many. It was a beautiful girl in rather plain clothes, Phoenix. Phoenix turned her eyes at Xiao Junyi and said, I challenge you. Phoenix specialized in power of life. Xiao Junyi, on the other hand, specialized in power of death. Both individuals bore powers that were polar opposites of one another, and it seemed that they would remain as archrivals for life because of that. Any great figures present knew that the Dark Sage and the Undying Old Man had history as well. And right there and then, their heirs met in the Holy Ji Palace as rivals. Xiao Junyi walked out onto the battlefield with his eyes fixed on Phoenix as he took out his flute. He began playing his tune slowly again. Wisps of death seemed to begin circling around him as he played, before turning into a current and lashing out at Phoenix. Her body was clad in a layer of sacred glimmer at the same time. The jade-colored sacred light was something capable of dispelling all evil power, preventing the current from encroaching her body. The music from his flute was a will-based attack, but Phoenix's mind proved to be just as adamant. An undying Phoenix bathed in unending fires in her mind, standing guard firmly and burning down any spiritual attack intended to assault her mind. This is beautiful. Everyone's eyes were fixated on Phoenix, who seemed to have metamorphosed during the battle. Her regal, sacred figure made her look like a goddess. Xiao Junyi's specialty lied in death, which was a very potent ability capable of suppressing many. But Phoenix's abilities proved to be the antithesis that was somehow capable of countering his abilities. The battlefield turned scorching hot in mere moments. Wisps of fire bounced about on the battlefield, and the temperature soared. Said wisps gathered around Xiao Junyi's body, with each and every one carried mysterious holiness to them, like undying candlelight, as they charged at Xiao Junyi. Gray currents of death swept about his vicinity, attempting to extinguish the wisps of fire. However, the fires like candlelight burned off the currents as they got close, and went about penetrating the black mist behind him, intending to burn his body. Inextinguishable flames. Phoenix's life spirit is none other than the undying Phoenix, something inherited from the undying old man. Her flames are probably the undying flames. The power packed within one such fire spell is extraordinary. Many were shocked to the bone. A huge wisp of illusionary candlelight fire began to appear under Xiao Junyi's feet. It grew in size and power shortly, becoming like a huge candle fire, wrapping his body within. Xiao Junyi continued playing his flute as a pitch-black silhouette of death appeared behind him, encasing him within. The pitch-black shadow looked like a monster embodying death itself as it opened its huge mouth to devour the flames bit by bit. It grew in size as it went on devouring, and the black mist grew in potency, making it almost potent enough to block out the sky, before devouring the candle fire entirely. It then roared in Phoenix's direction. A screech of the phoenix emanated from within Phoenix. Fiery red wings flapped about between the heavens and the earth, sprinkling endless fire all over the place, tainting the surroundings red. An incredibly huge shadow of the phoenix was seen across the vast battlefield, while a regal undying phoenix was seen right behind Phoenix herself. The shadow of the phoenix and the death monster clashed, as if two terrifying glimmers of light were pitted against each other in the air. The death monster expanded in a crazed manner as Xiao Junyi played his flute. The huge mouth of death spread as it grew in size, intending to swallow the immortal bird whole. The entire world seemed to have turned into pitch-black darkness, as it went on to engulf Phoenix. Many shuddered at the scene. Just how fearsome can Xiao Junyi's death abilities get? The black mist of death blocked out all light within, devouring everything in its path. The incredibly huge immortal bird seemed to be swallowed in mere moments, and the monster's mouth continued to make its way for Phoenix. Phoenix did not budge from where she stood. The light of the undying Phoenix behind her remained incredibly regal and sacred, encasing her within. The death monster finally went on to engulf her, swallowing her and her life spirit whole within the black mist. The hearts of many shook. This is just too terrifying. Is Xiao Junyi some kind of grim reaper? Is Phoenix just going to get swallowed up like that? Xiao Junyi's tune with his flute did not stop. It picked up instead. Deathly powers roared. At that very moment, the black mist that emanated behind him and went on to engulf the entire battlefield shone with a dazzling light. Beams of holy lights pierced right through the darkness, dispelling the black mist. The undying phoenix screeched again as it went on to tear everything in its way apart. The death monster roared as it struggled. Many saw wisps of dazzling fire appearing around Xiao Junyi. The shimmering lights spread and the beams cut right through the darkness. The entire battlefield was filled with roaring noises. The black mist was completely dispelled. Xiao Junyi was heard grunting as he took several steps back in the next moment. Blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. Phoenix's figure was seen on the battlefield again. She stood there silently while covered in sacred lights. However, she was also ensnared with wisps of death currents. They both lost and suffered grave injuries. I give up. Xiao Junyi's expression was as calm as ever. The handsome face never seemed to show any hint of being deterred. I withdraw from further battles as well, Phoenix added. Both left the battlefield to return to their own spots and sat on the floor cross-legged. Is this a draw? There seems to be no victor here and both gave up. So both are getting eliminated? 7 left on the field then. Yuanzhan went up next. His body, which seemed to be made of gold, looked ferocious as ever. He fixed his gaze at Huang Jioge. Yuanzhan was challenging Huang Jioge. It was a given that he would not have challenged Yifutian and Yushang. Of all the other remaining ones, only Huang Jioge's methods of training were extremely hard and yang-based. The man packed fearsome offensive capacity, which Yuanzhan deemed able to serve well to temper his own powers. He did not come to the Holy Ji Palace for fame or a ranking. He came only because his old man wanted him to learn the powers from the best humans the Barren State had to offer. As such, he chose to fight the incredibly powerful Huang Jioge. Haughtiness appeared in Huang Jioge's eyes as he stepped out to face Yuanzhan, keeping his hands behind him all the while. He remained calm and composed, even when going up against a ferocious beast like Yuanzhan. No hint of pressure was detected from him at all. A current coursed throughout his body as he activated his powers. Dazzling lights spawned and shot up, coalescing into a regal aura demanding reverence. They, the sovereign family, were descendants of Renhuang. While the world by and large did not believe it to be so, the clan itself remained unfazed. Their ways of practice enabled them to bear mysterious currents within, something that was capable of compressing and converting the worldly powers into some mysterious power. The sovereign family called such powers to be the sovereign aura. He remained adamant in his belief of his ancestors' strength, and he intended to prove his point personally. Yuanzhan stepped forward and the earth shook. The golden body of his packed endless amount of power within. He lashed out with his hand, intending to overwhelm everything in his path with his golden palm. Huang Zhouge made no attempt to evade the incoming attack. He leaped into the air clad in sovereign aura, before lashing out with his fist in return. He physically clashed with Yuanzhan. The sovereign aura turned into dazzling currents as it swept out with a huge boom. None of them fell backward, and Yuanzhan continued attacking with his huge palm, intending to turn Huang Zhouge to dust. Huang Zhouge continued fighting adamantly. Booming noises reverberated in the air, shaking the entire place. Both individuals continued to clash with one another. The sovereign aura on Huang Zhouge grew increasingly powerful, and his bearing grew in response. The power of his sovereign aura reached a tipping point, turning into a shadow of Renhuang. The sovereign family trained in mysterious ways, enabling them to grow stronger to match their opponent's strength. Yuanzhan changed his attack method and used his 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques instead. Huang Zhouge's sovereign aura responded by coalescing into a chariot and a spear, lashing out together with his fist, as if Renhuang himself was directing a massive army to overwhelm his enemies. Some incredible methods indeed. Yifutian looked troubled. It was no surprise why many expected Huang Zhouge to perform well, even deeming him to be one of the strongest among them all, along with Bai Zhe. The fathers of Bai Zhe and Huang Zhouge were ranked 4th and 5th on the Barren Sky ranking, respectively, which meant they were both of incredible lineages. Yuanzhan grew increasingly vicious as he failed to land an attack. He went on to use the 9 heavenly strikes, powers capable of splitting the earth and shattering everything in their path. The 9 heavenly strikes, used by a being the size of a golden great ape, packed enormous powers within. While Yuanzhan's level of comprehension of the art was not as deep as Yifutian's, it was still fearsome nonetheless. It was only natural that Huang Zhouge was able to sense the underlying power of the techniques used as well. The chariot and the spear were shattered. He burst out of his Renhuang life spirit entirely, boosting his aura. The roar of the sovereign aura made attacks seem like Renhuang himself had descended on the mortal world. Huang Zhouge chose to continue to clash head-on with Yuanzhan's techniques, not giving in even an inch. The stronger Yuanzhan got, the stronger Huang Zhouge got. Eventually, even Yuanzhan's full-powered 9 heavenly strikes failed to bring Huang Zhouge down. Yuanzhan was rendered completely exhausted, and Huang Zhouge went on to defeat the giant ape. Many sighed seeing the silhouette like that of a king standing proud in the air. They wondered if the final battle would be between Huang Zhouge and Bai Zhe. If those two were to clash, what would things be like? Who would come out on top? 6 were left after the battle. As expected by all present, Huang Zhouge, Bai Zhe, and Suke were among the 6 left. The 3 had been deemed the most powerful right from the beginning. Other than them, Yifutian, Yushang, and Huang were left on the battlefield. As such, the ones to get eliminated next were Yifutian, Yushang, and Huang. Suke would have probably ended up being ranked 3rd. The final battle was thought to take place between Huang Zhouge and Bai Zhe, as both were heirs of 2 figures ranked in the top 5 of the Barren Sky ranking, which meant that the powers that came from their lineages were too fearsome to gauge. All 3 did not seem to have any intention of going into battle on their own. As such, Yushang made his move. He scanned the 4 other than Yifutian and fixed his eyes on Huang. Huang detected Yushang's gaze and walked out. Every step brought a chill to the battlefield, a cold that was bone-chilling. He did not wear shoes, which meant he walked barefooted on the battlefield. His steps were light, his long, black hair billowing, and his rags flapped about, all of which spoke of coldness like no other. Wind blew across the battlefield soon after, and the sky was soon filled with snow. The battlefield turned to look like a dead, cold wasteland, like the extreme south of the barren state heard in legends, incredibly barren, shriveled, and cold. Yushang, better take this one seriously, Yifutian reminded his friend. He was able to feel that Huang was someone formidable. Yushang stood as his demonic might boiled. Dark golden demonic armor encased his body. The spiritual chi around him went berserk, coalescing in his direction, fueling his demonic aura and making it increasingly powerful. A devil seemed to stand tall and proud in a snowy wasteland, his feet firmly planted on the ground, not moving an inch. A large cold broadsword appeared in Huang's hand. The blade shone with a cold gleam. A fearsome storm whipped about Yushang's body at the very moment Huang picked his blade up, as if broadsword will in the thousands gathered around him, lashing out at Yushang. However, Yushang's devilish armor and physical constitution were so durable that the broadsword wills whipping about in the storm were utterly useless in breaking his defenses. Huang naturally knew that. He sprinted in the storm before leaping into the air. He held his blade with both hands before bringing it down on his opponent from above. The extremely cold will reached its target before the blade itself, and Yushang felt as if the blood in his body was about to stop flowing. The cold that encroached his body was so extreme that he was unable to evade the slash that was to come. Boom! The cold air burst and a devil halberd was seen on Yushang's hand. He went on to lash out with overbearing demonic power. However, the devil halberd snapped right in the middle as the weapons clashed, and the attacking broadsword was shattered as well. Huang took to the air, coalescing yet another blade in his hands. Even fiercer storms whipped up quickly, encasing Yushang's body in ice. The blade which he held high above his head radiated bone-chilling coldness. His bearing grew even more ferocious as he brought his blade down on his opponent again. A shadow of the devil appeared with a roar, encasing Yushang's body. Terrifying demonic will was lashed out at Huang's body. However, the terrifying will did nothing to deter his blade. The blade, which seemed to pack icy storm-like powers, came down without hesitation, and Huang's hands did not flinch at all when he swung the blade down. Yushang's body continued to devour spiritual qi in a crazed manner, rendering the dark golden demonic storm more ferocious. The storm turned into an incredibly huge dark golden shadow of the devil, the form of which grew increasingly tangible. Yushang punched, and the shadow behind him punched with him. The air shook from the ferocity of the attack. Crisp sounds were heard soon as the blade was brought down on its target. The fist of the devil was cut open by the blade, and the golden devil shadow that was about to take solid form shattered as well, exposing Yushang's body to his opponent. However, the blade was once again shattered from the impact. Even more ferocious storms of ice whipped around Yushang's body, seemingly out to bury him alive. Huang seemed like he was walking in the storm in the air. Another blade appeared in his hand, which looked stronger than the ones from before. Yushang remained standing where he was, feeling his blood about to stop flowing. He seemed to be experiencing the extreme cold in the midst of the icy storm that seemed endless. The spiritual qi that he had absorbed seemed to have turned into devilish flames within his body, burning within to dispel the encroaching cold. The ice and snow around Yushang melted rapidly. He was able to make out a silhouette carrying a blade in the storm. Dark demonic fires continued to burn within, destroying the icy storm around him. The flash of his opponent's blade soon came for his head together with the storm. Boom! The shadow of the devil coalesced once again around Yushang. Spiritual qi of the world combined to create the most powerful devil, as wisps of dark golden demonic currents whipped around in the air. Devastating storms seemed to have appeared. The heaven-tempering power of the demonic arts was unleashed, and Yushang seemed to have turned into a true devil. Doom! A loud rumble was heard. Yushang made no attempts to evade and stepped forward without any hesitation. He punched, his fist clad in endless demonic might, seemingly capable of shattering anything. Boom! Terrifying storm will was soon unleashed, and a terrifying tornado whipped up before Yushang. The blade did not come down, and Huang Zhouge was nowhere to be seen. He retreated far away, standing in the cold storm. Yushang's fist rumbled in the storm, shaking the air. The storm before him was completely destroyed. He sheathed his blade. The audience looked at Huang, thinking that he was terrifying. If Huang was to fight anyone else but Yushang, the ever-prevalent icy spells were more than enough to restrain the movements of his opponents, even preventing his opponents from moving at all. That, coupled with his fearsome blade work, enabled him to easily kill his intended target. However, he did not bring his blade down in his previous attack. The icy storm continued raging on the battlefield. Huang Zhouge looked at Yushang where he stood, and then turned around to leave the scene. I'm not here to put my life on the line fighting you. If Huang had gone all the way with his blade, both of them would have lost and suffered serious injuries. Huang was known to be a madman in the south, yet Yushang proved to be even more crazed than he was. Huang returned to his spot. He came to the Holy Ji Palace with the intention of studying the ways of the sacred ground of Barren State, refining and improving his powers in the process. He deemed himself to have done enough. Winning and losing never mattered much to him. He lost many fights, yet the ones he was able to defeat did not live to tell the tale. He saw life and death to be of utmost importance. He knew it at a very young age when he was left to die in the icy cold storms. He was a crazy one, yet he valued life above all else. Yushang did not leave the battlefield. He scanned the other three. With the exception of Yi Futian, only Huang Zhouge, Bai Zhe, and Su Ke were left. That guy! Many looked at Yushang. A silhouette was seen walking onto the battlefield. His expression was composed, and a tinge of fleeting arrogance was seen in his eyes as always. Yet, at the very moment he stepped into the battlefield, his aura had Yushang trapped. Su Ke of the Tingxue house. It was natural that Yushang would not challenge Yi Futian. Huang Zhouge and Bai Zhe thought too highly of themselves to make a move, and thus he was left to clean things up. Yushang was very powerful, yet he stood no chance in front of Su Quebec. Su Ke himself had absolutely no doubt about it. This is the first time I meet a monster in human form like yourself. Not even the mighty ones among the demons proved to be your match. But my abilities naturally counter yours. As such, I'd advise you to just walk out of this one yourself. Su Ke then added, "Top 5 is good enough for you." No one in the audience thought Su Ke was being arrogant with his words. Yushang's strength had long been recognized, but as Su Ke himself put it, in one such battlefield, Su Ke was probably the opponent that Yushang should have avoided at all cost. One's planes and levels were inadequate to fully determine the outcome of one's battles. There were natural counters to certain abilities, by way of nothing other than the nature of a cultivator's profession. As such, to a certain extent, jack-of-all-trades type of cultivators had an edge over others. For example, Yi Futian, and his battles so far suggested that he had always been the one to counter the abilities of others. Yushang did not say anything. The demonic might coursing through his body proved to be a better response than any words. Su Ke smiled. He saw no other way of going about things but to fight if his opponent deemed his advice unnecessary. He stepped out slowly. Streaks of sword will out to kill coursed throughout his body and grew in power. His movements gained speed rapidly until he looked like a beam of light, appearing right before Yushang in an instant. Boom! Yushang stomped on the ground and punched hard. The attack shattered Su Ke's body, which he quickly found to be just an afterimage. A killing intent lashed out at Yushang's side with a flash, drawing a perfect arc in the air. The sword cut right on top of Yushang's defense, tearing it open right there and then. The armor on Yushang's arm was torn to shreds, and his clothes were quickly reduced to tatters. Both men flashed by each other and ended up standing with their backs facing each other. "Do you still feel like fighting?" Su Ke asked. Yi Futian frowned. Su Ke's specialty lied within his eerie speed, which, when coupled with his killing sword, served well as a natural counter to Yushang's abilities. Yushang's combat capacity was incredibly ferocious, but he was unable to do anything so long as Su Ke avoided clashing head-on with him. Anyone who was to fight Yushang would probably have doubts, yet Su Ke had no such doubts. He trained in the art of the killing sword, and his blade was meant to do nothing but kill. An even more ferocious demonic might was soon unleashed, absorbing worldly spiritual chi and converting it into formidable demonic aura. The shadow of a devil appeared, melding with his physical body. Yushang looked like a devil himself at the very moment. "You never learn," Su Ke spoke again, and a dazzling streak of his movements was seen as soon as he finished. Yushang did not bother evading. He turned around and waited for his opponent's sword to reach him instead. That crazy bastard! Many in the audience looked stunned. Su Ke was more than just educated in spectral movements. His sword was known to be the sword of destruction. "You seem to have a death wish." Su Ke's face was cold. He lashed out with his sword, which cut right through Yushang's armor and devilish physique, going for his heart without stopping. Yushang extended his hand and grabbed hold of the sword. The sword cut his palm open, breaking through his dark golden layer of defense. Blood was soon seen on the wound, but Suke felt a looming danger at the very same time. An enormous palm like that of a devil soon lashed out, going straight for Suke's head. Suke retreated in a hurry and soon heard rumbling noises around him. A devil halberd after another fell from the sky, cutting off his escape. He swiped with his sword with a roar. A bright, dazzling flash was seen, as all of the halberds were snapped in the middle. Suke lashed out like he was a sword himself. Boom! Another palm lashed out. Suke extended his hand and pointed in the air. His sword aura penetrated its intended target, but the palm landed on his body all the same. Suke's body was sent flying with a loud boom, landing hard on the ground. He spewed blood, feeling all organs within ruptured. If he had not used his killing sword aura to fend off most of the force of the attack on his body, the attack would probably have destroyed all his internal organs, killing him right there and then. At the same time, countless devil halberds whooshed at Suke. He quickly retreated behind, evading the incoming attacks like a specter. "You crazy bastard!" Suke quipped coldly as he steadied himself. Blood was still dripping from Yushang's hand. He felt a tinge of frustration as he stared at Suke. He failed, and a chance like that was hard to come by a second time. "Sword!" Suke shouted in rage. Countless killing storms descended around him, turning into countless killing swords circling Suke's body before coalescing into one blade. Suke's silhouette disappeared in the very next moment. Terrifying killing storms engulfed Yushang's body. Many saw shimmers of blades within, as well as ferocious attacks dealt by Yushang. However, Yushang avoided clashing with Yushang altogether. Sword aura gradually whipped about with Yushang at the center, and a killing storm was soon built up. The crisscrossing sword aura threatened to destroy the space. "Yushang, that's enough," Yifutian yelled. "He surrenders." Suke's silhouette appeared somewhere in the air. The endless killing storm was dispersed and Yushang's body was seen clearly again. The armor on his body was severely damaged, yet his eyes remained shining with overbearing coldness as he set his eyes on Suke. He lifted his head to look at Yifutian, seemingly insistent on finishing what he started. "Step down," Yifutian said gently. Only then did Yushang nod and walk away. Suke looked at Yushang's back. If his abilities were not capable of countering Yushang's, it would be difficult to tell who would have emerged victorious in the fight. He saw Yushang to be a madman, and he had no intention to continue fighting one such madman. He flashed and returned to his spot in urgent need of rest. Yushang, however, looked like nothing ever happened to him. He returned to his place before saying to Yifutian, "It's just you now." Yushang had intended to clear Yifutian's path for him, and he did not expect to stumble upon a wall at that stage. "It's all right," Yifutian said. "Go get some rest." "Right?" Yushang nodded. Many turned to look at Yushang. While it was true that he lost, no one dared to say that Yushang was weak. In actuality, had Suke's abilities not been natural counters to Yushang's, Suke might have actually been the one to lose the battle. Furthermore, Yushang was still just a grade 9 noble, and that meant he would grow into a terrifying being. Only 4 cultivators were left on the battlefield: Huangzhouge, Baizhe, Suke, and Yifutian. The first 3 were deemed the most powerful, and they indeed had been able to make it to the very end. It was, however, completely unexpected that Yifutian, the dark horse, was able to make it this far as well. Should he just roll over and make way for the remaining 3 then? The battlefield turned silent all of a sudden. All 4 remaining candidates were coincidentally in 4 different corners. Suke was resting, and both Huangzhouge and Baizhe did not bother making a move in a hurry. Everyone seemed to be waiting for someone else to make a move. Huangzhouge was in no hurry as he had already fought. Baizhe had yet to fight anyone. Is he trying to enter the final round like this? He wants his way all cleared before fighting someone? If Baizhe gets to stay arrogant like this, then what am I? Baizhe was also waiting, But he was not waiting for Huang Zhoge. He was waiting for Yi Futian. He eyed Yi Futian with a sarcastic look. He wanted to see how long Yi Futian would take to challenge him. Will he avoid fighting me and choose to fight Huang Zhoge or Suke instead? Bai Zhe was in no hurry. Having come this far, he needed only to win 1 or 2 fights to be ranked number 1 in this round. He had enough patience to wait until then. Yi Futian had, of course, been aware of Bai Zhe's gaze, that gaze filled with provocation and condescension, which seemed to ask Yi Futian, "What are you waiting for?" Those eyes were filled with extreme arrogance. As the second son of White Cloud City, a descendant of a figure ranked 4th on Barren Sky ranking, Bai Zhe was practically born with a silver spoon in his mouth. His background was formidable, his talents extraordinary, and everything seemed to be within his grasp so long as he bothered reaching for it. It was perhaps due to the fact that he had never suffered a loss of any kind, and there were few among his peers who were able to match his prowess in any way. As such, he was arrogant, and he knew nothing about the word respect. That was why he dared to invite Hua Jiu right in front Futian. If it had not been for his second sister being around, Bai Zhe might have been even blunt with his use of words. Maybe Yi Futian was little more than a footnote in Bai Zhe's eyes, and it was only natural that Bai Zhe not care about Yi Futian's feelings. The more arrogant one was, the greater the fall. The battlefield was filled with an eerie silence. What is he waiting for? Many cast their gaze at Yi Futian. They never bothered looking at Bai Zhe or Huang Zhoge, as if the one who should challenge someone was Yi Futian and no one else. No one knew what Yi Futian was waiting for. Yusheng remained on the battlefield. His eyes were calm. While no one had any idea what he was thinking about, it was obvious he was not worried. He wanted to clear the path for Yi Futian, leaving only Bai Zhe behind to fight his friend. Yet Suke's prowess meant that he had no means of attacking. Even so, he remained firm in his belief his friend would still be able to accomplish what he failed to. Any idea what he is up to? In the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, Zhuge Kenyang asked Zhuge Mingyue. Who do you mean by he? Zhuge Mingyue replied with a question. Yi Futian, of course, Zhuge Kenyang answered. Isn't that obvious? Why Yi Futian instead of Bai Zhe or Huang Zhoge? Zhuge Mingyue turned to Zhuge Kenyang. Zhuge Kenyang was dumbfounded for a brief moment. Yet he knew what Zhuge Mingyue meant by that. Everyone had the opinion that Yi Futian should be the one to challenge someone and that it was only natural for him to do so. It was as if Yi Futian should make his move, picking an opponent that he was able to handle, lose, get eliminated, and then make way for the others. Zhuge Mingyue looked at the battlefield with a slight smirk on her face. Are you saying that the others are right to be pretentious, but not my little brother? Zhuge Kenyang was rendered speechless, before smiling and saying, Touché. If Yi Futian had heard their conversation, he would have commended his elder sister for being the one who understood him. The eerie silence continued and many began to look impatient. That was the first time something like this happened since the battles began. Many wondered if it was because the candidates were trying to overwhelm each other through their personal bearings alone, given how it was the clash of the titans. It was Suke, who was still resting at the moment, that opened his eyes. A flicker of a sharp, killing sword will appear in his eyes. He scanned the battlefield before him and set his eyes on Yi Futian. This is boring. Suke shook his head smiling, before walking into the battlefield and saying, It seems like I'm the most boring person in the room. Very well, I'll make a move. You there. Get up. Yi Futian was aware of Suke's gaze and knew that Suke was challenging him. He stepped out onto the battlefield. Countless eyes turned to look at them both, wondering if things were about to start again. That guy sure knows how to keep people waiting. A gust of killing sword aura encased Yi Futian. Yet he lifted his head as if he was judging Suke, before smiling and saying, You should have been eliminated in the last round. Yi Futian naturally found Yusheng to be stronger than Suke, even if it was Yusheng who ended up losing. He nonetheless persisted in his belief, simply because the one Suke, the one they called the heir of the god-slaying sword, fought was Yusheng. If Yusheng was to go all out, it would have been hard to tell who would end up dead. The fact remains that I won and he lost. He was indeed powerful, but too bad I was his natural counter. Can't you comprehend that? Sukei's clear voice sounded rather lazy. Yifutian nodded. He admitted that much. You're right, but you seem to not get it yourself. The one that you shouldn't have challenged is me, Yifutian said in a flighty tone. A tinge of puzzlement was seen in Sukei's lazy eyes. The one I shouldn't have challenged? You are really a pompous one indeed. The audience outside the battlefield all looked funny. Just what is that guy thinking? He actually went boasting around someone like Sukei? So you meant that you were able to counter my abilities? Sukei smiled. You'll see soon enough, Yifutian answered. Interesting fellow you are. Sukei smiled and said. Yifutian was the first person he met who was able to keep such an air around him. Sukei took only one light step out, and the battlefield was soon covered in killing intent. Endless killing sword will gathered around him. His sword was a killing sword, and it was only natural for him to select his techniques based on the one he intended to kill. Yushang had explosive power but was relatively weak in the speed of his movements. Yifutian was different, and Sukei decided that the best course of action was simply to go for the kill right away. Endless killing sword aura gathered before Sukei. He spun the aura with only one hand, his other hand tucked behind him. He looked incredibly dashing as he did so. A fearsome vortex appeared and a sword emerged. A killing sword imbued with the might of the terrifying storm. Go! Sukei slapped out with his palm. Immense killing intent followed the sword's movements, cutting the air between them. The sword zipped about in the air, aiming for Yifutian. Light of celestial bodies shone around Yifutian. The heavens and the earth turned into a world of stars. Empowered by the holy will, the celestial bodies grew to look even more real and powerful. Yifutian levitated in the midst of the celestial bodies, then became clad in the shadow of the rock, looking incredibly dazzling. Shoot! The sword hit its intended target, and the starry defenses crumbled in an instant. Endless sword aura flowed about and descended into the starry world. The seemingly invincible sword cleaved through its obstacles like a hot knife through butter, tearing everything in its path apart. Meteors exploded and crumbled as the sword went past, and nothing seemed to be able to stop the sword's advance. Coldness followed as the stars and meteors were no more. The sword turned into a killing beam headed for Yifutian. Thunderous light emerged from under Yifutian's feet, and with a flap of the rock's wings, he vanished from where he stood. Rumbling noises were heard, and the sword continued its course, disappearing from that space and heading for the edge of the battlefield. Mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace interfered and snuffed the sword out. The flowing sword will was blocked by the stars and the meteors, as well as the coldness, dissipating without a trace in the starry world. Sukei did not continue attacking. He turned to look at Yifutian. The starry world was a manifestation of Yifutian's will, and it turned autonomous. It packed incredible defensive capacity, and no conventional attacks were able to cut through the starry world and get near Yifutian. It was also impossible for immensely powerful killing moves to attack in large areas, as Yifutian would have simply evaded such attacks. The only way to truly get to Yifutian was to do it up close and personal. A sword appeared in Sukei's hand. A construct materialized using killing sword will. Fearsome storms whipped about around the sword. It was a sword meant to break spells, a weapon capable of cutting through all spells and kill the one conjuring the spells. Sukei's body vanished from where he stood. Gray mirages flickered around Yifutian, and an incredibly terrifying killing sword will flowed in the air, making their way to Yifutian. Yifutian activated freedom meditation, and the flow of all auras in the air became crystal clear to him. Moonlight shone in the starry world and spells of coldness covered the space they occupied, slowing down the flow of all spiritual chi around them. The meteor storm that circled around Yifutian became encased in frost. The place seemed to have turned into a space responding to his will absolutely, preventing the sharp killing sword will from getting anywhere near him. A streak of mirages circled about him. A sword was seen cleaving the defenses of the starry world, and everything the anti-spell blade touched was soon turned to dust. To Sukei, the place seemed to be entirely defenseless. Yifutian extended his hand, coalescing the light of the stars into a staff. He danced about as if he was practicing with his staff techniques. Every move seemed naturally ordered, and the power of his techniques grew increasingly intense. His body was soon covered in some kind of terrifying might. What is he doing? Many eyed Yifutian. Suke was just within an arm's reach of Yifutian, and he was able to launch a killing blow at Yifutian at any moment. A fearsome killing sword went straight for Yifutian's mind, filling the inside of his head with millions of killing intent, tearing everything apart and aiming to destroy his will. At the very same moment, Futian sensed impending danger looming about. He knew that Suke was about to make his move. Yifutian's body became tense, every fiber of his being rendered stiff. The endless killing aura filled every inch of his being, shocking him to the core of his being. However, Yifutian continued to dance about with his staff as if nothing happened. Within his mind, he saw silhouettes circling around him trying to find a weak spot to exploit, yet he was able to see every move of that silhouette clearly. Shoop! A very thin sound was heard as the anti-spell sword lashed out. All spells around were completely broken by Suquebec. The blade was lashed out at Yifutian's rear, going straight for his neck. The sword fully intended to spill blood. Lightning flickered and wings flapped. Yifutian moved forward, drawing a near-perfect arc in the air, before turning around to strike with his staff. Suke's sword was one able to break spells, yet the 9 heavenly attacks were not spells. An enormous shadow of his staff emerged within the starry world, cleaving through the heavens and going straight for Suke's blade. Suke looked troubled as he moved like flowing light, lashing out with his blade. He intended to evade the incoming attack, but the extreme will of cold and gravity severely limited his speed. Dazzling golden vines slithered about from his side to entangle him. Suke had no choice but to take the strike head-on. His sword was a killing sword and an anti-spell sword, silent but incredibly deadly. As such, the head-on damage potential of his blade was nowhere near formidable and definitely paled in comparison to Yanzhou's heavenly sword meant for head-on clashes. However, Suke was also an incredibly decisive person. He knew he had nowhere to run to, and as such, he forced his sword aura into his blade. The sword in his hand burst with intense killing light as it clashed with the starry staff. A loud boom signified the crumbling of his sword, and the rush of terrifying power continued its course for Suke's body. He retreated by maneuvering the force of the clash at the very moment of impact, and his body continued flying backward. Seal! Yifutian spat coldly. The stars and meteors circling sealed the space they occupied. His body turned into shimmering light like the rock glittering in the air. The broken staff was once again made whole, and Yifutian struck at his opponent again. Suke struck with his palm, a sword embedded in it. The incoming constructs were quickly broken and his body continued to move forward. He had no intentions of staying any longer on the battlefield, and all he wanted at the moment was to be free from the starry world. However, Yifutian's speed was no slower than his. The 9 heavenly attacks descended from above. Suke pointed at the air with a roar of anger. An endless killing sword aura rushed at the staff like a torrent. The giant staff cleaved right through the torrent of swords and continued striking its target. A loud boom was heard. Suke grunted as he was thrown down by the attack, spewing blood from his mouth. Golden lights shimmered as the rock continued its course. Greater might seemed to have descended from the heavens to strike at everything below. Suke went pale before shouting, "I admit defeat." The staff halted. Yifutian remained in the air as the light of the celestial bodies dissipated. Suke's body hit the ground and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth as he lifted his head to look at Yifutian. Suke seemed to have grasped what Yifutian meant with his words earlier. The one that he should not have challenged was indeed Yifutian. Yifutian had been able to capture Suke's whereabouts and struck hard at his weaknesses. He continued hammering without pause once he got the better of his opponent until said opponent was defeated. Every move Suke made was perfectly countered in that fight of theirs. Suke has been defeated. Countless eyes stared at the scene in astonishment. The battle before happened too quickly, and those with lower levels in training were not even able to make out how Yifutian won. Eyes turned in Yifutian's direction. He managed to make it to top 3 with that one battle. Only 2 stood before Yi Futian after that battle. 2 who were probably the most powerful in the battles fought in the Holy Ji Palace vicinity thus far, Huang Zhoge and Bai Zhe. In the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, even those big figures were a bit shocked. They clearly didn't think Yi Futian could reach this step. So many prides from all over the barren state had come for the Holy Road. The list of perfection wasn't exactly the best of the best in the barren state, because there were still people above the realm. But they were definitely the best of those in the lower noble plane. The 3 that were left had quite interesting planes. Huang Zhoge had the highest cultivation with the grade 7 noble plane. Bai Zhe was a grade 8 noble. Yi Futian was a grade 9 noble. Each one was in a different plane. Yi Futian was the lowest, but he'd fought the entire way to Huang Zhoge and Bai Zhe. This was definitely shocking. Many big figures were already wondering if they could get Yi Futian to be their own disciple. With his potential, he would definitely be in the Barren Sky ranking in the future. Elder Ning was extremely uncomfortable. Seeing Yi Futian at this step made him realize that no one could stop Yi Futian from entering the Holy Ji Palace. As long as he was willing, any headmaster would accept him. In this case, it would be hard to take revenge for Ning Huang and kill Yi Futian. Yi Futian and Yu Shang had 2 abilities to travel the Holy Road, but Ning Huang had provoked him. The consequences were predictable. At this moment, Yi Futian walked to his spot and stood there quietly. Instead of continuing to challenge, he looked in Bai Zhe's direction. None of the remaining 3 stepped out. Bai Zhe smiled suddenly. Was Yi Futian copying him? But did he even qualify to do so? Raising his head, Bai Zhe looked towards the steps and said, "Senior, since there are only 3 left, why don't we fight together?" Hearing his words, everyone was surprised and stared hard at him. How confident was he in his own abilities? If the 3 fought at the same time and one was stronger than the other 2, it would be 2 against 1. Judging by Bai Zhe's arrogance, he must have thought that he was the strongest. Since he thought this and dared to say those words, did this mean that he wasn't intimidated by Yi Futian and Huang Zhoge partnering up? Was Bai Zhe confident in fighting the other 2 of the list of perfection? The elder on the stairs gazed at Huang Zhoge and Yi Futian. "What do you 2 think?" he asked. "I have no objections." Huang Zhoge's voice was calm. Since Bai Zhe had suggested it, he would follow no matter what. "What about you?" The elder looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. "Sure." The 3 all agreed. "In that case, step onto the battle podium together. For the list of perfection, there are no rules. Fight as you please," the elder said calmly. This seemed to be setting them free. Bai Zhe, Huang Zhoge, and Yi Futian all stepped forward at once. They walked towards different spots on the battleground. Countless eyes fell on them, feeling shaken. Many hearts even sped up. The list of perfection hadn't fought one-on-one. Instead, the 3 would fight together. How would the final battle be? Who would be the first to be eliminated? Who would be the first of this year's Holy Ji Palace battle? Formless wind blew past the battleground, fluttering their robes. Mu Jiqiu's indifferent eyes stared at the battleground and showed some rare emotions. She gazed at the most handsome one of the 3 and asked herself, is he able to defeat Bai Zhe and Huang Zhoge? Qin Yin, Xia Wuji, and the others from Mount Zhoxian were all a bit nervous. They watched with bated breath. Gu Yunxi, Long Mu, and the others inhaled sharply. Yi Futian had once swept through Divine Sky City domineeringly. Would he be able to create a miracle at the foot of the Holy Ji Palace today? On the silent battlefield, Bai Zhe looked so handsome. He looked at Yi Futian and suddenly chuckled. You think that you can show off your pride by copying Huang Zhoge and not challenging voluntarily? Bai Zhe mocked. Pride needs abilities as a foundation. A clown like you can only make a fool out of yourself. You didn't fight in the top 10 battles. Why am I making a fool out of myself by standing here? Yi Futian asked Bai Zhe. Because some people don't need to fight. They only need to stand there and people will recognize them. Yet others will only be seen as a challenger, even if he fought his way here, no matter if he voluntarily challenged or not. Bai Zhe stared at Yi Futian. Do you understand? Yi Futian's eyes flashed. Then he nodded. You're right. Bai Zai's words were indeed correct. But there's something you don't understand yet, Yi Futian continued. Really? Bai Zai smiled thinly. You'll see soon, Yi Futian said. Bai Zai laughed. I'm excited. But first, you'll understand just how far apart we are. The moment he finished, his eyes turned dark gray. Horrible spiritual energy shot out from his gray eyes. The vast space was instantly filled with some terrible dark gray air current. Spiritual qi flowed in reverse and the world turned gray. Those eyes pierced into Yi Futian's mind. At that moment, Yi Futian seemed to see Bai Zai standing right before him. In his mind, Bai Zai had turned into a giant. He reached out and his spiritual energy pressed down, about to squash Yi Futian. This was the Eye of Devastation. Countless eyes fell upon the battlefield. Sensing the chaotic space, they clearly understood that Bai Zai had already attacked. How could Yi Futian take Bai Zai's Eye of Devastation? However, a starry world had appeared in Yi Futian's world. The sun, moon, and stars hung high in the sky. An extremely divine force was guarding it. When the huge handprint descended, it released sacred light that blocked the invasive spiritual energy attack. Bai Zai's spiritual energy could even attack Shimin Yen directly, so he was obviously very strong. Yi Futian naturally had to protect his mind well. Your defense is actually this strong? It's a bit unexpected, but as long as you're within my territory, how can you fight back? Bai Zai asked coldly. Impossibly heavy might weigh down on Yi Futian. Afterward, a huge palm appeared in the sky. It grabbed at Yi Futian. The spiritual qi in the world roared. Yi Futian wanted to attack using a spell, but all the spiritual qi seemed to be restricted. It was hard to be gathered into a spell. Yi Futian had to use the power within his body. Not being able to resonate with the spiritual qi in the environment drastically reduced a sorcerer's powers. Trying to use a spell in my eye's territory. Are you dreaming? Bai Zai mocked. He may have been in the list of perfection, but he hadn't fought in any of the top 10 battles. He'd never showed his true abilities. No one had been enough to make him go full out. Thus, no one knew just how powerful Bai Zai was until now. Releasing the golden rock life spirit, Yi Futian flashed. He punched powerfully, activating the spiritual qi within him. A golden rock seemed to burst from his fist, landing on the huge handprint. Boom! The handprint shattered and Yi Futian was driven back. He looked up in the sky. The more clearly he saw it, the more he could feel the pressure within this space. So powerful. Countless hearts quivered. Even though Yi Futian had displayed shocking combat ability earlier, he probably would still lose against Bai Zai. The second young lord of the White Cloud City had only released one power to make everyone feel despair. Huang Zhuge stood to the side. He didn't rush to attack. Instead, he just watched Bai Zai and Yi Futian's fight. A pure sorcerer would lose pathetically against Bai Zai. Thud! Yi Futian stepped out. His golden wings glimmered and he shot forward in the air, going straight for Bai Zai. Even if he didn't use spells, his physical body was still extremely powerful. Want a close-distance fight? Bai Zai looked at him mockingly. He waved a half and instantly gathered spiritual qi to cast a spell. Endless thunder chains flew towards Yi Futian, blocking his incoming path. The golden rock cut a beautiful arc in the sky. The spiritual qi inside it lay on its wings. Yi Futian flew forward like a divine bird. He shot through the spells, going straight for Bai Zai. Humph! Bai Zai huffed coldly. Dazzling gold light flashed before him, transforming into a huge golden image. It glistened before him. All metal elemental spiritual qi gathered wildly before him. The golden image dazzled, cutting the air apart. Boom! Yi Futian's fist landed squarely on the image. Cracked but didn't shatter. It continued to shine blindingly. Spiritual qi fell down, mending the cracks. Bai Zai of the White Cloud City didn't only have the Eye of Devastation. Bai Luli was known as the strongest genius of the Barren State. He was in the top 10 of the Barren Sky ranking and was skilled in many abilities. Like his brother, Bai Zai must have learned a lot too. Yi Futian produced a golden staff. His rock-like body passed through the sky and horrible power gathered towards it. Once again, he shot towards the curtain of gold light like lightning. He brought down his golden staff. With a crisp sound, the gold light curtain broke. In front of Yi Futian, endless spiritual qi dropped down around Bai Zhe at that moment. It felt like some law descended into the image floating before Bai Zhe. The long image was like an inscription. It devoured the spiritual qi in the world and gradually formed a special image. Shocking power emanated from it. Air inscription. Yi Futian's heart trembled. He'd once used this power before, but he couldn't carve so many inscriptions like Bai Zhe and use it in battle. This required absolute control over the spiritual qi in the surroundings. Now do you know why I want your woman? Bai Zhe sent the message to Yi Futian telepathically. A divine spiritual sorcerer could help greatly with his cultivation. Bai Zhe sneered at Yi Futian. The White Cloud City's inscribing was the most elite in the Barren State. They even had a complete inscribing manual. Moreover, the overwhelming spiritual control provided by the Eye of Devastation and another unique life spirit made air inscribing possible. Only the most elite spirit elementalists could inscribe spell scrolls in the air during battle, and he was one of them. Divine spiritual sorcerers were also likely to be able to do it. If Hua Jiu was to become his path companion, they could improve their cultivation together. The acclaimed ultimate sorcerers could form a spell in an instant. If it was cultivated together with the White Cloud City's inscribing, he would definitely reach a high level of attainment. It was a pity that Hua Jiu was not understanding and chose to submerge herself in her relationship. Spell scrolls started to form, and as Bai Zhe's hand waved, rows of spell scrolls flew forward, surrounding Yi Futian. Chains of the Thunder God. As Bai Zhe's voice sounded, the spell scrolls around Yi Futian exploded with power. In an instant, thunder flooded the entire area and hundreds of thousands of lightning chains shot out from the spell scrolls, drowning Yi Futian within. The spell chains of the Thunder God was the spell inscribed in the spell scrolls. Countless spell scrolls activating at the same time. Imagine the horrifying power released. In an instant, Yi Futian was locked down by countless lightning chains in the air, his limbs electrocuted by terrifying lightning. The lightning traveled along his brilliant golden body, and the other end of the chains were controlled by Bai Zhe. How horrifying! Someone in the crowd said as they were all stunned, their attention fixed on the battlefield. At his strongest, Bai Zhe was too strong. Just one of his spells was already this strong, not to mention multiple spell scrolls being activated at the same time. There was no counter for the spell. Countless lightning bolts flowed along Yi Futian's body, causing him to shudder uncontrollably, probably because he was already unable to move. Bai Zhe's gaze swept across Yi Futian. Now, it was time for him to feel what it was like to fall from grace under the gazes of tens of thousands of people. Among the countless Thunder God chains, an abrupt lightning bolt flew towards Yi Futian's body. However, at that moment, in Yi Futian's life palace, rustling sounds could be heard as his life spirit. The world tree swayed and let out a brilliant glow. Yi Futian's body seemingly transformed into an ancient tree at that moment, his meridians and bones becoming a part of the tree, and a tree's shadow could be seen within his body. Countless spiritual qi could be seen flowing towards the world tree in his life palace, which was attempting to devour all the spiritual qi. Not only that, but the thunder chains that had locked onto Yi Futian and circulating around his body were actually converting to spiritual qi and being absorbed by his body, flowing rapidly towards the tree in his life palace. At that moment, the lightning on Yi Futian's body became even more brilliant. Even though he was chained down by the thunder spell, more lightning flew towards him and was still unable to destroy his body. All the while, he stood there quietly, allowing the chains to lock his body down. His body is absorbing the thunder. The spiritual qi within the spell is actually being absorbed by his body. Many influential figures noticed what was happening and let out surprised yells, their expressions stunned. Yi Futian's body was unbelievably hungry, greedily devouring all the spiritual qi it could. The world tree could support the lives of all living beings. As the spirit of all things, it was also the origin of all spells. Back then, Yi Futian used the ability of the world tree to form his life spirit with the tree as a foundation and gradually developed the potential to use all elements. In the process, the world tree gained the ability to metamorphose to other elements. Yi Futian had deciphered the wood elemental spiritual will. It was all-encompassing and had strong life power. As long as the world tree was not destroyed, his spiritual qi would not fade away. At that moment, Yi Futian raised his head and looked at Bai Zhe, lightning sparking in his eyes. There was no trace of him being struck by a spell at all. His expression extremely cold, killing intent buried deep inside his eyes. "Is this all you have?" Yi Futian asked. At that moment, the air around him was filled with spiritual qi and wisps of an overbearing spiritual will was being released, as though divine light had descended upon the battlefield. In the air, a starry dimension formed with Yi Futian at its core. The sun and moon hung high in the sky and the divine light illuminated the entire battlefield, causing the area to allow both the starry dimension and the eye sorcery dimension to coexist. Couldn't suppress him? Bai Zhe raised his head and looked at the starry dimension. His eye sorcery was actually unable to suppress Yi Futian's spiritual will, and his spell did not crush Yi Futian as well. What a shock. Interesting. Bai Zhe smiled. He had initially thought that it would be a one-sided battle, but it turned out that Yi Futian was capable of retaliating. That made it all the more interesting. Bai Zhe stretched out his arms and brilliant spell scrolls appeared in the air, a golden glow trickling into them, sending the spell scrolls flying towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian used his freedom meditation, allowing him to see everything that Bai Zhe was doing clearly. Soon, the completed spell scrolls became circles, surrounding the area below Yi Futian. A piercing golden glow radiated and sparkling lights were emitted from the golden spell scrolls. The sparkling lights appeared to cut through the golden threads, creating a formless web, cutting through the air and tearing through everything. When the crowd saw the piercing light, even Hua Jieyu was worried for Yi Futian. The spell was definitely a lethal attacking spell that was able to cut through even air. Multiple spell scrolls activating at the same time created a destructive golden web that could tear through everything. Bang! Around Yi Futian, a meteorite barrier appeared in an instant. However, when the golden rays came into contact with it, they cut through the meteorites like tiny wires. The countless rays intersected and the meteorites were sliced to particles in an instant. They were cut into countless bits, while the horrifying spell continued towards Yi Futian's body. If it came into contact with his flesh, it could probably tear him to shreds. In his life palace, the rustling sounds continued and an innumerable amount of spiritual qi circulated towards the world tree. Following that, they flowed towards Yi Futian's body. At that moment, the spiritual qi in the sky resonated with Yi Futian, and all the spiritual qi in the area turned into a celestial force. A starry storm that had been compressed to its limit started to revolve around Yi Futian, a clear starry brilliance shining in it. His body turned into immortal celestial bodies. When the spell scroll's attacks landed, countless tiny wires sliced towards him, cutting through the immortal celestial bodies bit by bit. Soon, the defensive celestial bodies were riddled with cuts and the golden web pounced forward, tearing through the immortal celestial bodies, causing them to revert back to celestial force and dissipate. However, the horrifying golden glow also dimmed, and it already had no destructive force when it landed on Yi Futian's body. He stopped it, the crowd thought as they looked at Yi Futian in astonishment. Yi Futian had actually stopped such a strong destructive attack. Bai Zhe frowned. The spell he had cast was an extremely strong killer move of his, but even that was not enough to kill Yi Futian. It seemed that Yi Futian's strength was much higher than he had expected. "Is this all you have?" Yi Futian's gaze landed on Bai Zhe and he asked coldly. As his voice landed, his palm grasped the air and celestial force flew towards Bai Zhe, turning into countless meteorites and crashing down upon him, attempting to bury Bai Zhe within. That was the starry spell, Star Burial. "Nobody can use spells in your eye sorcery zone? Then what is this?" Yi Futian said emotionlessly. Bai Zhe raised his head and looked at the approaching spell. In an instant, his pupils became exceedingly scary and a life spirit appeared behind him. It was a pair of eyes that was exceptionally demonic. The life spirit assimilated into Bai Zhe's eyes and his pupils swept across the area, causing many meteorites to shatter and others to deviate from their course. missing him and crashing into the ground. None of the meteorites were able to threaten him. Even if Yi Futian was able to cast spells, it was wishful thinking that any spell could even hit him. Do you know why I didn't challenge you before this? Yi Futian looked towards Bai Zai and asked. Swishing sounds could be heard as golden vines engulfed the area. The vines appeared to be connected with his body and blocked out the sun's rays in an instant. Bai Zai's eye of devastation swept forward, attempting to interrupt the spell. However, the fatal vines appeared to have no end, continuing to sweep forward. Even if their course were changed by the eye of devastation, they continued to change directions and assault him. This time, the fatal entanglement was cast by Yi Futian making use of his life spirit, the World Tree. It included spiritual qi of other elements within and converted them to metal and wood elemental spiritual qi. However haughty you were before this is how lowly you will be after you have been defeated. As Yi Futian finished speaking, the fatal vines rushed forward rapidly. Bai Zai's expression was extremely grim and a giant spell scroll appeared behind him, a brilliant glow emitting from it. Bai Zai waved his arm and multiple spell scrolls were created in an instant, floating in front of his body. Immediately, they turned into a golden veil with countless runes circulating within it. The metal elemental spiritual qi in the air rushed into the veil, turning into an indestructible barrier. Bai Zai raised his head and looked at Yi Futian. What a crazy fellow, wanting to humiliate him in the battlefield. The fatal entanglement turned into sharp blades and slashed towards the golden veil in the air. Surprisingly, it did not destroy it and only managed to cause tiny cracks in the veil. Behind the veil, Bai Zai waved both arms and created more spell scrolls, which were floating in the air. Through the veil, he fired them at Yi Futian with acute killing intent. Yi Futian similarly looked at Bai Zai. The both of them stared daggers at each other with ruthless expressions. At that moment, a brilliant glow appeared behind Yi Futian and scrolls appeared, inscribed by spiritual energy. Materialization of spiritual energy. Bai Zai looked at Yi Futian and immediately understood what he was doing. He was also a spirit elemental mandate sorcerer who excelled in spiritual energy. What was he trying to do by crafting scrolls with his spiritual energy? Could it be? When he thought of the possibility, Bai Zai's face turned pale. It was impossible. Is air inscribing that great? Yi Futian asked slowly. As his voice landed, an enormous amount of spiritual energy rushed into his scrolls. At that moment, Yi Futian utilized his spiritual energy to the limit and controlled the flow of spiritual qi. The scrolls floating in the air emitted a blinding purple glow, like they were being imbued into spell scrolls. The crowd saw this and was dumbfounded. Yi Futian also knew the art of air inscribing. To a noble plane cultivator, it would not be hard to learn inscribing if they wanted to. However, to inscribe spell scrolls in the air while battling was insanely difficult. They had to have strong control over their spiritual energy and know inscribing to begin with. For the White Cloud City's second young master Bai Zai, one of his life spirits was a spell scroll, coupled with his high attainment in spirit elemental control. Only then could he inscribe spell scrolls in the air. When did Yi Futian learn how to do this, and why did he not use it in any of his previous battles? The crowd did not know that although Yi Futian had cultivated in inscribing, he had not actually practiced air inscribing. Previously, he had used his freedom meditation to observe Bai Zai's air inscribing and saw Bai Zai using his spiritual energy to create inscribing paper and guiding the spell into it. When he cast the spell, he could directly use his spiritual energy to control it and use it in battle. Although air inscribing seemed easy, in reality, it required a delicate control over one's spiritual energy. Yi Futian could only inscribe spells that he could cast in a short period of time. He had done that in previous battles as well, so he was confident that he could emulate Bai Zai's methods. Around Yi Futian, the spiritual qi in the air accumulated and entered the spell scroll, causing a brilliant glow to emit from it. A dangerous might wafted from the spell scrolls as they were being created. The fatal entanglement continued to attack the golden protective veil and cracks appeared in the veil. Finally, the veil was shattered and the fatal entanglement rushed forward to attack Bai Zai. Bai Zai's body floated in the air, his expression extremely ruthless. He exerted the strength of the Eye of Devastation to its limit and hindered the movement of the vines. At the same time, the spell scrolls in his hand danced around him rapidly, turning into flames that covered the entire area and ignited the countless vines. Fire directly countered wood. The vines burned in the flames, but they were not destroyed and continued to move forward in the fire. Be destroyed. Baizé waved his hand once again and his spell scrolls turned into a humongous golden web, acting as a wall in front of him that moved forward, slicing everything in its path. The fatal entanglement spell was continually crushed, but the web strength was also diminished as well. At that moment, Yifutian brandished his arm and countless spell scrolls flew towards the golden web. Purple thunderbolts appeared in the air and turned into serpents, flying towards the web. It was the spell punishment of the thunder god. The brilliant thunderbolts cut through the air and slid through the openings in the web, snarling towards Baizé's body. Around Baizé, a radiant protective veil appeared, and the punishment of the thunder god crushed it as it landed on the veil, continuing towards his body. At that moment, Baizé's hair was dancing wildly, and his eyes became exceptionally demonic. An illusion of a pair of giant demon eyes appeared behind him, and the punishment of the thunder god either flashed by his side or was decimated. But none of the thunderbolts were able to reach his body. In the air, a phantom descended with rock wings, like a beam of light dashing towards him. A gleam appeared in Baizé's eyes. Was he going to try close-range combat after the spell war? The dazzling figure struck out at him with a rod, the 9 heavenly attacks might crushing down. Many people were dumbstruck that Yifutian had actually made it close to Baizé. If the attack hit Baizé, what would the outcome be? An intense light burst forth and a spell scroll life spirit appeared behind Baizé. An innumerable amount of spiritual chi gathered around him and he pointed towards his life spirit with both hands. At that moment, his life spirit transformed into a giant spell scroll, its golden glow scattering down upon the land. A huge crush word appeared and attempted to squash Yifutian. The rod and the falling crush collided and a piercing golden light flooded the skies. The ancient word was eradicated, but Yifutian was also knocked back by the impact. Only the spell scroll life spirit remained in its luminance. How strong, thought the audience as their hearts pounded. Was this what a fight between the elite contestants was like? They had all thought it would be the duel between Baizé and Huang Zhouge, but they had not expected the battle between Yifutian and Baizé to be this intense as well. The two of them wielded strong abilities. Baizé was the second young lord of the White Cloud City, so everyone knew that he was strong, but they did not think that Yifutian would be equally overbearing. The Eye of Devastation was unable to counter him and he knew air inscribing as well. On the martial arts side, his rod skills were able to tear through the air and force Baizé into using his twin life spirits to make Yifutian retreat. At that moment, in the battlefield, Baizé stared coldly at Yifutian. He had not expected that he would be forced to such a state by Yifutian. He was the second young master of the White Cloud City, and he only respected one person apart from his elders, his brother Bailuli. Apart from him, he had never treated anyone in the barren state as his equal. They all had to look up to him. He would become like his brother, a figure respected by everyone. Now, in the battle to enter the Holy Ji Palace, how could he be defeated? Especially to Yifutian, whose cultivation level was even lower than him. Definitely not. Yifutian floated in the air, his now golden eyes observing Baizé. If you looked carefully, you could see killing intent in them. He knew that this second young lord of the White Cloud City had never treated him as an opponent. Otherwise, why else would he express his admiration for Jeyu in public and ignore him? Moreover, in the battlefield, he transmitted a message and insulted Yifutian. If it wasn't out of consideration for his image, he might have said it out directly. In the eyes of the presumptuous young city lord, Yifutian was but a mere ant that he could humiliate, trample, and even destroy. Since that was so, today would be a day he would remember forever. In his life palace, the rustling sounds continued as spiritual chi of all attributes appeared to be resonating with him. Yifutian could feel that if he released his world tree life spirit, the spiritual chi in the air would all rush towards him. However, his did not do so. He had already revealed too much with his other life spirits. It was better to keep his natal spirit hidden. Even so, in the starry dimension, a myriad of spiritual qi continued to pound downwards. "Star pillar," Yifutian said emotionlessly. As his voice landed, starry stone plates fell from the heavens, and with multiple crashes, the stone plates transformed into stone pillars, sealing off the entire area and Bai Zai's escape route. The people who saw this were all stunned. What was Yifutian trying to do? By sealing off Bai Zai's escape route, he was also trapping himself within. Was he this confident that he could defeat Bai Zai? Bai Zai felt humiliated, and the giant spell scroll life spirit in front of him looked like a brilliant slate. He made mudras with his hands, and his fingers pointed towards the spell scroll. In an instant, the spiritual qi within his body flowed rapidly towards the spell scroll, and countless purple thunderbolts turned into serpents and descended upon his life spirit. In that instant, there appeared to be countless bolts of thunder coiling around the spell scroll, making it look like a holy talisman with a horrific destructive aura emanating from it. Bai Zai's body was completely drowned in the thunder and appeared transparent. His surroundings had transformed into a thunderbolt dimension. The thunderbolt struck the starry pillars, causing cracks to appear in the pillars. One could imagine the might of the spell. Yifutian naturally knew the power of the spell scroll. It could cast spells that were beyond one's ability. Moreover, Bai Zai had the spell scroll life spirit and could use it to craft spells directly, so he could definitely create an immense destructive spell. He could see that Bai Zai was preparing his final strike. In his life palace, the world tree devoured all the spiritual qi and turned into the shade of the stars. Yifutian's life palace transformed into a real starry dimension, and its power flowed into Yifutian's body. Immediately, Yifutian's skin started to emit a brilliant starry glow, and spiritual qi of all elements started to move towards his body, turning into the light of the stars, circulating around his body. His body was like a star. If it was pushed to the limit, it would be inextinguishable. On top of that, a starry polearm appeared in Yifutian's hands, and as his wings opened, he started to fly in the air. A horrifying might descended, and in the starry dimension, Yifutian's speed started to increase, and it was almost impossible to catch a glimpse of his body. All that could be seen were afterimages. Purple thunder shot out from Bai Zai's demonic eyes, and his spiritual energy locked onto Yifutian's body. Trying to avoid his strongest spell by raising his speed to the limit? Not so fast. It's too brilliant. As more cracks appeared on the starry pillars, the crowd could feel what was happening on the battlefield through the cracks, and they saw the divine bird, the rock, pushing its speed to the limit and darting through the air with a terrifying might surrounding its body, while destructive force appeared in front of Bai Zai, attempting to destroy everything. Huang Jioga stood below the battlefield, watching the battle unfold. He was astounded as well. He had not thought that the battle between Bai Zai and Yifutian would reach such an overwhelming extent. Fire burned in his eyes as he acknowledged both of them as worthy opponents. What a pity that the two of them were battling. He was in no position to interfere. "Almighty Thunder Guide, kill," Bai Zai said cruelly. As his voice landed, a bolt of thunder struck Yifutian, who was darting through the air. That bolt of thunder acted as a guide, and in the next moment, Yifutian felt a truly destructive force as the countless thunderbolts on the spell scroll locked onto him and flew towards him like the roar of the thunder god. At that moment, Yifutian did not dodge and rushed towards Bai Zai with no hesitation. His speed appeared to break through the limit and was becoming even faster, even to the point where it surpassed the lock-on by Bai Zai's spiritual energy. At that moment, Yifutian darted within the thunderbolts, his extreme speed allowing his body to nullify the targeting. Many of the attacks missed his body and struck behind him, but there were still numerous thunderbolts that struck him directly. However, Yifutian's defense was unyielding, but it continued to be torn apart as cracks appeared in the inextinguishable starry defense, and the light of destruction appeared on his body. However, Yifutian did not stop and instead dived past the thunderbolts. The inextinguishable starry defense was finally shattered, and imposing thunderbolts struck Yifutian's body, but he still appeared in front of Bai Zai as Bai Zai watched him get closer in horror. "This isn't possible." Bai Zai saw the descending figure and roared, casting defensive spells on his body. Faster than lightning, a pole arm swung down from the air towards him. Bang! With a dull sound, Bai Zai's defenses were crushed in just one strike, and Bai Zai's body curled up, blood streaming from his mouth as he fell rapidly to the ground. At the same time, Yi Futian started to descend rapidly as well. Bang! Another dull sound, as Yi Futian's foot stepped down on Bai Zai's body, crushing him beneath his feet. Another stream of blood appeared around Bai Zai's mouth, and he stared menacingly at Yi Futian. He had been trampled by Yi Futian and humiliated. Bam! The two of them landed, and the sound of breaking bones could be heard as countless people held their breaths and watched the scene in amazement. Yi Futian had trampled Bai Zai and smashed him into the ground. Bai Zai had been defeated. The second young master of the White Cloud City who had outstanding potential, exceedingly strong twin life spirits, and the Eye of Devastation that could counter all spells and attack other spiritual will directly. He could inscribe spell scrolls in the air and excelled in spells of all elements. Even if he was slightly weaker in the martial arts, he was still confident that nobody could get near him. How strong would he be when he used spells of all elements to create spell scrolls? How scary was the Eye of Devastation? Everyone had thought that his opponent would be Huang Zhouge, but seeing Yi Futian step on Bai Zai's body now, the vast area became abnormally quiet. Even the influential figures from the Holy Ji Palace looked at the scene awestruck. A furious roar sounded out as Bai Zai's eyes were red with anger, and he stared menacingly at Yi Futian. He was the second young master of the White Cloud City. Since he had been born, he had been a genius. Just like Yi Futian had thought, he looked down upon Yi Futian. Even if had some potential, even if he was very strong, Bai Zai had not treated him as a peer. That was why he expressed his affection for Hua Jieyu in public. There were not many people in the barren state that mattered to him. In the top 10 ranking battle, you have no victories. Now, do you understand why you could enter the top 3? Yi Futian looked at Bai Zai and said coldly, "That's because I bestowed it upon you. Otherwise, do you think you could have stayed until now?" Bai Zai's veins were popping as blood rushed to his eyes, and he looked frightening. His position in the top 3 had been bestowed upon him by Yi Futian. What humiliation! However, everyone understood that it was the truth, because Yi Futian had been the victor in this battle. If Yi Futian had challenged him previously, he would have been eliminated a long time ago. Presumptuous, arrogant, haughty. Now, do you enjoy it? Yi Futian looked at Bai Zai and said cruelly. He wanted Bai Zai to engrave this battle into his memory and remember it forever. He wanted it to become his nightmare. He had intentionally let Bai Zai into the top 3. Seeing his arrogance, he wanted to make him learn some respect. Yi Futian transmitted a message to Bai Zai, saying, "From now on, when people see you, they will think about how you, the second young master of the White Cloud City, was trampled under my feet. You will never be able to erase today's humiliation." Saying that he wanted Yi Futian's woman to his face? The cheek of him. "Open your mouth and concede." Yi Futian's foot stomped down and he said mercilessly, his eyes full of disdain, "When the arrogant Bai Zai conceded, it would be a memory that would last a lifetime. You've already won, that's enough." At that moment, in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, an elder said, "Let's end it here." Bai Luli chipped in as well. It looked like Yi Futian was intentionally taking revenge on Bai Zai for his invitation to Hua Jieyu. This battle would be an unforgettable memory for Bai Zai. He knew that life had been too smooth for his younger brother for the past 20 years. He had never suffered any setback, causing him to become reckless and haughty. Today would be a harsh lesson for him. According to the rules, as long as he has not conceded, the battle cannot be considered over. Yi Futian did not let go of Bai Zai and continued stepping on his body. This caused many people to be bewildered. They did not understand why Yi Futian wanted to humiliate Bai Zai that much. If they had known what Bai Zai had transmitted to Yi Futian during the battle, they would not find it strange. If possible, Yi Futian even wanted to kill Bai Zai. However, with the White Cloud City Lord and Bai Luli's status, if he killed Bai Zai, he would definitely die as well. Even if the rules allowed it, those who set the rules could break them at any time. "Die!" A livid voice sounded out, and he saw Bai Zhe holding a spell scroll in his hand, which he threw at Yi Futian. In an instant, a tremendous force appeared and Yi Futian immediately flew into the air and retreated like a flash of lightning. However, a colossal thunder god shadow appeared in the skies, striking out with his hammer. The giant hammer shadowed the entire area and smashed towards Yi Futian. Bang! Although Yi Futian was surrounded by a protective force, the hammer tore through his defenses. A huge starry polearm appeared in front of Yi Futian. It was the polearm of divine destruction, shielding his body. Even so, the polearm of divine destruction was knocked back and hit Yi Futian. The thunder's might ran through him, causing his body to fly into the air and spew out blood. The crowd's gaze froze. Bai Zhe actually relied on external assistance. Many experts from the Holy Ji Palace also frowned. The elder on the sky stairwell berated him, saying, "Bai Zhe, you've already been defeated. Step down." Bai Zhe got up from the ground, his body stooping, and his aura weak. He was in agony and stared intently at the figure in the sky with killing intent. Zoom! A figure rushed down from the sky. It was Yi Futian who had transformed into a flash of lightning. Bai Zhe waved his arm and numerous spell scrolls appeared in his hands. He sent them flying towards Yi Futian, who was in the air. In an instant, a destructive force flooded the area, threatening to eradicate everything. At the same time, Bai Zhe was shielded by a dazzling golden veil to protect himself from Yi Futian's onslaught. While flying down, Yi Futian swung his pole arm of divine destruction as starlight emanated from it. Huge amounts of starry force were imbued in the pole arm of divine destruction as it cleaved downwards from the air. The pole arm of divine destruction tore through the destructive force and landed on the veil surrounding Bai Zhe's body. With a crack, the veil shattered and Bai Zhe's body was sent flying again while he spewed blood. Many people looked speechlessly at the two of them. Had the fight gotten personal? Bai Zhe appeared to have become frenzied and ignored the rules. Yi Futian was the same. He had used his ritual implement in the fight. "Yi Futian, he's already severely injured. You can stop now," Bai Luli said. He looked at Bai Zhe, evidently displeased. It looked like his younger brother was unable to withstand the humiliation and forgotten where he was. "He hasn't conceded. It hasn't ended." Yi Futian continued to dash forward, raising the polearm of divine destruction, attempting to attack him. "They've both gone insane," thought the crowd as they looked on dumbfounded. Had the two of them gone on a rampage? They saw Yi Futian swing his polearm down yet again. Bai Luli stood up and many of the Holy Ji Palace's influential figures frowned. "That's enough!" A loud roar sounded out and reverberated through the air. Yi Futian felt an imposing spiritual will rushing towards him, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Following that, a terrifying flash of lightning descended from the skies, striking Yi Futian's surroundings. The vast battlefield turned into a thunderbolt dimension in an instant, and Yi Futian was forced to stop moving, and he raised his head in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace to look at Bai Luli. "It ends now," Bai Luli said. Although Bai Zhe was in the wrong, he was his younger brother after all. He would definitely have to cover for his actions. "Get down now." Bai Luli's gaze moved towards Bai Zhe, his voice full of indignation. Countless people raised their heads and looked at Bai Luli. His extremely handsome looks gave people an imposing feeling as he stood there, as though his words were a decree. The top 10 of the Baron Sky ranking was extremely imposing in his anger. Even Bai Zhe, Bai Luli's younger brother, hung his head and walked out of the battlefield. Bai Zhe was unable to stand still as he slouched, exiting the battlefield, evidently severely injured. Afterward, Bai Luli rescinded his aura and turned to the Holy Ji Palace's elders and said, "Luli has overstepped my boundaries. I hope that elders can forgive me. It's no matter." The people from the Holy Ji Palace nodded lightly and replied, "It's nice to have a good elder brother. You can depend on your family to get you out of trouble." The voice sounded out with a soft smile. Many people turned around and their gazes landed in the same direction. The person who had spoken was Zhuge Mingyue. "Mingyue, Bai Zhe's actions in this battle were indeed dishonorable. I will punish him when we get back." Bai Luli said to Zhuge Mingyue. This is your family's matters. It has nothing to do with him. However, it's time for the second young master to learn how to be a decent human being after today's lesson, Zhuge Mingyue said nonchalantly. Bai Zai's expression turned extremely grim after hearing her words. She was evidently rubbing salt into his wounds. When the crowd saw his expression, Bai Zai understood that after this battle, he would no longer be seen as the high and mighty White Cloud City second young master. The humiliation from today's battle would be engraved deep in his memory. All right, let's move on to the final battle. The elder on the sky stairwell declared. Yi Futian's gaze swept emotionlessly across Bai Zai, and he did not say anything else. He did not question the Holy Ji Palace. He was no longer the teen he was in Qingzhou City. He naturally would not put up a needless fight. There was no point. Keeping his pole arm of divine destruction, his gaze turned towards Huang Zhuge. Now, before him, there was only Huang Zhuge left. It's the final battle. This was the thought on the crowd's minds as they all focused their attention on the battlefield. Yi Futian and Huang Zhuge walked to the highest platform. The final battle for the Holy Ji Palace would start now. Nobody had imagined this scene. Even Mu Zhiqiu, Li Qingyi, and even Chen Yuan had not expected that Yi Futian could make it to the final battle. Yi Futian had shot to fame in his battle with Bai Zai. If he could still win this battle, his fame would be immortalized. As the chilly winds blew across the battlefield, the entire area fell silent. As the two of them stood in the air, starlight gathered around Yi Futian, shining brilliantly. On the other hand, Huang Zhuge was coated in a dazzling sovereign path and looked peerless, like a descendant of the Renhuang. As the sun, you should dominate your generation. In the crowd, Chen Yuan was muttering to himself, a faint smile on his face. He never expected that he could witness the appearance of such a person. Beside him, the Zhaixing House chief Mu Chuan no longer had a mocking expression when he heard those words. Instead, his expression was solemn and hot-blooded. The Starry School's disciples in the surroundings also shared in the glory. Yi Futian had fought his way into the final battle for the Holy Ji Palace's admissions with his unrivaled potential. Behind them, Li Qingyi had tears in her eyes. She came from the White Sovereign City and had never thought of entering the Holy Ji Palace. She only wanted to see the geniuses from the barren state, those who would be revered by the world. After a huge accident, she had come to the foot of the Holy Ji Palace and seen what she had wanted to. However, the person who had received the most attention was the teenager that had accompanied her all the way here. He was standing up there. Yi Futian stared at Huang Zhuge with caution in his eyes. Since the sovereign family dared to call themselves the descendants of Renhuang, they were naturally an extraordinary clan. Just look at the techniques Huang Zhuge cultivated they were of superior quality. Yi Shaoshi and Yuan Zhan had both been defeated by Huang Zhuge. The sun and moon starlight continued to shine, and there were flame and frost wills oozing from the sun and moon, flying towards Huang Zhuge. The two forces engulfed him, but Huang Zhuge did not move. He stood there quietly, releasing his martial arts will. A wave of sovereign spiritual qi enveloped his body, allowing the flame and frost to invade. He had 3 life spirits and was a rare mandate sorcerer. On top of that, he was gifted in spiritual energy control, but he did not cultivate mainly in spells but the martial arts. The secret methods that had been passed down in the sovereign family were mostly in the martial arts. The crowd saw a brilliant ray of light as behind Huang Zhuge, his Renhuang Bao life spirit appeared. He was very clear of Yi Futian's battle style. He excelled in multiple abilities, and among those, speed was one of Yi Futian's fortes. If Yi Futian combined speed with his spells, he would be in a very passive situation. That was why he had to destroy that notion for Yi Futian. When he put an arrow on the bow, Yi Futian could distinctly feel that he had already been locked on by an invisible spiritual will. The bow in Huang Zhuge's hands let out a blinding glow, and the arrow emitted a sharp aura. As Huang Zhuge let go of the bowstring, a ray of light flew across the air, causing a trail to appear as a piercing explosion sounded. In the next moment, the arrow landed in front of Yi Futian with a killing aura and struck Yi Futian's undying constellation. With a crisp thud, cracks appeared in the constellation. Although it did not break through Yifutian's defenses, the horrifying strength still stunned Yifutian. Huang Zhouge pulled the bow open again, and this time, 9 arrows shot through the air at the same time, and many people were blinded momentarily by the arrows. The glaring light pierced through the air and flew towards Yifutian yet again. Around Yifutian, the starry storm continued to brew. When the arrows landed, the storm crumbled to dust and turned into a tremendous vortex. His golden rock wings spread open and Yifutian retreated. As the thud sounds continued, more cracks appeared in the constellation and it eventually broke. The force in the arrows continued to fire towards him, and Yifutian slammed his fist forward vigorously. However, the golden palm was pierced by the arrows, but the arrows had been weakened to the point that they could not hurt him. What strong arrows, Yifutian thought. He had already retreated to the edge of the battlefield. If Huang Zhouge's opponent had been some other average cultivator at the same cultivation level as him, he would probably have already been defeated in the air the moment the Renhuang bow had been fired. At that moment, Huang Zhouge pulled his bow open once again. This time, 12 arrows filled with destructive force locked onto Yifutian. Huang Zhouge's body was also like his bow, and the air was rampaging as the 12 arrows flew like meteors towards the starry dimension where Yifutian was. Around Yifutian, a starry storm picked up and rustling sounds sounded from his body. His body resonated with the heavens, and a huge amount of spiritual qi turned into a starry vortex. The arriving arrows pierced through the vortex, tearing it to shreds. The starry meteorites in front of Yifutian were rapidly destroyed but were unable to prevent the arrows' offense. At that moment, Yifutian moved like a divine bird, soaring across the air, weaving through the arrow rain and approaching Huang Zhouge. Although he specialized in spells, if the battle continued the same way, he would be the one being trapped. The speed of the arrows was too fast. It was as though they could warp across the distance between them. Yifutian waved his arm and spell scrolls appeared in the air. A numerous amount of spiritual qi gathered, and spiritual qi flowed rapidly from within his body into the spell scrolls, causing an alarming aura to seep from the spell scrolls, thunder firing from them. The punishment of the thunder god. Yifutian waved his arm forward and the numerous spell scrolls flew towards Huang Zhouge. In an instant, the skies filled with purple lightning, attempting to drown out the entire area, all flying towards Huang Zhouge. The Renhuang Bao life spirit vanished, replaced by the Renhuang body. Immediately, Huang Zhouge's aura became extremely scary, as though the Renhuang had descended into the world. An astonishing martial arts will erupted from his body, causing an illusion to appear in the skies. The sovereign spiritual qi turned into an army with majestic figures on battle chariots, rushing towards Yifutian. The area had turned into an actual battlefield. Animation of martial arts will. This is the martial arts truth. What an overbearing technique, thought the crowd as they stared at the scene in front of Huang Zhouge, overwhelmed by it. The majestic figures held spears in their hand as they broke through everything, unfazed by death as they split the thunderbolts apart. Although they were continuously destroyed, they managed to block the wave of thunderbolts. Yifutian continued to shine with the spiritual qi's glow, and the rustling sounds continued in his life palace. The world tree shaking endlessly, and the spiritual qi circulating rapidly. Around Yifutian's body, countless golden vines appeared, covering the skies. Then they flew like blades, tearing through the air towards Huang Zhouge, who was standing below. The Renhuang sword descended and Huang Zhouge held his life spirit, the Renhuang sword in his hands. The Renhuang body released a sovereign aura and Huang Zhouge's body appeared to become extremely majestic. The Renhuang sword in his hand struck out and flew in a straight arc into the air, causing a terrifying storm to appear, cutting all the vines to pieces. Huang Zhouge stepped forward, moving together with the Renhuang sword. The sovereign aura circulated around his body, as though the Renhuang had descended into the world. He looked into the air and swung the Renhuang sword yet again. Immediately, the giant sword tore through everything and aimed towards Yifutian in its brilliance. Seeing Huang Zhouge approaching, the giant rock wings flapped and Yifutian flew towards the clouds. The crowd raised their heads and saw Yifutian flying in a graceful arc. He stretched out his arm in the air and spiritual qi started to flock around him, a starry polearm forming in his hand. Following that, the divine rock dived downwards. In the starry dimension, an immense force crushed downwards and landed on the Runhuang sword and Huang Zhouge. A horrifying rod shadow appeared in the air, and with a huge crash, the Runhuang sword was knocked backward and Huang Zhouge grabbed it with both hands. But his body continued to fall backward uncontrollably. What a strong attack! Huang Zhouge's expression was sharp. Yi Futian's attack was extremely similar to Yuan Zhan's and appeared to be the same rod technique. The technique was more compatible with Yuan Zhan, but had stronger force when used by Yi Futian. Evidently, Yi Futian had a greater understanding of the technique. Raising his head, the winds billowed in the skies and the figure descended once again. Without much time to think, an even stronger aura burst forth from Huang Zhouge, the Runhuang sword howling as it pointed into the air. The martial arts illusion appeared yet again. Figures on battle chariots in an ancient battlefield gave people the feeling that the person wielding the Runhuang sword had a huge army at his disposal, attacking where the sword pointed at. A terrifying aura swept the air and clashed with Yi Futian's 9 heavenly attacks. An even scarier crash sounded out, and it was like an explosion in the air. The battle chariots were smashed and the lances were broken. The Runhuang sword was jolted back yet again while Yi Futian flew up into the air again, preparing his next attack. How strong! The entire battlefield was shaking, and countless people thought that as they watched the two of them battle. Was this a clash between the strongest martial arts techniques? In the skies, Yi Futian wielded his polearm and countless spiritual qi gathered around his body, empowering his technique. Seeing the scene, Huang Zhouge frowned and took out his Runhuang bow again. 12 arrows fired into the air, trying to stop Yi Futian from gathering more power. He could naturally feel that Yi Futian was getting stronger as the fight progressed by his increasing aura. The starry storm spell surrounding his body, Yi Futian's body dived down from the skies. When the starry storm was torn apart by the arrows, the polearm shadows around him swept the arrows away. The third strike of the 9 heavenly attacks struck out, and after the strike, even Huang Zhouge was knocked to the ground. As he landed on the battlefield, the ground trembled. Yi Futian continued with his fourth strike, and the polearm shadow descended from the heavens directly onto the figure on the ground. When Huang Zhouge saw the oncoming attack, he pierced his Runhuang sword into the ground and a frantic wave swept past. Behind him, his Runhuang body appeared to be transforming and assimilated into his body. A destructive storm rushed forward and countless imposing figures appeared around him, raising their heads towards the air. The surrounding area had a terrifying veil, like a summoning circle. When the polearm shadow landed on the veil, it shattered the veil, causing the imposing figures and battle chariots to all explode into dust and fade away. However, the strike had been blocked, and Yi Futian felt a sense of danger, like there was a divine strength being awakened. Being able to force me to this point, Yi Futian, you are really strong, Huang Zhouge said. On his body, countless rays of light circulated around him, as though the sovereign spiritual qi was flowing towards the Runhuang body and Runhuang sword. The sword howled in the ground, and the Runhuang body was growing. Next, an unparalleled figure appeared as though it had been summoned by the Runhuang. The Runhuang sword similarly grew in size, and the summoned figure grabbed the Runhuang sword with both hands, and an alarming storm formed, threatening to tear everything apart. Yi Futian did not hesitate and struck out with the fifth strike of the 9 heavenly attacks. With the force that could split the heavens, the strike landed and polearm shadows covered the entire battlefield. However, at that moment, the summoned Runhuang body figure pulled the sword from the ground and swung it into the air. A formidable beam appeared and the polearm shadows vanished. The overbearing power split even the air, and Yi Futian's body was sent flying, his body shivering. Huang Zhouge stood below, raising his head and bathing in the Runhuang's glow. He appeared to have merged with the Runhuang body figure and held the Runhuang sword, as though the Runhuang had reincarnated, giving others a sacred feeling. Many people saw the illusion, and some even believed that the sovereign family was really the descendants of the Runhuang. You can give up now. Huang Zhouge raised his head and looked into the air. As a grade 9 noble, for Yi Futian to be able to battle with him to this extent was something to be proud of. However, as the descendant of the sovereign family, he had to obtain first in this time's Holy Ji Palace admission to prove himself to the world. This was also the first time he had made an appearance in the barren state. He would create a legacy for the sovereign family from today onwards. Many people compare you with Bai Zhe, but he's not even worthy to battle with you. In the air, Yi Futian replied. At the edge of the battlefield, Bai Zhe looked extremely grim, but the crowd agreed with Yi Futian's words. Yi Futian had battled with the two of them, so he was naturally the most qualified to give his opinion. Moreover, Huang Zhuge's strength was indeed ridiculously strong, especially the Huang Zhuge now, who was literally invincible. If it had turned out as they expected and Huang Zhuge battled with Bai Zhe would most definitely be crushed. However, Yi Futian's existence allowed them to witness Huang Zhuge's true strength and bear witness to a worthy final battle. Even if Yi Futian were to be defeated, he could still be proud of it. Huang Zhuge looked into the air, but saw that at that moment, Yi Futian had closed his eyes and a fearsome aura was roaring around his body. In the starry dimension, an innumerable of starlight gathered around him and formed a giant starry polearm in front of him, causing many people to be astonished. Yi Futian was going to continue battling. At that moment, the crowd saw countless meteorites flying down from Yi Futian's starry dimension onto Huang Zhuge, but they were sliced apart before they reached Huang Zhuge. However, the meteorites appeared to be never-ending. At that moment, Huang Zhuge felt a faint pressure. As though all the meteorites in the air were weighing down on him, it was extremely heavy. At that moment, Yi Futian recalled the Elder Snow Ape's 9 heavenly strikes. The 9 heavenly strikes will resonated with one's cultivation level. The 6th strike resonated with the sage's will. The divine light surrounding his body flowed as the starry force merged into one. A shocking roar sounded out and the crowd saw a divine ape shadow appear on Yi Futian, its hands gripping a colossal starry polearm. The divine ape leaped down from the heavens with the force of the previous 5 strikes and the force of the starry dimension and struck out with its polearm. The strike was basic and simple with no tricks. However, Huang Zhuge felt threatened by it. The huge Runhuang figure held the sword in both hands, swinging it towards the skies. At that moment, a scary sight appeared in the air. The huge divine ape was fighting against the Runhuang. The starry polearm and the Runhuang sword clashed in the air. In the next moment, an invisible light veil swept across the area and turned into a frightening storm. Even the crowd standing outside the battlefield were shivering wildly, but their attention was focused on trying to see what was happening on the battlefield. When the cataclysmic storm had faded away, Yi Futian was still standing in the air and Huang Zhuge was still standing on the ground, as though the two of them had never moved. The wind had a stinging sensation to it. Pshhhhh. As a soft voice sounded out, Huang Zhuge spewed out blood as his knees trembled like he did not have the strength to continue standing. However, he kept his body straight and did not collapse. "It's your victory," Huang Zhuge said dejectedly. The last strike of the polearm was as though the heavens had given all its strength to it, crushing everything in its way. "It was luck," Yi Futian replied. He was indeed lucky. Only he himself knew how much strength he had used to win the battle. It was too difficult. If it had not been for the 6th strike of the 9 heavenly strikes, the one who had been defeated would still be him. The simple conversation by the two of them made the countless onlookers freeze and the area fell silent. The final battle for the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian. First, the Holy Ji Palace chose disciples once every 3 years. It was a huge event in the barren state. So many prides came from the 9 holy roads. They were all talents famous in their own places and now, they were all gathered here. After the rounds of eliminations, the final powerful group lasted until the end. And in the end, Yi Futian of the Dawn Road was number 1. Until now, many people were still unclear about Yi Futian's background. Some said he was from the Eastern Barren Territory. He'd defeated all the famous figures from the barren state. He'd humiliated Bai Zhe and shockingly defeated Huang Zhuge with 1 staff. From now on, everyone in the barren state would know Yi Futian's name. Hua Jieyu's pretty eyes gazed at the figure on the battlefield. She thought back to when she was 15 years old. During the fall quarter examination of the Qingzhou Academy, The youth had shown his brilliance for the first time and received first place in the written examination. At that time, he'd been young and frivolous. He was as pure as a flawless jade and filled with endless fantasies about the future. Now, they were adults and had experienced the hardships of life. What never changed was that no matter where they went, he was still the brightest star. Bai Zai, Yanzhou, Bing Yi, and Chu Shang of the mortal world, Nan Hao and Nan Feng of the Nantian house, and many other figures all had complicated feelings. Who would have thought that Yi Futian would reach the highest spot in the end? Gu Yunqi's smile was brilliant. She hadn't improved much through this trip, but she was very satisfied. These experiences would probably be unforgettable for life. However, it was a pity that she probably wouldn't be able to hear Yi Futian play his guqin in the future. He probably wouldn't return to the Celestial Pavilion anymore. "Do you see it, old man?" Chun Yuan asked Mu Chuan. "When did I ever lie to you?" Mu Chuan didn't refute it. Instead, he said, "You're really willing to give someone like this to the Holy Ji Palace? The rock will always soar in the 9 heavens. Are you looking out for me?" Chun Yuan asked. "No matter what, he's the one I chose. He's the son of the starry school." As the saying went, if a tree stood out from the forest, the wind would destroy it. Being too extraordinary attracted the wrong type of attention, like the blazing sun school against Yi Futian. In the barren state, the Holy Ji Palace was the best place for Yi Futian to cultivate. It was filled with talents who were all the best cultivators from around the barren state. Here, Yi Futian would compete with the top figures. It would be like a battle between pavilions. The disciples who'd entered the Holy Ji Palace 3 or 6 years ago would all become the motivation for Yi Futian to improve. It was rumored that the competition between the disciples was very intense. Next, it was time for the big figures to choose their disciples. Countless eyes looked in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace. Who would become the teachers of the top 10 talents? Phoenix, Zhuge Hua Jieyu. "If you wish, you can cultivate under me," Sage Daozong invited. Earlier, Phoenix had said that he wished to cultivate under him. Sage Daozong was well-learned and was the chief of the Daozong Pavilion. Many people were willing to enter it. "Su Ke, if you wish, you can cultivate under me." The sword demon invited Su Ke because the youth had said he wanted to learn swordsmanship with him. "Su Ke, Huang, you can enter the Tianxing Pavilion," another strong cultivator said. It was Sage Tianxing, chief of the Tianxing Pavilion, one of the top 6 pavilions. It was in charge of the laws of the Holy Ji Palace. Bai Zai, Zhuge Hua Jieyu, "If you wish, you can cultivate in the Holy Sage Pavilion," an elder from the Holy Sage Pavilion said at that time. This wasn't an invitation straight from the pavilion's second chief, but the elder's words represented the pavilion. The Holy Sage Pavilion had invited Bai Zai, Zhuge and Hua Jieyu instead of Yi Futian, who had defeated the first 2 and was the winner of the battle. The Holy Sage Pavilion was the top pavilion of the Holy Ji Palace. Huang Zhouge wasn't invited, because he'd already said that he wouldn't enter the Holy Ji Palace. Xiao Junyi wasn't invited, because he was a disciple of the Dark Sage. The Dark Sage had a bad reputation in the barren state, so the Holy Ji Palace obviously wouldn't accept Xiao Junyi, who cultivated with dark power. But what about Yi Futian? Yushang and Yuanzhan hadn't been invited either. Many people were confused. Some even started whispering amongst themselves. This was the Holy Sage Pavilion. They couldn't help but start thinking about the invitations. Was it because of Yi Futian and Bai Zai's battle? That battle had shown that Yi Futian and Bai Zai probably couldn't coexist. Then the Holy Sage Pavilion probably chose Bai Zai over Yi Futian because of Bai Luli. As for why they also invited Zhuge and Hua Jieyu, everyone knew that it probably wasn't aimed at Yi Futian. It was because Zhuge Qingfeng, patriarch of the Zhuge family, was also a disciple of the Holy Sage Pavilion. Zhuge and Hua Jieyu were from the Zhuge family, so it was logical to invite them. Even the other pavilions were surprised. They obviously wanted Yi Futian but didn't invite him because the winner always went to the Holy Sage Pavilion. This was an unsaid rule. They wouldn't go fight for him. But the Holy Sage Pavilion didn't want him? Yi Futian also felt this odd atmosphere. The Holy Sage Pavilion had chosen Bai Zai and Zhuge. They both had conflicts with him. Now, other than Huang Jiuge and Xiao Junyi, only he, Yushang, and Yuan Zhan hadn't been invited. They'd come together. There are still some left. Why are you all being so generous? That strong cultivator from the Holy Sage Pavilion said. The others realized he wanted them to choose. Clearly, the Holy Sage Pavilion wouldn't choose Yi Futian's group. It wasn't that he didn't approve of them. It was just that he'd chosen Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing. The others could take Yi Futian. If you're all willing, you can cultivate in the Daozong Pavilion, Sage Daozong said, smiling. He obviously wouldn't be generous. The pavilion was willing to accept anyone in the top 10, but he could only choose some for the balance. The same for the Tianxing Pavilion, the chief said. Since the Holy Sage Pavilion let them have the 3, he wouldn't let go of the chance. Elder Ning made a face. He was an elder of the Tianxing Pavilion. The Battle Sage Pavilion wants them, the King Kong Sage said. Everyone's eyes flashed and turned towards him. Other than the Holy Sage Pavilion, only the Battle Sage Pavilion had 2 members of the Barren Sky ranking. If the Battle Sage Pavilion wants them, why can't you fight for it? Sage Daozong said, smiling. Is the King Kong Sage interested in taking a disciple personally? Not me, the King Kong Sage said. Yi Futian, Yushang, if you're willing, you can cultivate under the chief. Yuan Zhan and Yi Shaoshi can also join the Battle Sage Pavilion. The Sage Dozhan is accepting disciples? Sage Daozong's eyes flashed. Sage Dozhan had been cultivating in isolation for many years. No one knew what level he was at now. He hadn't accepted disciples in a long while either. He must really like Yi Futian and Yushang. Yes, the King Kong Sage said. Countless people looked towards the Holy Ji Palace, their hearts trembling. Yi Futian and Yushang's group really did suit the Sage Dozhan. Their explosive powers were domineering while the Sage Dozhan was the best in martial arts in the Barren State. He was 7th on the Barren Sky ranking. There were only 6 super figures before him. Huang Jiuge looked up in the air, surprise flashing past his eyes. He remembered his father had once said that the Sage Dozhan was the one person on the Barren Sky ranking that he didn't want to fight with. This was someone who could fight to the death. He was terrifying. His father was 5th on the Barren Sky ranking. It was imaginable how terrifying the Sage Dozhan was. Yi Futian looked towards Zhuge Mingyue. Then he heard her voice in his mind. Choose the Battle Sage Pavilion. Earlier, she told Yi Futian to be prepared for not entering the Holy Sage Pavilion. She hadn't considered the Battle Sage Pavilion at that time, but since they were willing to accept Yi Futian and Yushang, they were the obvious choice. The chief of the Holy Ji Palace didn't care about outside matters, so the second chief was the most powerful. After that, the most powerful was the Sage Dozhan. He was also the most suitable for Yi Futian and Yushang. The second chief probably didn't have the time to teach younger disciples. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He was also clear that this was the best choice for him now. Gazing at the King Kong Sage, he said, Senior, we have a master. No problem, a deep voice said from the distance. Inherit my legacy, but keep your master in your heart. It's the Sage Dozhan. Everyone turned serious. This was someone in the top 10 of the Barren Sky ranking. Senior, can I cultivate in the Battle Sage Pavilion too? A bright voice said at that time. Many people looked to the side of the battlefield. A beautiful figure stood there, looking towards the Holy Ji Palace. It was Hua Jieyu. The Battle Sage Pavilion doesn't suit you, Sage Dozhan said. Do not waste yourself. Jieyu, the senior is right, Yi Futian said. The Battle Sage Pavilion was probably a place for battles. That was why they wanted him and Yushang. Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian, seemingly unwilling. All right, start to choose, the elder on the steps said. I'm willing to enter the Daozong Pavilion, Phoenix said, bowing to Sage Daozong. I'm willing to enter the Tianxing Pavilion. Huang made his choice. I'm willing to enter the Sword Pavilion. Su Kei naturally chose the Sword Demon. I'm willing to enter the Holy Sage Pavilion. Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing chose the Holy Sage Pavilion. I'm willing to enter the Daozong Pavilion, Hua Jieyu said. Many people were shocked. The Holy Sage Pavilion had also invited her. but she chose the Daozong Pavilion instead. Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing glanced at her, but Sage Daozong smiled. Yi Futian glanced at Yuan Zhan and Yi Xiaoshi. They communicated telepathically. Then he said, "We are willing to join the Battle Sage Pavilion." Everyone chose where they wanted to cultivate. The triennial enrollment of Holy Ji Palace disciples was officially over. The 1,000 Holy Islands had chosen hundreds of disciples. However, other than the Wanxiang Pavilion, the 5 pavilions of the core island had chosen less than 100 people. Those who entered the main pavilions were even fewer. Yi Futian's group had benefited the most. Under everyone's eyes, they'd become war gods with one battle. Everyone knew them, and now, they'd also become disciples of the Sage Dozhan, 7th on the Barren Sky ranking. They'd truly shot to the top. Nanfeng, Bingyi, Yanjiu, and the others who'd had conflicts with Yi Futian felt troubled. Yi Futian's status was above them now. In the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, everyone looked at the crowd below and many smiled. Catch! At that time there were various sounds. Many big figures reached out, throwing numerous badges downward. A badge appeared before everyone who would cultivate in the 6 pavilions of the Holy Ji Palace. It was naturally the same for Yi Futian. The badge that hovered before him had the word battle carved on it. They put a shred of spiritual energy into it and then put it away. This represented their status as a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. You have 3 months to take care of the matters in the outside world and then enter the pavilion. Of course, you can enter now. As for the future, you will listen to your elders. The elder on the steps said. The audition for new disciples will end now. Many friends are from all over the barren state. You can return now, the man continued. The big figures of the Holy Ji Palace rose. They either walked towards the pavilion or started chatting amongst each other. It's over, everyone in the vast crowd thought. It would be another 3 years before the next great event. In the direction of the pavilion, Bai Luli stood up. He gazed at everyone present. Instead of going to his brother Bai Zhe, he turned and left with the elders of the Holy Sage Pavilion. Bai Luli was young, but only the big figures of the Holy Ji Palace knew about his status. Finally, it's over. Yi Futian looked at the King Kong sage who'd turned to leave and smiled. During this journey, he'd entered the noble plane, comprehended various martial arts intents, and entered the Battle Sage Pavilion. This was perfect for him. From now on, he had a place in the barren state. He wouldn't be pretending to be dead and escaping for his life like before. He wondered what those from the Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School would think now. Many people gathered. Hua Jiu walked to his side. She grabbed his hand and their eyes met, smiling. Hua Jiu had chosen the Daozong Pavilion and they wouldn't cultivate together. But they were still both in the Holy Ji Palace. They could meet often. They wouldn't be separated for years like before. Remember what you promised me. Yi Futian fluttered his lashes. He still had it in his mind. Hua Jiu stomped on his foot. Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen, Yi Xiaoshi, and Yuan Zhan walked over too. Yi Wuchen would enter the Sword Pavilion to cultivate with the Sword Demon. The others would join the Battle Sage Pavilion. However, Lulan Shui and the Black Wind Eagle didn't enter the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian didn't know if they could stay by his side. Zhuge Mingyue walked over and smiled. You two can finally fly together, she said to Yi Futian and Hua Jiu. Senior sister, Hua Jiu said, a bit shy. Yi Futian also called out, senior sister. His eyes were emotional. His second senior sister always thought for him. When could she truly be with third senior brother? They faced much more pressure than Yi Futian and Hua Jiu. After all, they'd been dating for a long time and were close to the parents. What are you doing? Trying to get emotional? Zhuge Mingyue's smile was bright. I helped you take care of Jiu for more than 2 years. Now she's yours. Yes. Yi Fuchsia nodded forcefully. Then he asked, oh right, senior sister. If I cultivate in the Holy Ji Palace, can Lulan Shui and Little Eagle come too? He'd heard that even those from the 1,000 Holy Islands couldn't enter the core island easily. Those who cultivate under a pavilion's chief can bring their family. You can too, Zhuge Mingyue said. The inheritor chosen personally by the pavilion chief natural had a different status. Understood. Yi Futian nodded. Zhuge Mingyue grinned at him. Then she reached out to pet Yi Futian's head. "It's so great to see you all grow up bit by bit," she said, smiling. "It probably won't be long before you really can take care of me. I'll be able to relax then." "It won't be that long," Yi Futian smiled. "Junior, you must cultivate well." Beitang Xinger's eyes shone with anticipation. She knew that even though second senior sister always took care of Jiu and the Yi Futian, she actually had high expectations for Yi Futian. One day, he would be able to soar in the heavens and create the cottage in their hearts. "Xiaoshi, the junior has surpassed you. Just keep eating and get fatter," Zhuge Mingyue said, looking at Yi Xiaoshi. Yi Xiaoshi was frustrated. He lowered his head and sighed. He couldn't refute it and he was ashamed. "Remember to take care of the junior," Zhuge Mingyue reminded. "I know, senior sister," the fatty said dejectedly. "I'm going now," Zhuge Mingyue said. "Where are you going?" Yi Futian asked. "Going to my family, of course. Come visit when you're free." Zhuge Mingyue smiled and left. Beitang Xinger followed, but she turned around to wave goodbye at Yi Futian's group. Zhuge Mingyue walked over to Zhuge Kanyang's side and whispered, "Let's go." Zhuge Kanyang glanced at Yi Futian before leaving the family members away. Zhuge Xing also left. "Your senior sister seems to treat you very well," Chen Yuan whispered, walking over. "Of course. Second senior sister is the best senior sister in the world." Yi Futian looked at Zhuge Mingyue's back with a bright smile. His senior sisters and brothers were his closest family in the world. "What's your plan?" Chen Yuan asked. "Will you enter the Holy Ji Palace right away?" "I promised Yuan Zhan that I'll visit Mount Taihang with him and visit the seniors of the Ape Clan," Yi Futian said. "That works too. Mount Taihang is on the way to the Divine Sky City. I can take you there." Chen Yuan nodded. He wondered if the story behind Yi Futian and Mount Taihang had something to do with the staff technique. "Would you like to visit Divine Sky City? That long girl probably misses you," Chen Yuan said, smiling. He'd like to see the expressions of Yang Ding and Gong Kue. "Sure," Yi Futian nodded. "I miss Linger too. Don't misunderstand. She's my sister," Yi Futian explained after seeing Hua Jiu look over. "Ah, sister." Hua Jiu nodded and smiled. "What kind of expression is that?" Yi Futian felt awkward. "Futian, I want to visit the Eastern Barren Territory," Yi Wuchen suddenly said. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He obviously knew why Yi Wuchen said that. The Lu Kingdom of the Eastern Barren Territory had had huge changes, so Lu Chenyu was still there. After losing her parents, she only had her brother, Lu Feiyong. Back then, they'd snuck away. It had been more than 2 years. Wuchen definitely missed her. Now that Yi Futian and Jiu were together again, they'd settled down. Wuchen naturally would think of Chenyu. "Okay, Jiu and I miss our master and mistress too. And big brother." Yi Futian smiled and nodded. "Chief, can you help me with something?" "I understand." Chen Yuan nodded. Yi Futian's group would be slow when traveling to the Eastern Barren Territory, but if a sage was with them, they would become much faster. Yi Futian looked around to his friends. Mu Zhiqiu, Qin Yin, Li Qingyi, and Xie Wuji were standing there, looking at him. "What, we're strangers now?" Yi Futian asked. "Are you all preparing to leave?" "I'm going to the island," Mu Zhiqiu whispered. "Zhiqiu, what are you talking to that guy for?" Mu Chuan yelled. Chen Yuan rolled his eyes. Was this old guy still pretending to be strong? "I'm leaving. In the future, I'll cultivate in the core island too," Mu Zhiqiu said to Yi Futian before leaving. Yi Futian smiled. "I believe you. We prepare to go back too," Qin Yin said. She hadn't been chosen. Yi Futian nodded. "Qingyi, if you don't wish to go back, you can cultivate in the Starry School in the Divine Sky City." Li Sun had died in his hands. White Sovereign City wouldn't dare to take revenge on him, but it would be hard for Li Qingyi. "No need." Li Qingyi shook her head. The city lord was her father and her mother was still there. How could she not return? "Qin Yin, can you let Qingyi cultivate in Mount Joxian?" "You can go back with her," Yi Futian asked Qin Yin. "I would do it even if you don't tell me." Qin Yi nodded. We'll go back together too, Shenyuan Beishan said. Take care, Yi Futian said. Take care. Everyone nodded. Master Yi, wish you the best future. Many people looked over at Yi Futian now. They were the people who'd traveled the Dawn Road with Yi Futian. You too, Yi Futian said, smiling. Then he soared into the air, preparing to depart. Many people from the Dawn Road waved at Yi Futian. The youth that they'd gotten to know on the Dawn Road had become #1 in the battle. He would become a legendary figure of the Barren State in the future. It was destiny to get to know someone on the Divine Sky ranking. They might be able to brag about it in the future. Everyone began departing gradually. Countless people soared towards different directions. Chun Yuan brought Yi Futian's group and the Starry School disciples away. They rode on ritual implements. They'd come on the Holy Road and would now leave by crossing Zhongzhou City. Barren State, Mount Taihang sunlight fell upon the mountain. A huge golden figure sat on the mountaintop, dazzling under the sun. He stood on a boulder on the cliff. Looking into the distance, he was filled with majesty. A handsome white-clothed figure sat quietly not too far from him. He was playing his guqin. The music turned into an image that passed into the golden figure's mind. Many golden apes were watching from the distance. The mountain was silent for a long while after the music ended. The huge figure was still standing there quietly, looking into the distance. Suddenly, an ape roared. The shocking roar shook the world, and even the immense Mount Taihang trembled. Many golden apes rushed over. They looked at their king from afar, confusion filling their eyes. Chun Yuan and the others on Mount Taihang were shaken too. Chun Yuan didn't do anything. Since Yi Futian came, the king of the golden great apes wouldn't hurt him. He was someone on the Barren Sky ranking, after all. If he really did try hurting Yi Futian, Chun Yuan wouldn't be able to stop him anyway. Just then, the great ape actually fell to his knees and kowtowed towards the distance. All the golden great apes knelt too and bowed in the same direction. Their king seemed to be worshipping something. Yi Futian watched quietly from the side. He could feel the cold sadness. Many of the demon beasts were unified. The king that led them was extremely respected. The snow ape was the ape emperor and had led all the great ape clans. This ape senior must be extremely sad to know that he had died. My name is Yuan Hong. The ape emperor had personally chosen this name for me when I was very young. At that time, the leader of the golden great apes was my father. The great ape stood up. He still looked into the distance as if reminiscing. Now they've all left me. Yuan Hong's voice sounded abnormally tired. He turned and stared at Yi Futian with his huge eyes. Tell me, he said. Who are you? Excuse me? Yi Futian's eyes flashed. The ape emperor won't teach his best technique to an outsider. If you've only seen that battle, how could you learn it and coincidentally be there? Yuan Hong stared at Yi Futian. Heavy might descended. I want to know the truth. You may be the last human who was with the ape emperor. Yi Futian gazed at the great ape and nodded lightly. Let me show you another picture then. In the Divine City, Starry School. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu's group were strolling in the school and attracted countless gazes. The day before, Yi Futian had returned to the Starry School. He had crossed the Holy Road and gotten first in the Holy Ji Palace admission examination. The news of the Dozhan sage taking him in as a disciple had caused a huge uproar in the Divine Sky City. It turned out that the news of Yi Futian's death last year was fake. He had secretly left to take part in the triennial Holy Ji Palace admission examination. In the Holy Ji Palace, the #1 cultivation holy ground in the Barren State, the Dozhan sage was the 7th on the Barren Sky ranking and the #1 body-refining cultivator in the Barren State. The Starry School's disciples all looked at Yi Futian with a renewed respect. The son of the Starry School was merely a start for him. Was that goddess-like girl his girlfriend? How beautiful! Wang Yuqing was also in the crowd. She had a complicated expression while looking at Yi Futian. That was the person that she once thought was shameless? At that moment, she recalled everything that had happened in the past. It was like a dream, the first in the Holy Ji Palace admission examination. What did it signify? It meant that all the geniuses in the entire barren state had gathered from countless elite factions and clans. Yifutian had dominated the entire generation. However, Yifutian was still the same as before. Big Brother Futian. A voice sounded out and a beautiful figure dashed towards him. When Yifutian saw the figure, a gentle smile appeared on his face and the figure jumped into his arms. Big Brother Futian, you scared me to death. Long Linger complained miserably. She had really thought that Yifutian had died. Linger, aren't I fine now? Yifutian had a doting expression on his face. This little girl was getting prettier and more elegant, but she was still acting like a little kid. He was afraid that Jeyu would misunderstand. Long Linger broke away from hugging Yifutian and hugged his arm instead. Her gaze then landed on Hua Jeyu, and she asked softly after doing a double take, "Sister, are you a goddess? How can you be so beautiful?" Hua Jeyu looked at Long Linger, then laughed and said, "Of course not. My name is Hua Jeyu. Sister Goddess name is so pleasing to the ear too." Long Linger replied, "This is your sister-in-law. Hurry up and call her that." Yifutian knocked her on the head. "No way. I'm still going to call her Sister Goddess." Long Linger shook her head and replied, then asked him, "Big Brother Futian, how did you manage to trick her?" "Good looks," Yifutian replied. Long Linger gave him a scornful look, then asked Hua Jeyu, "I don't believe it. Sister Goddess, how were you tricked?" Hua Jeyu smiled while looking at Long Linger, then looked to Yifutian beside her and said softly, "I was the one who wooed him." "Ah!" Long Linger was in disbelief. Yifutian puffed out his chest in pride. His girlfriend was still as understanding as ever, giving him face in public. "Linger, you're messing around again." At that moment, a gentle voice sounded and a beautiful woman walked over, nodding and smiling at Yifutian and Hua Jeyu. "Madam," Yifutian addressed her. "What a perfect match." Madame Long looked at Yifutian and Hua Jeyu and felt pity for her little girl's feelings. "Yifutian, you're good." The Gu clan leader also brought Gu Yunxi over and smiled at Yifutian. He had long known that Yifutian was not dead, but he did not expect him to be able to come back into the Starry School so quickly. "Uncle Gu," Yifutian smiled and replied, "the first in the Holy Ji Palace admission examination. Looks like the Starry School has its most outstanding disciple in its history," the Gu clan leader said. Yifutian would definitely be able to surpass Long Etienne's achievements. "That is only natural." Qian Yuan walked over and said, "This time, in the Holy Ji Palace's battles, not only Yifutian, but Yushang was also accepted as a disciple by the Dozhan sage. Yi Wuchen was valued by the Sword Demon and taken under his department. The three of them are all direct disciples of the Holy Ji Palace's palace lords." The Gu clan leader and Madame Long looked at Yushang and Yi Wuchen who were standing behind Yifutian. They had always been very low profile beside Yifutian and never exhibited their strength. Who could have expected that the two of them were also this outstanding? There were rumors that Yushang had fought his way into the top 10 with his grade 9 noble cultivation level. If he had not fought someone who specialized in spectral movement and countered him, he might have been able to make it into the top 3. College Chief. Someone appeared in a flash and reported, "The Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School college chiefs have brought people to visit." "Oh!" Qian Yuan had a gleam in his eyes and said, "When did they become so courteous?" He looked in the distance and had a cruel smile. He replied, "Invite them to leave. Come on, Brother Chen. Don't be so quick to turn us away." At that moment, a voice sounded. Then Yang Ding and Gong Kuei walked in together. The three schools were originally passed down from the same source. Let's not be so distant. This time, the Starry School's son Yifutian has such an achievement. We're also happy for him. So we've come just to congratulate him, Yang Ding said. Yang Ding, do you even believe what you're saying? Chun Yuan looked at the other party. How hypocritical. Back then, the two of them had a huge battle and he had destroyed the Blazing Sun School twice. Yifutian also nearly died in the hands of the Blazing Sun School. Now, he was happy for Yifutian. Brother Chen, you also have to look at it from my perspective. Back then, Yifutian had obtained the divine teachings, but he was the Starry School's son. How did you expect me and Brother Gong to think about it? Of course, we also wanted to see what the teachings passed down by our ancestors were like, but we were fooled by little Brother Yi, Yang Ding replied. He also knew a little about the Holy Ji Palace's battles, so he naturally knew that Yi Futian's divine light did not vanish. They had been tricked. However, he was unable to kill Yi Futian now, so what else could he do? Get on his good side, of course. Yi Futian and his two friends had become disciples of palace lords. If just one of them entered the Barren Sky ranking and wanted revenge, they would be in trouble. Little Brother Yi, it was indeed my greed that made me invite you to the Blazing Sun School, but I definitely did not intend to kill you. It was that person's selfish act. He has already been killed by Brother Chun, and my Blazing Sun School has been destroyed twice, suffering heavy losses. Today, I've come specially to apologize for that. Yang Ding then continued, also, since you've also received the Blazing Sun School's teachings, I have a suggestion. How about you become the son of the Divine Sky City's top 3 schools? The Starry School's disciples were all appalled. The Blazing Sun School chief had come personally to apologize for his actions and wanted to resolve the conflict they had previously. Futian has already entered the Holy Ji Palace. Why would he want the position of son? What is this icing on the cake? After hitting him when he was down, Chun Yuan asked bitterly. Brother Chun, I have no such intention. That time, I was just overcome by greed and took a divine light. Gong Kuei explained. But now we all understand that Yi Futian deserves to own the divine teachings. If Yi Futian is able to restore the glory of our ancestors one day, I pledge that my Bright Moon School will definitely follow him. Yi Futian scoffed when he heard Gong Kuei's words. He was too hypocritical. If one day he wanted to deal with the Bright Moon School, would Gong Kuei dare to go against him? My Bright Moon School is the same, Yang Ding pledged sincerely. Since the two elders are so sincere, I will not bear a grudge over the matter. However, there was someone who wanted my life back then in the Bright Moon School. Moreover, Shang Yunfeng's death leading to his parents assassinating me in the Celestial Pavilion felt fishy. I hope that Chief Yang can put effort into investigating. That way, I will feel more at ease, Yi Futian said. All right, I will investigate it thoroughly, Yang Ding promised. Since that is so, there is nothing else. After you've investigated the matter, Chief Yang can just notify Chief Qin. Elders, you may take your leave now, Yi Futian said. Okay, I'll be on my way to investigate it now. Yang Ding nodded. He had checked on the matter before as well, so he knew that it was indeed weird. Gong Kuei also saluted and said his goodbyes. The two of them had come to alleviate Yi Futian's anger. Chun Yuan did not say anything. Yi Futian's handling of the matter was appropriate. The rest would be up to Yang Ding to manage. Moreover, Yi Futian did not have the ability to deal with Yang Ding and Gong Kuei, so it was naturally better to make peace and settle the score in the future. Chief Chun, I should be on my way to the Eastern Barren Territory now, Yi Futian said. It was sufficient to just stop over in the Divine Sky City. He was also only going to stay for a few days in the Eastern Barren Territory. Afterward, he would go back to the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. All right. Chun Yuan nodded and said, I'll accompany you back then. He still had to watch out for Yi Futian's safety. I'll be in your care then. Yi Futian nodded, then turned to Madame Long and said, Madam, I hope that you can take out some time to help out with the Celestial Pavilion. After all, Xin Yu and Wang Yuro were still in the Celestial Pavilion. Okay. The madam nodded and said, Why don't we let Wang Yuro come to the Starry School to cultivate? I'm sure the college chief will agree. Yes. Chun Yuan was naturally fine with it. Thank you, madam. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. I want to follow Big Brother Futian and play too, Long Linger said. Again. The madam glared at her. Haha. It's fine to bring Linger along. I'll come back together with her, Chun Yuan said. I guess so. The madam shook her head helplessly and said, Sorry to trouble you, college chief. Let's go, Chun Yuan said, and the group flew into the air. The Starry School's disciples all looked at the figures in the distance. They could probably only look up to Yi Futian in the future. The Gu clan leader pat his daughter Gu Yunxi on the shoulder and said gently, Let's go. Gu Yunxi nodded lightly. In the Eastern Barren Territory, the situation had stabilized after the revolution. The college had become the only holy land in the Eastern Barren Territory. There were no other factions that could match it. The Sword Saint was already a sage plane cultivator, and Mr. Du leaving back then had caused a huge commotion in the Eastern Barren Territory. Now, there were 3 factions on the Book Mountain: the College, the Sword Saint Mountain, and the Moon Clan. However, there was only the College now. The Qin dynasty, the Lu Kingdom, and many other factions had become a thing of the past. Apart from the College, there were only the Witch Clan and Xianxia Temple still standing as elite factions. Now, the Witch Clan's witches were also cultivating in the College. The College did not discriminate and was willing to impart their teachings to all. At that moment, in a courtyard on the Book Mountain, a group of people was seated around a table having a feast. It appeared especially crowded. Fenglu, now you and Yixiang are both in the noble plane. I also have to cultivate harder. Otherwise, I'll be caught up by you two gradually. An elegant figure smiled and said. On that person there was an imperial aura, and by his side, there was a pair of teenagers who looked extraordinary. Brother Yi, it was only thanks to your protection back then that we have our achievements today. Hua Fenglu was still his handsome and suave self. The person sitting opposite him was the Emperor of the 100 Lands Kangyi Kingdom, Emperor Yi. You're being too distant. If I did not know you, I would not have the chance to come often to the college to cultivate. I am able to lead such a carefree life as the Emperor, occasionally coming to the Eastern Barren Territory's Holy Land to cultivate. If it was in the past, who would dare to imagine that? Now, you don't know how respectful the other emperors are to me and Emperor Nandu. Emperor Yi laughed and said. Indeed. Beside him, Nandu Wenshan nodded in agreement. Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wenin also smiled. They were now getting older and leading contented lives. Emperor Yi would often invite Nandu Wenshan and Yixiang to come to the Book Mountain to visit him. A group of old friends sitting around and chatting was indeed an enjoyable pastime. Good day, elders. At that moment, an alluring figure walked in, a jug of wine in her hands. The woman was extremely beautiful and her eyes had a hint of quick-wittedness. This young lady is? Emperor Yi asked Hua Fenglu. This girl is the famous Witch Clan's Witch Gu Biyue. She was sent to the college to cultivate, but she's been running to my place very conscientiously. I don't know what she's after. Hua Fenglu replied, smiling. Elder, you've misunderstood Biyue. The college chief knows that all of you are here, so he specifically gave the order for a jug of fine wine to be sent here. This wine is rumored to be able to improve one's constitution and is beneficial to cultivation, Gu Biyue claimed, smiling. Thank the college chief for me, Nandu Wenin said, smiling. Little Biyue, come over and sit with us too. These few years, the Sword Saint had taken very good care of them and would often send over precious materials to improve their cultivation and potential. If it was not for the Sword Saint, Emperor Yi would not be able to come so often to the Book Mountain to cultivate. Okay. Gu Biyue smiled, taking a seat at the table. She asked, I've heard that all of you here today are Yi Futian's elders. Do you all have any stories to share? Trying to get news about my disciple again? Hua Fenglu looked at Gu Biyue and continued. I've already told you. You don't stand a chance. I'm just curious. Gu Biyue looked back at Hua Fenglu and said, Moreover, if I had met Yi Futian earlier, maybe your daughter wouldn't have had a chance either. You sure are thick-skinned. Xianxia smiled faintly and said with a joking tone. Gu Biyue consistently came over, so they were all familiar with her. If you have the talent, you can learn it too, Gu Biyue replied, grinning. Speaking of that fellow, I wonder how his cultivation level is after leaving for so long. Yixiang also missed Yi Futian and Yushang. He had not seen the two of them for an even longer time. They should have reached the upper arcana plane, Hua Fenglu predicted. That's only around my level, Gu Biyue said. I've stepped into the upper arcana plane a few days ago. Probably. I wonder if Futian has gone to find Jieyu. Nandu Wenin sighed and continued. Her second sister is supposed to be from an elite faction in the Barren State. Futian's going to suffer. Why don't you feel sorry for my disciple? Yixiang asked Nandu Wenin. You're not sorry for Futian? Nandu Wanin smiled, asking back. Why would I care about that fellow? Xiang was reluctant to admit it. That's right, that fellow is so sly, he's probably being free and easy. Tang Lan also chipped in. Auntie Tang, you're speaking badly about me again. At that moment, a voice sounded in the distance. The people at the table were all stunned. Then they all stood up and raised their heads. They saw a group of people flying in the air, and the people at the front were Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Dad, Mom! Hua Jieyu shouted. Hua Fenglu had not come around from the surprise. It was only until Hua Jieyu landed in front of him that he broke into a brilliant smile. Master, Masteress, Old Man Emperor Yi. Why are you all here? Yi Futian said, smiling. The group landed and Xiang saw Yi Futian's complacent smile and said, Looks like Tang Feng guessed correctly. You are indeed free and easy. Master, Qingxian. Yusheng walked forward, saying. Yi Qingshuan's eyes were moist, but she was still smiling. She only felt like crying. That fellow actually managed to find you. Hua Fenglu looked at Hua Jieyu and said. The Hua Jieyu now had an even more eminent aura, but she had gotten skinnier. Yes. Hua Jieyu nodded her head lightly and said, Dad, your disciple is really splendid. Hua Fenglu did a double take. It was like they said daughters would always side with their husbands. Look at her, praising her man in front of her father. Wuchen. At that moment, Emperor Yi looked towards Yi Wuchen. Uncle. Yi Wuchen also addressed him. Your father often talks about you. These few years, Qinyu has gone back to see them a few times. Do go back home to visit since you're back. Emperor Yi said. Okay. Yi Wuchen was miserable upon Emperor Ye's words and said, I'll go find Qinyu. Go ahead. Emperor Yi smiled and Yi Wuchen shot off like a sword from its sheath towards the top of the mountain. Noble plain. Emperor Ye's gaze focused and he said, amazed. A noble plain cultivator could be an emperor of a country in the 100 Lands. Now, Yi Wuchen had entered the noble plain at such a young age. Wuchen has entered the noble plain? Hua Fenglu looked in his direction and asked. Yes. Yi Futian nodded and said, Master, Yusheng and I have entered the noble plain. Do you want to spar with us? Hua Fenglu saw Yi Futian's cheeky smile and ignored him. He looked at Hua Jieyu and said, Jieyu, as your father, I need to seriously consider your relationship between you and Yi Futian. Father-in-law, I was wrong. Yi Futian quickly walked behind Hua Fenglu and massaged his back for him, saying, Master, don't stoop to my level. You're already a noble plain cultivator and you still don't care about your image. How preposterous, Hua Fenglu said. In Hua Fenglu's mind, a noble plain cultivator was already able to hold his own in any region. I don't need any image in front of Master, Yi Futian said. I was painstakingly brought up by you. Those words are pleasing to my ear. Hua Fenglu nodded his head with no reservations. I can't stand this master-disciple pair. Nandu Wanin smiled and shook her head. Haven't you gotten used to it yet? Nandu Wanshan stood beside her, laughing. He had heard from Hua Fenglu that when he was first disabled, it was Yi Futian who had carried him into Donghai City. At that time, they were given the cold shoulder by many people and were taken in by Tang Feng. Thinking back, it was really a desolate period, but thankfully that was all in the past. The relationship between the two of them was probably like father and son. Uncle, you're here too. Yi Futian addressed him. After all, he was a sweet talker. Yes, the Sword Saint allowed us to come to the Book Mountain whenever we like, Nandu Wanshan replied. Big brother is really meticulous. Yi Futian nodded his head. Then his gaze turned towards Yi Danshan, Yi Lingxi. The witch Gu Biue was also here. This made him curious. What are you looking at? Gu Biue saw Yi Futian's confused look and asked, Are you surprised? Why are you here? Yi Futian asked curiously. This little girl is now cultivating on the Book Mountain, and she often comes here to ask about your past stories. Hua Fenglu did not evade the topic just because of Hua Jieyu but directly replied instead. You can't have fallen for me? Yi Futian's expression got even more perplexed. The people around were all speechless, and the witch also did a double take. But she still smiled charmingly and said, "That's right. Do you want to take me in as a concubine?" "I have to discuss this with my wife," Yifutian said with a deadpan expression. "I'm fine with it." Hua Jieyu grinned and walked up, saying, "I don't have any issues with a concubine." The witch stared at the pair in front of her and wanted to go on a rampage. The two of them actually dared to accept her offer. She had lost. "I have an issue with it." A young girl stood in front of Yifutian and said, "If my brother wants to marry a concubine, she has to pass me first." "Big brother Futian, sister Jieyu, isn't that right?" Yifutian and Hua Jieyu looked at Long Linger in bewilderment. What logic was that? "You're right." Yifutian saw Long Linger's expression and nodded. "Did you hear that?" Long Linger looked smugly at the witch. That woman had an aura of foxy wiles and did not look as pretty as Sister Jieyu. She would need to be on guard against her. You're good." The witch Gu Biue was floored and left dejectedly. "Futian, who is this young lady?" Nandu Wanin looked at Long Linger and asked. "She's a younger sister that I got to know outside. This lass is really mischievous. She even kidnapped me initially." Yifutian shook his head with a bitter smile. "Big brother Futian, why are you bringing up that insignificant matter?" "It was because I was young and immature back then," Long Linger said timidly, then turned to Nanda Wanin and said, "Linger pays her respects to uncle and auntie. Sister Jieyu looks like a goddess." "Sure enough. Her parents also look like gods. You two are so good-looking." "What an obedient little girl you are," Nandu Wanin replied. Yifutian was flabbergasted. "Obedient? This was a little devil." Mistress, this is Chief Chun, an elder of mine." Yifutian also introduced Chan Yuan to them. Chan Yuan had been observing silently, and he was surprised by how heartwarming the scene between Yifutian and his loved ones was. There was no trace of the peerlessness at the foot of the Holy Ji Palace. The Yifutian now was like a teenager that had not grown up. The scene actually made him a little envious. At that moment, Chun Yuan's gaze turned towards the top of the mountain, and he said silently, "Sage Plain." Yifutian looked in that direction too and replied, "It should be my big brother. Come on, let's go visit my big brother." "Okay." Hua Fenglu and the rest nodded. The group of them started to make their way to the top of the mountain. While traveling, Hua Fenglu and Yixiang looked at Chun Yuan and could instantly feel his sage aura. This elderly person was potentially an extraordinary expert. They wondered what Yifutian had been through in the few years outside the Eastern Barren Territory. At that moment, many disciples from the college appeared. When Yifutian entered the Book Mountain, he had been seen by some people. Now, many of the disciples knew that he was coming, and it caused a commotion in the college. To the college and even the Eastern Barren Territory, Yifutian was a legendary figure. On the main peak of the Book Mountain, there were many people walking, forming a huge formation. There were people from all peaks appearing, and the scene was spectacular. The Sword Saint and Goddess Wang Yue sat there quietly. As they saw Yifutian's group walking over, the two of them had gentle smiles on their faces. "Big brother, goddess?" Yifutian called out to them. He saw the two of them standing together and thought, what a perfect match. "Big brother, clan leader." Hua Jieyu also called out. She had once cultivated in the Moon Clan. "You're back." The Sword Saint smiled, nodding his head. He then saw Yi Shaoshi and asked, "Why didn't Shui Yi and Luo Fan come back with you? They should have met up with your second sister and Xinger." Since Yifutian had brought Hua Jieyu back, he should have found the Zhuge clan. "Heh." Yi Shaoshi nodded and replied, "Second sister had a mission for fourth and fifth brother, so we did not come back together." "Did you see your third brother?" the Sword Saint asked again. "I saw him once. Third brother is a sage plain cultivator now. Big brother can rest easy," Yifutian replied. "I'm naturally not worried about Donglio's cultivation. However, with his personality, he could easily offend others outside," the Sword Saint replied. He then turned his gaze towards Chan Yuan, who was standing at the side, and said, "Elder." The college's disciples were all stunned. The Sword Saint had addressed that elderly person as elder. How high was that person's cultivation level? No need to be courteous, Chun Yuan said. I'm only accompanying Futian back this time. It looks like my presence is making all of you uneasy. I wanted to tour around the Eastern Barren territory as well. You can go ahead. As he said that, Chun Yuan moved in a flash and left the area. How fast? Many people were astounded. The Sword Saint asked curiously, "Who is that elder?" The college chief of the Divine Sky City's Starry School, in the eastern region of the Barren State. I stayed there for a while after I went to the Barren State, and the college chief treated me very well, Yifutian replied. Will you be cultivating there in the future? The Sword Saint asked. No. I will be going with Jeyu, Yushang, and the rest to the core of the Barren State, Zhongzhou City's Holy Ji Palace, to cultivate. If Big Brother wants to look for me, you can go there directly, Yifutian replied and changed the topic. Let's not talk about this for now. When will I be able to attend Big Brother's wedding? When the members of the cottage gather once again, probably. The Sword Saint sighed. He had not forgotten his teacher who had been taken away. Big Brother, I want to visit the cottage, Yifutian said. All right, I'll accompany you there. Now, the cottage is used by the disciples who used to be from the Moon Clan, the Sword Saint said, and the two of them made their way to the cottage. Many people looked at their figures and started discussing. What kind of place was the Holy Ji Palace? Yifutian was actually accompanied by an extremely strong sage plane cultivator on the way back. What did he do outside? They could hardly imagine it. Some of the younger disciples had only entered the Book Mountain for less than 2 years. Their expressions were filled with admiration. Was that the legendary Yifutian who had killed off multiple experts in the Sky Mountain fight? He looked so young. What a pity that they were unable to meet the cottage's second and third disciple. They wondered what cultivation level Yifutian was at now. Among the disciples, there was an extremely appealing girl standing there quietly. She had ravishing looks and a graceful demeanor. She was one of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren State, Chu Yaoyao. She had seen him again. He was still the same as before, but he appeared to be more magnificent now. Yifutian and the Sword Saint strolled in the cottage, looking at the familiar buildings that had changed. They walked all the way to the back mountain discussing certain matters. Yifutian briefly told the Sword Sage about his experiences in the Barren State and about his second sister and third brother. The cool wind swept past and the two of them walked to the cliff. The Sword Saint looked at the clouds and said, with Donglio's personality, he likely will not step into the Zhuge clan without defeating Bai Luli. However, if it's really like you said, Bai Luli is the 10th on the Barren Sky ranking, how would he be defeated so easily? Donglu can only depend on himself. Big Brother, have you ever thought of venturing out? Yifutian asked. The Eastern Barren territory carries teacher's dreams. He had always wanted to use peaceful methods to achieve it. Unfortunately, things often go contrary to one's wishes. Now that I have the chance, I will naturally help teacher to achieve it. Until then, I will not think about the future. The Sword Saint smiled and said, the law power emphasizes following one's heart. One's cultivation and mindset is the same. Yifutian nodded. With Big Brother's current mindset, it was an alternative form of cultivation. He could feel that Big Brother was different from before. Little brother, do you know why your brothers and sisters have such high hopes for you? The Sword Saint asked. Yifutian shook his head, but he knew that his brothers and sisters doted on him the most. That's because you are the person that teacher was truly looking for. The Sword Saint looked in the distance and said, I trust teacher. Little brother, maybe nobody knows how your future will be like now. But if there's one person who can find teacher, it will definitely be you. I will work hard. Yifutian nodded his head sincerely. Me too, the Sword Saint said. The college will forever be your home. If you run into trouble outside, tell me. Your Big Brother's cultivation level may not be high, but I will do my best to strive for the day where I can personally witness the expectations that teacher had for you come to fruition. I also want to see that sight. Yifutian smiled radiantly and said, Big Brother, it's a promise. It's a promise. The Sword Saint nodded. Yifutian stayed for a few days in the cottage, accompanying his master and masteress. He did not know when he could return again after he left this time, But seeing the two of them enjoying their time here, Yi Futian felt relieved. Yi Wuqian had returned to the Kangyi kingdom with Lu Chunyu, then came back to the Book Mountain, preparing to bring Lu Chunyu with him to the Holy Ji Palace. Wuqian had entered the Sword Demons department and was considered a true disciple, so he could bring his family along. He naturally did not plan to continue leaving Lu Chunyu alone here. After settling these matters, the group of them gathered on the Book Mountain, preparing to leave. Many people from the Book Mountain had come to send them all, including the lords of every peak and many college disciples. Although the cottage was no longer around, the cottage's disciples would forever be immortalized in the Eastern Barren State as the memories of a generation. Just as Yi Futian was preparing to leave, there were two figures who appeared in the distance, flying among the clouds towards Yi Futian. The college's disciples did not stop them. Evidently, they knew who it was. The two of them looked weird. One of them was a high monk and the other was a stunning beauty. She was dressed in plain robes and there was not a speck of dust to be found on her. Her complexion was radiant, like a flawless piece of jade, and her aura was pure like she had never been troubled by worldly matters. The girl had a faint smile on her face as she looked towards Yi Futian's group. "How beautiful!" Beside Yi Futian, Long Linger mumbled. The lady who had arrived was gorgeous, and her innocent and pure aura made her exceedingly pretty, enough to rival Hua Jieyu. "Master!" The sword saint saw the high monk and addressed him, nodding. It turned out that the high monk was the abbot of the Xianxia temple. Benefactor Sword Saint. The abbot put his hands together and bowed. Then his gaze turned towards Yi Futian and he said, "I've heard that Benefactor Yi has returned from the barren state, so I've specifically come to ask a favor from Benefactor Yi. Do tell me, abbot." Yi Futian's gaze turned away from the lady. Back then, the Donghua clan had been eradicated and Hua Qingqing had suffered a huge tragedy, causing her to enter the Xianxia temple to cultivate. Now, her aura and looks were even more outstanding than before. The Xianxia temple must have paid a lot of attention to her. Qingqing has a connection with Buddhism. Previously, when I saw her on the Book Mountain, I took her to the Xianxia temple to cultivate. Qingqing needed little guidance to understand the Buddhist teachings, and her comprehension is the highest of anyone I've met in my life. Now that she has had her first glimpse into Buddhism and entered the noble plane, my Chochen temple no longer has any deeper Buddhist teachings to offer her. Benefactor Yi has come from the barren state. Do you know if there are any places that are suitable for her to cultivate? The abbot asked. Yi Futian was slightly taken aback. Yi Qingqing's cultivation level was similar to his back then. He had only just broken through to the noble plane by obtaining multiple opportunities in the Holy Road. Yi Qingqing had also entered the noble plane. Could it be that cultivating in Buddhist teachings would cause a person's cultivation speed to increase? That was probably not the only reason. It should be that Hua Qingqing was indeed destined to pursue Buddhism. When he first saw her, he had already felt that this girl was not affected by mortal desires, like she was not supposed to appear in the world. Perhaps, she was already different from birth and was enlightened after the huge incident. The barren state is vast and boundless, so I am not very familiar with cultivation places in the barren state, Yi Futian replied. He then turned towards Chen Yuan and asked, "Does Chief Chen know any?" Chen Yuan looked at Hua Qingqing. He could feel that Hua Qingqing was indeed extraordinary. He had never seen such a pure person before. Her unblemished eyes were crystal clear, like a pool of clear water. The barren state indeed has a Buddhist ground, but they emphasize that Buddhism will only be taught to those who are destined for it and rarely take in disciples, Chen Yuan replied. If they see her, they will definitely take her in. The Xianxia temple abbot saluted and said, "This benefactor must be an elder from the barren state. Could we have a word in private?" Chen Yuan looked at Yi Futian and saw him nodding, so he replied, "Sure, Qingqing, follow me." The Xianxia temple abbot said, and the three of them left together, making Yi Futian's group curious. Not long after, they came back, but Chen Yuan's expression was peculiar, and he kept looking at Hua Qingqing. "Chief Chen." Yi Futian looked towards Chen Yuan and called out, "If Hua Qingqing heads there, there will be no problem," Chen Yuan declared certainly this time. Yi Futian did not know what the abbot and Chief Chen had discussed to make him this certain. I am not well versed enough in the Buddhist teachings. Thus my cultivation level is low. I might not have much of a say in this. Could I trouble Benefactor Chun to help me make the referral? The abbot asked Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan's gaze landed on Yi Futian again, as though asking for Yi Futian's opinion. Chief Chun, Hua Qingqing is my good friend, Yi Futian said. Okay. Chun Yuan agreed to the matter. Thank you very much. Since that is so, I will not be following the group. The Qianxia Temple abbot looked at Hua Qingqing and said, Qingqing, this is where we part ways. Take care of yourself, abbot. Hua Qingqing nodded, smiling. Fate would come and go in circles. Although she was reluctant, she accepted it nonetheless. Benefactor Yi, I'll be troubling you then. The abbot bowed to Yi Futian. Master, there is no need to do that. Yi Futian returned the bow and said, Since the master trusts me, I will naturally do my best. How could I not trust the character of a cottage disciple? The abbot smiled and said his goodbyes. After doing that, he turned around and left as quickly as he had come. Hua Qingqing bowed in the direction that the monk had left in. The 2 years that she had spent in the Qianxia Temple had healed the scars from back then, and she had found that the way of the Buddha appeared to be the most suitable for her. Duao is dead. Yi Futian looked to Hua Qingqing beside him and said. Hua Qingqing was shocked and stared at Yi Futian. A teardrop appeared in her eyes and she said silently, Thank you. Although she cultivated in Buddhism, how could she be void of emotion? Duao had destroyed the Donghua clan and killed her mother in front of her back then. How could she not hate him? It's all over now. Yi Futian smiled tenderly. Yes. Hua Qingqing nodded. That year, after they had separated in the snowstorm on the Sky Mountain, she had not expected that they would meet again. She was very thankful for the reunion. Let's go, Yi Futian said. He turned around, looking at all the familiar figures. His big brother, Master and Masteress Yixiang, Emperor Yi and the rest, then waved to them and said coolly, I'm leaving. Lad, take good care of Jieyu. Hua Fenglu laughed as he reminded him. With this fellow's luck with women, he could not help but worry. Yushang, I leave Qingxian with you. Yixiang also told him. All right, rest assured, master. Yushang nodded solemnly. Yi Qingxuan's eyes were puffy. She would follow Yi Futian and Yushang this time to the distant barren state and probably not see her father for a long time. Chun Yuan took out his flight ritual implement and flew into the clouds. The wind blowing on his body, Yi Futian looked at the people around him and broke into a radiant smile. This time, Qingxian, Qinyu and Lu Feiyang were too. Lu Qinyu would follow Yi Wuchen to the Holy Ji Palace, while Lu Feiyang would follow Chan Yuan to the Starry School to cultivate. In the following period of time, he was prepared to cultivate seriously in the Holy Ji Palace and do his best to raise his cultivation level. Now that he was in the noble plane, his next target was to become a sage. If he entered the sage plane, he would be considered an influential figure even in the barren state, capable of setting up his own sect or clan. Even alone, he would be able to make a name for himself in the barren state. After Yi Futian's group had left, a group of people continued to stay on the Book Mountain, reluctant to leave. Let's go back, the Sword Saint said to the crowd, and the college's disciples started to leave. However, there were still people who continued to stare at the disappearing figures. The witch Gu Bu sighed softly. How heartless. Chu Yaoyao also looked dejected. Hua Qingqing, who had often been mentioned in conjunction with her in the past, had also followed him to the barren state. The Sword Saint left and walked to the peak of the Book Mountain. He walked at the edge, looking at the scenery below the mountain and beyond. In the silence, he started to miss his teacher. Behind the Sword Saint, there was a pavilion. At that moment, beside the pavilion, a figure appeared there abruptly. The figure was dressed in gray robes and had no aura, as though he did not even exist. The Sword Saint appeared to feel something, causing him to turn around. When he saw the figure, he bowed slightly and called out, Elder, how is your cultivation in the techniques that I taught you? The gray-robed figure asked. I have had some progress, but the technique is too profound. I still need more time, the Sword Saint replied calmly. The gray-robed figure nodded briskly and continued. Although your potential is ordinary, your mindset is outstanding and your will is firm. Those two will be able to make up for the lacking in your potential. The techniques that I have made you cultivate are also the most suitable for your mindset. Decipher it comprehensively and you will reach a high level of attainment. The Sword Saint nodded. Naturally, he could feel that too. Elder, who are you? Why are you doing this? The Sword Saint asked. With your mindset, you should not be asking this. Don't bother asking in the future. Just treat this as a surprise opportunity and that I did not exist. Otherwise, I will make you disappear along with the college. The gray-robed figure looked apathetically at the Sword Saint. That one look made the Sword Saint feel as though he had been seen through. He was already in the sage plane, but he still had such a feeling. It showed how high the other party's cultivation level was. This mysterious character was likely to be the strongest person he had ever met in his life, even stronger than his teacher. A gust of wind blew past and the gray-robed figure had disappeared without a trace, like he had never been there. However, in the air, a sound entered the Sword Saint's ear. Throughout the ages, countless heroes, however prodigious they were, have faded to dust, but you will be history's witness. The voice was faint and disappeared with the wind. The Sword Saint stared at the disappearing figure with a serious expression, emotions surging from his heart. Throughout the ages, how many heroes had there been? He naturally could not be considered the genius of a generation. How was he going to witness history? Turning around, the Sword Saint looked in the distance, his expression composed. Nobody knew what he was thinking. Only time would tell. The magnificent and enormous Xianxia city lay in the barren state. Nobody knew how many powerful forces there were in this ancient city. In the central region of Xianxia city was the endless holy river where the 1,000 holy islands could be found. Suddenly, a group of cultivators flew by in the sky and landed at the center of the 1,000 holy islands. A towering city was standing at the heart of the 1,000 holy islands, which looked just like a castle in the sky. The group of cultivators was precisely Yifutian and the others who had just returned from the Eastern Barren Territory. At the moment, they were in front of the sky stairwell, standing in a ritual implement which was floating in the sky. Staring into the distance, Chun Yuan said, "We're here." Yifutian looked at Chun Yuan and smiled. "Chief Chun, thank you for helping us in the journey. Don't mention it. I didn't waste too much time either," Chun Yuan said, unconcerned. "After you enter the Holy Ji Palace, focus on cultivation. The palace gathers the geniuses from various places of the barren state, many of whom are successors of top forces. Be careful in what you do." "Yes, I will." Yifutian nodded. "I'll leave Qingqing to you. Don't worry about it. I'll send her to the place." Chun Yuan nodded. Yifutian then looked at Hua Qingqing and said, "Take care." "Okay." Hua Qingqing nodded, smiling brightly. Her journey was filled with uncertainty, but she was very calm and did not think too much about it. Everything would only depend on her destiny. "Young ones, work hard." Chun Yuan scanned everyone, after which he controlled the ritual implement and left with Hua Qingqing. Yifutian stared at Chun Yuan as he flew off into the distance. Hua Jieyu smiled gently and asked, "You feel sad that she's leaving?" Yifutian blinked his eyes. Smiling, he looked at Hua Jieyu and asked back, "Are you jealous? Hua Qingqing is such a pitiful girl. Moreover, she's pure and flawless. Even women would be attracted to her. It'd be such a pity for her to become a nun. If you like her, I can pretend that I can't see anything." Hua Jieyu smiled warmly. "Really?" Yifutian muttered to himself as he stared at Hua Jieyu doubtfully. This fox, when does she speak the truth? Looking at her smile, Yifutian was determined not to fall for her trap. He held her hand and said, "You're the only one in my heart. Let's go into the palace." Hua Jieyu covered her mouth and giggled, while Yushang and the rest all looked at Yifutian in contempt. How could she believe him? Nevertheless, at the moment Yushang and Yi Wuchen were also accompanied by beautiful ladies. Yifutian, Hua Jieyu, Yushang, Yi Wuchen, Yuan Zhan, Yi Xiaoshi, Yi Qingxian, Lu Qinyu, Lulan Shui, and the black-winged condor were all present. The group was in its prime. Stepping onto the sky stairwell, they saw a grand gate before them. A group of cultivators was standing there like statues, guarding the palace. When Yifutian and his friends reached the gatekeepers stared at them and one of them asked, "Who are you?" Yifutian and his friends took out their palace decrees, after which they said their names and identities. "So you're going to battle Sage Palace, Daozong Palace, and Sword Pavilion. They're all at different places. Those who are going to battle Sage Palace, follow me. Those going to Daozong Palace, follow me. Those going to Sword Pavilion, come here." 3 statue-like cultivators walked out. Yifutian and his friends walked behind the respective cultivators. "Jieyu, Wuchen, Qinyu, I'll go look for you later," Yifutian said. Hua Jieyu was going to Daozong Palace, Yi Wuchen to Sword Pavilion, while Yifutian and a few others were going to battle Sage Palace. Hua Jieyu and Yi Wuchen nodded. Then, they followed their respective gatekeepers and flew into the sky. "Senior, which pavilion do you belong to?" Yifutian asked the cultivator who was leading the way. "The gatekeepers belong to Tianxing Pavilion," the cultivator replied. "Apart from the things within the 6 pavilions, all the rules and other stuff are controlled by Tianxing Pavilion." "I got it," Yifutian nodded. "Where are the 6 pavilions located?" "From here, if you go straight forward, you'll see the tallest range of palaces. That's Holy Sage Pavilion. The pavilion closest to it is Wanxiang Pavilion, which is located on the left, while Battle Sage Palace is on the right. Daozong Palace is next to Wanxiang Pavilion, while Sword Pavilion is close to Battle Sage Palace. Tianxing Pavilion is at the center of the island. You'll find out soon enough, the gatekeeper replied. Yifutian listened to him attentively as they advanced forward. Below them, they could see many tall buildings and some other cultivators. Yifutian saw gigantic towers, mountains and cultivating caves, many lively streets, and numerous relic-like places. This island city, located on top of a mountain, was indeed extremely vast. The Holy Ji Palace was different from any place he had visited in the past. After a while, Yifutian saw a chain of magnificent golden palaces appear before him. It sat on the ground like a golden ancient city and seemed to reflect off a sharp aura. The golden, ancient palaces were located on high grounds, as though they were right beside a cliff. Standing on its corner, one could see the scenery below and also in the distance. "We've arrived. You should go there now," the gatekeeper said, after which he left alone. Yifutian shouted, "Senior, thank you." Then they stepped forward, walking along the golden, ancient path. Before them, a clean-looking young monk was cleaning the ground. Seeing Yifutian and his friends, the monk stopped what he was doing. He put one hand vertically in front of his chest and bowed slightly. "Are you the newcomers Yifutian, Yushang, and the others?" "Yes." Yifutian greeted back, "Senior, it's nice to meet you. My name is Qijie. Uncle has asked me to wait for you here." "You've finally arrived," the monk said, smiling. "Follow me. I'll show you your rooms." "Sure." Yifutian and his friends followed him. On their way, Yifutian asked curiously, "Senior Qijie, you look so young. When did you enter the palace?" "Last year," the monk replied. "Wait, doesn't the Holy Ji Palace admit disciples once every 3 years? How did you enter last year?" Yifutian asked. "That's only for the entire barren state. If someone recommends you, you can enter directly after passing the assessment set by the 6 pavilions." Qijie smiled. "The assessment that is held once every 3 years is a grand occasion in the barren state. Most people want to try the holy roads and compete with various geniuses. However, there are also some people like me who are lazier." "I see." Yifutian nodded. He recalled Mu Jiqiu had also told him that people like Bai Zhe could actually enter the Holy Ji Palace directly. It seemed like apart from the people who had shown during the assessment, the Holy Ji Palace also had many other outstanding geniuses. "Oh yeah, I don't think you know the rules here yet. There aren't too many restrictions in terms of cultivation. I believe you have seen for yourselves how the palace looks like in general on your way here," Qijie said. "Yes." Yifutian nodded. The Holy Ji Palace is said to be the holy place for cultivation in the barren state. Here, there are many places suitable for cultivation. You're free to go anywhere or attempt any of the mysterious places or relics. However, be careful about your own safety. Furthermore, during cultivation, conflicts will often break out between the disciples of the 6 pavilions. The palace does not restrict any fights, but there's one solid rule. You cannot kill or permanently disable anyone else within the palace. As for friendly fights, there are no rules and you also don't need any reasons. Of course, when you step into any of the 6 pavilions themselves, you won't be allowed to fight. Qi Jie gave Yifutian and his friends a smile that seemed to contain many hidden meanings, causing Yifutian to blink his eyes. The Holy Ji Palace really encouraged its disciples to fight against and learn from each other. Only with competitions would they grow. Also, your relatives can cultivate in the palace, but you cannot give the methods taught by your seniors in the palace. Similarly, you cannot teach them to someone outside. This is prohibited and you must follow it. Otherwise, the consequences will be extremely severe, Qi Jie warned. Yifutian nodded. The Holy Ji Palace had many disciples, including many descendants of the top forces in the barren state. If they could bring the things they learned here outside, the arts and methods unique to the Holy Ji Palace would be known to everyone in no time. The group chatted as they walked. On their way, they also met many other people, and Yifutian would always nod to greet them. Soon, they arrived at a place filled with many attics and courtyards. Battle Sage Palace was very huge, so everyone would get an individual attic. All right, from today on, you'll be official disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. Do you have any other questions? Qi Jie asked, smiling. Senior, how many disciples does the Holy Ji Palace have? Why do I feel there are not many people in Battle Sage Palace? Yifutian asked. If you include the 1,000 Holy Islands, the Holy Ji Palace will be way too big. If you only count the core island, then apart from the disciples recruited outside, the descendants of various seniors in the palace, and the geniuses who are promoted to the core island from the 1,000 Holy Islands, there are about 3,000 disciples in the 6 pavilions. Many people have finished learning and left the palace, or are cultivating outside, so there are only over 2,000 disciples left. Even fewer people are direct disciples of the lords of the 6 pavilions themselves. Among the 6 pavilions, Daozong Palace and Tianqing Pavilion have the most number of disciples, followed by Sword Pavilion, and then Battle Sage Palace and Holy Sage Pavilion. Wanxiang Pavilion has the least number of people. Qi Jie answered patiently. As for why you didn't see many people around, most people are usually not inside the pavilion. Instead, they normally cultivate somewhere else in this island city. Why are there so few people in Wanxiang Pavilion? Yifutian asked curiously. Do you know what class does the Lord of Wanxiang Pavilion belongs to? Qi Jie asked. Nope. Yifutian shook his head. Sage Wanxiang is an astrologer. Qi Jie smiled. So he can calculate the potentials and talents of his disciples? Yifutian's eyes sparkled. Astrologer was not an unfamiliar name to Yifutian. Minister Zhua was an astrologer as well. However, astrologers often had short lives as they would reveal secrets they were not supposed to. Yifutian did not expect there to be such a powerful astrologer in the Holy Ji Palace. Yes, but not everyone wants to get tested. Astrologers are not all-powerful, and their measures are also estimates, not definite. Moreover, the Lord of Wanxiang Pavilion rarely calculates the destiny of anyone. I heard that after he does that last time, he has been secluding until now, Qi Jie said. Thinking about Minister Zhua, Yifutian could also understand this. Astrologers would always carefully conceal their abilities. Junior, do you know whose destiny he calculated last time? Qi Jie asked, smiling. No. Yifutian shook his head. Make a guess. Qi Jie gave a meaningful smile. Qi Jie, go back, someone suddenly said in the distance. Qi Jie immediately put his hands together and his face turned extremely solemn. Turning around, he bowed at the incoming person and said, Yes, uncle. I'm only explaining to them the rules of the palace. I'll leave now. Then he left the group, leaving Yifutian speechless. Qi Jie's change was really quick. Bye, Luli. Qi Jie secretly transmitted his voice to Yi Futian as he walked into the distance. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. The Lord of Wanxiang Pavilion had calculated the destiny of Bai Luli before. So what was the result? So you're here. King Kong Sage walked to Yi Futian. Senior, Yi Futian greeted. You and Yu Shang are disciples of my brother. So just call me Uncle, King Kong Sage said. Uncle. Good. Although you have your own masters, anyone who teaches you can also be called your master. When you see the Lord next time, you may call him master. Of course, if you're really unwilling, he will not force you. King Kong Sage looked at Yi Xiaoshi and Yuan Zhan. As for you two, in the future, I'll be teaching you. Of course, in the Holy Ji Palace, most of the time you'll be relying on yourselves. There are plenty of resources around here. I understand. Everyone nodded. Qi Jie has told you the necessary things, right? King Kong Sage asked. Yes, Senior Qi Jie has told us that, Yi Futian replied. Great. In this case, I'll not say anything extra. From now on, you'll be disciples of Battle Sage Palace. Usually, you can do whatever you want and nobody will place any restrictions on you. Now, you can go and familiarize yourselves with the place, King Kong Sage said. If you need anything, come and find me. Of course, if you're bullied in the Holy Ji Palace, don't come and look for me. That's the same for all the 6 pavilions. The people who can enter the Holy Ji Palace are all top geniuses, and you can fight as much as you please. It'll be too embarrassing to have you if you complain about being bullied. Then King Kong Sage also left the place. What a brief introduction. A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. From Qi Jie and King Kong Sage's words, he could imagine how interesting his life in the palace would be in the future. Uncle Bai, Yi Futian said, smiling. He was already looking forward to his life here. Oh yeah, just now Qi Jie was talking about destiny. The person who got tested was destined to go beyond the sage plane, King Kong Sage suddenly said, after which he disappeared into the distance. Nobody knew if he said so to give Yi Futian more stress. Above the sage plane was the saint plane. Bai Luli had the potential to become a saint. Yi Futian had heard from his second sister that because of Bai Luli's presence, many powerful people in the Holy Ji Palace had come to a certain consensus. Now he knew that the Lord of Wanxiang Pavilion had calculated Bai Luli's destiny, so he could roughly guess some things. It was no wonder that Holy Sage Pavilion had chosen Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing instead of him, the top performer for the entrance assessment. It was clearly not because of Bai Zhe. After all, everyone saw how Bai Zhe had lost to Yi Futian, and the people in the Holy Ji Palace were not blind. It was only because Bai Luli meant something extraordinary to the palace. Nevertheless, Yi Futian was somewhat puzzled. Apart from people like Bai Luli, who had displayed an unbelievable potential, everyone in the Baron Sky ranking was only strong in terms of their combat powers. Yi Futian had never heard of the existence of an actual saint. However, the top 3 schools all had divine teachings as their founder was a saint. As the best place to cultivate in the whole of the Baron State, the Holy Ji Palace certainly had divine teachings as well. There must have been saints from the palace in the past. Could it be that saints could not stay in the Baron State, so they had to go to a superior region? Or perhaps was there another reason? Lulan, stay here with the condor and tidy the place up. We'll go and familiarize ourselves with the palace, Yi Futian said. Cultivators usually did not have a high demand for good accommodation. Qi Jie had also told them that most people of the 6 pavilions had gone to cultivate, and only a handful would stay in the pavilions. Yi Futian clearly wanted to see what kind of place this holy land of the Baron State looked like. All right, Lulan Shui nodded gently. I'll stay behind to help, Yi Qingxian said, smiling. Sure, Yi Futian nodded. Let's go. Then the 4 people left. They went outside Battle Sage Palace and gazed at the island city they were on. It was endless and even they could not see the edge of the island. The entire island city was a place for cultivation. The palace is so big. I don't think we can know the place well anytime soon. Where do we start? Yi Xiaoshi asked. Yi Futian also felt the same way. When we came just now, didn't we see an area filled with activities? We'll go there first. When we meet other people, we can also ask about the situation of the palace. Yifutian said. Nobody had any objections. Therefore, the 4 people stepped into the air and walked towards a certain place. After a while, Yifutian and his friends arrived in a region filled with streets. Indeed, there were many people around. Somewhere in the place, there was a stone wall with some writings on it. Many people were standing there, looking at the wall. Hua Fan actually got a place in Sage Palace. Another top genius of the Holy Ji Palace managed to enter Sage Palace. A new person will definitely appear on the Barren Sky ranking in the future. I wonder who'll be kicked out of the ranking. Many people were discussing among themselves. Hua Fan was a disciple of Holy Sage Pavilion. It was written on the stone wall that he had obtained the approval of Holy Sage Pavilion to enter Sage Palace, causing many to feel emotional. Although they already knew about Hua Fan's talents long ago, he had actually gotten himself a place in Sage Palace in merely 6 years. It was still somewhat astonishing. The disciples of the Holy Ji Palace all knew what that meant. All the cultivators who had entered Sage Palace in the past had also appeared on the Barren Sky ranking. Many famous people could be used as examples, including the Lord of White Cloud City, the leader of the Zhuge family, Bai Luli, and, of course, many powerful people of the Holy Ji Palace. When he goes to Sage Palace this time, Hua Fan will probably try to break through into the Sage Plane, someone said. Indeed, 6 years ago, Hua Fan elegantly got first place in the entrance assessment. He was honored as the most talented person in the palace after Bai Luli. After that, he started his rapid climb in the Holy Ji Palace. I didn't expect him to be able to enter Sage Palace in such a short time. I suppose Shimin Hanjiang should feel some pressure now, someone said. Shimin Hanjiang was the top performer in the assessment 3 years ago. He was honored as the rarest genius of Shimin clan in Zhongzhou City and had taken Bai Luli as his goal. Now, Hua Fan, who had entered before him, had already obtained a chance to enter Sage Palace. Shimin Hanjiang would clearly have some thoughts on this. Shimin Hanjiang is talented, but it'll not be easy for him to enter Sage Palace. Within the cohort 3 years ago, there are people who are no weaker than him. Someone commented, smiling. There were countless geniuses in the Holy Ji Palace. However, only a handful could enter Sage Palace. I just received news that the top performer in this cohort had already entered the palace not long ago, someone said. The top performers of the entrance assessments would always receive much attention. The disciples in this cohort will come here one after another. It seems like the place will get more lively for quite a while. I heard that there was a major conflict between Yifutian and Bai Zhe. In the arena, he almost disabled Bai Zhe and humiliated him badly. The Holy Ji Palace will surely be busy in the future. I heard of that as well. It said that when Bai Zhe was chatting, he publicly invited Hua Jieyu to enter the palace with him, ignoring Yifutian's presence. He did not expect himself to meet a tough opponent this time and caused Yifutian's rage. However, it's indeed embarrassing for Bai Zhe this time. His brother is so unparalleled and outstanding, but he was humiliated openly in the assessment. I'm sure he really wants to kill Yifutian now. This time, a few people did not manage to enter the Holy Ji Palace, but I heard that there are also quite a few good ones. Yifutian, Yushang, Su Ke, Divine Spiritual Sorcerer Hua Jieyu, and many others are all not bad. Although Bai Zhe lost, his talents are not that weak either. Is it? Suddenly, a young man with white-colored skin walked over. He looked delicate and his face was filled with a gentle smile. From his smile, one could tell that he was an extremely confident person. I think that assessment this time is only SOSO, the young man said, smiling. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the young man, interested. Someone smiled and said, Yun Feng, you entered Daozong Palace last year, becoming a disciple of Sage Daozong directly. So you did not participate in the assessment not long ago. I'm sure you looked down on the newcomers. A gentle smile appeared on Yun Feng's face. Every 3 years, the top few people of the assessment in the Holy Ji Palace would attract the attention of everyone and be in the spotlight. However, he did not take part because of his confidence in himself. Whether he attended the assessment or not, the outcome would be the same. His goal was Sage Palace of the Holy Ji Palace. 2 grade 9 nobles managed to enter the top 10. How powerful do you think the newcomers this time are? Yun Feng said casually. Then he stopped talking about this and looked on the stone wall before him instead. Hua Fan had obtained the rights to enter Sage Palace. Only this was his target. Everyone looked at Yun Feng, smiling. They were not surprised by his words. Yun Feng was the descendant of craftsmen. He had started his cultivation from drawing, and his skills were fascinating. Craftsmen and Sage Daozong were good friends. Therefore, Yun Feng was sent to the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate under Sage Daozong. Craftsmen had once said in the future Yun Feng's skills would surpass his. After entering the Holy Ji Palace, Yun Feng had indeed also displayed his talents. Although he was young, he was already famous in Daozong Palace. It was therefore no surprise that he would say so. Indeed, I agree with you, someone suddenly said. Everyone turned around and saw a few people walking towards them. The person who just spoke was handsome and young. Is it? Yun Feng glanced at the people around him and smiled. 2 grade 9 nobles could enter the top 10. Indeed, the people in the assessment this time are too weak. The 2 people must have been lucky, the young man replied, smiling. Yun Feng smiled gently and did not say anything else. Many people looked at the young man, and one of them asked curiously, "You all look unfamiliar. Are you the newcomers this time?" Someone also had a strange expression on his face as he looked at the few people who had just arrived. He had watched the assessment this time. Yes. The young man nodded. Who are you? Let's see if we've heard of you, someone asked, smiling. Yi Futian, the young man replied. Hearing his words, everyone was stunned, causing the place to fall into a deafening silence. Then, many people started laughing and looked at Yi Futian keenly. It was really interesting. Yun Feng was also startled and looked at Yi Futian just beside him. This time, he did not divert his stare immediately. Then he said, I'm Yun Feng. Yi Futian looked at the stone wall before him. Clearly, he also saw that Hua Fan was allowed to enter Sage Palace, and this confirmed his guess. The Holy Ji Palace indeed had divine teachings. In another place on the stone wall, there was a list of names carved from the top down. The first name was Hua Fan, who had obtained a place in Sage Palace. In the last place, Yi Futian saw his own name. Seniors, what's this? Yi Futian asked, smiling. Many people looked at Yi Futian curiously. One of them replied, the low rank. We also call it the small barren sky ranking. Junior Yi, your name was already on the ranking when you joined us. Although it's last place, you have still exceeded most people. The low rank of the Holy Ji Palace only contained 100 people, all of which must be noble plain disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. Just like the actual barren sky ranking, it ranked disciples according to their talents and potential. It was thus also known as the small barren sky ranking. The targets of the sages in the Holy Ji Palace would be the barren sky ranking. Yi Futian had just entered the palace and not displayed anything. However, he was already on the ranking. It was obviously because he was the top performer for the assessment this time, although he was only in the last place. Yi Futian also saw Yun Feng's name. He was ranked 96th on the low rank. It was no wonder that Yun Feng was unhappy. I was indeed lucky. Do ignore me, Yi Futian said, smiling as if he was very humble. This was everyone to be curious. Was he really the top performer, the person who was said to defeat Bai Zhe and Huang Zhuge? Oh yeah, I'm completely unfamiliar with the palace. What place is this? Yi Futian asked. This is the place where the low rank is. It's called the Law Battle Area. If disciples of the Holy Ji Palace want to have a law battle, they can do it on the law battle platform not far from here. Doesn't the Holy Ji Palace prohibit fighting? Why is there a place meant for battles? Yi Futian asked curiously. It's good to have something formal, the person replied, smiling. Moreover, if someone on the low rank initiates a law battle, it'll affect the ranking. I got it. Apart from this law battle area, what other places are there? Yi Futian asked further. The region around the law battle area is known as the Law Power Zone. There are 7 intriguing secret zones which are suitable for all kinds of sorcerers to cultivate. If you go further forward, you will find the Sky-Reaching Tower. That acts as a dividing line. The Sky-Reaching Tower is a treasure of Battle Sage Palace and can train the physical strength of martial arts cultivators. Beyond the sky-reaching tower are various places meant for cultivation. You will find blessed caves, mountains and relics, and secret zones left by seniors. That region is the most extensive one and occupies half of the island city. You'll need to see that for yourself. Apart from those, the 6 pavilions here all have their own places for cultivation. Lastly, there is the relic of Sage Palace, the restricted area of the Holy Ji Palace. The person very patiently introduced these places briefly to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded. Thank you, senior. Don't mention it. You will get the same answer by asking anyone else. That person smiled warmly. Yi Futian believed that the vast island city was sufficient for him to grow to the level he needed. If he had the chance, he would definitely want to enter the Sage Palace. Suddenly, a loud sound erupted from the distance. Everyone raised their heads and looked at that direction, where a battle seemed to be in action. Many loud collisions could be heard. It's the law battle platform. Junior Yi, let's go and take a look? Someone asked Yi Futian, looking at him. Sure. Yi Futian nodded. Then, the group left the place and walked towards the location of the battle. Soon, they arrived at the law battle platform. 2 cultivators were fighting against each other on the platform at the moment, and many people were standing around them, watching. Zhongli! Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. In the arena, one of the cultivators was releasing his life spirit, which was a tripod. It was precisely Zhongli who had entered the Holy Ji Palace with him. He was from the Separation Road and lost to Yuanzhan's 9 heavenly attacks. Nevertheless, he was very strong. However, at the moment, Zhongli was losing the fight. His opponent was a grade 6 noble, which was higher than him. Zhongli tenaciously defended himself for a while. In the end, he was still smashed onto the ground and spat up a lot of blood. The person who had defeated Zhongli stood arrogantly in the sky. Looking at Zhongli from above, he said, Only geniuses can enter the Holy Ji Palace, and the same goes to you as well. However, when you're here, you need to understand that you should keep a low profile as a newcomer. Zhongli's face darkened. He did not expect himself to be humiliated like this in the first battle here. A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. Newcomer? Low profile? In any case, he had always been keeping a low profile. Yi Futian. Suddenly, a person who had watched the assessment battles looked at Yi Futian. And Yushang Yuanzhan. They're all in the top 10 in the assessment this year. Many people turned around and stared at Yi Futian and his friends. Top performer of the assessment. A grade 9 noble in the low rank. Many people smiled. One person even asked, Top performer, did you come to the law battle platform to have a fight? Passing by only, Yi Futian replied, smiling. Since you're here, why don't you try? I want to see how strong the top performer this time is. The person who had just defeated Zhongli said. His name was Wang Yu. 3 years ago, he was only selected by the Thousand Holy Island due to his low level. However, he managed to enter the core island with his talents. No, I was only lucky to be the top performer. Clearly, I'm no match for you, Yi Futian said, smiling. Let's go. Then, the group started walking away from the place. Yi Futian had come to the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate and become strong quickly. It would be best to avoid any battle. Since you're in the low rank, you don't have to be so humble. Wang Yu released his aura which enveloped Yi Futian. He was still unwilling to give up. Now, Yi Futian said softly. Then he suddenly turned around. Enveloped with the wind, the 4 people charged towards Wang Yu directly, causing everyone around to be stunned. In the next instant, vines grew out from Yi Xiaoxi's body wildly. Yuanzhan slapped out, while Yushang struck his god-slaying halberd forward directly. On the other hand, the pole arm of divine destruction appeared in Yi Futian's hands, and he attacked Wang Yu from midair with an astonishing force. This sudden change caused everyone to be flabbergasted, including Wang Yu. He used all his powers to defend, but many attacks landed onto his body at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. Many loud bangs were heard. Then, everyone saw Wang Yu's body collapse on the ground directly as he spat out blood. Let's go. Before anyone could react, Yi Futian and his friends had already left and gone up into the sky. Air. Many people were bewildered. Yifutian was humble just a second ago, but he suddenly attacked Wang Yu with his strongest move. That's despicable, someone said emotionlessly. Was this the top performance in this batch? Zhongli got up from the ground and said coldly, a grade 6 noble just challenged a grade 9 noble, and you're saying that he's despicable? Indeed, he was still too simple-minded. He should have been quick and ruthless just like Yifutian. It's still so boring in the end. Yun Feng smiled and shook his head. He thought that Yifutian, a genius who had just entered the lower rank, would agree to the fight. Little did he expect something like this to happen. Therefore, he was somewhat disappointed. Then, he also left the place. On the other, Yifutian, who was flying in the air, cursed in his mind. Idiot. The region around the law battle area was known as the Law Power Zone. Yifutian spent one day walking around in the Law Power Zone, and he was somewhat shocked. The Holy Ji Palace was indeed a holy land for cultivators. On the left side of the Law Power Zone, there were the Ice Zone and the Flame Zone, while on the right were the Earth Zone and the Lightning Zone. In the region at the back, one could find an extraordinary storm, as well as countless ancient woods. Among the 7 powers, only the element of metal seemed to be missing. However, the sky-reaching tower at the front, which was honored as the best place for martial arts cultivators, was glittering in golden radiance and contained metal elemental powers. That was the most crowded place. Of course, Yifutian only visited the exterior of each zone to look at the situation inside. In the end, Yushang, Yuanzhan, and Yi Shaoshi went to the sky-reaching tower, while Yifutian went to the left side of the Law Power Zone alone. Such a wonderful place was very useful for him as a noble plane cultivator. He would definitely not miss out on the opportunity. Yifutian went into the Ice Zone on the left side of the Law Power Zone. The entire place was white, covered completely in ice. It looked desolate and freezing cold. Yifutian strolled on the ice and stared at the frozen ancient tree ahead, which looked like an ice statue. Even with Yifutian's level, he could still feel an intense wave of coldness. However, he did not stop and continued walking deeper. This was clearly a place for cultivators with ice elemental powers. The coldness grew rapidly in intensity. The frozen world, along with the silver, crystal-like tree, presented a different kind of beauty. From the icy ground, many traces of white, chilly gas were being released. The cold gas could actually seep into Yifutian's body, and it seemed to turn into a strange kind of ice elemental spiritual qi. They spread across his body bit by bit, causing his blood to flow slowly. Gradually, Yifutian's pace, and even his breathing, slowed down. Unknowingly, Yifutian felt that his thoughts and breathing were becoming slower as the coldness intruded into his body. Yifutian closed his eyes, sensing the world around him with his spiritual energy. He discovered that even the flow of spiritual qi was diminishing. The entire world had slowed down. This was an effect caused by ice will. Apart from being slower, Yifutian's body was also covered with frost. If this was to continue, he would be frozen here forever. In this barren, icy world, Yifutian would very occasionally see other cultivators. They would normally sit down at a certain place, feeling the artistic conception in silence. After a cultivator reached the noble plane, absorbing spiritual qi and meditating would only allow his spiritual energy to grow by a limited amount. In this way, his rate of cultivation would be extremely slowly. To hasten it, he would need to focus on understanding noble will. Noble will of any element would do the job. Noble will was something that only noble plane cultivators could fully understand. It involved both spiritual energy and spiritual qi. Therefore, the deeper one's understanding was, the faster one's spiritual energy would grow. This was the reason why some noble plane cultivators were very likely to stagnate at a certain grade, unable to move forward. If both a cultivator's talents and resources were limited, he might encounter a bottleneck. The disciples of major forces were talented and had various resources, so they could obviously grow faster. For example, in the Holy Ji Palace, all the disciples were geniuses in the first place. In addition, they had natural resources to help their understanding and cultivation. Why would they not become strong? This was also the reason why cultivators would seek better colleges and forces. This place is really suitable for Lulan. In the future, I'll find a way to let her cultivate here, Yi Futian thought. Then he walked some distance forward again. He realized that the deeper he went, the stronger the artistic conception became and the more he could learn. In his body, a flame aura was flowing, resisting the corrosion from the coldness and preventing his body from being totally frozen. Sometimes, when he could not persist any longer, he would stop and cultivate. In this place, even time seemed to have slowed down. As Yi Futian alternated between walking and stopping, 7 days passed. His understanding towards the element of ice had also grown deeper. However, he did not give up and continued walking into the deeper part. The cold gas being released from the ground was increasing. Yi Futian activated freedom meditation and discovered that a mysterious current was flowing towards him from a place ahead and beneath the ground. It was as though the endless icy chi was coming from there. He wanted to see what exactly was causing this. Slowly, Yi Futian felt that he was very close to his destination. In front of him there was a frozen valley. He activated the fire elemental powers in his body to the maximum, and only then did he manage to reach the top of the valley. Looking down, he actually saw an icy lake, the lake of coldness, inside the valley. Icy currents were precisely being released from the lake of coldness and spreading outside, causing the entire place to be frozen. Yi Futian activated the freedom meditation. He could feel a mysterious yet potent power from the lake of coldness, but he did not go down impulsively. Instead, he sat down at the top of the valley and closed his eyes, feeling the power around him. Days passed one after the other. Yi Futian could feel the icy currents that had completely filled his surroundings slowly seep into his skin, blood, and bones. Suddenly, a beam of divine light appeared which looked like a crescent moon. As the divine light flew on his body, Yi Futian also released one of his life spirits, a lonely moon. At the same time, an emerald green color glittered on his body and an ancient tree could be vaguely seen. Then, the three started to greedily devour the ice elemental chi around him. The icy chi flew into Yi Futian's body and eventually into his life palace. Even the world tree was covered in frost as it rustled, producing a desolate and cold sight. At the moment, Yi Futian was somewhat shocked. He actually managed to do it. After he entered the noble plane and understood more about noble will, the world tree could actually absorb the will of various elements. Of course, this was because the coldness was seeping into his body slowly. If someone attacked him by casting a powerful ice elemental spell, he would be frozen to death before being able to absorb anything. In the blink of an eye, 3 more days passed. Yi Futian's body was already covered in white frost. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and even his pupils seemed to have been turned silver. Shaking his body, the frost on his body dropped to the ground. Then, he stood up and walked slowly towards the lake of coldness in the valley. Accompanied by many rustlings, emerald green stems and leaves extended from his body, absorbing the icy currents flowing past him. Finally, he reached the edge of the lake of coldness. His body was covered by frost which was then absorbed by his life spirit, and the whole process kept repeating itself. He knew well that without the world tree, he would not have made it this far, and would have not dared to try it in the first place. It's not water. It's an icy lake condensed from the icy currents. What's down there? Yi Futian muttered to himself. The stems of the world tree continued to extend up from his body and entered the lake of coldness, going deeper. Yi Futian also walked out and submerged into the lake slowly. His world tree spirit enveloped his body, and he did not dare to be even slightly careless. In the lake of coldness, Yi Futian continued his way down with his entire body covered in his life spirit. As he went deeper, he finally saw what was on the bed of the lake of coldness. It was a crystalline, silvery snow lotus which was so clean that not even the slightest amount of dirt could be found on it. The petals of the lotus were also silver in color. As it swayed in the lake slowly, icy currents were released from it. This place is frozen and contains an endless amount of coldness. Is this only because of the lotus below? Yi Futian was astonished. What lotus was this? Although he knew that there were many rare things in the world, this was the first time he saw such a powerful snow lotus. The lotus had given birth to an entire world, one that was covered by intense coldness. Yifutian's body was covered by his life spirit, but he could still feel how terrifying the icy currents trying to invade his body were. He did not want to stay any longer. What's that? Suddenly, Yifutian actually saw an ice statue beside the lotus. Someone was frozen inside. Was this someone from the Holy Ji Palace who had died by entering the relic with brute force? The vines of the world tree swept out and grabbed the ice statue. Then Yifutian ascended from the bed of the lake. He did not want the frozen body to remain there forever. Very soon, Yifutian was out of the lake of coldness again. He brought the ice statue and left the valley, returning to the top. Then he put the statue down. Yifutian looked at the ice statue as his glance turned into a long stare. The person inside the transparent ice statue was actually an extremely charming lady. Moreover, she was wearing only simple undergarments. She looked sexy and exquisite, and her skin was white and flawless, as if it had merged with the ice. That's so unfortunate, Yifutian muttered to himself. With such an outstanding appearance, she must have been a genius from a top family or force. She actually died cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace. Yifutian put his hand on the ice and his fire elemental power slowly melted it away. Very quickly, a flawless body was lying on the ground. Her skin was as pure as snow, as if she had merged with the ground. Perhaps because she had been frozen, no injuries could be observed on her body and her skin looked extremely delicate. Even if you want to cultivate, why did you have to dress like this and enter the lake? Yifutian muttered to himself, not knowing what to do. If he just carried the corpse of the beauty outside, there would certainly be a huge misunderstanding. However, it was also bad to just leave her here. Please forgive me. After withdrawing his life spirit, Yifutian took out a piece of cloth and put it around the lady's body. He could not care if there would be a misunderstanding. Who asked him to be so kind? Then he picked the body up off the ground. He could feel that the lady's skin was still soft and smooth, just like that of an ordinary person's. Lifting his foot, Yifutian walked towards the outside. In the silvery world, Yifutian carried the body towards the entrance. Suddenly, someone asked, "Is it comfortable?" "Yup." Yifutian nodded subconsciously. "Wait." Yifutian staggered and immediately looked at the person he was carrying. He saw a pair of clear and pretty eyes staring at him, as cold as the freezing world. Then he felt her breath and heartbeat. A corpse coming to life. Yifutian immediately withdrew his hands. Accompanied by a soft thud, the lady fell to the ground. However, she did not seem to have felt anything and was still staring coldly at Yifutian. Then, she got up from the ground. With her back facing Yifutian, she took out her clothes from her storage ring and covered her wonderful body up with a silver-colored windbreaker. When she turned around, Yifutian raised both of his hands up and said in a shaking voice, "It's just a misunderstanding." He really wanted to curse. Was this lady mad? She ran to the lake of coldness to be frozen, and also had not worn enough clothing. The lady was still staring at him. Then, she reached out her hand. Immediately, Yifutian was slowly frozen as an extremely intense coldness seeped into his body. Yifutian shivered. The lady was at the peak of the noble plane. Air. Yifutian wanted to curse, but he still smiled and explained, "It's really a misunderstanding." The coldness continued to invade his body. Stomping on the ground, Yifutian jumped into the air immediately, his speed as fast as lightning. However, an enormous ice wall suddenly appeared on the path before him. At the same time, his body was almost frozen and he could hardly move. "Listen to my explanation," Yifutian shouted. How unlucky did he have to be? Yun Shuixing studied in the Daozong Palace and was a student of Sage Daozong. Her ice elemental powers were intriguing. She had been to the world of ice many times and was often seen training there. As her plane grew, she was able to step into the lake of coldness to experience the true will of ice in order to further her training. She immersed herself within the lake of coldness, having her skin touch the cold currents directly to become one with the true will of ice. It was as if she had always been a part of the ice. As she was at the pinnacle of her noble plane, she needed to break into the sage plane. However, She did not expect when she awakened that not only was she unable to make a breakthrough and had not developed any further comprehension of anything, but she found herself in someone else's embrace, someone male. Yun Shuixing extended her hand, forcing streaks of cold currents into Yi Futian's body. He felt the flow of his blood and the flow of spiritual qi around him slow. That very state was the state of the place they were in. The woman's comprehension was deep, and she had already developed the ability to conjure something that resembled what the space they were in was like, using her cold will alone. Yi Futian lifted his head and saw very pointy icicles hanging right over his head in the air. If any one of them was to fall, he would lose his head. This woman is really serious, he thought. Don't you want to know what I've done to you? Yi Futian asked loudly. Yun Shuixing halted whatever she was doing and her eyes froze. Her eyes turned ice-cold as her chest heaved. He actually did something to me? Seeing her stop, Yi Futian explained quickly. I saw you being sealed inside the lake of coldness and thought you might have accidentally fallen into it. I fished you out of mercy. And is this how you would return my kind act? I was training. Yun Shuixing was so cold that it sent shivers down Yi Futian's spine. You get naked when you train? Yi Futian asked. Go to hell. The icicles hanging over Yi Futian's head fell, and his body felt as if it was paralyzed by the power of cold, making movement nearly impossible. The palace forbids the killing of one's own, and you are about to violate that rule, Yi Futian shouted. Indeed, one should really never judge a book by its cover. I wouldn't have thought that someone this beautiful could get this vicious. I wouldn't have saved her otherwise. No one else is here to see anything, Yun Shuixing replied coldly. Dazzling lights glimmered about Yi Futian's body. The encroaching cold was absorbed bit by bit as they talked. A shimmering light blasted, and the pole arm of divine destruction appeared. The implement blasted the icicles above him like a bolt of lightning, and a flying boat appeared beneath his legs at an incredible speed. The icicles were all destroyed by the pole arm, and rumbling noises reverberated. Yi Futian vanished from where he was. Yun Shuixing was stunned, and her expression turned even colder. That slimy asshole. She burst forward and chased after Yi Futian. Yi Futian took to the sky, attempting to leave the ice zone and make for the law battle area. There will be more people outside, and that wretch wouldn't dare do anything then. Just what did I do to her to have her come for my neck? Women are vicious creatures indeed. It was fortunate that Headmaster Chen Yuan had given the flying boat to him, a device of unparalleled speed. However, Yun Shuixing's level was far higher than his. Against someone at the pinnacle of the noble plane, he was unable to shake her off, even running away using a ritual implement. If she were to get any closer, he would fall under the influence of her cold spells. The chase took place at a neck-breaking speed as they gradually reached the edge of the icy cold world. Yi Futian continued running as they went outside the area, and he found the woman continuing the chase, but she was unable to close in on him. I was just trying to be nice. Do you have to go this far? Yi Futian shouted at the silhouette behind him. Cold spears zipped at him. Yi Futian was startled enough that he turned around and continued steering the flying boat forward in an arc. He was irritated. He was able to understand the annoyance that the woman behind him was going through. While it was all just a misunderstanding, awakening to see herself in the embrace of a stranger, who was a man, was still something no woman would want to experience. He explained what happened, and she continued to come for his neck, and that was too much for him. Both zipped past in the air and finally made it into the law battle area. Yi Futian sighed in relief. That woman won't dare do anything now that we're here. Two people below were puzzled. Is that Yun Shuixing of Daozong Palace? Yun Shuixing was known for her diligence in training, and she was hardly seen anywhere. She had immense talent and was a stunning beauty. Her high rank in the low rank made her a famous figure in the Holy Ji Palace, and many knew her. Who is she going after? Someone looked in the direction of the chase. That's Yi Futian, the one who ranked first in the battle to enter the Holy Ji Palace. Someone else answered, and many flocked to see what was going on. Just how did that newbie manage to get on Yun Shuixing's bad side? Yi Futian continued forward, The golden sky-reaching tower was seen right before him, and there were many disciples of the palace about. Many saw the two silhouettes in a chase in the air, and some came before Yifutian, trying to block his way. Yifutian frowned and stopped at a certain distance between him and the woman chasing him. He had never seemed to have offended anyone, so he was puzzled as to why there were people blocking his way. "Don't you think you've gone too far, girl?" Yifutian stopped, turning around to address Yun Shuixing coming at him. The air around them turned incredibly cold in an instant. The currents seemed to slow down and the cold encroached yet again, making Yifutian feel as if he was still within the ice zone. Yun Shuixing scanned the ones around him without saying a word. What did he do to offend Sister Yun? One of the people who went to block Yifutian off asked Yun Shuixing. Yifutian had only realized then that it was not that he had done anything to offend the other guy, but that the other guy wanted to somehow show off to the woman chasing him. Yun Shuixing did not answer, as she was simply unable to. She looked at Yifutian with cold eyes and said, "Come with me. Go with you." Yifutian eyed Yun Shuixing, not knowing what she was up to. "Are you trying to make me take responsibility for you or something?" Yifutian asked with a smirk. Everyone within earshot froze at the question. Taking responsibility for Yun Shuixing? Yun Shuixing was stunned herself. Her expression was incredibly cold and many murmured below them. It was only when Yifutian's name was spoken that they knew that the young man was the #1 newbie, and the one who ranked last on the low rank. It was also said that the young man was incredibly shameless. He went about ambushing Wang Yu despite being new to the place, having no consideration for status or face whatsoever. Just what did this guy do? Yun Shuixing? Silence. Yun Shuixing said coldly, "Come with you and I will not kill you." Kill? Many got even more intrigued, specifically about what Yifutian did. "Sister Yun, what has he done to you?" a girl asked again. She looked incredibly stunning and carried herself with an air of elegance. She also studied in Daozong Palace and shared an amicable bond with Yun Shuixing. Suspecting that Yifutian had actually done something to her friend, she looked at Yifutian with a tinge of hostility. "Nothing," Yun Shuixing answered lightly, while keeping her eyes on Yifutian. "Just go. I'll just pretend it never happened, and you and I never meet each other," Yifutian said, looking at Yun Shuixing. Yun Shuixing responded by taking a step forward, her cold aura increasingly intense, and her spells went on to encompass Yifutian. Many saw that he was about to be thoroughly frozen in mere seconds. The freezing power was extremely intense, so much so that not even flames would have been able to do anything to withstand it. He felt his body being encroached and his blood about to freeze. "If you won't stop what you're doing, I'll tell everyone what happened between us," Yifutian said loudly, and everything seemed to freeze instantly. Everyone lifted their heads to look at Yifutian. What happened between the two of them? What did he do to Yun Shuixing? As expected, Yun Shuixing stopped what she was doing. Despite her temperance, it was not hard to see that she was still infuriated, and her eyes were still fixed on Yifutian. "Nothing happened between us," Yun Shuixing said coldly. "If that is actually true, tell what happened and let everyone judge for themselves," Yifutian added. Yifutian. Yun Shuixing uttered his name coldly. She came to know his name from the chatter taking place below her. "I'll remember you." Yun Shuixing glared at Yifutian before turning around and leaving. The cold aura dispersed and Yifutian sighed. However, the relief did nothing to ease his frustration. His kindness was viciously returned. He had become a big, glowing target. Worse still, he had been threatened. "I sure as hell don't think anyone would be all right with something like that happening to them," he thought. "Nice body you have there," Yifutian quipped as he saw Yun Shuixing walking away. Yun Shuixing halted briefly and shuddered before leaving the scene. She did not get herself entangled further, as she knew he would actually make good on his words. Many present were infuriated by Yifutian's words. "What do you mean, nice body?" Why had Sister Yun chased him all over the place like that yet did not end up daring to lift a finger against him? Their conversation piqued the interests of many. Just what did that bastard do to Yun Shuixing? Many disciples of Daozong Palace revered and idolized the cool beauty who ranked high on the low rank, and they were immensely irked at Yi Futian making a pass at her. "Has this guy no shame?" someone asked coldly. "What a vile creature. No one expected the one who ranked first in the law battles would be so despicable." It was only natural that Yi Futian heard everything and felt everyone's hostility towards him. However, he was never one to bother himself much with the opinions of others. He saw no need to explain himself. He glanced at the sky-reaching tower and made his way there. He figured it would do him good to train for a bit since he was already there. "You think you can just walk away like this?" A dashing youth crossed his arms and looked at Yi Futian, blocking his way. Yi Futian frowned and asked, "Do I know you?" The youth gave a sarcastic smirk. It was obvious that they did not know each other. "Teach him how we do things here in the Holy Ji Palace," someone quipped. It was the girl who seemed to be a friend of Yun Shuixing. Her cold eyes continued to glare at Yi Futian. "And who would you be?" Yi Futian could not help but ask the girl as several people walked in his direction. "You don't need to know. How dare you behave so insolently when you have just arrived here? Insulting Sister Yun and all. She might have let you off the hook, but we are not done." The girl took to the air. Her hair billowed and her expression remained cold. She felt compelled to teach him a lesson, even if he was the champion of the law battle. Yi Futian looked at the girl before him. Yun Shuixing might have gone looking for trouble for some solid reason, but the girl before him was simply sticking her nose in places she should not have. Brother Qi Jie was right. There were hardly any rules in the palace. He knew one cold hard fact about the palace: might makes right. He recalled the words of his senior and found that it was all the same no matter where he ended up. Most of the time, one's fist was more compelling than one's words. It was a pity that he was a newbie to the place, and everyone else was a part of the Holy Ji Palace before he was. Most of them advanced from the 1,000 Holy Islands. There were also people who were selected from examinations 3 years and 6 years ago. It was only natural that most people had more training than he did, especially those who were there years before him. The levels of those people were way above his, one of them being Yun Shuixing, who was at the top of the noble plane. As such, the so-called righteous indignation that they seemed to be going through then was simply a mask for something far simpler: bullying the new guy. It was especially so given that the new guy was the one who ranked first in the entrance examination held earlier, who got ranked on the low rank as soon as he got in. It was only natural that one such figure would attract attention. Yi Futian smiled and said, "I'm new to the palace, and in terms of planes and levels, everyone present would be my senior. Your so-called teaching me how you do things here is exactly what I see before me." He cast his glance onto everyone present as he said. Everyone knew what his seemingly polite words actually meant. He was criticizing them for bullying. However, there was hardly anyone moved by his words. Someone replied with a smirk, "Well, are you telling me that you have forgotten what you did? Ambushing others and all back at the law battle tablet? It's only natural that we be wary. So, that is to say, that you seniors find it imperative to gang up on the new guy, which would be me, then?" Yi Futian asked with a smile. "Gang up?" The cross-armed youth looked at Yi Futian and answered, "We know what you are trying to pull here, but you think too highly of yourself. Pick any one of us here and fight. If you manage to win, we'll let you off. How about that?" Many looked on with interest. While they saw Yi Futian to be some vile creature, they were nonetheless curious of what he was capable of, and this proved to be a good chance to see what he was made of. The fight would also have the added benefit of teaching him a lesson and having him know his place. "And you would be speaking for?" Yi Futian asked as he looked about. The youth was dumbfounded. He was indeed incapable of speaking for anyone present, yet the fact remained that many shared his thoughts at the moment. The girl who talked about teaching Yi Futian a lesson opened her mouth as Yi Futian kept his gaze on the students around him. "Your pick. And what is your plane?" Yi Futian nodded and asked the girl. "Grade 5 noble," the girl answered coldly. "I make it a point of not bullying women," Yi Futian said crisply, rendering everyone around stunned. This guy really has no shame indeed. Not bullying woman? Then what was he doing with Yun Shuixing? It was unexpected for many that he was able to find such a grand excuse to mask his cowardice. There were probably no predecessors who entered the palace as a champion and were as shameless as Yi Futian. He was indeed a trailblazer in certain ways. Hua Fan of the Holy Sage Pavilion was a genius like no other, and even Shimin Hanjiang from 3 years ago was just as dashing. The one before their eyes, however, despite having incredibly good looks, was a despicable one like no other. It was a pity that someone so vile was so handsome. And you, senior, what is your plane? Yi Futian looked at the crossed-armed youth before him. Grade 6 noble. The youth smirked as he answered. I will fight you then. Yi Futian added. As my plane was still low, may I be allowed to use a ritual implement? Beware of traps. The girl beside the youth reminded. That is one vile creature, and you can't just fall into his trap. Furthermore, despite being despicable and shameless, his might as the champion to enter the palace was not just for show, and he is definitely powerful to a certain extent. He needs prowess equal to a grade 7 noble plane to be a champion. If he is allowed the use of sage ritual implements, he will be difficult to deal with when he gets serious. They had already given Yi Futian a chance to challenge who he fancied, and they were not about to say yes to such a request. Of course, you should be allowed to use a ritual implement yourself, Yi Futian said plainly after sparing a glance at the girl. All right then. The youth smiled. No member of the Holy Ji Palace was someone common who could be found just anywhere. It was a given that the youth packed something tremendous himself, and Yi Futian had no way of getting an edge using such tricks. I thank you for your generosity. May I know your name? If I were to lose, I'd at least like to know to whom I lost, Yi Futian added. The name's Xianxia, the youth said. Aren't you talking a little too much? I look forward to learn from you, senior, Yi Futian said as he cupped his hands. He took out the pole arm of divine destruction without saying another word, and he became clad in starlight. That is a pretentious one. Many looked at Yi Futian, who behaved politely despite obviously feeling very irritated inside. He had smiled broadly and addressed the other party as senior. They were rather impressed at the thickness of his hide. Make your move, Xianxia said plainly. Terrifying thunderous power blazed in a mere instant. Their surroundings trembled instantaneously as Xianxia seemed to have become another person. A shadow of a tremendously huge thunder god appeared behind him. The shadow carried a thunder hammer that seemed to be able to crush the earth beneath them with one swing. Xianxia, the proud son of the top force of Zhongzhou City, the Lightning Court. He had only broken through Noble Plane about 3 years ago and had earned the favor of the elders in the Daozong Palace of the Holy Ji Palace shortly after. He was offered a place in the palace. Now, 3 years had passed and his training progressed to grade 6 Noble Plane. He had acquired impeccable control of the power of lightning will. While Xianxia was eager to teach the newbie who was the champion of the law battle, he did not allow himself to underestimate his opponent. The guy who was all smiles before him, Yi Futian, knew no restraint when he got serious, and Wang Yu served as a shining example. The sky was shrouded by lightning, and everyone backed away. The battle between the proud nobles in the Holy Ji Palace would have easily affected large areas. The sky was soon turned into a space of lightning. Starlight shimmered around Yi Futian, yet his starry world seemed to be overwhelmed. The god of thunder was about 100 meters tall and looked like a true god. The eyes of the thunder god flashed. It shot a fearsome bolt of lightning, lashing out at Yi Futian. Boom! The wings of the rock flapped behind Yi Futian as he evaded one attack after another. The lightning above his head kept aiming for him. Yi Futian flew about in dazzling arcs as he evaded the incoming attacks. Lights shimmered within his life palace. The spiritual chi within and about him all turned into power of stars as rustling noises were heard, circling about him and flowing to his pole arm of divine destruction. He activated the divine light of the stars, allowing the light of the stars flowing into his weapon to shine increasingly brightly. At that moment, the god of thunder's shadow extended a large palm from behind Xianxia. It was a strike packed with immeasurable might of lightning, with the swirl of lightning in the palm looking like some terrifying vortex out to kill everything it touched. The palm struck at Yi Futian. The sky seemed to be blocked out as streaks of lightning rained down on him, sealing off the space around him. Out of everyone he could have picked to fight, he had to pick Xianxia. Many looked on with sarcastic looks. The champion of the battle to enter the Holy Ji Palace was about to learn his first lesson within the palace. Xianxia entered the Holy Ji Palace as someone who had just broken into noble plane back in his day. His talents were incredibly extraordinary, despite being nowhere near as eye-catching as Yifutian's. The battle between the two was heavily in Xianxia's favor, so much so that it was impossible for Yifutian to come out on top, for no other reason than Xianxia was on a way higher plane than Yifutian. Yifutian's spiraling body seemed to be trying to escape, yet the palm continued to smack at him, and Yifutian seemed to be smacked soon enough. However, Yifutian flew in an arc, turning around to ride the lightning as he blitzed across the air, heading in Xianxia's direction. The lightning bolts that were raining down hit Yifutian squarely, yet the glittering screen of starlight protected him. Cracks appeared and the screen gradually shattered, but Yifutian was about to escape the attack range of the palm and get close to Xianxia. Humph! Xianxia smirked. The tall god of thunder lifted the thunder hammer high and brought it down on Yifutian. The strike seemed to be one out to kill everything in its path. At that very second, the pole arm of divine destruction in Yifutian's hand lashed out. The ritual implement turned into a 100-meter-long staff, breathing starlight. The starry world around him turned even brighter, circling around the pole arm of divine destruction. A force capable of cleaving heaven and earth seemed to be born. Even spectators who were watching from afar were able to feel the formless pressure bearing on them. That is one horrifying ritual implement. He was hiding it all along. The color of some people's faces changed. "Be careful," the girl reminded. Yifutian hid the true might of the pole arm of divine destruction before, making everyone think that it was a usual sage ritual implement. Its true might burst suddenly as stars glittered in the air. The implement brought the full brunt of the starry world upon its surrounding environment. It exuded an extremely unbearable pressure. It was as if the stars had all come down on one's shoulders. The weapon clashed with the thunder hammer. Rumbling noises were heard and storms whipped up in the air. Stars fell one by one in the starry world, turning into forces of immeasurable magnitude as they crashed down. Many saw the thunder hammer being thrown back, while the polearm continued its course downward. Xianxia's expression finally changed. He shouted, and the god of thunder took one step forward, blocking his body. When the polearm struck, it landed squarely within the shadow of the god of thunder, cracking its gigantic body. Pooh! Xianxia spat up blood and the shadow disappeared altogether. Yifutian turned into a bolt of lightning as he lashed out. Xianxia felt a staff land on his body before he was able to recover. While the force of the incoming staff was nothing like before, it was nonetheless enough to send him flying, dropping him to the ground spewing blood. Xianxia's face turned incredibly pale. He had intended to teach that so-called champion newbie a lesson in front of everyone, yet he ended up being the one getting beaten and injured. Just what was that thing packing so much power? "Are you all right, senior?" A figure came beside Xianxia, and it was none other than Yifutian. Sincere concern was seen from his clear eyes. "Was I going too far?" Yifutian added as Xianxia continued his silent. "I'm sorry, senior. Had I known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have used my full power. I'll go easier on you next time." P15. Xianxia spit up blood again, and his face turned even paler. Everyone around looked at Yifutian dumbfounded. "Do you really have to add insult to injury? Just how shameless can you be? What will you have Xianxia do from here on out?" "Get out of my sight," Xianxia said coldly. "Thank you, senior," Yifutian said with his hands cupped before walking past him and adding in a low voice, "How were you unable to take even one hit? Were you going easy on me?" He walked in the direction of the sky-reaching tower as he finished, leaving everyone standing dumbfounded where they were. Everyone was speechless. Xianxia was so enraged that he shook all over. Many looked at him with eyes full of sympathy. While it was a common occurrence for one to lose a battle, the humiliating loss coupled with Yifutian's words made it unbearable for Xianxia. You have great strength, so why be so despicable? The sky-reaching tower glittered golden lights. Its golden dazzling sheen flowed from top to bottom and spread out to all corners. Yi Futian was able to feel the immense pressure bearing down on him by simply standing at the edge of its vicinity. It was especially so when the golden sheen passed by his body. It felt as if magnificent energies were wandering about him. The law power zone consisted of ruins bearing powers of 6 elements, except for metal element. It was thought that metal element worked in synchronization with the tower, allowing one to develop comprehension of metal elemental will and temper one's body just by being around it. The base of the tower was open all day long. Every single door felt as if it were a cavern. A figure was seen standing right before Yi Futian, who smiled as Yi Futian walked in the tower's direction. "Brother Qi Jie," Yi Futian called. "You are quite something yourself, little brother. You'll be famous here soon enough," Qi Jie said with a smile, thinking that Yi Futian was indeed the champion of the law battles, bullying his seniors as soon as he made himself comfortable with the place and all. He used to hear that newbies were the ones being bullied. I'm afraid the correct word would be notorious instead. Yi Futian shrugged, not caring whether he was famous or notorious. He was new to the palace and his plane was low. He joked around and used tricks to save himself from trouble. While many were dissatisfied as to how he behaved in his first ever battle inside the palace, there was hardly anyone who bothered trying to understand what he was going through. Having a noble at the top of her plane out for his head, and then being surrounded by a group of middle-grade nobles was no pleasant experience. He did not find it feasible to just protest the indignation he suffered and fight his way out to show how noble he was as a person. If he had lost that very first battle, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Despite having won his battle in the palace, he was humiliated all the same. His title as the champion was thought to be a joke of some kind. If whacking each and every one of those who bullied him had been a doable solution, he would not have bothered saying much to them. What mattered most to him at the moment was that he train and improve his powers. Reputation was hardly a concern in comparison. During his travels on the Holy Road and the battles for entry into the Holy Ji Palace, he had endured all sorts of humiliation. However, no one was able to say or do anything once he came out on top. If there were to be a day where he ranked first on the low rank and gained entry to the Sage Palace, there would be no place for anyone to doubt his abilities. Your reputation will improve when you are able to beat all of them. Qi Jie smiled and added, "Oh right, that girl back then was Xianxia, a student of Sage Daozong. She has a high status, a princess of the Xiang kingdom who emerged from State Road. Isn't she pretty?" Yi Futian frowned at Qi Jie. "Is this guy really a monk? Poison coated with sugar, I'd say. I have no care for external beauty anyway," Yi Futian said plainly. While Xianxia was indeed a beauty, he found her domineering personality repulsive. "You will be good friends with the Buddha, little brother," Qi Jie said with a smile. "So what are you doing here, senior?" Yi Futian stepped into the tower. Intense and terrifying pressure was felt welling up from below. Yi Futian lifted his head to look at the top side of the tower while he was inside. There were 18 floors and alcoves were found at the edge of every single floor. Many were seen sitting inside to train. The ones who are here most often are the people from the Battle Sage Palace, as this tower allows them to temper their physical bodies to further their martial arts, while at the same time train to develop their spiritual energies. There are 18 floors to the tower. How about you try and see how many floors you can go up? Qi Jie elaborated. Will do. Yi Futian nodded. Yushang, Yi Shaoshi, and Yuanzhan were all training on the floors above. Is the pressure at the top floor the strongest? He asked. Indeed. You'll understand once you've experienced it yourself. Students of the Battle Sage Palace are all required to make it to the 18th floor before their teachers impart arts of the highest level for tempering their bodies. Qi Jie explained. Understood, brother Qi Jie. I'll go train now. Yi Futian went straight for the first floor and found an empty spot. He sat down and within mere moments, golden sheens slithered about his body. He came to feel as if he was shouldering a tower and felt overwhelmed. The golden sheen seemed to pack fearsome penetration powers, hitting his body and making him feel as if he was being beaten up. The tremendous pressure permeated every inch of his body, making him feel as if he was being squeezed all over. I didn't expect the pressure of the very first floor to be this strong, Yifutian murmured to himself. After experiencing the pressure for some time, he went to the second floor, then the third, fourth, and so on. When he reached the seventh floor, he was able to feel terrifying forces bearing not just on his body, but also his mind. That feeling was indescribable. It was as if his very soul was being pressed down upon. Endless lights poured down, tearing away at both his body and soul. Within brief moments, Yifutian felt as if he was riddled in holes, his muscles torn all over, and his bones shattered completely. He was able to endure the pain for 1 hour before he had to leave the seventh floor. His body felt as if it no longer belonged to him, as if his will was forcefully torn away from his body. I can't believe Yu Shang actually made it to the 9th floor. Yifutian looked up and saw both Yi Shaoshi and Yuan Zhan at the 8th floor, but they had been training there for some time which Yifutian had been spending in that world of ice. After taking some rest, Yifutian felt that his body was ready again. He then went up to the 7th floor, acclimatizing himself to the pressure. He felt as if something was calling out to him from within, yet at other times, shimmering lights permeating his body from top to bottom. It was like he was shouldering a tower. If one's body was weak, one could not withstand such pressure, and the same could be said if one's will was weak as well. After some time, a figure approached Yifutian and said plainly, "Are you that champion who beat Xianxia with one whack with the staff?" "Just luck, and mostly thanks to the power of the ritual implement." "Hardly worth mentioning." Yifutian opened his eyes. The one before him was dumbfounded. It was rumored that Yifutian was a vile creature, yet he behaved completely otherwise instead. Before the figure was able to say anything further, Yifutian added, "I admit defeat." The figure stared at him stunned, before shaking their head and leaving with a smile. "This is boring indeed." Throughout the days Yifutian spent training in the tower, there were several people who came looking for him. He replied to them the same way he did the first person he spoke to in the tower. Yifutian was no longer seen in the tower after a while, as he went to the law power zone. It was as he expected. The reputation of the champion was not good within the palace. Contrary to his reputation, however, his rank on the low rank rose instead. He was then ranked 97th, right behind Yun Feng. Daozong Palace, the Holy Ji Palace. Many students came before the majestic ancient temple. The proud students of the Daozong Palace all stopped training and returned to the palace itself. Sage Daozong personally lecturing that day to answer questions of the ones studying in the Daozong Palace and to impart ways to train. It was a rare opportunity, something that only happened several times a year. It was only natural for the students of Daozong Palace to cherish such rare events. Furthermore, Sage Daozong was the one to give the most number of lectures out of all the lords from the 6 palaces and pavilions, and the students of Daozong Palace were also the most numerous. Hundreds flocked to the majestic ancient temple, and things looked marvelous. There were also students from other pavilions and palaces to join the lecture. Daozong Palace did not mind their presence, as all members of the Holy Ji Palace were welcomed. There were 2 figures seated on their cushions silently. The 2 came earlier and as such were able to sit at the fore. Most looked at them with eyes of adoration. Those 2 were none other than the new students of the Daozong Palace, Hua Jieyu and Phoenix. Both figures shared 2 things in common. Both were hard-working in their training and both looked stunning. While Daozong Palace had always been known for their number of beauties, there were not many. There were 4 top-class beauties among the ones personally taught by the palace lord. Other than the 2 newbies, there were also Yun Shuixing and Xianxia. Of the 4, Hua Jieyu was most deemed the most perfect, for behaving like a fairy and seeming to embody all that was beautiful about the world. Phoenix exuded extraordinary elegance as if she was not of this world, clean and free from all that was unsightly about the world. Yun Shuixing was the cool beauty of the palace, and also one deemed to be worshipped. Xianxia was beautiful and elegant, with looks on par with the other 3. Most deemed the 4 to be the most beautiful sight the Daozong Palace had to offer. As such, it was a tremendously beautiful thing for all four of them to be present at one place. There was also one spot flocked to by many. A figure was seen sitting there and painting earnestly, a figure named Yun Feng. He drew very slowly and spared glances at the two figures in front of him occasionally. Many surrounded him and watched the two he was drawing come to life on paper. He was only drawing their faces from the side, but it proved more than enough to tug the heartstrings of many. The painting seems to be imbued with the natural prowess of the gods, and it looks like a dream. Yun Feng's mastery of the arts is indeed impeccable, and he will become yet another famous painter one day. Yun Shang, rumor has it that you already have Sister Yun and Sister Xiang in your paintings. Are you adding the painting of Hua Jieyu and Phoenix to your collection as well? Someone asked with a smile from the side. They are both angels in the mortal world. If I would have them both in painting, they would become even more perfect, free from all forms of dirt from the mortal world. Yun Feng answered with a smile. He put his brush down and looked at his work, finding it satisfactory. Is that dirt you mentioned referring to Yifutian? Someone else asked. Yun Feng stayed silent but seemed to have admitted to it nonetheless. Someone cast their gaze to the side. Yun Shuixing was seen there as well, looking pure and stunning. They found it hard to believe that such a woman had been defiled by Yifutian. They came to know what Hua Jieyu looked like, and that she was indeed one of the top beauties in Daozong Palace. They were unable to believe Yifutian would defile Sister Yun despite having one such girlfriend himself. It was only natural that students of Daozong Palace had a very low opinion of him. That guy is simply lower than trash. How can he do such a thing to Sister Yun? How could he when he has a girlfriend like Hua Jieyu? Hua Jieyu was seen standing up slowly at that very moment, before turning around and walking in Yun Feng's direction. Her eyes fell onto the painting, and she asked, "Do you mind destroying it? How could I possibly destroy such a masterpiece?" Yun Feng answered. Hua Jieyu spared a glance at him and added, "Allow me then." She fixed her gaze on the painting. Flames jumped on the paper in mere moments, burning it to nothing. Many turned to look at Hua Jieyu. She really gives respect to no one, indeed. Yun Feng was still considered famous in Daozong Palace, and his seniors were good friends with Sage Daozong himself. Do you really have to go this far? Even if you destroy it, what makes you think I wouldn't just paint another one? Yun Feng asked Hua Jieyu with a smile. I'll destroy however many you paint. Hua Jieyu looked at Yun Feng, yet her smiling eyes carried a tinge of coldness. It was obvious that she minded his actions a lot, and it displeased her immensely. Yun Feng looked at Hua Jieyu and recalled a young man he saw on the low rank. Is it because of Yi Futian? Do you really have to, little sister? Xianxia walked in their direction and turned her eyes to Hua Jieyu. While that person has immense talent, he has little to offer in the way of propriety. He is little more than a despicable mongrel, and definitely not one to be bothered with. That has nothing to do with you. Hua Jieyu turned to look at Xianxia, and her expression turned fierce and unwavering. Throughout the days she spent training in Daozong Palace in solace, she heard many bad things about Yi Futian. While gossip was indeed a fearful thing, one had no control over what others talked about. However, she was not about to tolerate others doing the same right in front of her, whoever they may have been. Sparks flew between the two as they locked their eyes at each other in such a sacred place. Everyone at the Daozong Palace wore tense expressions on their faces. Two beauties of the Daozong Palace were actually at odds with each other over what Yi Futian had said. Many were actually a little envious of Yi Futian, who had ranked first in the law battle and had garnered a bad reputation for himself. It made people somewhat jealous to see how protective Hua Jieyu was over him. But Yi Futian had also been that beast who had insulted older sister Yun. Younger sister Zhiqin only meant you well. Why act this way? Yun Feng piped up from the side, breaking the tension between the two. Xianxia smiled snidely. Since Hua Jieyu liked Yi Futian, there was nothing she could do about it anyway. I just feel sorry for you, younger sister. Xianxia spoke calmly. Insulting older sister Yun, launching a sneak attack during someone else's challenge. With such behavior, It's better that you take note of it in future, younger sister. Hua Jieyu looked at Xianxia. There had been much discussion over Yi Futian in the Daozong Palace. Having paid attention to what was being said about him, Hua Jieyu was not surprised by what Xianxia had just said. Hua Jieyu walked over to Yun Shuixing. Looking down at her, she spoke, "Older sister Yun, I don't know what caused the misunderstanding between the two of you, but I hope you can understand how he might feel being hunted down by a senior of your cultivations and plane. If he has done anything to offend you, I apologize on his behalf and ask for your forgiveness. But I assure you, he is definitely not what you think he is, older sister." Yun Shuixing looked up at the startlingly beautiful face. She had been training in seclusion at the cold pond all this while and had no idea what was happening in the outside world. It was only after returning to the Daozong Palace that she learned that the man who had belittled her was actually the top disciple amongst those who had just entered the palace. Furthermore, she was shocked upon hearing that Hua Jieyu was his girlfriend, and it hit her that the events of that day might have indeed been a misunderstanding. But even if it was a misunderstanding, it was insulting to have been embraced by a man like that. That was why she had persistently pursued Yi Futian the other day. Thinking about that incident made feelings of indignation rise in her. But as Yi Futian was a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace, after all, there was nothing she could really do to him anyway. Besides, Hua Jieyu was a junior of hers, too. As such, Yun Shuixing replied, "If he can make a public apology to clear the air, I'll let this incident go." "Thank you, older sister." Hua Jieyu smiled at Yun Shuixing before her gaze turned once again to Xianxia. As for those supposed challenges, the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace are all amazing characters in their own right. If a group of people of a high plane was to surround a grade 9 noble who had just entered the palace, demand that he entertains their challenges and smear doubt over the integrity of his conduct, then I think those people should reflect on their own behavior first. "That's enough!" A calm voice rang out. The owner of the voice sat quietly on a praying mat before them. He was clothed in white robes that billowed onto the floor, with a guqin in front of him. Just the outline of his figure alone belied an incredible aura that was like none other. "You're new to the palace, younger sister, so perhaps you're not too aware of the culture here," the man said. He turned to the side and said, "Just as you've said, the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace are all amazing in their own right. That's why it isn't that much of a humiliation to lose in a normal challenge due to being of a lower plane. One can always train and participate in a rematch. In a way, this is how disciples of the palace motivate each other to train harder. Everyone who has entered the palace, even those at the top of the ranks, have all been met with similar setbacks before. Yi Futian's actions are understandable, but as the top disciple amongst the newcomers and as one whose name entered the lower rank upon entering the palace, he's seen as someone special. As such, people will naturally be more critical towards whatever he does." Zhiqin was speaking out of good intentions. The man's voice was gentle, and there seemed to be a mystical quality to it that made his words especially convincing. "As for Zhiqin," he continued, "some of the things she said were indeed out of line. Let's not pursue this matter any further." Many of the Daozong Palace disciples were gazing at the figure. His face was turned to the side as he continued staring ahead. "Since Senior has spoken, I will speak no further," Xianxia responded. Hua Jieyu threw a glance. She was still somewhat unhappy, but she did not put up any further resistance and returned to her own seat. There was nothing she could do to change the thoughts of others, but time would reveal all. "Older brother Lien really is outstanding," people commented as they looked over at the man who had spoken. That man was Lien Yuqing, a musical sorcerer who was the successor that would inherit the guqin techniques. He was the strongest among the nobles in the Daozong Palace and was ranked 5th in the low rank. Both Lien Yuqing and Yun Shuixing were two of the strongest nobles in the Daozong Palace. Many people knew that Lien Yuqing's goal was to catch up with Bai Luli, who was 10th in the Baron Sky ranking. As much as the low rank was nicknamed the Mini Baron Sky ranking, in reality, there was still a huge gap in the abilities of those in the different rankings. Suddenly, several people could be seen walking towards everyone from afar. Instantly, the disciples got up in a flurry and bowed. The man at the head of the party was Sage Daozong himself. He was the sole reason why hundreds of disciples had gathered here. They were all here to learn from him. Sage Daozong's knowledge was vast, and of the 6 palace lords, he was the most well-rounded. As such, many cultivators of different professions were willing to learn from him. These included people like musical sorcerers and painters, among many others. Under the guidance of Sage Daozong, they could ask him questions they had during the cultivation process and seek clarity through his answers. Completely unaware of the conflict happening within the Daozong Palace, Yi Futian was still intent on training in the law power zone of the Holy Ji Palace. A canyon lay along the southern area of the law power zone. The canyon brimmed with a frightening dark gray energy, which turned out to be a hurricane that tore apart everything within range. This area was an incredibly barren one, and it seemed as if the vast raging hurricane was in the canyon. At this very moment, a person sat cross-legged in the midst of the hurricane, allowing the roaring winds to slice across his body, tearing his top and slashing through his flesh like unforgivingly sharp blades. His body was riddled with thread-thin, bloody cuts left by the winds, and traces of wounds that had been healed over could be seen as well. Yi Futian had truly experienced the savage violence of the hurricane within this area. Wind intent at its mightiest manifested in a powerful attacking force that was like a blade, stabbing at every part of Yi Futian it could reach and harboring an intense energy that tore apart everything in its way. After a long while, Yi Futian stood up and began walking deeper into the canyon. A month later, Yi Futian appeared within the Earth area that was located in the eastern part of the Law Power Zone. 3 months after that, he set foot into the destructive lightning area, which was also in the same eastern part of the zone. Time flew by in a haze. Spring changed into summer, then into autumn, and in the blink of an eye it was the end of autumn already. The fire area was a world consumed by flames, emanating frightening destructive energy. Waves of fire currents surged towards Yi Futian and seeped into his body. The flames of this area were incredibly powerful, and the fire currents that had entered Yi Futian's body felt as though they were about to consume everything in their path. Where Yi Futian stood, all was barren and lifeless, having been destroyed by the flames. But one occasionally saw a few cultivators who had come here to train as well. This place looks like a mountain range that has been burned to ashes, Yi Futian thought to himself as he walked towards the center of the fire area. Fire currents that were even more powerful than before came rushing towards him, invading his body and even worming into Yi Futian's mind in an attempt to burn away his will. A rustling sound came from within Yi Futian's life palace. Jade-green light flowed along the surface of his body, swallowing up the fire currents that passed through his body bit by bit. Within his life palace, these flame currents shot straight for the World Tree Life Spirit and attached themselves to it in an aggressive attempt to incinerate the Life Spirit. Come! Just then, a mystical voice rang out inside Yi Futian's head. There seemed to be a special magical quality to the voice as it summoned him. What's that sound? Yi Futian's expression changed. He continued walking, stepping through the sea of flames. A mountain lay ahead, and it seemed like the voice was coming from there. Come over here. That same mystical voice rang out again, guiding him forward. Yi Futian gradually neared the mountain, and the power of the flames grew stronger as well. Don't go any further if you value your life, someone warned from afar, opening their eyes to shoot Yi Futian a calm glance. Yi Futian stopped and turned to look at them, but at that moment a loud bang was heard, and the mountains seemed to have been blown apart. Yi Futian turned his gaze back to see a gigantic divine fire bird before him. That divine fire bird had 3 feet and was as dazzling as the sun itself. It was a divine bird of the sun, the 3-legged golden raven. A streak of fire current energy shot viciously towards Yi Futian. He retreated in a flash, only to feel several 3-legged golden raven shadows rush into his mind in a bid to incinerate him. Using the holy will, Yi Futian kept his will intact and retreated far away before he looked forward again. The mountain was actually a massive matrix, and it was glowing blindingly bright now. The 3-legged golden raven charged again with a roar, but it was sealed by the matrix and could not go any further. It's no wonder that these flames are so wild. given that they were generated because of this three-legged golden raven. It would be good if I could consume a demonic beast of this level in future, Yi Futian thought to himself. It seemed like he had gotten into some sort of bad habit at the cottage. Yi Futian then thanked the person who had spoken for the reminder. The person did not reply, closing his eyes to continue training. Yi Futian was not bothered by this, and he trained here for a period of time before leaving the place. When Yi Futian returned to the sky-reaching tower once more, Yushang had already entered the 10th level of the tower already. Yi Futian directly entered the 9th level and endured the incredibly mighty pressure present there. As of now, he had already broken through to a higher plane in terms of sorcery and was nearing the threshold of the next plane in terms of martial arts. After 7 days in the 9th level of the sky-reaching tower, a cracking sound came from Yi Futian's body. A roar emanated from within his body and something seemed to shift about him. Around Yi Futian, an even more powerful streak of martial will glowed. At this moment, Yi Futian had progressed into the 8th grade of the noble plane in terms of martial arts and sorcery. He took in a deep breath before he walked down the tower and exited. Now that Yi Futian had made a breakthrough in his cultivation and had become a grade 8 noble, he could afford to take a 2-day break. He was going to head to the Daozong Palace to see how Jieyu was doing with her own training. Cultivation really is time-consuming. So much time has actually passed. Yi Futian smiled wryly. As one transcended into the higher planes, it took longer to grow one's abilities and break into the next plane. On the way there, many people recognized Yi Futian and looked at him with some interest. This was the newbie who entered the Holy Ji Palace after emerging as the top disciple from the law battle and had immediately raised a furor, attracting a terrible reputation for himself. He had disappeared for months after that, though it was unknown whether or not that was an intentional move to escape the rumors. And now Yi Futian was back. According to rumors, his girlfriend Hua Jieyu had gotten into a conflict with many people at the Daozong Palace, and it was all because of him. Hundreds of disciples gathered at the sacred ancient temple within the Daozong Palace. Sitting on praying mats, they listened quietly to Sage Daozong as he explained the ways of cultivation. Occasionally, someone would raise a question they had. Today was coincidentally the day that Sage Daozong gave a lecture. This was the 2nd time this year he was doing it. By now, it was the end of autumn, and there was only 1 season left before the year ended. As such, it was imperative that one made good use of the remaining time to train as much as they could. At the Holy Ji Palace, it was possible that someone could make a sudden debut at the end of the year and bring about great changes to the law rank. However, it seemed unlikely that anyone within this most recent batch of disciples would stir up that sort of excitement. Yi Futian was the only new disciple whose name had been entered into the law rank, and he was only 97th place within the rankings. After that, he had disappeared completely, gone off somewhere unknown to train his abilities. Yi Futian climbed the stairs to get to the temple, keeping his footsteps light so as to not disrupt the sage's lecture. He threw the crowd a glance, and scanning through the hundreds of disciples present, his gaze landed on Hua Jieyu, who sat at the front. It seemed that she had been one of the earliest to come to the temple in order to snag a front-row seat. She was training hard indeed. The speakers who lectured at the Holy Ji Palace were not too bothered about disciples from other palaces coming to listen. They were generous in that they did not restrict access to the knowledge they were imparting. Yi Futian sat quietly at the back, preparing to listen quietly for a while. Though Yi Futian had been a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace for quite some time by now, he had been busy with training all this while. He was a disciple of the Battle Sage Palace, but other than the time he set foot there on his first day at the Holy Ji Palace, he had not gone back since then. Yi Futian felt a little guilty. He hadn't even gone to see that teacher of his yet, but it was good that he had come to listen to Sage Daozong give a lecture now. When cultivating, most people seek out high-level techniques and powerful spells, but they often neglect the most basic training. Sage Daozong's voice rang across the room as Yi Futian sat there, listening intently. Sage Daozong continued speaking, his voice calm. Many of the Holy Ji Palace's disciples are incredible characters in their own right. Most are ambitious, and thus intend to learn such techniques and spells. I surmise that there are some who resent me for not imparting powerful techniques and spells. And yet, he continued. The question cultivators usually neglect is, how do two cultivators of the same plane differ so much in ability? For example, disciples of the Holy Ji Palace will always be stronger than ordinary people in the outside world. But those in the lower rank completely outshine ordinary disciples of the palace. Is this really a matter of how powerful the techniques and spells one knows is? Many disciples of the palace are incredible in their own right. They definitely have no problems in technique training. The sage carried on. When we started training in our youth, perhaps our seniors had us focus more on basics, like the ability to perceive spiritual qi and our elemental spiritual qi abilities. As time passes, we forget about these things. Yet, even at the noble plane, what is required from us is no different from when we were at the start. Even at the same plane, different people can use the same spell to different effect. Why is this so? Someone answered him. Some people have stronger spiritual will than others, so there will naturally be a difference in the power of the spell cast. That's right. The sage nodded slightly. It's the same even at the noble plane. What decides the strength of the spell is ultimately still your basics, like how much worldly spiritual qi you can activate to resonate with you and combine into a spell. And all this originates from your own mastery over spiritual energy still. A mark of being at the noble plane is possessing noble will. Spells are but spiritual will. For martial arts cultivators, it's martial will. This all sounds a little abstract. I prefer to imagine them as domains. The cultivations of a sorcerer lie within the domain of spiritual energy. The form in which your spiritual energy manifests to negotiate the worldly spiritual qi of this domain determines the strength and speed of your spell. The effects of even the simplest spell can be maximized in the hands of someone powerful enough to exercise it effectively. Within the domain of spiritual energy, Sage Daozong declared, and at his words, frightening energy manifested in the room. In the next moment, everyone was transported into an illusion. The world was now consumed by flames. Currents of air flowed through the space, and terrifying fireballs appeared in the sky, descending towards the earth like suns. Many people looked to the sky in shock. They felt as though their bodies were about to be burnt up. Then, the suns disappeared in mid-air, and everything returned to normal. Was that a fireball spell? Someone asked weakly. Yes, it was a beginner fire elemental spell, the lowest level fireball spell there is, Sage Daozong replied, nodding. Even when it comes to the same fire element, everyone has a different perception of fire intent, which determines the power of their spell. So, when it comes to training, before you stubbornly focus your attention on powerful techniques and spells, find a way to build up your spiritual energy domain to the best it can be. Then you'll be able to activate stronger worldly spiritual qi for your own use during battle. That's all there is to martial arts. Many people were listening intently to Sage Daozong's words and taking them to heart. Yi Futian nodded at his words. Though the sage was talking about very simple concepts, but normally not everyone took these concepts seriously. Now that Sage Daozong had pointed these concepts out again, these people would begin to pay them more attention in the future. Back then at the cottage, his teacher had made him learn various kinds of spells and know them by heart. In a way, it was to achieve the same purpose. After you've passed this level, move on to the next one, the sage advised. Use your own perception in the different domains of spiritual will to transcend into yet another domain and attain the power generated from a new spiritual energy domain. Then use that power to modify spells and even create stronger spells. Some top-notch spells and martial arts techniques are created from the combination of various elemental abilities, and the results are powerful. Of course, this would require cultivators of a high caliber to achieve, and this is what separates the prodigies from mere geniuses. However, there are more people out there who like things ready-made like you all. It would be nice to just take something as it is to learn, right? Many people laughed at Sage Daozong's words. Indeed, this was what the majority of the crowd was thinking, even the geniuses and the prodigies themselves. All right, we'll stop here for today, Sage Daozong concluded and stood up, looking at the audience before him. Without question, he saw Yi Futian. With the sage's plane, he had been alerted to Yi Futian's presence when he arrived. With a soft chuckle, Sage Daozong turned to leave. The many disciples in the audience stood up as well. Some were discussing the lecture, internalizing what they had just learned. Every time Sage Daozong gave a lecture, it was always a fruitful learning experience, with many things to become aware of. Jieyu, Yi Futian called out to her mentally. Hua Jieyu was taken aback, before she stood up to look behind her. Upon seeing Yi Futian, a brilliant smile appeared on her face, dazzling those around her. They then saw Hua Jieyu walking quickly and lightly in that direction, pretty as a young fairy. Many eyes followed her as she walked forward, before they realized that Yi Futian was there. Some people recognized Yi Futian, and their expressions darkened. How dare Yi Futian step into the Daozong Palace? Yun Shuixing was here, and even though Hua Jieyu had spoken up for Yi Futian the other day, he hadn't actually apologized to Yun Shuixing yet. Why are you here at the Daozong Palace? Hua Jieyu walked up to him and stretched out her hand. Yi Futian took her dainty hand in his and whispered, I missed you. Me too. Hua Jieyu whispered back just as quietly. However, those who were intentionally eavesdropping heard their exchange. They thought about the rumors that surrounded Yi Futian, and their hearts ached even further. Yi Futian had behaved inappropriately towards older sister Yun, and now he even had the cheek to enter the Holy Ji Palace and hold Hua Jieyu's hand, acting all intimate. Oh yeah, about what you did to older sister Yun back then, do you want to apologize to her? She said she wouldn't pursue this matter any further. Hua Jieyu asked Yi Futian, remembering the previous incident. Yun Shuixing, who was in the crowd, turned to look at Yi Futian as well. The people in between them then quickly dispersed, allowing Yun Shuixing and Yi Futian to look directly at each other. She should be the one apologizing to me, Yi Futian said grumpily, recalling the memory of that incident. Looking at how intimate Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were, Yun Shuixing understood that everything that had happened that day had been a misunderstanding. As such, if Yi Futian was willing to personally clarify his side of the story and apologize to her, then she would have been ready to just let it go. But witnessing Yi Futian's remorseless expression and words made her eyes darken again at how much of an asshole he was. Yi Futian had interrupted Yun Shuixing training and forcibly taken her away, and now she was to apologize to him? What an arrogant guy, many people thought to themselves. A chill settled upon the space, and Hua Jieyu moved to block Yi Futian from Yun Shuixing. Older sister Yun, let me persuade him. Hua Jieyu's pretty gaze flicked over to Yi Futian, wondering just what he was doing. She was annoyed that he couldn't just give in for once. Older sister Yun was a pretty girl. After all, it couldn't hurt to give in to her. Don't you like pretty girls? Why can't you just give in this time? Hua Jieyu asked Yi Futian mentally, staring at him. Yi Futian was surprised. Upon seeing the angst in Hua Jieyu's eyes, he understood that Hua Jieyu was only acting in his best interests. Fine, he thought, but only because you asked. I warned you in the past, and yet I got insulted by you. Now you can see it for yourself. Whatever happens between the two of you is none of my business indeed. But the Daozong Palace cannot just ignore what happened to older sister Yun. A voice rang out from beside them. It was Xianxia, who was staring coldly at Yi Futian as she spoke. We let you off the last time for insulting older sister Yun. Now that you've entered the Daozong Palace, you should apologize to her. And I've said this before as well, what does this have to do with you? Hua Jieyu shot Xianxia a cold stare. Xianxia looked at Hua Jieyu once again. It was also after one of Sage Daozong's lectures that she had spoken out of good intentions, only to be insulted by Hua Jieyu. Even older brother Lian Yuqing had stepped in personally, which prompted her to leave things be and not say anything more. Now it had happened again. On the account of you having just entered the palace and being my junior, I didn't argue further with you last time. Now I'm pointing out how he has insulted older sister Yun. Who are you to say anything about this? Xianxia stared at Hua Jieyu. Months had passed since the last incident. But now, two beautiful women stood before the sacred ancient temple once again, facing each other in a standoff. Yi Futian's eyebrows creased, and his eyes were cold. Hua Jieyu apparently had to endure bullying within the Daozong Palace. Xianxia mentioned having let Jieyu off the previous time. Evidently, this was not the first time this sort of thing had happened. Xianxia was a grade 5 noble. Against her, Jeyu was at an obvious disadvantage. It looked like there really was a tradition of newcomers being hazed at the Holy Ji Palace. May I ask what your relation to Yun Shuixing is? Walking to Hua Jeyu's side and taking her hand, Yi Futian looked over to Xiang Zhiqin and asked. Xiang Zhiqin shot Yi Futian a glance. She's my senior. Oh, Yi Futian nodded. Jeyu is my girlfriend. If you, a mere junior, can meddle with what happened between me and Yun Shuixing, then why can't Jeyu speak up for me? Are you an idiot? Yi Futian shot at Xiang Zhiqin. Everyone's stares hardened. Yi Futian's words seemed to make some sense. However, in the world of cultivation, it was only one thing to make sense. If Hua Jeyu's plane was higher than Xiang Zhiqin's, then she could have said anything she wanted to, and Xiang Zhiqin would not have dared to do anything about it. However, the situation was that Yi Futian and Hua Jeyu were the weaker ones in this equation. Of course she can, Xiang Zhiqin sneered. If she even wants to battle on your behalf today, that's fine too. So, in the end, you're just lording your seniority over us. Yi Futian chuckled. Well then, let's settle things one by one. As he spoke, he walked towards Yun Shuixing. The people who had gathered close by dispersed, watching Yi Futian. They were wondering what he was going to do. News of how he had insulted Yun Shuixing had spread through the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian approached Yun Shuixing, and her cool gaze flickered towards him before he said, Let me resolve what happened between the two of us. The misunderstanding from before was my fault from the start. I take responsibility for it, but it was a genuine mistake on my part as well. If you think I did it intentionally, then there isn't much point to an apology. You can do as you like then. Yun Shuixing looked into Yi Futian's eyes. His gaze was clear and devoid of any frivolity. His expression made it easy for one to believe his words. I believe you, Yun Shuixing replied. That would make things easier, Yi Futian said. When you woke up, I told you it was a misunderstanding and tried to explain. If you had let me do so then, there would have been no problem. Instead, you attacked me immediately without even hearing me out and even said you were going to kill me. Who would have been able to stand that? Furthermore, you chased me all the way to the sky-reaching tower and even wanted to take me away. Many people tried to make me stay then, but how could I be blamed for acting in self-defense? How would I dare to leave with you under that sort of situation? Yun Shuixing did not say anything in response. I understand where you are coming from, Yi Futian continued, but I hope you can do the same for me too. Whether or not what happened at the cold lake was a misunderstanding, it was my fault. I apologize for what I said at the sky-reaching tower as well. It was uncalled for. It isn't that I am scared of you, I just don't see the need to continuously harp on such a trivial matter, to the point where it even implicates my significant other. You are free to do whatever you want when it comes to me in the future. I'll accept it. But this is purely between the two of us. It has nothing to do with Jeyu, nor does it have anything to do with the Daozong Palace. After speaking his mind, Yi Futian then turned to leave. Watching him walk away, Yun Shuixing spoke up as well. Let's put this matter to rest then. Yi Futian stopped at her words and smiled. Then he continued walking forward and approached Xiang Zhiqin. Now that things between me and Yun Shuixing have been cleared up, it's time to settle things between us. You've meddled in our affairs twice by this point, once at the sky-reaching tower, and right now at the Daozong Palace. You're even going as far as to bully my girlfriend. Tell me, how should we settle this? Older sister Yun may have forgiven you, but you're still a despicable man. Sneaking up on Wang Yu, insulting older sister Yun. You're in the low rank, yet you choose to lose by default in order to avoid battles. You seem to not know what shame is. Xiang Zhiqin glared at Yi Futian. She had been taken aback by his question. How did he intend to settle this then? I entered the Holy Ji Palace to train, not to play these silly games with all of you and participate in meaningless challenges. Furthermore, you do things like issuing challenges to those of a lower plane than you and then forcing them to accept it, or imposing your own views on other people. Then you even crow about it like it's something to be proud of. Maybe it's because you've been spoilt rotten as the princess of the Xiang kingdom. That's why you like to force your self-centered beliefs onto others and believe this is something that is natural and acceptable. Yi Futian shot Xianxia a cold glance and said, "Didn't anyone ever tell you that you were being a bitch?" Upon Yi Futian's words, everyone froze and stared at them. If what Yi Futian had said to Yun Shuixing earlier had carried hints of an insult, then this was full-out humiliation. Yi Futian had entered the Daozong Palace and humiliated Xianxia in front of everyone. Xianxia's expression changed in an instant. She was at a loss at what had just happened. This was the first time anyone had dared to describe her in such insulting terms. The immense pressure of a grade 5 noble began to spread across the space. Xianxia's long hair fluttered in the wind, and the elegance of her demeanor was undercut by a cold rage. Everyone present could sense that Xianxia had been genuinely angered by Yi Futian's words. At this moment, a man in white robes strode into view. People gave way to him and stared at the figure walking towards Yi Futian and Xianxia. It was Lian Yuqing, a disciple of the Daozong Palace, and 5th in the law rank. Lian Yuqing had a guqin in his hands and was charming in his long white robes that went all the way to the floor. Looking at Yi Futian, he spoke. "They say you shouldn't believe everything that you hear. I've heard rumors in the Daozong Palace that the disciple who placed first in the law battle this year was a despicable and shameless person. I always thought that might be an exaggeration, and seeing you come here to the Daozong Palace to apologize to Yun Shuixing and put this matter to rest made me believe in my own judgment even more. Since you placed first in the law battle, perhaps you might have some flaws, but not to the extent that it is unacceptable. But now I've realized that I may have been wrong in my judgment this time. Using such a term to insult a peer, and a lady at that, I'm extremely disappointed in you," Lian Yuqing continued. He had entered the Holy Ji Palace 6 years ago. In his year, he had placed 3rd in the law battle, and the 2 people above him were now 1st and 2nd in the law rank. They were all top-notch individuals. Those who had come on top in the law battle 3 years back were now incredibly well known in the Holy Ji Palace as well, and Yi Futian was the top disciple in this year's law battle. According to precedents, Yi Futian was set to have illustrious achievements and enter the law rank sooner or later. However, his behavior really was quite unacceptable. Yi Futian looked over at Lian Yuqing. With a guqin in his hands, he really was a charming-looking man. Judging by the other disciples' attitude towards Lian Yuqing, though Yi Futian had no idea who he was, he surmised that he probably was held in high regard at the Daozong Palace. However, what did all that have anything to do with him? Am I supposed to care whether or not you're disappointed? Yi Futian shot Lian Yuqing a cold glance. Anyone could stand at a distance and take the moral high ground over something that wasn't their business. Ever since Yi Futian entered the Holy Ji Palace, he had never spoken kindly to anyone. The disciples of the palace were all talents hailed by the people, and all of them were exceedingly arrogant as well. He had wanted to train in peace, but all sorts of troublesome things kept happening to him. Outside the sky-reaching tower, Xianxia had ordered people to surround Yi Futian and forced him to choose one of them to challenge. If he lost the battle, then he would not be allowed to leave easily. If Yi Futian had not defeated his opponent that day, who knew what sort of humiliation he would have been forced to face? Today, at the Daozong Palace, Yi Futian had only planned to come see Jieyu, quietly listen to Sage Daozong's lecture for a while, then leave with Jieyu. And yet Xianxia had jumped on him again. Furthermore, it seemed like he wasn't her only target. Hua Jieyu seemed to have been bullied by her as well, and that Yi Futian could not tolerate. The atmosphere became tense again. No one could believe that Yi Futian had actually dared to talk back to older brother Lian, who was 5th in the law rank. Older brother Lian. In the Daozong Palace, Xianxia throws around insults like shameless and despicable on a regular basis when it comes to describing Futian. Even today, in front of everyone, she's talking about him in the exact same way. If she can insult him, why is he not allowed to respond? Hua Jieyu stared at Lian Yuqing, her tone frosty. As a man and the top disciple to emerge from the law battle, it is only right that he is gracious to others. Lian Yuqing replied, looking at Hua Jieyu. You may be 5th in the law rank, but it appears that there isn't much difference between the character of you and Xianxia. Hua Jieyu spoke coldly. Lian Yuqing's gaze flicked back to Hua Jieyu, only to see Yi Futian holding Hua Jieyu's hand. There really was no point in trying to reason with these people. Since you all like to force people to accept these supposed challenges so much and expect graciousness from them, then let me see just how gracious all of you people at the Daozong Palace are. Yi Futian looked around at the crowd. I'm Yi Futian, a grade 8 noble. If anyone wants a challenge, I'll gladly accept. Since everyone was quibbling over graciousness, Yi Futian announced his plane to everyone up front. He was going to see if those of a higher plane would be so shameless as to attack him still. Xianxia took a step forward before a voice rang out, Zhiqin. Everyone's gaze snapped over to the person who had spoken. It was Yun Feng, who walked out and said, I don't agree with this person's behavior as well. Since I'm closer to him in terms of ranking, let me take this battle instead. In the low rank, Yun Feng was in the 96th place, while Yi Futian was in the 97th. Previously, Yun Feng had claimed before the low rank that this year's entry battle could be a flop. Evidently, he believed that if he had not entered the palace directly last year and entered the law battle instead, he would have been the most dazzling individual. Younger sister, Lian Yuqing said, Yun Feng is a grade 6 noble, he's perfect for this. Yi Futian has defeated challengers 2 planes above him to become the champion of the law battle, and furthermore, your rankings in the low rank are close to each other. A challenge like this will not be seen as bullying. Xianxia nodded slightly in agreement. Her expression was still cold as she turned to glare at Yi Futian. She had never been insulted like that before. Yun Feng walked forward, and the people around him scrambled to make way for him. Yi Futian nodded at Hua Jieyu, and she retreated as well. The two were to battle on this sacred learning ground. Yun Feng was very young, and he was fair and handsome. Smiling at Yi Futian, he announced, I'm Yun Feng, a grade 6 noble. I am a painter. Upon finishing his words, a dazzling light shone from behind him and instantly, paintings flew out all around him. It was as if millions of paintings were suspended in the air, with each painting containing immense power within. Yi Futian looked at Yun Feng. Yun Feng's life spirit was similar to that of Yi Futian's 4th older brother's million treasure books. It was very interesting. Looking at the various paintings, Yi Futian's expression suddenly changed. One of the scrolls had an image carved into it. It was a painting of Hua Jieyu. Yun Feng. Hua Jieyu's expression changed as well. Currents of energy rolled off her body, and her eyes were cold. Please don't take offense, younger sister. You burnt my scrolls previously when I was painting, after all. But this has always been the way of my training. I will incorporate everything that is beautiful and good in this world into my paintings. It is not to target you. I hope you can understand, Yun Feng explained. There were all sorts of painting scrolls behind him, containing images of people, demonic monsters, ritual implements, and many more. Hua Jieyu's face was pale, and she looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's expression was equally cold. Suddenly, he rose up into the sky, moving out of the Daozong Palace. Everyone was stunned. Yun Feng followed after him, asking, What is the meaning of this? We'll settle this at the law battle platform, Yi Futian replied coldly. After seeing that painting, he had decided to not battle at the Daozong Palace. Yi Futian soared through the air above the Daozong Pavilion. Yun Feng chased after him. Everyone looked at the two figures, something odd flashing past their eyes. Then they shot into the sky too and went over towards the battle area. Even Yun Shuixing went forward after a moment of hesitation. He wanted to see too. The big group soared through the sky. Many people cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace were shocked when seeing the sight in the air. Was something big happening? Some unrelated people also joined them, making the camp bigger and bigger. Right now, many people were already gathered at the battle area. Just then, many looked up. They saw a group in the air, charging towards the battle platform. Someone will engage in battle. Everyone's eyes flashed. They stepped toward the battle platform. They wondered who would be fighting that would cause such a commotion. That's Yun Feng. He's 96th on the low rank. He's the descendant of the craftsman. The craftsman is good friends with Sage Daozong. Last year, he sent Yun Feng to cultivate under Sage Daozong. His cultivation isn't exactly high in the Holy Ji Palace, but he's very talented. He has the potential to reach the top of the rank. Who's in front of him? Someone asked while walking. Yi Futian, 97th of the low rank. He was number 1 in the entrance battle at the start of the year. Some people's eyes glinted. They looked at the two figures with interest. It would be interesting if two strong cultivators from the rank would fight a law battle. I heard that Yi Futian had a bad reputation after entering the Holy Ji Palace. There are many rumors about him in the Daozong Pavilion. Yun Feng had once drawn a picture of Hua Jieyu, but she burned it. Maybe this angered Yi Futian, so he wants to challenge Yun Feng directly. Everyone discussed this. Soon, many strong cultivators gathered around the battle podium. Yi Futian descended from the air, landing on the podium. Afterward, Yun Feng came down in a beautiful arc. Countless scrolls danced around him. He was extremely brilliant. He floated down and landed on the platform. Various figures flew over and landed around the platform. Just as they'd guessed, the ones who would fight this time were Yun Feng and Yi Futian, 96th and 97th on the low rank respectively. However, Yun Feng should be a grade 6 noble now. Yi Futian had been a grade 9 noble when he'd first entered the pavilion. The people didn't know if he'd improved, but even if he was grade 8, it was still foolish to challenge Yun Feng. Strong cultivators of the Daozong Pavilion arrived gradually. They appeared around the platform and gazed at the two figures there. The platform was very big. It was enough even for a noble-level battle. People could fight at any time anywhere in the Holy Ji Palace, other than the 6 pavilions, but people still liked to solve their conflicts on the platforms. It was a tradition. Plus, once people stepped onto the platforms, no one from the Holy Ji Palace could interfere. This meant that they could fight however they wished without hurting or disabling anyone. No one could do anything about it. Stepping onto the battle podium was a voluntary thing. One had to pay for the consequences of their choices. When we first met, you said that you were first in the pavilion battle by luck. Now, it seems that it's not the truth, Yun Feng said coolly while looking at Yi Futian. But it doesn't matter if it's the truth. This battle will prove it. You're 97th on the low rank after entering the pavilion. I'd like to see just how strong you are. Yi Futian scanned Yun Feng and said, I'm not interested in people's positions on the low rank. I just know that you'll regret meeting me after this battle. As soon as he finished, a beautiful golden rock appeared. Behind the dazzling wings, rough sounds came from his life palace. Noble will enveloped the entire space as spiritual chi rushed towards him. At the same time, powerful spiritual chi gathered into a golden staff. He grasped it and his wings pumped. Yi Futian rose slowly into the air. A starry world appeared around him. Yun Feng stared at Yi Futian. The Yi Futian who'd been known to be lowly and surrender no matter who challenged him seemed to have changed today. He seemed too arrogant to even know his place. Which was his true side? Everyone would know after this battle. His true self would appear after Yun Feng defeated him. An artist is also called a summoner. My life spirit is a picture. Carving thousands of pictures on my life spirit, observing scrolls, and carving scrolls are how I cultivate. Not everyone can enter my scrolls, Yun Feng said coolly. He was clearly talking about Hua Jieyu. This will be the biggest regret of your life. When Yi Futian finished speaking, he stepped forward. I never regret what I do, Yun Feng stated. He waved his hand and countless scrolls started dancing. At the same time, his eyes turned demonic. An extremely terrifying spiritual wind enveloped the sky. All the spiritual chi in the world rushed crazily into those scrolls. These pictures had already been carved. Spiritual chi entering the pictures was his strongest attack. Instantly, all the scrolls dancing in the air floated towards Yi Futian. He was surrounded by scrolls. The various scrolls devoured spiritual chi wildly, exuding shocking auras. All the scrolls seemed to be controlled by Yun Feng's spiritual mind. When Yi Futian was young, he'd met someone who cultivated in art Zhou Mu. Yun Feng was clearly stronger than Zhou Mu. His life spirit was a picture. All these scrolls were carved in Yun Feng's life spirit. They were similar to spell scrolls. Yun Feng's attacks were like thousands of spell scrolls. However, He must have put in a lot of effort to carve these picture scrolls. Boom, boom, boom. The scrolls floating around Yifutian dissipated. Horrible demonic roars sounded. The scrolls actually transformed into various terrifying demons in the air. There were dragons, phoenixes, kirans, Zuanwis, rocks, elephants, and more. They were like a horrible demon army. Many hearts trembled. This was Yun Feng's first time on the battle platform. He'd been quite well known when he'd entered the pavilion last year, but very few people had seen the craftsman's descendant fight. Now that they witnessed it with their own eyes, they were shaken. No wonder he could enter the low rank as a middle-level noble. Everything in the world could enter the pictures. All spells, demons, and ritual implements could be used by the artist. Artists were also summoners. Every demon that appeared in the air was drawn by Yun Feng. They contained his power and possessed his cultivation plane. It was like an army of mid-level noble super-demons. Everyone started mourning inwardly for Yifutian. It would be difficult to defeat Yun Feng. Various spell scrolls appeared around Yifutian. Spiritual qi rushed into them, filling them with terrifying power. The light of runes shone and destructive power poured out. This was the void scroll skill that he'd learned from Bai Zhe. At the moment, Yun Feng's spiritual energy enveloped the entire battlefield. His expression was cold. Hovering in the sky, he waved his hand. The demon army in the sky started charging towards Yifutian. The entire battle platform shook at that moment. Almost at the same time, the spell scrolls burst with thunder spells. Purple-gold lightning instantly filled the sky with destructive light, covering all the demons. They struck the demons. The demons shook, but they still charged downward. They'd come out of the picture scrolls and didn't feel any pain. But just then, a golden figure from the starry world shot forward, charging across the sky. Starry light dazzled around the figure. There was also a shocking windstorm. It became one with the stars, possessing power that could rip apart everything. Many people saw the golden figure flying below the demons, going forward with the starry windstorm. The scene was majestic. A huge elephant stepped down, wanting to push Yifutian down. However, Yifutian didn't try dodging it. The destructive starry windstorm moved up. The moment the giant foot was about to stomp on him, the horrible windstorm arrived and tore it apart. Yifutian continued soaring. He struck with the starry staff, splitting the elephant in half. Like a golden bolt of lightning, he streaked out of the space, charging towards Yun Feng. Yun Feng's expression didn't change. He waved a wand and various scrolls continued to fly out. There were ritual implements carved on the scrolls. Instantly, swords whistled through the sky. These swords were like the sharpest ritual implements and they flew orderly towards Yifutian. Is it controlled by his mind? Yifutian's expression was cold. Terrifying cold intent descended. The extremely icy intent enveloped the space, making Yun Feng's mind feel bone-numbing coldness. The sharp swords were covered in frost. They slowed down as if they were affected. Boom! The golden rock flew through the sky, passing between the swords. Then another ritual implement created by a scroll arrived. It was a huge and ancient clock. Crashed down, trying to cage Yifutian in. Yifutian didn't stop at all. He continued forward. Seeing the huge clock, he struck with his staff again without hesitation. With a loud ring, countless eardrums trembled while the clock was shattered. Such a strong attack. Countless hearts trembled. Seeing Yifutian continue forward, Yun Feng furrowed his brows. Whooshes sounded. The scrolls behind him flew forward crazily and many heavy mountains appeared. They crushed downward to squash everything. The body that was like a golden rock charged towards a mountain with the staff in front. The horrible windstorm wrapped around the body and he passed right through the mountain. It was destroyed in an instant. The other scrolls also missed their attacks. Yifutian was getting closer and closer to Yun Feng. Go! Yun Feng waved his hand. Countless scrolls flew out like pages of an ancient book. There were endless rustles as the scrolls blocked Yun Feng. They covered the entire sky. The spells arrived after that. Horrible pressure weighed down. Fiery birds shot out. Icy rivers swept downward. and meteorites fell down. 3,000 spells were cast at once, destroying the entire space. Boom! Yifutian disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared before a scroll attack. His staff swept over and destroyed it. The next moment, he appeared elsewhere. He struck with his staff again and a hole appeared in the sky. He moved towards that hole. The starry world grew more terrifying. A sun and moon hung high in the sky. The sun's fire and the moon's water poured down. Riding the meteorite's windstorm, he fought against the wild law power attacks. They were destroyed continuously, but the starry body seemed undefeatable like a god. His every step seemed to have a unique rhythm that shook the sky. The world and heavens were extremely heavy. These days, he'd traveled the 6 law power zones and had cultivated in the sky-reaching tower. This hadn't been a waste of time. All of his elemental powers had strengthened. His will had strengthened too. Many people discovered with a shock that the various law power attacks towards Yifutian were either burned by the sun's fiery furnace, frozen by the icy will, or buried by the meteorite windstorm. Even if they reached Yifutian, they would be torn apart by the windstorm around him. The advancing figure gave everyone a strange feeling. It was as if everything was clearing a path for him. Loud booms sounded continuously. Everything kept getting destroyed. An unstoppable might was born around Yifutian, while the attacking scrolls in the sky seemed to become extremely insignificant. Seeing Yifutian walk over, Yun Feng's life spirit floated before him. There was a blurry figure drawn on the boundless scroll. It was so big it looked like a god, filled with unparalleled might. This was Yun Feng's final drawing. He'd put all his comprehensions from cultivations into this unclear figure. He imagined it as a top god. Every bit of his improvements and comprehension would strengthen the artistic conception in the picture. Now, he poured his spiritual power into this picture. The figure seemed to come to life. It walked out of the scroll like a looming god. It was filled with extreme power. Is this the Yun family's final picture, the art soul? The figure that walked out of the picture crazily absorbed the spiritual qi in the world. It seemed to have the most perfect body. Apparently, the craftsman had transformed all his comprehensions into this art soul. It was like a true saint. Yun Feng had seen many people stronger than him, even sages. Thus, his art soul also contained unparalleled power. Right now, it raised its huge hand and smashed down at Yifutian. The palm covered the sky. But Yifutian continued advancing. Aggressive martial arts will was unleashed. It turned into a horrible force field. Everything around it seemed to be flattened. It was like an emperor. Thud. He took another step and Yun Feng's heart trembled. Then he saw Yifutian raise his staff. Yifutian's body seemed to become a boundless shore. A 100-meter-long staff shadow appeared. It smashed down with the power of the world. At that moment, Yifutian's aura wasn't any weaker than Yun Feng's art soul. There were terrifying rumbles. Everything in the surroundings was destroyed. A regular attack couldn't even get close. When the huge staff came down, the huge arm shattered. Then the head and body were pulverized under the staff too. When the staff fell upon the scroll, it shook. Then with a cough, Yun Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. "You want to draw a god?" Yifutian walked over. Yun Feng looked up with a pale face. "Why don't you draw me instead?" Yifutian reached out and grasped Yun Feng's neck. Yun Feng struggled against Yifutian's hands. There was no color in his face at all. Yifutian looked back. Flames shot out and burned the scroll that had Hua Jieyu's picture. "How did you make it into the low rank?" Yifutian held onto Yun Feng's head and hurled him down. Many people were shaken by this scene. Boom! The battle platform shook. Yun Feng vomited blood. He tried to move Yifutian's hands, but he obviously couldn't. Below the platform, countless eyes from the Daozong Pavilion were frozen on them. Xiang Zhiqin and Lian Yuqing were especially shocked by this. Yun Feng had been bloodily defeated. Yifutian still gripped Yun Feng's neck. "You all said that I'm shameless and don't dare to fight anyone," he said coldly. "Today, I gave in, but do you think you qualify?" With that, he lifted Yun Feng's body and smashed it down again. So many of Yun Feng's bones broke, but Yi Futian controlled it well. Yun Feng wouldn't be disabled. But even if he couldn't disable Yun Feng, he would still make him remember what respect meant. Xianxia's eyes were frigid. She knew that Yi Futian was talking to Yun Feng, but the words were meant for the others too. For countless months, many rumors had mocked Yi Futian. But was it true that he didn't dare to accept anyone's challenge? Was it true that he didn't have the temperament of the pavilion battle's winner? Today, Yi Futian told him that it wasn't that he didn't dare. It was his natural arrogance. He didn't care even if people insulted him. Yun Feng's mouth was covered in blood and his face was ashen. He looked mangled. He was a pride too, but today he'd been destroyed like this. Yi Futian was purposely using the cruelest way to humiliate him. Enough! Lien Yuqing asked coldly. Yi Futian looked up and sneered. You're the ones who wanted to fight. Now you're the ones who want to stop. Is this the temperament you spoke of? You're allowed to mock me, but don't let me resist. With that, Yi Futian stood up. Dragging Yun Feng's body, he stepped towards the edge of the battle platform. Many people pitied Yun Feng when seeing his tragic state. Just as Yi Futian had said, Yun Feng probably regretted meeting him now. That handsome, harmless-looking youth was like a demon when angered. This is the challenge that you wanted. Satisfied? Yi Futian tossed Yun Feng's body down the platform. Countless eyes fell upon Yi Futian. This was the winner of the pavilion battle. Lien Yuqing scanned Yi Futian coldly before walking to Yun Feng's side. He stooped down to check Yun Feng's injuries. He discovered that he'd broken many bones. He wasn't disabled but would need to rest for a long while before he could cultivate normally. This was only the physical damage. Lien Yuqing could see from Yun Feng's dazed eyes that his psychological damages were much more painful. This junior brother of his was the craftsman's descendant. He could draw everything and his talent was extraordinary. He'd entered the lower rank not long after entering the pavilion, so he was naturally young and vibrant. His goal had always been entering the Holy Sage Pavilion. Lien Yuqing knew what kind of person Yun Feng usually was. Proud, fearless, and filled with confidence. But right now, Yun Feng's eyes were empty. The humiliation of this battle had pulverized his confidence and pride, tossing him into a deep abyss. This kind of hit was too cruel for a proud and young talent. Could possibly ruin Yun Feng and make him doubt himself. It would be hard to recover his mindset. This was what cultivators usually described as damage to his principal heart. It would create a huge obstacle to his future cultivation. Raising his head, Lien Yuqing looked coldly at Yi Futian and said, We are all cultivating in the pavilion. Aren't you a bit too toxic? He knew that Yi Futian had done it purposely. Otherwise, there was no need to come to this battle platform. If you aren't blind, then you're an idiot, Yi Futian replied coolly. Anyone could mock others from a moral standpoint. But had Lien Yuqing said anything when Yun Feng had insulted Yi Futian? Had he reprimanded Yun Feng when he drew Hua Jieyu? If Yun Feng had drawn Lien Yuqing's girlfriend instead, would he still be so calm? Now that Yun Feng was defeated with humiliation, Yi Futian became the bad guy. Lien Yuqing stared at Yi Futian. Then he stood up and walked towards the battle platform. What is Lien Yuqing going to do? Everyone looked at Lien Yuqing. He was at the peak of the noble plane and was fifth on the low rank. No matter what, he shouldn't be the one going up the platform. Senior brother Lien, Yun Shuixing called. This battle had scared her. Before, she'd always seen Yi Futian with a shameless grin. But today, everyone saw a different Yi Futian. The power he revealed in anger was honestly frightening. He had treated Yun Feng cruelly, but Yun Feng and Xianxia had forced him into this. Plus, Hua Jieyu had already made it clear that she wouldn't allow Yun Feng to draw her, but he still did it. This was an insult, so Yi Futian's anger was with reason. On the battle platform, Yi Futian had defeated Yun Feng as a grade 8 noble. No matter what, Lien Yuqing had no reason to fight. It damaged his image. I won't do anything to him, Lien Yuqing said softly as he stopped. Then he continued towards the platform. Yi Futian looked at Lien Yuqing. He hadn't expected for Lien Yuqing to be shameless enough to walk onto the platform. I shouldn't fight, but you're too violent. You should listen to this musical piece, Lian Yuqing said. Then he sat onto the platform and strummed his guqin. A graceful melody streamed out instantly, floating into everyone's ears. Then I'll listen to your song. Yifutian stood there and watched Lian Yuqing quietly. The other was a top noble. This kind of fight had no suspense at all. He wouldn't even try. The higher the plane, the bigger the differences between each level. How much cultivation did a grade 8 noble need to reach the peak of the noble plane? This distance couldn't be reached so easily. Strands of sound waves passed over, invading Yifutian's mind. In that instant, Yifutian could barely control his spiritual power anymore. It went wild, though he continued to stand there quietly. The music seeping in wildly brought him into a different space. An invisible hand clutched his body, making him feel as if he was pinned down in the illusory space. An image appeared in his mind. He seemed to have been taken and slammed towards the ground. His body shook and his mind seemed close to breaking apart. Standing on the battle podium, he grunted, face paling. Lian Yuqing continued playing slowly. He was graceful and natural. Everyone looked at Yifutian's expression. They could tell what he was experiencing, but no one knew exactly what Lian Yuqing's music was doing to him. Soon, Lian Yuqing's music stopped. He looked up, gazing at the pale Yifutian. You experienced it, he said. How do you feel? Yifutian gazed at Lian Yuqing and smiled eerily. I am not Yunfeng and you are not me. Yunfeng provoked me many times and doesn't know what respect is. He thought he was undefeatable. I had no concerns when attacking him, but what about you? What are you trying to prove with this? Don't forget what plane you're in. If you want to attack, then do it. What are you trying to prove? How fake you are. Seeing Yifutian smirk, Lian Yuqing strummed the instrument strings with his right hand. Instantly, horrible spiritual energy rushed into Yifutian's mind like a tidal wave. He stumbled back as if struck by lightning. He grunted and blood trickled out of his lips. Many people shuddered, but Yifutian's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he smiled with ease. That's right. Yifutian's smile was bright. This is the challenge you wanted. After crossing 2 planes and defeating Yunfeng, you, a top noble, would come onto the battle platform personally. This is your so-called temperament. It's very powerful, but in the future, trying being less shameless. With that, Yifutian turned and walked down the platform. He didn't care about this challenge because it was meaningless. Things would quiet down after this. Seeing Yifutian walk down off the podium, Lian Yuqing's expression looked ugly. He didn't stop. Yifutian had been forcing him to attack. He laughed at himself. His mindset still wasn't advanced enough, allowing Yifutian to anger him. Did Yifutian want to affect his mindset this way? Oh right, I'll remember the piece you played today. If there's a chance in the future, I'll gift you piece 2. After walking down, Yifutian grabbed Hua Jiu and left. He ignored everyone where. Lian Yuqing didn't mind Yifutian's words. Gift him a piece? Was Yifutian skilled in musical sorcery too? But even if he was, how many years would it take for him to surpass Lian Yuqing? Xianxia looked at Yifutian's receding backside with an ugly expression. News of this battle quickly spread throughout the Holy Ji Palace. Yunfeng, 96th of the low rank, had been cruelly defeated by Yifutian. Many people lamented that the newbie who'd placed first in the pavilion battle was stronger than they'd expected. Yunfeng's talent had been recognized by entering the low rank. He'd also cultivated for a while in the Holy Ji Palace. However, his ending was tragic. After returning to the Daozong Pavilion, he'd shut himself in. He must have suffered horrible psychological trauma. He was removed on the low rank while Yifutian shot up to 81. He was only a grade 8 noble, but he was already 81st. If he reached the mid or top-level noble plane, what position would he have on the list? Right then, Yifutian and Yusheng followed Qijie through the dazzling pavilion in the Battle Sage Pavilion. According to Qijie, Sage Dozhan, chief of the Battle Sage Pavilion, wanted to see them. Yifutian saw Sage Dozhan before a golden pavilion. His upper body was bare, revealing bronze muscles. This tall body seemed to be filled with endless power. He didn't release his aura, but just standing there made Yifutian and Yusheng feel extreme pressure. Yifutian felt like he was an ant before Sage Dojan. He could be squashed with a finger. "Teacher, Yifutian is here." "Teacher." Yifutian and Yusheng called at the same. They'd listened to the King Kong sage. Since they'd entered the Battle Sage Pavilion, it wasn't wrong to call Sage Dojan teacher. Sage Dojan nodded lightly and gazed at them. "I saw at the entrance battle that you two are physically strong. You must have cultivated powerful body-enhancing techniques. However, this comes with the technique. You didn't truly find your potentials and cultivate to the limit. Judging from talent, Yusheng is the most suitable for cultivating the body. Unfortunately, you used the wrong method. Very few people can cultivate the body. People like sorcery more. Even in lower planes, they say that sorcerers are stronger than martial arts. Cultivating the body isn't the mainstream either. What do you two think?" Sage Dojan asked. "Every cultivator has their own skills. All careers are the same when cultivated to the extreme. It still depends on the person," Yifutian said. "No, they're right," Sage Dojan said to him. "Of course, this is only limited to the lower planes. When you cultivate to a certain level, there are no absolute weaknesses or strengths. For people like you who are skilled in multiple abilities, you naturally have an advantage. Everyone has different views on cultivation, but I believe that cultivating the body is stronger than everything else. It's just that few people can go to the extreme." Yifutian didn't really agree, but from a certain aspect, Sage Dojan was right too. If a cultivator couldn't believe in his own cultivation, there was no point. "If you doubt me, then let me ask you. If I cultivate my physical body to the extreme and my body is now as strong as any spell of the same plane, how will you attack me?" Sage Dojan asked. Yifutian started pondering, but Sage Dojan continued, "It's simple. You only need to imagine Yusheng. If an attack from someone in the same plane landed on him, would he react?" Yifutian nodded. This was the truth. Someone in the same plane as Yusheng wouldn't be able to move him. But it wasn't entirely right because most attacks were above the attacker's plane. "I am 7th on the Barren Sky ranking, but people before me are still unwilling to fight me." "Do you know why?" Sage Dojan asked. He seemed extremely confident in his abilities. Yifutian shook his head. "It's because their attacks might not be effective. They must attack multiple times to defeat me. But they're different. If I hit them once, they'll die," Sage Dojan said. Yifutian blinked. He suddenly felt that this made sense. It really was a huge advantage. The Sage Dojan looked at the two of them and continued speaking. "Of course, body refining is not just about training your physical body. At your cultivation level, you should understand that not cultivating your spiritual energy makes you as useful as a disabled person. Apart from that, a body refining cultivator is also useless without speed. Next, I will teach the two of you the incomplete heavenly manual. It is an extremely ruthless body-enhancing technique, but it could also be incomplete. Hence I named it the incomplete heavenly manual." Yifutian and Yusheng listened attentively. They were extremely clear of the benefits and drawbacks of martial arts cultivation. Yusheng could be considered a martial arts cultivator with his unparalleled physique. However, he had lost to Suke in the palace battle and the reason was obvious. Yifutian also cultivated in body refining, but he had other aspects of his cultivation to worry about. Although his physique was also overbearing, he had not reached Yusheng's level. The Sage Dojan claimed that he was going to teach them an incomplete manual that was extremely brutal. He wondered how it fared against Yusheng's demonic art. "I'm telling you all this is to make you understand the strength of body refining. Especially you, Yifutian. Your cultivation is all over the place, you must be neglecting your body refining. If the two of you do not wish to cultivate this technique, I will teach you other body-enhancing techniques." "I want to cultivate in this technique," Yusheng said. The more brutal the body-enhancing technique, the stronger its effects would be. Coupled with his demonic art, he wondered how much stronger his physique could get. "Master, I also want to try cultivating it," Yifutian smiled and said. "All right, after you have all cultivated this technique to a certain level, I will teach you a combat technique to complement the body refinement that you have done. The sage Dozhan continued, "Now, I will use my spiritual will to transmit the incomplete heavenly manual to both of you." Yi Futian and Yusheng nodded, then closed their eyes. Another eye appeared to open between the sage Dozhan's eyebrows, like a demonic heavenly eye. Following that, a brilliant light shot into Yi Futian and Yusheng's brow chakra. In an instant, information flooded into their heads. Yi Futian quietly accepted the technique that appeared in his head. In the shadow of mind, he saw a figure sitting with his knees crossed. A brilliant glow circulated around his body, teaching him how to perform the technique. After a brief moment, Yi Futian opened his eyes and a glint appeared in them. He explained, "This technique uses external force to forge the body, converting external force into the body's power. By forging one's body to the limit, they will be able to open the 7-star acupoints." "That's right." The sage Dozhan nodded and continued, "The incomplete heavenly manual is extremely brutal because it requires you to constantly break through your body's physical limits until the 7-star acupoints have been opened. When cultivated to the limit, your body will be as strong as a ritual implement. Geniuses' spells may exceed their cultivation level, but if you cultivate the incomplete heavenly manual, your body's strength will also exceed your cultivation level. Moreover, in the Holy Ji Palace, the requirements for cultivating the incomplete heavenly manual are satisfied. The Law Power Zone and the Sky-Reaching Tower." Yi Futian said, "That's right." The sage Dozhan nodded again. "The two of you have the inborn potential for body refining, so don't waste it. Especially you, Yusheng. You are a natural body refining warrior, and you have the chance to become a saint through your physique by forging an invincible body. At lower cultivation levels, spells are the strongest, but at higher cultivation levels, the cultivator with the strongest physique will reign supreme. When the two of you step foot in the 18th level of the Sky-Reaching Tower, come find me again." "Yes." Yi Futian and Yusheng nodded, then left. The sage Dozhan had looked for them only to teach them the incomplete heavenly manual. After the two of them had left, the King Kong sage appeared beside the sage Dozhan. He looked at the sage Dozhan and said, "Brother has not paid attention to the battle of the Holy Ji Palace for many years. Why did you take in 2 disciples all of a sudden? Before this, his brother had also taken in Qijia. It's not like you don't know about Wanxiang's prophecy." The sage Dozhan looked at the King Kong sage and said, "Humph." The King Kong sage huffed angrily and said, "That astrologer is just speaking nonsense. His supposed astrology is just a load of bull. How could he know what the heavens have planned for us and predict the future? Brother, there is no need to pay him any heed. Everything exists for a reason. Since it is there, it has a purpose. The astrologers are able to read the heavens' plans and prophesize, but they do not do so often for fear of their lives. However, their readings are generally likely to come true," the sage Dozhan said. "Brother's cultivation level is stronger than him. What right does he have to be able to predict your future? Moreover, brother is a genius. How can your fate be predestined by the heavens?" The King Kong sage's tone was cold as he questioned. "I naturally will not resign to my fate," the sage Dozhan said indifferently and continued. "My pursuit is to break through to the saint level, but I know the difficulties of that. Perhaps, in the process, there will be a disaster that will befall me. That is nothing to be surprised about since I am unable to avoid it. I will face it calmly. However, Yusheng and Yi Futian are outstanding talents, especially Yusheng. He was born for body refining. If I am unable to do it, perhaps he will stand a chance." The King Kong sage did not say anything. It was already hard to become a saint. Countless geniuses in the barren state had failed to do it. Moreover, it was even tougher to break through to become a saint through one's physique. Body refining was considered the most rudimentary cultivation method. After Yi Futian and Yusheng had obtained the body-enhancing technique from the sage Dozhan, they started their cultivation. Moreover, they already had strong body-refining foundations, and the incomplete heavenly manual could build on their foundation to break through their limits. In the flame zone of the Law Power Zone, 2 figures stood barefoot in the sea of flames. Their feet were in extreme pain as the violent flames burned their bodies. Their skin was crimson, and their bodies looked like they were going to be torn apart. However, they did not use their strength to resist it and used their bodies to experience it. They used the incomplete heavenly manual to induct the power of the flames into their bodies and allow it to forge their bodies. This was what the sage Dozhan meant by extremely brutal. The cultivation of the incomplete heavenly manual required the use of external force to forge one's body. After the cultivation was complete, their bodies would already have been forged thousands of times, so a spell at the same level was nothing to fear. In the lightning zone, they bathed in the countless thunderbolts, allowing the lightning force to strike their bodies wildly, using the lightning to forge their bodies. The lightning circulated on the surface of their bodies and was then inducted into their body, into their flesh. In the storm zone, they withstood the storm's tearing force and even ran against the storm without using any movement techniques, merely going against the wind and using the air pressure to forge their bodies. In the ground zone, giant rocks continually fell down, striking their bodies. They could feel themselves getting closer to their limit step by step, breaking through step by step to withstand even stronger attacks. Their cultivation period was very mundane, but it was fruitful. Yifutian and Yushang stepped into all the zones of the law power zone to forge their bodies. As times passed, they could feel that their already strong bodies were getting even more frightening. In the future, their ability to withstand attacks would definitely be stronger. However, this cultivation method could only be described as insane. Yifutian's body experienced countless limitations, and he would have to force himself to continue doing so in the future, to allow his body to be brutally injured, to be burned by flames, frozen by ice and torn apart by storms. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. Yushang had already secured a spot in the 12th level of the sky-reaching tower. However, Yushang was in extreme pain at that moment. An exceedingly horrifying force crushed down on his body like there were pagodas pressing down on him and smashing his body. Impact sounds could be constantly heard and blood trickled from his mouth. But he clenched his teeth and continued to bear it. The 12th story of the sky-reaching tower, this was a place that only extremely strong middle noble plane cultivators could reach, but here Yushang was, resisting the pressure of the 12th level. Bam, bam, bam. Rays of golden light drilled holes through his body, but he did not give up. He continued to use the incomplete heavenly manual and transferred the force to his legs. Bang! Huge sounds could be heard like something was being punctured. With a pshhh, Yushang spewed out a mouthful of blood, and his legs looked like they were being punctured by waves of force, and a horrifying light could be seen at his soul and back. I've succeeded. Yushang walked down the sky-reaching tower and made a mad rush for the exit. The ground started shaking and many people looked at Yushang. What was wrong with this burly guy? At that moment, Yushang launched off the ground with his feet without using any movement techniques. His body flew straight off the ground into the air, like a flash of lightning. Soon, Yushang's body landed from the air onto the ground. With a huge wham, the ground split apart and 2 footprints could be seen. Yushang continued to propel himself into the distance, and many people looked at the figure getting further away curiously. What was up with this guy? A figure shot towards the edge of the Battle Sage Palace and rushed towards the clouds, landing on the Battle Sage Palace. With a huge thud, Yushang landed on the ground and appeared beside a figure. The teenage figure opened his eyes and looked at the person beside him, asking, "Yushang, what's up?" "I opened an acupoint." Yushang looked at Yifutian and said, "How do you feel?" A glint appeared in Yifutian's eyes. The incomplete heavenly manual required a person to open the 7-star acupoints. The strength in my feet has increased exponentially. They have very strong explosive strength now. I don't need to use any movement techniques to jump into the air, but it uses the potential of my body instead. Perhaps, my legs will start to ache not long after. The cultivation of the incomplete heavenly manual is originally detrimental to one's body. However, the opening of the 7-star acupoints is just the start of unlocking one's potential. If there is no need to, do not use it. Only use the explosive power when you really have to, Yifutian said, smiling. The incomplete heavenly manual had recorded that if all 7-star acupoints were opened, the human body's potential would be stimulated to its limit and they could become a giant and have unparalleled explosive power that could rival a mountain. What are you so excited about? Yifutian stared at Yushang. It feels fantastic after opening an acupoint. Moreover, the incomplete heavenly manual does not clash with my demonic art and can even complement each other. That was why I wanted to try it out and ended up here, Yusheng said. Bragging. Yifutian glared at him and said, he must have done it on purpose. However, he was also very happy for him. The demonic art could be cultivated in conjunction with the incomplete heavenly manual, and the sage Dojan would teach them another technique in the future. Yusheng's body would only become more and more formidable. Seeing Yusheng's embarrassed smile, Yifutian said, all right, have a break. Go and visit Xianxia, it's coming to the end of the year soon. You're not allowed to cultivate at the end of the year. All right. Yusheng nodded and left. Yifutian's gaze landed on the distant Holy Ji Palace. How fast it had been, another year was passing. He had heard that the Holy Ji Palace would have a sparring session at the end of the year. At that time, he would be able to see the elites among the noble plane in the Holy Ji Palace. Yifutian continued to sit at the edge of the Battle Sage Palace, looking at the distant island city. Yusheng had exceptional talent in body refining. The first of the 7-star acupoints he had opened should be the flirting star acupoint. Strength filled his legs, causing them to have tremendous explosive power. His body had superhuman speed, and when coupled with movement techniques, he would be exceptionally quick. He closed his eyes and a roaring sound emitted from his body. His bloodstream struck wildly against his body like a dragon, and his spiritual qi transformed into a golden rock and struck his body. Emperor Yi Qing's body enhancement technique was different from the incomplete heavenly manual. It imitated the form of demonic beasts. If cultivated to the extreme, he could soar through the skies like a golden rock and shatter the earth like a divine ape. It cultivated speed, strength, and other attributes the more demonic beasts he imitated. However, the incomplete heavenly manual would push one's physical body to the limit. The two techniques could be cultivated in conjunction to enhance the other's effects. The blood roared within his body and crackling sounds could be heard from his bones. It was like a divine ape had appeared in his body and was trying to break out. Yifutian exercised the power to its limit, and a mysterious current flowed through his body. He punched out with his fist, and his movements appeared completely instinctive, like the law power had become one with his fist. Sunlight sprinkled down, as though he was bathed in the emperor's glow. His physical body was withstanding unbearable pain, as if it was going to be torn apart. However, it was like he did not feel the pain and continued to train his punches. On his body a holy light shone. Bang! With a crisp sound, like his body had been pierced through. A horrifying light penetrated his body. Yifutian still acted like he did not feel it and continued punching and forging his body. The banging noises continued and horrifying rays of light penetrated all parts of his body. With a huge roar, he could feel his body expanding, and the roar sounded throughout the heavens, as his body was filled with boundless power. Hu! Yifutian exhaled, and his breath shot through the air like an arrow. His body seemed as if it was made of metal. The gloomy star acupoint of the 7-star acupoints had been opened. Even though he had only opened one acupoint of the incomplete heavenly manual, Yifutian could feel its strength. If he opened all 7 acupoints, he could indeed do what the Dojan sage had said and use his physical body to withstand the attacks of other cultivators in the same level as him with no reaction. At that time, using only his body's strength and speed, he could easily crush cultivators on the same level as him. He did not continue to make use of the force and instead sat down to cultivate. Closing his eyes, his mind drifted to his life palace. At that moment it was dazzling in his life palace. His natal spirit, the world tree, was swaying, its jade-green branches full of life and making rustling sounds. The sun and moon were high up in the sky. The golden rock was shining. The divine apes standing tall, the thunder dragons spiraling. Moreover, the scene in his life palace was scarier now, with the sun spirit's flames being extremely frantic and the moon spirit's cold rays. There was a frigid aura surrounding the area and the space filled with an icy current, originating from the law power zone. In the law power zone, he had used his life spirit to absorb numerous forces into his life palace. The previous time in the Daozong Palace, He had heard Sage Daozong mention in his lecture that different spirit zones could evolve through deeper understanding. Back then, when he learned spells in the cottage, he cultivated in the combination of spells of different elements to form new spells. The strength of those spells was much stronger, and if he could really do what Sage Daozong had mentioned and have a deeper understanding of the spirit zones, the spells created would definitely have horrifying power. The past few days, he not only used the law power zones to forge his body, but he also deciphered the different elements and refined his spiritual energy. Although he believed in the strength of the body enhancement technique, he did not neglect his other abilities. Each ability had its specialty. With his inborn qualifications, he would naturally not give up. The sun's flames drooped down, turning into a furnace. The moon's rays spilled down and the icy current did not evaporate but permeated the furnace drop by drop. The two forces intertwined, but were still distinct, as though they could not coexist. The wood element descended, causing the flames to burn fiercer, appearing eternal. Lightning struck down and Yifutian walked through all the law power zones, wanting to see if all the elements that he had absorbed would have any change if he used his Sun Scripture's sun furnace to refine them all. The furnace dimension became exceptionally horrifying. Like golden lava had appeared and was flowing around in the furnace like the flames of hell. However, they appeared to lack aggression. Yifutian felt the forces in the furnace and appeared to have a brainwave. He remembered Xiaho, who he had met in the Holy Road, and the Holy Fire Sect's Xieji. They both specialized in flame abilities. Xiaho's flames of ruin appeared inextinguishable and capable of burning everything, while Xieji's flames turned into a dark lotus and contained incredible destructive power. The flames of ruin and the dark lotus flame must have been created by elders. If that was so, why not just create his own flame? Closing his eyes, his spiritual energy entered the furnace, experiencing everything going on inside it. He melded his spiritual energy within to perceive the changes. Time passed by steadily. After a long while, Yifutian was still sitting cross-legged, but the spiritual qi around him was rampaging. There was an intriguing aura wafting in the air. His spiritual energy resonated with the heavens and a unique force appeared. A terrifying destructive current appeared in the air and circulated steadily. Following that, wisps of flames appeared in the air. It was a white flame. It did not appear elusive, but flowing. It burned brightly and soon, the area was full of the flames. Burning sounds could be heard in the air and the flame had a demonic beauty. Success! Yifutian mumbled softly. He opened his eyes and stopped controlling his spiritual energy. However, the countless flames continued to burn in the air, getting even more vigorous, as though an inextinguishable flame. Even if nobody controlled the flames, it would not be extinguished until it had burned up all the spiritual qi in the area. This flame is pure and untainted, like a glass lamp. Let's call it the white lustrous flame then. Yifutian muttered to himself. Everyone's perception was different, so the flame that they created would naturally be different as well. The flames of ruin was a different color from the flame that he had created. Although they both contained inextinguishable might, Yifutian was naturally not going to name his flame after it. Yifutian broke into a smile. Although he did not break through his cultivation level in this period of time, he had significant improvement in his body refining and his spells. This year, he had stepped into the noble plane and entered the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. Although his cultivation level did not improve as rapidly as before, it was still increasing gradually and he was growing stronger. If this trend continued, he would step into the upper noble plane after 3 to 5 years of cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace or even be close to the sage plane. Cultivation was the one thing he had never dared to neglect. There were many people waiting for him to become stronger, big brother, second sister, and the rest of his brothers and sisters. They were all waiting for him to grow stronger. His masters and his godfather who had disappeared were also likely waiting for him to become stronger. Standing up, Yifutian left the place. The 10,006th year of the divine prefecture calendar was coming to an end. At the end of every year, many of the Holy Ji Palace's disciples would gather for a sparring session to compare their learnings. Not long after, many of those whose families were in Zhongzhou City would go home to visit their families. In the divine prefecture, even to the cultivators, the end of the year was still an important event for them. In the core of the Holy Ji Palace, there was an area with many magnificent towering palaces. At that moment, many people had come to that area for the sparring session. Out of the 3,000 disciples from the 6 palaces, many had stepped foot into the area. They wanted to see how the other Holy Ji Palace disciples were faring. After all, to many of them, even though they were all cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace, they barely met each other just once a year, and there were many people who did not know each other. Only those elites who had made it into the low rank were known by all. Even among the elite geniuses of the barren state, there were those who would end up as nobodies in the Holy Ji Palace. At that moment, in a certain location, a group of people was walking on the road, their gazes on the people all around. 1 year passed really fast. I've only raised my cultivation by 1 level this year. Looks like I'll only be able to be an onlooker in this year's sparring session. A teenager said with tones of indolence in his voice. Don't be so humble. The sparring session isn't ranked by battle ability. You can spar in whichever field you want. However, this year's sparring session will still be focusing on those people on the low rank. After all, they are the group that attracts the most attention. Another replied. I've heard that there's a batch of newbies this year who are rather interesting. The first among them is already the 81st on the low rank and is only a grade 8 noble. Even, Bai Luli's younger brother, Bai Zhe, was dominated by him. It's as if Bai Zhe has no presence in front of him. Another voice sounded out from within the group. Even the young masters from the White Cloud City were dominated? This is interesting indeed. What a pity that his cultivation is on the lower side. He probably doesn't have any place in this year's sparring session. Someone voiced his opinion while lamenting. The group of people chatted while walking, and many people among the crowd watched as they came closer. The disciples from the Holy Sage Pavilion. Many people had glints in their eyes as they thought that. Moreover, the person leading them was Orphan, the first on the low rank. He had already obtained the right to enter the Sage Palace. After he had finished participating in this year's sparring session, he would enter the Sage Palace to cultivate. This year's sparring session was likely to be his last one in the Holy Ji Palace. Many people are discussing you, Orphan said to a teen standing beside him. That teen was the second young master of the White Cloud City, Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe's expression was grim. He had initially wanted to brilliantly obtain first in the Holy Ji Palace admission examinations. However, he was brutally defeated by Yi Futian and humiliated in public. Even after he had entered the Sage Palace, he was still criticized by others. After stepping into the Holy Ji Palace, my cultivation level has reached the peak of a grade 7 noble. If he dares to come forth this sparring session, I will challenge him publicly to erase my humiliation, Bai Zhe said coldly. This year, he had had tremendous improvement. I heard that he defeated the Daozong Palace's Yunfeng a few months ago. Previously, Yunfeng was already a grade 6 noble who was on the low rank. You should be more cautious, another person beside him said. A glint appeared in Bai Zhe's eyes. He had previously heard that as well. Yi Futian's reputation after entering the palace was dismal, and it was only restored after he had challenged the Daozong Palace's Yunfeng and brutally defeated him. In the past, the person who got first in the Holy Ji Palace admission examination would always enter the Sage Palace. This time, Yi Futian went to the Battle Sage Palace instead. I would really like to meet him, Orphan said softly. There were figures flying successively into the sparring session area. Yi Futian and Yushang had also arrived by then. Their group walked down from the air and landed on the ground. Apart from Yi Futian and Yushang, there was also Yi Xiaoshi, Yuanzhan, and Qijie. Although the Battle Sage Palace had many disciples, most of them were out cultivating in other areas. Moreover, there were only 4 of Sage Dozhan's disciples who were in the noble plane. Apart from Yi Futian, Yushang, and Qijie, there was one other disciple named Do Kuan. Will Brother Do Kuan be participating in the sparring session? Yi Futian asked Qijie. Brother Do Kuan has always cultivated in the sky-reaching tower. He's the person in the 18th level. You should have seen that before. He should be here for this time's sparring session. It might even be his last, Qijie replied. Is Brother Do Kuan a descendant of a master? Yi Futian was curious and asked. Do Kuan was rather similar to Sage Dozhan. No, he's from a Do clan in the barren state. It's a strong clan, Qijie replied. Are their life spirits all a Do word? Yifutian asked curiously again. How do you know? Qijie looked at Yifutian and asked. Even I haven't seen it. Yifutian smiled and nodded, then looked towards Yushang and asked, Do you remember an opponent called Do Kue that you fought during the entrance examination? I remember. Yushang nodded and continued. By borrowing his strength, I was able to break through my cultivation level. Brother Do Kuan and that Do Kue should be from the same clan. However, when the people from the Holy Ji Palace asked him whether he wanted to enter the palace to cultivate, Do Kue actually rejected it and claimed that he was only there to experience the strength of the Barren State's geniuses. Otherwise, with his strength, even if he wasn't taken in as Master's disciple, he should have been able to enter the Battle Sage Palace, Yifutian said. The palace is indeed quite boring, Xianxia muttered. I wonder where fourth and fifth brother have gone adventuring. Xianxia felt that his life was too pitiful. Back then, he had few opportunities to leave the mountain in the cottage, and he was now sent by second sister to watch over little brother. The life in the Holy Ji Palace was not one that he liked. However, the reason he did not like it was probably because he felt ashamed that he had been overtaken by his little brother. Now, Yifutian was a direct disciple of Sage Dojan while he was merely a disciple of the Battle Sage Palace. He wondered if it would be a good idea to go out and train himself after this year. I'm also bored. Qijie nodded seriously. Seventh brother. The palace is a haven for cultivation. How could you be bored? Yifutian smiled at Xianxia and said, if he cultivated diligently, his time would naturally be well spent. The problem was that the fatty was too lazy. At that moment, a figure flew across the air from a short distance away and descended from the sky like a goddess. It was Hua Jieyu. She landed next to Yifutian and smiled sweetly. Yifutian walked forward and held her hand. Behind him, Xianxia smacked his head and thought, of course you're not bored. What a bully. Jieyu. Those people aren't harassing you anymore, right? Yifutian asked. It's gotten much better after that time, but I've been cultivating all this while and haven't had time to care about them. Hua Jieyu smiled and replied, I've improved a lot, you know? Really? Yifutian blinked and said, I've broken through to a grade 7 noble just a few days ago. Hua Jieyu smiled and told Yifutian, with a little bit of smugness. Yifutian did a double take and said, Will I lose my standing if I am surpassed by my wife? Hua Jieyu glared at him cutely and said, You need to manage so many different aspects of your cultivation. I am a divine spiritual sorcerer and specialize in cultivating my spiritual energy. As long as I can achieve breakthroughs in my spiritual energy, it's enough. My potential in other elements will improve alongside my spiritual energy. As long as my spiritual energy is strong, I will be strong. Yup, you're definitely the Jieyu I know, Yifutian smiled and said. Although she said it casually, she probably worked very hard on her cultivation in the Holy Ji Palace. That is but mere mortal beauty. Qijie recited a Buddhist scripture at the side. Yifutian recalled the last time he spoke with him. That fellow did not care about external appearances or mortal beauty. Yeah, it seemed he really did not care. We're arriving soon, Qijie said. At that moment, there was a row of statues in front of them, sitting there. Each one of the statues had a mysterious will embedded in them, as though the statues were alive. What are those? Yifutian asked curiously. Those are just decorations, Qijie replied, and they continued walking forward. Walking through a white gate made of stone, they reached a vast empty space where many others were already waiting. How grand! Yifutian looked around and saw the 9 palaces spreading out in the formation of the 8 trigrams. There were many people standing at the positions of the palaces, and the palace in the center sunk into the ground, creating a battle arena that looked like a valley. Moreover, there was a colossal statue behind all of the 8 palaces, standing tall at tens of meters, like a god. Many people were looking at the 8 statues and could faintly feel a will emitting from the 8 statues, as though they had lives of their own. It was an extremely intriguing feeling. Yifutian's group continued forward onto the Li position. On the left was the Kuan position, and the right was the Sun position. The Ken position was directly in front of them. In the direction of the Ken position, there was a group of people looking toward Yi Futian. Across the air, Yi Futian could feel their frosty gazes. He saw Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing, the duo who were cultivating Tin the Sage Palace. Apart from them, there were many other people looking at him. The one in the middle had an exceptional aura. With just one gaze, others could already feel how strong he was. Who's the person standing in the middle of the Sage Palace's group? Yi Futian asked Qi Jie softly. Hua Fan. Qi Jie looked forward and replied softly as well. The first on the low rank, Hua Fan. In another direction, many of the Daozong Palace disciples were in the Sun position. Among them were Lian Yuqing and Yun Feng. Yun Feng's gaze looked towards Yi Futian with malice. These few months, he had been in terrible condition and it had affected his cultivation, causing him to stagnate at his previous cultivation level. All this was thanks to Yi Futian. No trace of Yun Feng's previous arrogance could be seen on his face. His aura had changed after that battle. No longer was there any of his teenage arrogance. It had been replaced by a faint, grim feeling. Yun Feng. At that moment, Lian Yuqing addressed him. Yun Feng looked towards him and heard Lian Yuqing say, "You can choose your sparring partner at will during the sparring session. Since Yi Futian is here as well, challenge him again. Your attainment in art is extraordinary. Perhaps you can cause the statues to create images and give you some enlightenment. No matter what, you need to have him as your target and defeat him by any means possible." He could naturally see that after the battle, Yun Feng's cultivation had been affected and needed to be remedied. If that was so, he could only escape the trauma by defeating Yi Futian. Otherwise, he would lose confidence in himself and his will would waver, causing him to face huge difficulties in breaking through his cultivation level. Yun Feng was his little brother and as disciples of Sage Daozong, he did not wish to see Yun Feng collapse under his setback. If he was defeated again, then it could be considered fighting fire with fire. At this point, his situation could not get worse anyways. Yun Feng nodded, but there was no trace of the confidence he had back then. This confidence was essential to every cultivator, or their might would be weaker than their opponent before the battle even started. Beside them, Xianxia was also there and she glared at Yi Futian ruthlessly. At that moment, a few figures flew towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled and asked, "Wuxian, how has your cultivation been this past half a year?" "The Sword Palace suits me very well," Yi Wuxian replied. "Is Qinyu doing well?" Yi Futian asked again. "She's doing all right. I often accompany her in her cultivation," Yi Wuxian replied. "That's good." Yi Futian looked at the people beside Yi Wuxian. They were Zui Qianqiu and Su Quebec. The few of them were all cultivating in the Sword Palace under the Sword Demon. "I've heard that you're impressive in the Holy Ji Palace." Zui Qianqiu smiled and said, "As a newbie, you beat up the palace's seniors?" "I didn't want to," Yi Futian shrugged and replied. "Arrogant." Su Keis looked forward and continued in a quiet voice. "However, you have every right to do so. In the palace, there seems to be a tradition of bullying the newbies. If I had the chance, I would have done so as well." "You've been bullied in the Sword Palace?" Yi Futian smiled at the three of them. "The three people beside you are the combination of the successors of the Baron State's 4 great swordsmen, excluding the Wuji sword. What do you think?" Su Ke said. He was the successor of the Tingxue sword while Zui Qianqiu was the successor of the Ghost sword. They could all be considered successors of sword demons. Indeed, apart from the Sword Saint Villa's Yan Wuji, the three of them were the successors of the 4 great swordsmen. Had Su Ke's words hinted that they had joined forces? This was interesting. The Tingxue house's killer swordsmen always acted alone. To be forced into joining forces with others probably meant that newbies had it tough no matter which palace they entered. These prideful fellows would evidently not succumb to the pressure. There were a few other people who walked to the Li position where Yi Futian was. Zhong Li and Yang Jian were all newbies from their batch, but they had all gathered together. The people from the other positions were all watching this scene with interested expressions. Many people who saw Yi Futian gradually got to know his identity. Standing beside Hua Jieyu, The two of them did in fact look like a well-suited couple. It seems like the person who got first in this time's admission examination has strong rallying power. Someone who was watching commented. Entering the Holy Ji Palace in the same batch, the first among them beat up the palace's seniors and made it to the 81st spot on the low rank. He will naturally become a benchmark for other new disciples. Moreover, the newbies who entered the Holy Ji Palace must have suffered a lot. Someone smiled and said, in reality, the treatment they received was also similar. Under the competitive environment in the Holy Ji Palace, it was perfectly common for battles to happen. However, it seems like those from the Sage Palace have formed their own clique. There were people who looked in the direction of the Ken Palace and saw Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing. They were also new disciples from the current batch, but they had followed Huafan here. The first of past batches have always entered the Sage Palace. This trend continued for many years and it has formed a tradition. They will always treat the previous generations first as their benchmark, but it seems that this batch is different. However, Huafan must definitely hope that Bai Zhe can take over his position and be superior to Yi Futian. Someone in the crowd said. The first ranking on the low rank had been dominated by the Sage Palace for many years. Holy Sage Pavilion was the best pavilion in the Holy Ji Palace and had a symbolic significance. According to some rumors in the palace at the moment, Bai Luli might have already been chosen as the next lord of Holy Sage Pavilion, and he would manage the Holy Ji Palace in the future. Indeed, Holy Ji Palace was already paving the way for him. Huafan was ranked first on the low rank and was the most brilliant person after Bai Luli. The Holy Ji Palace similarly had high hopes for him. Shimin Hanjiang was ranked just below Huafan. Of course, in his batch, there were also a few others whose talents were no weaker than his. Going further down the rank, it would be Yi Futian's cohort. Although Yi Futian had emerged first in the entrance assessment of the palace, he had entered Battle Sage Palace, while Bai Zhe had entered Holy Sage Pavilion. Huafan would therefore clearly hope that Bai Zhe would top the low rank in the future. However, Yi Futian was already stronger than Bai Zhe in the assessment. Moreover, he had defeated Bai Zhe despite being one level lower. Bai Zhe would need to put in much effort to surpass him. No elders would be participating in the year-end sparring session in the Holy Ji Palace. All the disciples here were geniuses and the elders would only occasionally guide them. Most of the time, they would be relying on their own hard work and ability to comprehend new things. The Holy Ji Palace had plenty of cultivation resources. If a disciple had any questions, he could also ask the seniors around. There was no need for the elders to supervise everything. This was meant for noble plain disciples. After they became sages, the Holy Ji Palace would release all restrictions and allow them to do whatever they wanted. Even in the vast barren state, sage plain cultivators would be considered as extremely powerful. They would have a high position in any place. The year-end sparring session was an opportunity for the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace to have friendly fights with and learn from each other. It was a tradition passed down the generations. Therefore, most disciples would participate to see the progress of the others. While the elders of the Holy Ji Palace would not be present, they would also be taking note of the outcome secretly. At the moment, disciples of the Holy Ji Palace were arriving one after another. The appearance of many people had attracted much attention. Clearly, all the disciples would be paying attention to those on the low rank. Suddenly, Huafan walked out from the Ken direction and stood in front of everyone else, looking at the rest. His long robes swung in the air and he looked indescribably elegant. It's the end of the year again. Every year, the Holy Ji Palace holds the year-end sparring session to examine the progress everyone's made over the year. Furthermore, you'll be fighting against each other. The session is non-competitive and does not have a ranking. You only need to display your skills casually and there are no rules. Most people should be aware of this, Huafan said. It's nice that this year, the Holy Ji Palace has admitted new disciples, which only occurs once every 3 years. We have many new people here. Juniors, you should make use of this opportunity to display your talents and the progress this upcoming year. There were no elders present during the session. Therefore, the first person on the low rank was the natural candidate for the host. After speaking, Huafan glanced at Yi Futian's direction. Yi Futian was the top performer among the newcomers, while Yushang, Su Ke, and Hua Jieyu were also gathered beside him. Apart from Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing, the most powerful people among the newcomers were all around him. Hua Fan wanted to see how outstanding this newcomer, who had defeated Bai Zhe with a lower level and was ranked 81st on the low rank, really was. Apart from Hua Fan, many other people in various directions were also staring at Yi Futian, looking forward to his performance. People at any level could participate in the sparring session, and they would all have a chance to display themselves. Yi Futian's level was somewhat low, and he certainly would not be in the spotlight, but he could still display his skills. In the previous years, the top performers among the newcomers would all obtain a rank on the low rank after the sparring session. They might, in fact, even attain quite a good ranking. This year, Yi Futian was already ranked 81st on the low rank before the sparring session. Therefore, many people wanted to see which position Yi Futian could climb to after the sparring session. "Let's begin," Hua Fan said. Everyone quietened down, but nobody walked out. Many people looked at Yi Futian and his friends. Since they were giving the juniors the opportunity to perform first, most people would obviously be looking at Yi Futian, the top performer. If Yi Futian and his friends did not walk out, those who did not do so well in the assessment would also not walk out first as to not be humiliated. The whole place fell into an awkward silence. Then, someone smiled and said, "Why are the newcomers this time so humble? You don't have to worry that you'll lose face by performing badly. This has been the case in all the previous years. Nobody will mock you. Just try your best," someone said. Yi Futian looked at everyone. He bowed slightly and smiling, he said, "The newcomers, including me, do not really know the rules, so will not go first. Seniors, please start the session, and you do not have to think for us all the time. I believe that when we are familiar with the rules, we'll certainly go up the stage and perform." Hearing Yi Futian's words, many people had a strange expression on their face. Yi Futian's words did not have any problems, but Hua Fan had already asked the newcomers to go first. Was Yi Futian trying to refute Hua Fan by speaking like this? Indeed, this would very likely cause a misunderstanding. If Hua Fan really thought this, then many people looked at Hua Fan to see his reaction. However, his expression was just as usual, and he did not seem to have any emotions. "It's simple. Shimin, go and demonstrate," Hua Fan said. Then, a young man in a blue robe walked out. A somewhat sharp kind of coldness was being emitted from him, and his temperament was extraordinary. He flew into the air and landed on the Zhonggong battle platform, after which he put his hand forward. Immediately, a freezing aura befell from the sky, and the entire place was covered with a layer of frost. Snow started falling down. In this snowy world, a silver sword suddenly appeared. The snow was cold, but the sword was colder. Two of the statues behind the Nine Halls diagrams also lit up as though they had felt the power released from Shimin Hanjiang. They started resonating with his power. In an instant, brilliant radiance was released from the two statues, and a terrifying beam of light landed on Shimin Hanjiang's body. Then, a two-colored light circled around his body. The light from Shimin Hanjiang's sword was 7 zhang high. So was the freezing radiance around him. It caused the sword qi around him to become stronger and colder. Shimin Hanjiang is already in the upper noble plane. In a few years, he will probably be able to stand at the peak of the noble plane and try to break through into the sage plane. The radiance from both his sword and freezing aura is 7 zhang high, and it's because he is only releasing his aura. If he's at the climax of a fight, it might even go up to 8 zhang high. He is indeed the top performer of the assessment last cohort. Go on to the stage and release your aura. Display your abilities and ask someone to fight. Do you understand? Hua Fan said to Yi Futian. Withdrawing his aura, Shimin Hanjiang walked back to his original position. The radiance on the two statues also died down. A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. Just now, he could clearly feel that the two statues seemed to have turned alive. They actually formed some kind of resonance with the aura from Shimin Hanjiang, who was on the battle platform. The battle platform, 9 halls diagram, and 8 trigrams were indeed placed in special positions. It seemed like the statues and 9 halls diagrams were somehow connected and could sense each other. I understand. Yi Futian nodded. Then let's start properly, Fan said again. However, after he said that, Yi Futian still seemed as if he had not heard anything. Instead of reacting, he only stood quietly there. Yi Futian did not have any other intentions. It was only that he did not want to go onto the stage and perform, at least not now. The sparring session was supposed to be a very casual event. Yi Futian had come here mainly to see how strong the other people of the Holy Ji Palace were, and did not really want to display his abilities. Therefore, although he knew that Fan and many others wanted to see him go onto the stage, he still made no moves. He simply did not want to. He did not have to go just because the others wanted him to. When he really wanted to perform, he would naturally walk out. Many people started smiling. The top performer this time was really somewhat interesting. It was no wonder many rumors claimed that he was shameless. Indeed, he would not act logically and did not care about others' feelings at all. Even Fan could not change his decision. Fan did not say anything directly, but he had already hinted something. However, Yi Futian still did not move. Clearly, nobody would think that Yi Futian did not know what was happening. All they could say was that Yi Futian really had a unique personality. Many people from Holy Sage Pavilion frowned and glanced coldly at Yi Futian. Fan was the top in the low rank at the moment and had received a place in Sage Palace. Indeed, he was the best disciple here after Bai Luli. Even Shimin Hanjiang would listen to his orders. On the other hand, the top performer deliberately gave no face to Fan. Suddenly, a person walked out from the Ken direction. It was Bai Zhe. Since Yi Futian did not walk out, he would do it. During the assessment battle, Bai Zhe was badly humiliated. Over several months, he had been putting in his best to cultivate. He knew that Yi Futian must also be becoming stronger, but he still believed in himself. At the very least, he had to try. His brother, Bai Luli, was a saint to be the most talented person in the Barren State. Bai Zhe would not allow such a defeat to stay with him. Even if he was to lose again, he would still not give up. The people from White Cloud City had their own pride, and they would never think that they were lesser than anyone else. Bai Zhe walked onto the Zhonggong battle platform and glanced at the 8 statues in the air. Then, he released his Eye of Devastation. At once, the spiritual chi of various elements around him raged and a horrifying artistic conception was born. It was as if all the spiritual chi was being controlled by him at the moment. The statues lit up one after another, and only one of them did not light up. A 7-colored radiance circled around him, and it was 4 zhang high. With his current level, it was already very amazing for him to achieve this. Many people seemed to be surprised. He was indeed the second lord of White Cloud City. Bai Zhe was not weak, but how about Yi Futian? Bai Zhe raised his head. Looking at Yi Futian, who was in the Li direction, he said, "I'm Bai Zhe from Holy Sage Pavilion. I would like to challenge Yi Futian from Battle Sage Palace." Since Bai Zhe called for a specific opponent, it was already a challenge. Everyone looked at Yi Futian. It was almost certain that this time, the top performer would not be able to avoid the battle. Yi Futian glanced emotionlessly at Bai Zhe. He totally disliked Bai Zhe, who had invited Hua Jiu to join Holy Sage Pavilion right before him. "A loser has no right to challenge me," Yi Futian said. Right away, Bai Zhe's sharp look froze on the spot and his face darkened rapidly. He wanted to wash his old shame off. However, Yi Futian's words were hitting him directly on his face.